Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 here at the Pokémon World Championship 2026. We are here with your pre-show before the action gets started. Of course, I've got some amazing representatives here from every single game being represented here at this amazing world in San Francisco. I'm Evan Hashimoto, joined by, with VGC, Sierra Dawn, with the full legal names, and then for TCG, Emily Forson, and then, of course, Caleb Peng, who's going to be doing all of my Unite stuff because he knows the game better than me. But well, we've got so much action going on here. Actually, a lot of you have done Unite. I made that joke earlier, but we've got so much action that has happened over the past few days. I mean, of course, players and teams coming from all across the world, and it's been so exciting to watch. But we're only, I mean, I guess half-ish through the entire tournament. Already we've seen so many upsets and some great wins. So I'm going to go one by one and kind of ask you all, first of all, what is your big takeaway so far now, being partway through this event and seeing what's going to come into the future? So, Sierra, VGC.
I mean, first off, for the Pokemon video game, the biggest takeaway from the get-go is this has been a really tough tournament. We have had so many of our previous world champions get knocked out in phase 1 of the competition, which, I mean, you come to Worlds, it is the best of the best. Some people have to drop along the way, but I think we were really hyping up this repeat champion, and we do have a couple of them still in the field, but it's looking tricky. The other one, too, with our current regulation, M/B, it's all been about this Mega Charizard, right? But we have seen that even though it's really at the top percentages, it's not necessarily all of the top teams. We've gotten to see Mega Dragonite by Yuya, which has been incredible. Justin Tang with his Mega Delphox and Mega Blastoise. NJ and Carrie D'Ortona with Megastar Raptor and Raichu, just showing that there is a lot of innovation in different Megas that really could rise to the top.
Yeah, of course, it's so exciting seeing, of course, the new game and all the new formats, and there's just so many things being changed. But Emily, how about TCG? What's the takeaway?
Well, you can't talk about the Pokemon trading card game without talking about the big bad Dragapult EX, which of course is here in full force. But honestly, not as much as people would expect at the World Championship, only sitting at 43.2%. A lot of players actually thought that this deck would actually be above 50% for this tournament. But all the way at the top of our Swiss Phase 1 is going to be Brent Tonneson from Australia, who is currently undefeated 8-0 with Dragapult crushing hammers. So there's a couple of variants of Dragapult that can be played, but it seems like Brent has actually really locked down just the most consistent list and where you really just don't want to take risks here in the World Championship.
It's you either want to take no risks or take every risk, right? Because it's the chance here. But of course, with Pokemon Go, how's it feeling?
Definitely. So a big takeaway here is our 2 grand finalists, Ottoman and Beelzeboy, are still in the running to make another grand finals appearance. They were top 2 for a reason, and Beelzeboy, reigning world champion. We've never, speaking of repeat world champions, we never had a world champion repeat ever as well in our 5th year. So still early on, but it really might happen this year. Meanwhile, Ottoman, the finalist that finished 2nd last year, has gone on 5 straight championship Sundays in international worlds combined, which is absolutely insane stat line. And he's looking to try to make it back in the grand finals to finally win that world championship that he's been going for. So that could be a super exciting one, especially if they get that rematch. They had a rematch in NAIC that was super close, and I'm sure it's on the back of both their minds that they might face off again in day number 2 and maybe in the championship Sunday.
All right, well, that actually is a great segue into Unite, because we've got a lot of players that are former champions, world champions, but a lot of them have been eliminated. You know, they moved on to other teams. We've got our previous reigning world champion as well that's having a little bit of a tough time. But the real takeaway here that nobody expected is people who have never been the world champion, which is Europe, right? We've had Japanese champions, we've had American champions, we've had a LATAM champion most recently, but Europe has qualified with 1 extra spot through like kind of a big qualifier at UIC, and all 4 of their teams have made it to day number 2, which I believe is the first time that's ever happened, and they are looking extremely good. So they've made it up to like 2nd place at Worlds, they made it to the grand finals before, but they've never quite been there. It's just been one of those regions. This might be their year, so everybody's really looking towards Europe, but we still have basically every region present in day number 2, so anything can really happen with Pokemon Unite. It's looking very exciting, but of course there have been some amazing moments that have happened already, and I think we want to each kind of highlight one of them that's happened so far. So in, of course, the Pokemon video game, any big moment?
Oh, I highlighted 2.
Oh, okay.
We had to highlight 2. But starting off, talking about the fact that we can have a repeat world champion, I wanted to highlight for Shohei Kimura's match, our 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Looking back at this match too, he was going up against our, okay, we got the clip switch, but we'll start with this one first. So we're switching the points. We're talking about the unique Pokemon. We'll come back to Shohei in a second. I wanted to highlight Carrie's team and Carrie as a player, because Carrie has been someone who has really stepped up throughout this year. He is reigning regional champion, and when we're looking at a couple of these unique megas, he has 2 of them with the Staraptor and the Raichu, but it was really this Hisuian Arcanine that stole the show. This has been a Pokemon that hasn't necessarily picked up on so many teams, but really made so much impact. But this is what I was talking about. Shohei Kimura going up against a Japan national champion in Hiroshi Onishi, and this was such a great match. Shohei now sitting at a 7-1 record. We had very similar teams, with Mega Charizard being one of the dominant teams going into this tournament, and how Shohei piloted it was such a we know that he's so skilled, but to see it again in such confidence display was really like, wow, if this is just a preview of his matches, he's gonna go all the way. Like, it was incredible.
It's such a big stage to be able to show something like that on. And yeah, now since, of course, Pokemon video game had 2 clips, now that means Unite gets 0 clips, unfortunately. They took it away from us.
I'm sorry, that's just how it goes.
That's just how it goes. No, we'll have one later. But for the trading card game, of course, this is a gigantic tournament. Any moment that you wanted to kind of showcase?
Well, there's plenty, right? And I think for a lot of players that may be tuning into the Pokemon trading card game for the first time, they may not know this, but we've had a whole expansion set that has been released in between NAIC and the World Championship. But of course, it is going to be Brett Tonneson on the right, piloting that very straightforward, very consistent Dragapult. He even ran out of ways to get Dragapult in the end, and then Dragapult's best friend, Monkey Dory, coming in with the Mind Bend, with that ability, Adrenabrain, being able to move 3 damage counters over, and then taking the win from here. But honestly, this is my favorite moment of yesterday. Mateusz, who actually got top 8 at Worlds last year with Dragapult, I believe, is piloting Alakazam. Now, the most popular stadium that we actually have in the trading card game these days is Team Rocket's Watchtower. It shuts off the Dunsparce, but he actually paired it with Dusknoir. So it's definitely a very tricky way to make the deck, but he knows exactly how to trip up the rest of the field.
That's another 2 clips. I think you're actually out of clips now.
Yeah, they're not even gonna let me finish this segment. They're just gonna take me off stage immediately. No, I love the fact too that when we talk about all these games together, which is not, we don't get all that many opportunities to, it just sounds so ridiculous to hear 2 Pokemon paired together that it's classic. You're like Dragapult and Dragapult's best friend Monkey Dory. Like, looking at that from other games' perspectives, it's like, what? That's wild. And then you think, like, maybe I should play a trading card game, Crime Round was good at it for a while. I want to play that. But of course, we can't ignore Go. I think they might have taken away your clip too, because they're so greedy. They have too many clips.
Do you have 3?
We'll see if there's a clip or not. We don't have Monkey Dory in the game yet for Pokemon Go. We do have Dragapult, which someone actually tried to bring last year for World Championships and quite worked decently well. But we are in our 5th year, and I feel like the skill level for this game has gone to an all-time high. It's going higher and higher, as this is Emi Wido, one of our former world champions, against the 2-time Thailand champion in their first matchup on the winners finals. Winner goes to day number 2 on that winner's side. Loser might even get knocked out of the tournament. But look at how close this is, down to the wire. Both players having like 2 or 3 Pokemon left with red HP bars, only a fraction of percentages of health. And you can see in the very end, it comes down to the final second, simultaneous knockouts. Just really highlights the skill of the game too. That's a half second that they had to, tie on that very moment, and that's exactly what happened. But we've seen that in so many of our matches throughout, and these players, like, they're so tuned into the game that they kind of are anticipating each other's anticipations, and that's kind of how Go has been this year. And so I say every world champion every year is just better and better than the previous.
It's so cool, especially with games like, of course, I love video game, love TCG, but, I feel like our games are a little bit newer, right, as far as things go competitively. So it's really, really cool to see the players level up more and more as time has gone on. And that's actually what my clip is, which is, if anybody out there is not familiar with Pokemon Unite, I think this is such a great clip to kind of show how amazing the game is, like how strong the movement is. This is Haruto, one of the best players in the world coming out of Japan, pulling off one of the best jukes that we have ever seen. They're going to be on the Lucario, and they're going to be chased around. So you should be able to see them kind of in the top right there, juking an entire team, 1v4. They managed to escape into the Kyogre pit. They're escaping the entire team. They managed to teleport backwards using Bone Rush right here, a huge juke, and they waste the entire time of Root Dignitas, which was considered one of the best teams in the world, looking to win this entire tournament, but they actually got eliminated on day number 1 in a big upset. A part of it was because of this, but there are just too many good teams, so
right, the ankles over there.
Yes. Oh, such an amazing juke. That's going to be an amazing clip for all time. So if you haven't checked out Pokemon Unite, that's kind of the movement that you can expect from it. So amazing moments already from all of these games. It's been such an amazing half of the event so far, or I guess maybe 1/3 if we're considering Sunday as well. And of course, there's so many amazing things out here in this actual venue. I cannot believe how huge it is. There's so many things to do. I feel like I don't know, caught like 10% of it. I feel like you were...
Yeah, I tried to go for a wander, and I'm like, all right, I'm off for a couple rounds. Surely I can see see everything, right? You start getting out to the convention floor and it just goes as far as the eye can see. And there's still so much more. I looked at a map and I'm like, this doesn't even scratch the surface. It is just incredible how much love there is for Pokemon, how much love has been poured into the event, and so many things going on. So hopefully we have the opportunity today, but as the competition ramps up, I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, to build on Sierra's point, I really feel like there's something here for a Pokemon fan of any level. Even if it's your first day, if you've been with the series for years, you really can just find something for you. I know there's musical performances outside. There's a whole outside stage. Pokemon XP happening for the first time. For me, my favorite thing that I've seen so far is that life-size Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard made out of Lego.
The Lego.
It's so cool.
Ridiculous. Yeah, I trying to get a picture with that. Have not been able to yet. Do you have a favorite thing, real quick, before we move on to the next thing?
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've, similar to Emily and probably everyone else here, maybe haven't had the full time to experience all of it.
Or
But
any.
from all my friends and competitors that have gone to this event, even just after first day, they're like, yeah, I didn't know what to expect from the Pokemon XP side of things, but all of them, for everyone them said, it's blown their expectations away, right? And it's just, if you're a fan of Pokemon, you love Pokemon, it's the perfect place for you. If you're on the fence about Pokemon, you'll probably fall in love with Pokemon after this weekend. So many great reasons to come out to these World Championships, and no better way to celebrate it than the 30th.
Oh, absolutely. But of course, I want to make sure that everybody at home doesn't feel bad as well. So of course, there are things that every game is giving out for just for watching, which unfortunately I've been missing because I've been here, so I actually haven't had the streams open. But we'll sort of talk about what our games are kind of giving away. So let's start with the Pokemon video games. Sarah, if you have anything knowledgeable about what's actually being distributed for the Pokemon video games.
We're giving away so much. I don't know which order the graphics are going to fly, but we're giving away swag in-game if you want the World Championship shirt. As well, we got to make sure that your style is matching your Pokemon, and you have the opportunity to pick up the 2026 Worlds Incineroar. Incineroar is everywhere now for VGC. It's kind of taken over. Whether you love or hate Incineroar, it has taken over. It is here. It is one of the strongest Pokemon. Opportunity to grab that there. And this is the shirt I was talking about. Enjoy Worlds 26. Again, enjoy Worlds 26. Write it down. Take a picture. Don't ask 10 million times in the Twitch chat. Enjoy Worlds 26, and you can get that hat and shirt.
All right, I need a pen. Production, can you bring me a pen so I can write that code down, please? Or otherwise, I'll just ask in chat later. No, I'm just kidding. And of course, we have so many different things for so many games. I agree. I was like, I don't know what's going to come up first, but for the trading card game, we'll see what they bring up. There we go.
Honestly, you talk about swag in Champions. You can also get your swag in the Pokemon trading card game live as well. I personally love the jacket. Looks like a half leather jacket, half Letterman, which is really sick. But of course, players love to customize their deck boxes as well. So you can find all of your world swag right on your screen. But the longer you watch the Pokemon trading card game, the more things you actually get unlocked. So in order to get all of this swag that you see right here, you have to actually watch for 60 minutes. But if you only have time for 30 minutes today, you can actually get 6 packs of Pitch Black. So once again, that is our newest set that we have in the Pokemon trading card game. I personally love watching a regional stream on the side to make sure I'm always opening packs either in person or online.
There's so much stuff here that I genuinely cannot read that text from here. I'm going to be honest. So this is a nice giveaway. Pokemon Go. Let's see what you're giving away. We've got so much stuff. I feel like we got to zoom through this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll just quick highlight. You get Elite Charge TM, super exclusive resource that you get for watching up to 60 minutes. Also, more importantly, you get the world champion from last year, Beal's Voice Tinkaton, that he used his stats on the Tinkaton. And more importantly, he even gets an exclusive background just on the Tinkaton. Really cool to have. And of course, we got the Pokemon Pikachu XP, you can see in the space outfit, as well as the champion Pikachu spawning in the game right now, so you can get it if you're opening game. So open up a game, play it, and you also get a fresh avatar shirt as well you can do. And you know, no big deal, but I might have gotten the shiny Pikachu with the space costume yesterday. So but hey, you could be like me if you just open up a game and play it.
Everybody up here is greedy. They're bragging about the shinies, getting multiple clips.
We got so much good stuff. What does Unite got?
I know. Yeah, Unite, of course, has some really actually amazing things. Depending on how you watch for, you get an exclusive logo sticker for the event, or at 30 minutes, you get to an exclusive license art for Pikachu, which is very, very cool. And then you can actually get a license for one of the Pokemon from the World Champion Team Peru last year, what they won with, if you do watch for 45 minutes. So some really nice stuff. And of course, just be sure to watch all of the streams for each of these if you want to be able to get some rewards at home. And I mean, just watch all your favorite players play, because we are getting so close now to starting day number 2. I know it's been an amazing day 1 so far. And of course, as a reminder to everybody, this is all leading up to a huge championship Sunday in the Chase Center, the arena. I mean, we got a little sneak peek of it. It is incredible. It is going to be a show like I think no Pokemon fans have ever watched. So, of course, we've got 4 amazing games. Be sure to watch all the broadcasts. We're going to have a really tough time today, I think, deciding who will be moving on towards that special championship Sunday. So thank you from all of us. We're going to be moving on very soon as we get sending it over to our start for day number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships 2026. We'll see you all playing soon.
start of a new day, looking out on a new adventure. No one knows where the road will take us. Ready, set, 'cause now it's time to go. Maybe we could finally see who we're meant to be. Every step of the way tells a story. Every challenge will show us who we are. Now we ride side by side to glory. Together you and I will touch the stars, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we lose our way, familiar faces. All of us on a path to the unknown, standing tall on the edge of greatness. See you when we're walking victory road, and then we'll do it all over again. 'Cause even if we win the day, we'll always say, here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. Face a new day to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go again. Here we go. Here we go again. Memories last a lifetime. Face a new day to beat our way with all our friends. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
Hey everybody! Welcome to day 2 of the Pokémon World Championships and Pokémon XP. Yeah. We are absolutely delighted you decided to spend your days in the Bay enjoying oh so sunny San Francisco, California. What a day that we have in store. I'm Gabby Durden, and after a strong start to yesterday, I'm back to keep us on track towards Championship Sunday and the culmination of all the fun surrounding Pokemon XP. Have you seen the skate park? You get a chance to? Yeah? It's cool, right? Okay, I'm gonna have to go check that out. It's wild. You know what else is wild? The fact that we are going to know our finalists across all of the divisions by the end of the day. Some of which will be crowned world champions when we take over even more of the city by unleashing the power of Pokemon in the Chase Center. Today is about our trainers. Across Pokemon Champions, the trading card game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, our incredible competitors are ready to battle for glory. And I'm curious, who are you cheering for? Let's see, who did I write down in my notes yesterday? Oh yeah, and Pokemon VGC trainers Yuya Wakasugi, Justin Tang, and Stefano Greppi. They look like they have the best shot at Championship Sunday, but we'll see how things shake out once we get into Top Cut. The Pokemon TCG competition has been unmistakably fierce. But Brent Tonneson, Henry Chow, and Rune Hermans, they really hope to hold on to yesterday's momentum, and I know a lot of people agree that they can. In Pokemon GO, I mean, not gonna lie, I'm keeping my eye on Beelzeboy, as well as Potaman and ME Weedle as they tap their way through the bracket. And finally, for Pokemon UNITE, we've got Peru UNITE, Reject, and Komai ready to put up a fight. Am I right? Who's gonna shine bright in the Championship Sunday arena? Well, I'm stoked to find out. How about you? As we've mentioned, the Pokemon World Championships are only half of the fun we have this weekend. Pokemon XP is in full swing. And whether you're tuning in from home or you're here with us in person, there is something for everyone. Later on, make sure you check out the Pokemon XP panels featuring Pokemon GO, Lego, and Jimmy Paul. Those will be live on the Pokemon XP channel. You don't want to miss it, so this would be the time to add that to your schedule. And while I have your attention, can we take a moment to recognize all of the people that make an event like this possible? Join me in thanking the phenomenal staff, judges, production crew, and everyone working behind the scenes to bring the Pokemon World Championships and Pokemon XP to life in San Francisco, California. See? Pokemon community truly is something special. And it's because each and every one of you is part of it. Okay, that's enough from me right now. We have a day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships to get started. Let's get into it. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much. We cannot wait to get started here with the 2026 Pokemon World Championships as we eye up who is going to be our next VGC champion. Sierra, Dawn, and Leah Provost on the desk to be kicking off day 2 of the action. I cannot wait.
I can't wait. I mean, it was such a great day yesterday, day 1 of the tournament. It was remarkable. From start to finish, it was exciting, it was explosive, and we had some familiar faces, we had some new faces that we're not so familiar with performing extremely well, and it's just going to continue today, and the journey to getting to our 2 finalists is well underway, and we're going to get there very, very soon.
And I feel like the title of World Champion is the greatest prize of all, right? That's what everyone's been chasing. You'll hold on to that title for your life. But of course, we want to make sure you're sent home with a variety of goodies. So as well as that title, you're going to be walking home with $30,000. Imagine how many Pokemon plushies, how many Pokemon trading cards that is, which is just absolutely incredible. And for second place, showing up on that championship Sunday and still walking away with $20,000 ain't half bad.
It's incredible prizing. To think where we were, you know, when VGC originally started to where we are now with this incredible prize pool. But like you say, Sierra, the prize money is just a portion of the reward, because it is the title. Going away as world champion after this weekend is, you know, the coveted title every trainer goes for, is hungry for, and wants to take away with them at the end of this proceedings.
And I know that there's a lot of new eyes on the broadcast with all the Twitch drops, all the goodies, and all the excitement with Pokemon VGC and World. So to get you up to speed on how the competition is taking place today, check out this format video.
Whether it's your first time watching or you just need a quick refresher, here's an overview of the Pokemon VGC format at the 2026 World Championships. The best trainers from around the globe are here to compete for their share of a $2 million prize pool and the coveted title of Pokemon World Champion. The first World Championships played in Pokemon Champions will take place over 3 days. Phase 1 consists of Swiss rounds where trainers battle head-to-head in a best-of-3 format with open team sheets. That means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. At the conclusion of Phase 2, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place will advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. On Championship Sunday, these finalists face off in San Francisco's Chase Arena for our biggest finals yet. 2 will enter the arena, but only 1 will walk away as the 2026 Pokemon World Champion. Who will become the first world champion of the Pokemon Champions era? Which Pokemon will dominate the meta? We'll be here all weekend, so you won't miss a second of the action. With that, it's time to get today's matches going. Casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, past voiceover Rosemary. We are almost ready to get started with the competition, but of course we have to talk about a couple of the great things that you can earn by watching at home, whether you're here for VGC for any of our games. So whether it's, you know, the shirt, whether it's the Pokemon, whether the training tickets, there's so much great rewards that you can get by watching along.
Yeah, and especially I think 60 minutes on Twitch gets you the Incineroar, which is definitely something you want to pick up, a competitive ready Pokemon you'll be able to use in the upcoming season when it all kicks off again.
Yeah, but looking a little bit back while you earn those Twitch drops, let's talk about what we saw yesterday as well, as we had some fantastic Pokemon VGC gameplay. Talking about this match here, this one was so much fun because we were expecting so much Charizard, right? And there is so much Charizard out there. But taking a moment to pause, breathe, and see some Mega Metagross and a Cleaver on the field.
Yeah, it was an incredible match, and what a decision by Chloe to bring those Pokemon into what you say is a top-heavy Charizard format. Then we can follow up with some action from Carey yesterday against Norwich as well, with that Hisuian Arcanine that just stole the show yesterday for Carey, just doing so much work and making it difficult for Norwich to get any sort of momentum. That head smash, although its accuracy is a little bit shaky, when it connects, it really counts.
Really does. And this one also crazy. Mega Blaziken was not on my list of Pokemon that I would necessarily anticipate to see at a positive, let alone a 5-1 record heading into Swiss round. So that was just absolutely incredible to witness and put in so much work. But of course, we still have to see what Pokemon and what trainers are going to be coming out on top today, as anyone who did have those 6 match points does advance to phase 2 of the competition and are going to be fighting it out for a chance to make their way to Top Cut and try and find themselves at the Chase Center tomorrow.
Yeah, well, all of the players that have advanced to this portion of the tournament, they've put themselves in prime position to go forward and be in contention for that championship title on Sunday. They've got a bit of a distance to go. They've got a few matches to win, but they are on the right track to doing that. And here we can have a look at our phase 2 players, or at least a portion of them here. You can see Yuya top and our only undefeated trainer so far in the tournament. Justin Tang just in there behind with Carey Detona as well, who performed extremely well. And we finished the show yesterday with Shohei, who was just incredible. I mean, what a performance in that really tough mirror match. Really showed why they are such a highly coveted trainer in this scene.
And what I love about this list of trainers as well is there has been a lot of trainers that have really gotten to showcase their dominance throughout this season, but weren't necessarily talked about yesterday as, you know, these are the trainers to watch. It's hard. There's so many top trainers at the World Championships, right? But being able to see the likes of Carey and Zachary Weed have these 7-1 records, I'm definitely rooting for them going into today. Dawe as well, someone who always has such innovative team building, is incredible to see, and I'm so excited. And it'll be really, it's going to be a tough competition today, right? So I mean, it would be awesome to see this list of trainers here at the end of the day in our top cut, but the field get whittled down somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show you look across, these are all superstars, you know, of our game, and the quality of these players. And this is just a snapshot of some of the players that will be in phase 2. Now, there are a lot of others that we aren't featuring right now, but, you know, you've got the likes of Amelia Forbes as well, one of the greatest players, in my opinion, that we've ever seen. But then we've got some other players as well that are kind of rising stars. Nikolai Nielsen there, real great player on the European circuit, is very innovative with their picks, and I believe they brought something quite interesting this weekend. So hopefully get to feature some of them as well as the other trainers that we've got here, but former world champions across the board that are going for that 2nd title as well.
It would be incredible in this day and age of Pokemon to see that repeat title, but we do have 2 trainers still in the competition and in great form for it. First up, Shohei Kimura, 2023 Pokemon World Champion. We got to see him face off against the Japan National Champion Hiroshi yesterday in a very, not quite a mirror, but a very close match. But the way Shohei played that was just absolutely incredible. This was one of the strongest team archetypes heading into the tournament, and to be piloted at such a high level by such a top-tier trainer. 7-1, you still have to win a few more, but wow, is he looking in great form to take it all.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all about the micro decisions that Shohei makes in the team building process. We saw the differences between Hiroshi's team and Shohei's, although the 6 were the same. But also the micro decisions in game as well, when to set up the tailwind, when to attack, when to be defensive. Shohei's got that down to such an art, and I love the dedication that Shohei has. We've seen Shohei appear at European regionals throughout the season. It's a long journey, but not making a number of trips in all the ICs as well, and performing to a very consistent level, and all that experience throughout the season is just, you know, growing that back catalogue of experience that they've got to make them such a high, top caliber player.
Not the only world champion still fighting out for another title, though. Looking next, of course, Naoto still in it, 7-1. And what I love about Pokemon VGC is, first off, we just had so many world champions here. But looking back at, you know, at 2019, that was 7 years ago now, right? But still looking in such great form, and you can see the accomplishments since then. I am so excited. Like, when you have a world top 4, a world top 8, a world champion, that's incredible, like, resume.
Yeah, I mean, Naoto is just one of those, again, you would put them in the highest bracket of top players that we've got in our circuit, you know. And coming in this weekend, it doesn't always go the way you want it to, but it has been a phenomenal start for Naoto and looking really good, looking really strong coming in to this phase 2 of the tournament. And having the experience of being a world champion previously, that is just going to benefit you so much on this scale. You know what to do at this part of the tournament. You know how to approach each and every round, take it step by step, don't get too far ahead of yourself, and then see how far you can take your skill and team, which I really do like as well. That Charizard, the Aerodactyl, we've seen that have a lot of success, but there's a lot of burst damage there with the Venusaur, especially when you get it set up in those scenarios under the sun, and the nice support, something that Naoto's used in the past to a lot of success, is that Incineroar, which has been picking up a lot of popularity recently, pairing really nicely with a lot of these offensive pieces that they've got on their team.
It's just the consistency for me throughout all of the years when you look especially at the World Championships to show that he has always just been in such a great form. And for Naoto, again, looking in that form, I'm excited for that run. But let's take a look at the meta as well. Not just the players to watch, but the Pokemon. No surprise when we talk about Charizard being on top for the Mega Evolution, and King Gambit, just such a strong piece. Seeing it at a casual 65%. It makes sense, but Sylveon at 35% for day 2. We saw so much impact from Sylveon yesterday, and I know Rose is out there like, yes, I always knew. I always knew.
Rooting it on, yeah. It makes a lot of sense. Sylveon's such a great, versatile Pokemon, you know. It can perform in Tailwind, it can perform in Trick Room. It's got that spread damage. It's got the big burst damage in that hyper beam that we saw yesterday, Sierra. But yeah, I think no surprise, and it takes advantage of the Fairy Aura that we commonly see set up by the Mega Floette. So it really is a bit of a kind of double-edged sword in those scenarios if you are piloting the Mega Floette in your team. Other Pokemon as well, I think Venusaur's dropped down a bit. Staraptor is there in a roundabout. We don't see the Sinistcha now like we did yesterday, which is a surprise to me. I think Sinistcha has a really big role, but it does have a hard time. King Gambit and Charizard are the top 2 Pokemon in the usage charts.
Talking particularly about the Mega Pokemon, first off, Mega Staraptor has been the bane of my existence on the ranked ladder. I can't hate too much because it is incredibly strong. It makes sense why a fourth of the field in Phase 2 has this Pokemon, but wow, has it been annoying for me. But looking at the Megas, even though, again, Charizard does have the more dominant share, it's actually quite spread out, even a little bit more than I expected. And I love that when we look at Phase 2 and that lower list of Pokemon, that there is still some more interesting picks out there. There's a Camerupt, there's a Mega Dragonite. Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think those down on the bottom shelf are the ones that we kind of want to keep an eye on as the tournament progresses here. Just as a note as well, that Mega Scovillain and Mega Blastoise actually tied in usage with the Frozlast, the Camerupt, the Dragonite, and the Gengar. So they're also on there in about. So don't be surprised if we see those as the tournament progresses. But yes, Staraptor, new onto the scene in former MB, and just an incredible Pokemon. And our trainers are really getting to grips with how this Pokemon can be piloted to the optimum potential that it's got, and pairing it up nicely as well with that Mega Raichu Y, which we haven't seen too much of, but there are teams present in the field, and hopefully we do get a bit more Raichu today, because it is it's very squishy, but it's very potent when it's put in the right positions and piloted by our top trainers.
The meme that's not fake out chip, it's fake out chunk onto a Raichu.
But I like it.
But hey, it deals so much damage. We can't hate too much. But we were talking a little bit about the Twitch drops earlier on. If you weren't paying attention, we'll talk about it again, and we'll even bring some supporting graphics this time. Of course, you want to make sure that you are tuning in and get your 60 minutes in so you can get that World's Incineroar. It's such a strong Pokemon. If you haven't seen it before, I don't think you're a true VGC fan. It is everywhere. You need one. You need this one. Get it now.
Yeah, definitely pick it up, as well as all the quick coupons, the teammate tickets that are going to be very useful in helping you build those teams going into the 2027 season. Incineroar is going to be used throughout, and whenever it's available, it's a top Pokemon. Like Sierra says, if you don't have one already and you're planning to play next season, definitely make sure you get it picked up.
Even if you already have one, have 6. It's a good Pokemon. You need one on every single one of your teams, right?
Yeah, change your stat alignments and all those things, so you don't need to keep wasting resources in game. Just have separate ones for separate teams.
Exactly. but we got more for you. We got more in store. Enjoy Worlds 26. That's right. Enjoy Worlds 26 for anyone asking out there. We got a shirt. We got a hat. And you can enjoy Worlds 26 to get all of that. And of course, tuning into the stream as well. You can not just enjoy Worlds 26, but you can get yourself a nice exclusive chat badge. We were talking about this yesterday. It is so clean. I've already seen people in the Twitch chat with it. It looks so nice. I really need to get my own. Somebody please at me and remind me later on, because I will be devastated if I miss out on this. And you should be too, honestly, because this is nice.
I will remind you, Sierra. I will make sure you pick this up.
Pinky promise?
Pinky promise.
All right.
Never break a pinky promise.
We're getting the chat badge. We're getting the chat badge. We're so back. But there is so much exciting things in store. We got to bring it back to the competition, though, and look at the standings. Again, now the big question is who can get enough round wins to put themselves into top cut? Certainly anyone at 7-1 or a 8-0 is in prime position to be able to do so. Only one undefeated player in the field. Yuya. So this team, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. He's been, I can't wait.
I can't wait. I mean, when you look at the team, we'll get into them in a moment, but I think, you know, what an incredible accomplishment. If we're just looking from this perspective now, taking a back step into the start of day 2, incredible performance from Yuya, really coming in and saying, okay, well, I'm here and performing to the best level I can. Can we go much further? Well, no one's been able to stop them so far, and they're looking on track to continuing that as we get further into this tournament. Of course, all those 7-1s below have taken one loss, but sometimes taking a loss is actually the galvanizing effect that you need to be able to kind of push on, because it kind of wakes you up, maybe realize that, okay, well, my play was not as sharp as it could have been there. Here we go, let's push on, let's get a bit further in. Sometimes we know there can be unfortunate things that happen in game that are out of your control, and they're just something you have to deal with. Pick yourself up, brush yourself on, and there's some of the most accomplished trainers are able to kind of not let that get them and continue on to push forward and see how deep they can get in the tournament.
And with so many stacked names here, you know these matchups are going to be good, but let's look at our notables and our featured one. There is a reason I'm freaking out, because we get to see Yuya Wakazugi up next, going up against Carrie, who we saw yesterday. That second matchup, though, Naoto versus Shohei, is incredible. There is feature stations, there is the side streams as well. You got to make sure you check out all of the action. Even just Joji versus Rogov, that is...
Yeah, I feel like at this stage of the
Dennis
tournament,
versus Zachary,
amazing matchups. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to pick which one we're going to feature, but we have got Yuya on, our only undefeated player in the tournament so far. We get to feature Carrie again, who we got on broadcast yesterday, which was amazing to see. Such a dominant performance as well in their game against a pretty hard matchup in all respects. On paper, you think, wow, the rain mode here feels very difficult. So they were brave in bringing that Hisuian Arcanine in against that rain core, and it performed so well.
So well. The amount of damage the head smashes were doing, and it was a crazy 3-game set. So 7-1 record, so deserved. But for Yuya, sitting at this 8-0, let's head down to the stage to get ever so closer to this match. Being undefeated after day 1 of the Pokémon World Championships, as one as stacked as this, is such a crazy feat. But to do it with Mega Dragonite is even more impressive. On the list of Mega Pokemon that could pop off, this one I don't necessarily think was on anyone's radars, but to be the only undefeated is a statement.
Yeah, I love this iteration of a similar kind of iteration to what you would expect to see with Big Six, but the Dragonite kind of replacing what would normally be a Charizard there. I love it though. I think it's really good, really smart, and it's performing obviously extremely well in this tournament here. You can see it is a Mega Dragonite with that inner focus, so it's got the immunity to fake out flinches before it does Mega Evolve, and then it would obtain that multi-skin ability, which is so useful as well. No setup really on the team, just a lot of fast offense, and that fast speed can be benefited from that Whimsicott as well, taking advantage of the tailwind there. And then you've got Sneasel as well. I really love the inclusion of Rock Slide, just to give you a bit of a check against opposing Charizards in particular, to allow you, and it can be useful if you can activate that White Herb to get the speed jump on things like Aerodactyl as well, to have that fast Rock Slide and start chipping away. Then you've got the 2 Megas as well, which are just so strong if they're positioned right and can cut through opponents very easily.
And I love the inclusion of the Mega Dragonite because you still do have the coverage with the Heat Wave, which is what Charizard does, right? But having things like the Thunderbolt and Dragon Pulse to really be able to pressure, but not necessarily being reliant on that weather to do that big damage is really nice. You don't have to worry about the weather wars. You don't have to worry about bringing out the sun to then make sure your Basculegion does less damage, right? And I think such a unique pick that cannot be, just stopped in its tracks is incredible. But again, when we're talking about unique teams and variations, Carrie, there's a reason he was on a winning streak yesterday and why he was highlighted. This duo of Megastar Raptor and this Raichu. Raichu can be a little bit squishy, but the coverage it has in a couple of these matchups is incredible. But I think it's just all eyes on that Hisuian Arcanine. Again, the amount of damage and the fact that it has that Focus Sash so you can't just take it down in one hit. It was a really big pain point for Norwich in their match yesterday.
Yeah, I really like the Raichu that Carrie's got access to here. I think it causes all sorts of issues for the Yuya. I think because it's got passive speed control with that Zap Cannon if you do Mega Evolve, and that can be a bit of a detriment. You can match Tailwinds if you do bring that Staraptor, which that Intimidate is going to be very important for weakening some of those physical threats on Yuya's side.
Starting out our day, such an aggressive lead coming out from Carrie with that Hisuian Arcanine we've talked so much about, and Staraptor. On the opposing end for Yuya, looking to stay undefeated. It's a Whimsicott and Basculegion, so potential to just go for a Tailwind and set up a lot of damage.
Yeah, that immediate Tailwind Prankster from the Whimsicott is going to put that Basculegion into a really good position to go for either target. It's boosted by the Life Orb as well, so the damage there, it's going to be able to take that Hisuian Arcanine down to its Sash immediately or do some really good damage just to soften up that Staraptor. The Intimidate, we mentioned it coming into the match, is really important just to weaken that attack stat on the Basculegion. It's probably out of range from picking up a knockout onto either of these Pokemon right now.
We're not going for a Tailwind or any sort of setup, though. We're all about that damage. And that's a dual wing beat that misses. That would have been a lot of damage. Just a KO into the Whimsicott, but now nothing done from the Staraptor. It's already down to half health, and it's a Basculegion that can follow up. Wave Crack, the double up into that bird is enough to claim Yuya the first KO in the match.
Yeah, the dual wing beat, really unfortunate miss there for Carrie. He would have undoubtedly picked up the knockout onto the Whimsicott, and like we said, the Intimidate quite crucial here. So going for the double up, really smart, not going for that Tailwind straight away. Now that Tailwind option has been removed from Carrie, and Basculegion barely hanging on with 1 HP from that recoil damage, allowing it another turn. It's immune to the extreme speed priority that the Arcanine's got on Carrie's side, and it is going to be able to fire off an Aqua Jet to get one last attack. But Carrie, knowing that, bringing in the Armor Tail Farigiraf, going to block that.
So you don't have any priority on this turn, but that's still a Basculegion. If you are looking at a swap out, come out later, could definitely be problematic. There is also still a Whimsicott that can set up a Tailwind.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I think you can go for the Tailwind, but would you want to do that in front of the Farigiraf that's threatening maybe a Trick Room here? Have you got enough in the tank to take down that Farigiraf in 2 hits? Probably not because of that Citrus Berry, because of the Intimidate. So Carrie in a position now where they can set that the Trick Room up, and it really deters Yuya from going for any sort of speed control of their own, because it would counteract what Carrie is trying to do.
Protect on the Arcanine, so Farigiraf is going to be the only one to attack, and it's not a Whimsicott attacking into the Farigiraf to try and take it down and prevent a Trick Room, but instead a double up into the Arcanine. Such a well-timed protect, and Farigiraf, we don't want to go for the Trick Room yet. Instead, Whimsicott avoided an attack last turn. It's time to break that Focus Sash now.
That's a really smart play from Carrie, catching that double attack into the Protect. Nice, getting the Psychic damage onto the Whimsicott. Now that probably puts it in range of an Extreme Speed from the Arcanine to remove it, okay? So that's really great. And then you can set up your Trick Room with the Farigiraf this turn, and then potentially if the Arcanine does go down, you're in a position to bring something you would think like that Sylveon in the back onto the field to start helping clear up and maybe getting you closer to maybe taking game 1.
Yeah, looking at it, the Arcanine, it hasn't even had its Focus Sash broken yet. So even if it goes for the Whimsicott and you can fire off one last attack with this Basculegion into it, because you only do get one attack with that Life Orb, its days are numbered. You wouldn't even be enough to take that Arcanine down. So it will just be a switch. So you could potentially do some good damage into something else like that Sylveon. If it is a potential double up into that spot, it could get tricky, but instead opting to preserve this Basculegion through the turn. Moonblast from the Whimsicott will be the first amount of damage into the Farigiraf, but again, this Giraffe is bulky, and sticking around means Trick Room can now be set.
Trick Room set up, the Sylveon coming in, a really nice, healthy space as well, not taking any damage on the incoming. So it's here going to be able to go for that Hyper Voice. It's going to be able to clear both the Basculegion and the Whimsicott, you would imagine. The Basculegion can stay and go for an Aqua Jet, but of course that Armatail's still active, so you're kind of blocked from really getting any value there. So if you are, you're probably just going to see this attack come out, let these two come out, and then bring in 2 fresh Pokemon the next turn, but not wanting to give up the Whimsicott just yet.
Whimsicott protects Helping Hand. Sylveon, there's 2 targets that have already been damaged in front of you. You can only take down 1. Basculegion stays as they come to an end. But with the protect on the Whimsicott, it'll stick around. But there's still so many more turns of this Trick Room to get through. Kingambit, though, way to start trying to get through that.
Kingambit coming in, a really nice response here, and the one thing that we saw in the team preview Yuya has access to is 4 attack Kingambit, so got the coverage to kind of go after a lot of different things, and you go after the Farigiraf here for super effective damage with the Kowtow Cleave, or go after that Sylveon with an Iron Head, and that's probably where you want to start targeting. You don't really worry about the offensive threat from the Farigiraf so much now. The Sylveon is the target. You want to try and remove that as quick as possible.
Farigiraf took that personally. We're not worried about the offensive threat. Well, that's going to be Farigiraf picking up a KO. Whimsicott is gone, but targeting down into the Sylveon does even out how much momentum each trainer is taking on this turn. That's going to be a clean 1-hit KO, but now it's Farigiraf still around in this Trick Room, and 2 Pokemon gone for Yuya. Floette, the last to join the field.
Yeah, now the Floette coming in, the Arcanine being preserved very smartly by Kerry, because it can come in now, like you mentioned before, it's still got the Focus Sash, so going to be at least able to take 1 attack. The Kingambit has got low kick, so that's going to do super effective damage into the Arcanine, probably take it down to the Sash, but it does give Arcanine the ability to fire back in return, and can it pick the target? Where do you go? Probably safer to go after the Kingambit because there's no Protect there. In case that Floette does Protect, though, you don't really want to target into that, although it is a big offensive threat right now.
It can protect, but going with the Mega Evolution says it might just want to go on the offensive and not leave that Kingambit out to dry. Helping Hand Arcanine looking to do the most amount of damage. Where it's going to be targeted to is the question. Low kick does a lot, not even enough to bring it down to that 1% Focus Sash activation as Head Smash in return. Targeting down the Floette. If it had protected, that could have been dangerous, but instead Floette will be down with 1 fell swoop.
Yeah, really good catch there from Kerry, going after the Floette, saying, okay, well, now I can stall out this Trick Room and then put my Arcanine in a position. As long as my Farigiraf's still in the field, I'm not going to be threatened by this Sucker Punch. But do you just say, okay, well, I'm just going to attack here? The problem is the Kingambit right now is going to be going before your Arcanine, being able to take it down. And if it's the Farigiraf versus the Kingambit, things aren't going to play out very well for you. So you've got to preserve that Arcanine. That is the way to get through and win this game.
It'll just be both Pokemon protecting to make sure the weakening dimensions a little bit more suited to Kerry's side of the board. As only 1 Pokemon remaining for Yuya. It's 100% Kingambit. 2 Pokemon left on the other side, though. I mean, the Farigiraf, when you're eyeing up what it can do is, well, not much. It can only go for these Helping Hands. So it's going to be the Arcanine that has to get the job all done by itself. Boosting the attack, Flare Blitz is enough to take down the Kingambit and claim Kerry the first game in this set.
Yeah, extremely well managed there from Kerry to get out of that really tough situation from those first 2 turns as the Staraptor went down. Timing the Trick Room really well, taking advantage of it. The Kingambit caused a lot of issues, but managing that end scenario so well, picking the right choices to go after as well at the right time. Like we say, the easy choice in a lot of scenarios would have been the Kingambit. There's no Protect there. Do you expect the Protect on the Floette? But no, staying tried, true, and tested to their convictions, going after the Floette, the smarter choice. Catching no Protect on that Pokemon and then stalling out the Trick Room. The Armatail pivotal in being able to allow Kerry the action though to close that game up.
And that's a big call as well, because if you targeted down into that Floette and it was a Protect, you have now accomplished nothing for the turn. The Kingambit targets down into that Arcanine, breaks the Sash, and all of a sudden it's a Floette that could do a lot of damage, or just the Kingambit to really be able to even the score with, again, a Farigiraf unable to touch that Kingambit. So big turn, a big swing at the end of it, but Kerry up 1 now in the set. 1 step closer to taking the win, but heading into game 2, can Yuya bounce back? Again, our only undefeated trainer in the field. You know he has the potential to win, but a little switch up of the leads for Kerry going into game number 2.
Yeah, Basket Legion coming out, and that Whimsicott from you here. And the Sylveon actually a little bit better because you saw the importance of the Hisuian Arcanine in that game 1, so you do want to protect it. The most important thing here is getting that Intimidate down onto the Basket Legion. It does really slow it down, especially when boosted by that Life Orb. So you can get some good damage onto it here. You could even go for a Tailwind of your own if you suspect that coming out, but I think it's better at this stage to just try and leverage this Staraptor, get it Mega Evolved, and get some damage onto the board. We saw that dual Wing Beats. If you can connect that this turn, that would be huge, but not going to happen. Protect from Whimsicott.
You got the lucky avoid in game number 1, but it won't be Carrie re-attempting to take care of the Whimsicott here. Instead, setting up Tailwind with the Staraptor. Hyper Voice, the follow-up. Whimsicott, again, will take no damage, but a good way to start chunking away at this Basque Legion. Of course, it will be the only one to attack. The Wave Crash does a lot of damage, but not nearly enough into the Sylveon.
Yeah, it's a really nice play from Carey here. You do take a lot of damage onto your Sylveon, but it's kind of done its job, right? It's put that Basque Legion into a position where you can use your Staraptor to go for the dual Wing Beat into that slot this next turn and pick it up. Even if the Whimsicott goes for a Tailwind to match the carries, then the Staraptor still outspeed that Basque Legion. There's always the threat as well of the Sylveon maybe switching out for Farigiraf coming in. So there's a hesitation about going for a last-ditch Aqua Jet here to waste it, you know? So that's something else to consider. Staraptor going to be removed, saved for later on.
Yeah, Farigiraf instead. This will be the Armor Tail to make sure any priority is stopped. And of course, just to swap out no Encore works. Double priority, Aqua Jet won't do anything at all. And Basque Legion goes down. Whimsicott taking so much damage. Fantastic switch coming up from Carey.
Yeah, amazing play from Carey, really identifying the two threats there. The Encore, big threat to lock you into that Tailwind, and then that Aqua Jet as well. And completely null and void. Now the Floette comes in. Now you've got to think that you has to go for the Tailwind with their Whimsicott to put that Floette into a stronger position. Thing that Carey could be smart about, they haven't got too many turns of their own Tailwind left, and if the Tailwind comes out from you, yeah, they will be elevated above the Pokemon on Carey's side. So Carey could technically go for a Trick Room a little bit earlier than what they're thinking here. Maybe protect the Sylveon Trick Room with the Farigiraf, and then although two Tailwinds are set up, you're still going to be underspeeding them with the Trick Room in effect going into the next turn.
Yeah, with these Tailwind Trick Room teams, sometimes on that last turn of Tailwind, we can see the Trick Room, so you can really make the most of any variety of speed mode your team has. But going for it early, if it is a Tailwind from Yuya, it would be evening the score and could be a really good heads-up play. Whether he goes for it, though, we'll have to see, because you also have to worry about the amount of damage Yuya can do on this turn. Floette, Mega Evolution, and that Fairy Aura. Quick attack. Another way to try and make sure that you are going to be outspeeding, and Whimsicott, already at low health, will be taken down. So you don't actually even have to worry about the Tailwind. You can just go ahead and play this with your own speed. Sylveon does get taken down, but Farigiraf still has an opportunity to attack Psychic. Floette will be shrugging off the hits, but still, that's another Pokemon gone from Yuya.
Yeah, much more direct route, and I kind of prefer that, to be honest, as well, because knowing that probably like the Kingambit in the back, if you do set the Trick Room up, it's going to benefit that, whereas now you're in a much stronger position where you've still got one turn of Tailwind left, you've denied it, and now you've got that Hisuian Arcanine in. We know a helping hand. Flare Blitz will get that Kingambit, and you're not so worried about what that Floette does if you are the Hisuian Arcanine, because you resist those fairy attacks.
Helping Hand, Arcanine, again, set up for success with two juicy targets in front of it. And with the Kingambit unable to protect, the Flare Blitz is more than enough to claim Carey his third KO in the match. It is all down to a Mega Floette, but too high of a hill to climb up. Dazzling Gleam, not enough damage. Arcanine's only having the sash broken now. This is all but done.
Yeah, I mean, Carey using their pieces, their tools so elegantly, so well in this match, and there we go.
A commanding game number 2. Carey D. Ortona to take the victory. Up here on the stage, we saw a great victory yesterday, and again, a stronger one here today. He is so well posed to win this all. This Hisuian Arcanine that's put in so much work and an expertly laid out plan.
Incredible. I mean, it just shows how comfortable Carey is with the team and the tools they have at their disposal. Getting everything right in that match as well. The timing of that Farigiraf switch in game 2 was perfect. It allowed then the Sylveon to remove the Basque Legion before it got any more value and really threaten that Whimsicott. And Carey knowing the calcs as well there, when that Fairy Aura is active, just enough to get that quick attack knockout onto that Whimsicott to deny the Tailwind coming out. So just, yeah, really well executed from Kerry, and going to be a formidable opponent for the rest of the field in the rest of day 2.
I mean, the Whimsicott, despite the fact that it had taken a lot of damage, it was still, I mean, Sylveon with the Quick Attack. Quick Attack isn't known for the craziest amount of damage out there, right? So if
normally to get those sashes, those 1 HP hang-ons and things like that, but that was a considerable amount of damage. I know it was a Whimsicott, but still, you've got to take your hat off to the Sylveon. It is doing its best out there, isn't it?
It really did. It really did. I've had it gone another way, but it's just still so expertly played for Kerry. Again, he's just looking so strong. But for Yuya, man, I'm sad we didn't get to see the Dragonite. I understand why not, but you know, I'm excited to potentially see him again later. Still such a cool team, such a cool, innovative piece of the team building. And to reach phase 2 undefeated, sure, maybe you weren't the victor in this match, but there was only one person undefeated on day 1, and you will still be able to hold that.
Yeah, there is that. Like you say, you can see why the Dragonite didn't come. It's not going to fare well into a Sylveon that Kerry's going to lean into quite heavily. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of other opportunities for you in the rest of the tournament to pilot that Dragonite to more success, because they've had such a phenomenal start this weekend. But I think Kerry kind of just going back to how they're playing it, when you look at the games that we've seen with them, they're not really leveraging or using the Mega Pokemon as their main attacking outlet, as their offensive threat, using it as more of a utility, and then there's that reliance on the other Pokemon like Hisuian Arcanine, like the Sylveon, and then the support roles that are played pivotal, like that Fergaraf, and how well Kerry knows the interactions. And yeah, it's just very, very well done and very impressed. And
what I think is really interesting with the team is because we haven't gotten to see the Staraptor do the craziest amount of impact, but that's also because it's the first target to be taken down, because you can't let it snowball, right? It is the perfect diversion. It gets taken down, all the other Pokemon sweep away the game. So I just really love this team and all the pieces to it. But of course, we need to hear from Kerry after that victory. Let's go catch up with him on the stage.
Hello, my name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Kerry D'Ortona, who is moving on in the competition, still in contention for Top Cut. How does it feel?
I'm feeling really good right now. I feel very focused, very good. Got a good night's sleep, got good conversations with all my friends, and I'm ready to play, ready to do good mons.
I mean, you were just telling me that backstage prior to this match, you were feeling a little nervous, but then, you know, the gears started turning and a plan started forming. So walk me through that. I mean, when we were talking about that matchup backstage, I was talking to Evan specifically. We were like, well, this kind of looks like that Charizard Floette team, but the Dragonite and the Sneasler really made it feel different.
Oh, 100%. Changes how it completely plays. Dragonite isn't as scary as Charizard on paper. I know I have Hisuian Arcanine, but it can get kind of awkward versus Charizard if they manage to remove it, because then I don't really have the best ways of removing it, unless I want to like start eating heat waves and trading damage, which isn't like super nice. So Dragonite does make it similar. I was a bit scared of the Sneasler, but I figured he would lean more into Basculegion and Whimsicott, so I wanted to lean more into Staraptor. I was thinking Raichu originally, but I'm like, it's too weak to Basculegion on lead, and at least with Harkanine and Staraptor, I'm able to get multiple plans into multiple leads.
Yeah, so let's go through that game 1, because I know the Staraptor did its best. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out, but that Trick Room really seemed to bail you out of a tough start.
So yeah, the dual wing bee, so it was kind of a call that turn, because he can either Moonblast, Aqua Jet, the Basculegion, the Harkanine, or he can double the Staraptor coin, like a Farigiraf swap or a Protect. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I think he's just going to double my Staraptor. If I remove Whimsicott, I should be in contention to just close out the game, because he doesn't have the damage. But then the miss happened, and I was like, oh, that's really bad. So, but I found the one way back in, which is to pressure Trick Room to force out the King Gambit, and then get the 50-50 right on if the Floette swings or not on that last turn.
And that Trick Room looks so good. I was very surprised you pivoted to Tailwind in game 2. Was that intentional? I mean, obviously it was intentional, but what was the thinking behind it?
So I wanted to adjust to Sylveon in case he went to a possible Dragonite changeup. I also really like leading Sylveon sometimes, because you can bait certain things from the opponent, and also pressured out the Basculegion to take a lot of damage, because the Whimsicott doesn't really want to set Tailwind that turn, because it's at risk of getting like dual wing beated, hyper voiced, like, or you clicking Tailwind and hyper voice. So it gets into an awkward position. I think the big turn was when I called the Aqua Jet Encore and I just swapped Farigiraf on the Staraptor. I was fine if he set Tailwind and swung with Bascu into my Sylveon, because I knew I could win that trade.
For sure, for sure. So, I mean, all of those decisions, all of those moves show that you have a lot of comfort with the team, and I think that's the kind of comfort you need to make it far in this tournament. How are you feeling overall?
I'm feeling really good. I really like this team. It reminds me a lot of my King Gambit Volcarona team back from Reg H. It just kind of flows, but I also feel like it has a lot of fundamentals that I've been learning across the season. Like I learned Farigiraf when I went to Orlando. I started learning how to do Tail Room back in Portland last season, so it just kind of combined a lot of the teams that I used previously and blended into one nice team with a lot of options.
And do you feel like you're falling back on those fundamentals in your matches throughout the weekend?
Overall, yes, but I'm also trying to implement new ones and get better and grow stronger because, like, nobody's perfect, right? You got to push yourself to be better every day, so that's the goal.
All right, well, Carrie, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Best of luck throughout the rest of this run. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
So I shouted out a ton of people yesterday, of course, Patrick Caden, and then all the others I shouted out. I did forget to shout out Marcus Haman. I really want to thank him because he gave me some great advice over the previous weeks in regards to how to approach certain matchups and his thoughts on the team. So I really want to thank him for that. And one more, sorry. And of course, my parents for allowing me to go here, and my Aunt Janet and Uncle Michael who are in the crowd right now. So thank you.
Awesome. Well, shout outs to everybody. Hello to your aunt and uncle out there. And hello to you watching at home. I'm sure you'd love to watch us break down that battle. So let's go check out Ben's battle breakdown back there in the analyst lounge.
Thank you so much, Gabby. We've got a battle to break down, but it's going to be moving on from the battle that we've just had. It was crazy. It was such a great way to start the match. I don't know what it is about the World Championships this year and starting off with a nice clean 2-0 on the stream. But we're here again. We're doing it again for Saturday here. But we've got such an amazing feature match here with Lee and Sierra going through that the other match that we had on our notables. Shohei versus Naoto. This is a world champion, a previous world champion showdown that we've got here coming up.
Oh, I was so excited when I saw this on Notables. I was telling Twitch chat, you gotta go check this out. And oh my gosh, absolutely amazing. Of course, we get to see a lot of the really strong meta teams, but again, there's a reason that they're just everywhere, right? And Shohei's just been so strong and consistent with his.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably one of the best players with this 6, to be honest. And I think the little micro decisions that they've made in putting items where they are, stats where they are, really make a huge difference when opponents are approaching this. From the kind of common trend that they would probably used to be seeing, I think that makes Shohei stand out from the rest, you know. This scenario here, they've just got a nice lead. Activate that Sun, get that Chlorophyll ability active, and then the Venusaur is going to be threatening Sleep Powder or attacks onto Shohei's side of the field. Yes, the Garchomp is threatening the Charizard, but pretty easy protect here from the Charizard just to free up that Venusaur for a turn. Yeah, so the trouble is if you start protecting the Garchomp, you take the pressure away from the Charizard. Your King Gambit's not looking like it's going to take an attack all too well. And this is what we play for sometimes, is just that Sleep Powder avoid there. Charizard, though, trained for seeing that coming, going down to just 1%. Yeah, the problem here is now, yes, you can go for the Heat Wave, the King Gambit, nice, smart protect from Shohei, but you're going to get a second chance at this Sleep Powder, but the Charizard's days are kind of numbered until that King Gambit is removed, and your primary way to remove that King Gambit was always going to be the Charizard, so it becomes a little bit more difficult for Naoto. Can they weave in their own Garchomp in this scenario? It's difficult, because if you get caught with a Kowtow Cleave on the switch in, things become increasingly difficult. Yeah, and like, do you even go for the Sucker Punch in this position? Like, you know, both players can see this coming at this point, right?
That's kind of one of the things, though, is yes, you can see it coming from a mile out, but sometimes when the play is just so obvious, well, if you got to think ahead, right? If I can just Sucker Punch to the Charizard and that is just the most obvious play, do they actually switch it out? Because if you all of a sudden make the heads up play, well, I don't think they'll Sucker Punch because that's too obvious. You can get so much mileage. But it looks like not Sucker Punching was the right call here because Charizard will protect. It's just so clean, so obvious. But Venusaur, okay, it wasn't a miss, just a well-timed swat from Shohei. But Venusaur has not actually accomplished anything, which feels really bad in this match.
I feel like this is, like, Shohei was on round 8 yesterday in this Charizard Floette mirror, playing up against it. And he's just, you can see how well practiced he is. It's like, not just switching the Whimsicott in to catch the Charizard going for a Protect and put that Encore pressure on, but then also knowing to like, hey, that slot's probably going to be playing passive, like this is the opportunity to try to get some damage down into the Venusaur and really like try to further the board position rather than like go into the Protect and not really make any progress.
Yeah, now you've got the scenario where Shohei can set up that Tailwind. Garchomp going to be ahead of everything, even that Venusaur in the sun, and just draw out a Rock Slide, which does force the switch to Garchomp coming in here.
Actually, the double, okay. The double pivot's always an interesting one because it's nothing really gained except for the pivoting, right? But an instant in for that Intimidate drop is big. But Tailwind on the other end, that's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of pressure. And you can see how much that Intimidate pays off, but still, like an Earthquake next turn can do so much.
Yeah, it's like, and do you want to bring, if you're Naoto, you're bringing the Garchomp in because you kind of need to, right? You're like expecting the Rock Slide because the Charizard's just protected. You're expecting maybe that little bit of spread pressure. You want to bring the Garchomp in because that's going to take those attacks, but equally, Naoto's like on the uphill battle because you're bringing that into a Whimsicott that could just go for a Moonblast on the next turn. And especially when the Tailwind then gets set up, that's 2 turns in a row that Shohei hasn't let Naoto get away with the defensive plays and has managed to aggressively switch their board position up and try to find a little bit more position.
And you have to fake out for the 1, but I ended up into the Whimsicott instead. Means it's a Garchomp that can just go for the attack. And Earthquake, again, the Intimidate's just done so much work, but it's Shohei that consistently getting more and more momentum if there isn't a big swing from the Garchomp from Naoto here.
Yeah, you've got to imagine the Dragon Claw here is going to be enough, but I think the Earthquake really smart there from Shohei to know where you're going to put the opposing Garchomp. Is it now in range? After that rough skin damage, after the Life Orb recoil there, is it going to be in range of a Sucker Punch? Now you can just bring your Kingambit onto the field. Sucker Punch, get rid of that Kingambit, and Incineroar's also taking a lot of damage as well. It's going to be in range of a Moonblast, so it's a pretty easy cleanup for you, and you don't have really too much reliance even on Tailwind at this point. Although they're saying that the Citrus Berries probably put the Incineroar just out of range from the Citrus Berry. But still the Garchomp threatened, and you've got 2 Pokemon in the back in the red as well, so they're not going to be able to come in and have the impact like you would want them to.
Can I just call out the Earthquaking yourself play? I think this is something that's like
so much
across all of Phase 1 yesterday, and it's one of those things that like I feel like if you're at home and you're playing on the ladder and you're thinking like, oh, I can't Earthquake because I've got something next to me that I might be damaging. Like, I think Shohei's doing a really great job of showcasing why that's so important to actually, like, hang on a second, damaging myself, not too much of a problem if it gets enough damage on my opponent.
That's exactly it. It's like the risks, right? And Earthquaking next to the Whimsicott isn't the biggest risk. It's going to take the hit so well. But we also did get to see the why it could be so dangerous in yesterday's matches. But so much damage into this Incineroar over time. Incineroar is just bye-bye, Incineroar.
Yeah, this isn't even that bad. You think, okay, well, Kingambit's going to take the Earthquake, but it's still all right. The Garchomp's going to take another tick of that recoil.
If it wasn't Incineroar taken down, that would have just been Garchomp KOing its own partner Pokemon.
Right, but this is the thing. Like, you know, Naoto knows that. Yeah, we're in Tailwind right now, and the likelihood is that Incineroar goes down. But if Shohei decided to target into that Garchomp instead, Earthquake doesn't matter, right? Because the Garchomp's gone down, and then the Incineroar gets to act instead. And so Naoto is sort of like holding their ground in that position and saying, well, okay, pick one of the KOs. I get some major like damage off onto your side of the field, and I know like from there I get to plan my end game with whatever I get to achieve on that turn.
Yeah, and now there's an almost pinned position. You want to get the Charizard onto the field to activate that Chlorophyll ability, so it puts the Venusaur ahead. It's so low health though. The one thing you can take advantage of is that Sleep Powder potentially. Sucker Punch won't engage, but while this Tailwind is in effect for at least one more turn, it is going to be pressuring a knockout, an easy knockout onto that Venusaur. Garchomp's waiting the Moonblast coming from the Whimsicott, and then you've got a very low health Charizard to come in the back. Yeah. And yeah, it's looking great for Shohei, not so much for Naoto, and I don't know if there's a way back for them right now.
And you don't always see this situation where it's like Whimsicott's kind of the most dangerous thing on the field now because
scary.
Like all of Naoto's Pokemon are in range of a Moonblast, right? But also in range of a Sucker Punch. That King Gambit is boosted by the black glasses as well, so it's certainly going to take a chunk out of anything. But there's not many chunks left on Naoto's side to take anything out of, right?
We got like a combined 35% through their 3 remaining Pokemon in terms of that health pool, but a good protect and assumingly a good swamp as well. Kowtow.
Pulls it.
No Sucker Punch. All right, we're down to, if we had 35% before, we had 34% with the Charizard being KO'd.
We're slowly getting there.
We're getting there.
Yeah, and you know, like any offensive threat from the Venusaur is covered from the King Gambit with a Sucker Punch if you want to protect your Whimsicott. And I think even a Moonblast is going to be enough to take down the Venusaur even though it's resisted. So you're quite easily able here just to Sucker Punch the Venusaur, cover that. Even if a Sleep Powder does come out, it's only putting your King Gambit to sleep. And then the following turn after you Moonblast the Garchomp, you're going to be able to clean up with the Venusaur.
We still don't know what's in the back for Shohei, right? We've only seen 3 Pokemon so far. And Tailwind will you know, take away the pressure that the Venusaur's putting on, as well Encore coming down onto it there, locking it into
It's
protect.
the double protect though.
Double protect, getting it, you know, fair play, but here's the Sucker Punch into the Garchomp. We know that that's in range, that's going down. King Gambit going down to 7%, but 7% is easily going to be enough for Shohei to lock up this game. I feel like Naoto played really well against a different opponent in this particular match, right? If Shohei hadn't made so many like really aggressive like reads, really pushing forward in that game, like it looks like Shohei just, you know, made every read turn after turn, right? But these matches can go differently every single time.
Sticking it out, we get the swap too, so that does give us and Naoto that information that it was the Charizard. I feel like it's pretty well to be assumed, but you now have that going into game 2.
It's not like, you wonder how much of that is like a little bit of conditioning.
Oh,
yeah,
oh, we're getting the mind game.
In the mind games, like how do you play the mind games, right? Do you want to keep your opponent guessing, or do you want to say like, hey, by the way, I brought Charizard too, right? You've got to be careful of it going into game 2.
Ooh, okay, we're getting big brain here. Okay, I mean, makes sense, world champion, it checks out, but game 2.
Same leads again. So, you know, both of these trainers, I loved going into these game 2s where it's exactly the same leads coming out from both trainers because, like, the branching paths of a match are so wide, right? What decisions do you make? Also, just the Sleep Powder hit this time, right? And like, how does the targeting go? So, like, there's so many different ways that this can go. And even though the leads look the same, like, where we're going to go from here is probably going to be totally different.
We got to see that in Carrie's match yesterday. It was 3 games, 3 identical leads, but very, very different games. And I really do love being able to see that run back. Getting into this one, though, I mean, if we get a connect, that could be everything. But if it's mistargeted into the Whimsicott, we already got that swap. And that could also... All right, so we're just not Sleep Powdering anything this turn. Okay, it's Protect from Garchomp, so nothing sleeps.
It's a safer player as well for the Garchomp to be in a stronger position the next turn. You Tailwind with the Whimsicott, you get that...
Ooh!
That's big.
That's going to be sticking around a turn longer now. The problem is, I don't know if the Garchomp's got enough in the tank to be able to remove that Venusaur in one hit, so it probably is going to be able to execute the Sleep Powder one more time, but is it going to hit? That's the big question. We saw how much of a wasted turn it was from game 1 when it didn't connect. If you want to just prioritize getting damage on the board, that's a big decision I think Naoto needs to make here.
Well, you've got some compounding probabilities as well, right? Because the Whimsicott can go for a Tailwind. It's still got its Sash intact. And so with a Tailwind, and the chance of if a Rock Slide comes out and the Rock Slide gets the chance to flinch the Venusaur, and there's the chance of missing the Sleep Powder, like Shohei's sort of compounding those odds or the potential of those odds in play. But with the Incineroar coming in, really nice play from Naoto, just making sure, like, yeah, that Venusaur does get a few turns to go for it.
Yeah, but there is still, you know, that odds of the flinch, because Incineroar is not stopping that. But if you want to talk about odds, we can always just miss, right? We got to count for that one as well. So Venusaur, we don't have to worry about the flinch at all. And the opportunity to go for the Sleep Powder if you hit it with... another miss!
This is heartbreaking for Naoto. Like, and And like, let's be clear, right? You put Sleep Powder on knowing that it can miss, like, but you still have to commit to it. And we've got to shout this out, right? Because even though it's not working in this match, right, it still it doesn't make it the wrong move to have on the Venusaur, right? Having Earth Power instead wouldn't be, you know, better in this particular matchup. So Naoto's using the tools and using the tools correctly, but just not getting the backup of what's happening in the match.
It's one of those unlucky components of the current regulation that we're in, that some of the most powerful moves just have that inherent chance to miss, and that's always the give or take. You see trainers sometimes opt into those less powerful moves to not avoid missing, but Sleep Powder, you're kind of stuck with it, right? You just kind of go for it, but to have the Sleep Powder miss, the Heat Wave miss, that one is just tough. And now Shohei can just swing at the Pokemon again. Incineroar again takes the hit, but we're just doing the damage over time, and Naoto's not really been able to accomplish much in this match.
Not so far. Better resource management this time around, but really wants to put that Garchomp to sleep, going for that Sleep Powder again. Great protect from Shohei. There was the impending threat of the fake out there, so it made sense to just delay things. You've now got a position where is the Garchomp going to get put to sleep again? Is Naoto going to start going for some attacks here? Because you've got the opportunity and had the opportunity a number of times to go after that Whimsicott or go just after the Garchomp and start damaging it, because at some point you're going to have to get damage onto it. I know once it's asleep, that's great, but how many turns of sleep are you going to get? And are you going to get any value out of it? Keep missing. I think you've got to change your track a little bit.
Another attack. Incineroar sticks around. Do we hit the Sleep Powder this time? We get another miss. No. Venusaur's not hitting at attacks, but it's not really getting hit either. At what point do you just call it fair, right?
Venusaur's just sitting there enjoying the sun. Like, it's just having a good time down there.
Venusaur wins by doing absolutely nothing.
There, finally, we get it.
Round of applause for Venusaur.
We've got it.
We got it. Even our casters on the other side are cheering. Is it too late, though?
Well, no.
No, not at all. Yeah, I think the parting shot now into the Garchomp quells it, and now you get the Charizard back in a really comfortable position.
Right, and so like this is one of the things about Sleep turn order, right? In coming into Pokemon Champions, Sleep had a little bit of a nerf. It's one turn less at most overall. But also, there's always been that thing, like Amoonguss has been the premier Spore Pokemon because it puts Pokemon to sleep after they've used a move. You don't get that guaranteed tick until the next turn. And this is what's happened with this Garchomp, right? It's got to take its guaranteed turn now. Charizard feels really nice coming in. Hopefully it's put its glasses on and maybe can hit a Heat Wave this time onto that Whimsicott, take it down to Sash and start doing some stuff. But this Venusaur then now has an opportunity to, instead of missing a Sleep Powder, miss a Leaf Storm instead, going into this Garchomp.
Why are we putting this into the universe?
You know, I don't want to cast curse it, but you know, it was here waiting for me. Let's see if I hope it doesn't come to pass. But
It's swapped out. You had to be worried about that encore, right? So Switch makes so much more sense. We don't want to be locked into a move that majority of the time we aren't hitting anyways. So a switch around, Whimsicott down to Sash, Garchomp. We're looking at maybe just even taking it out before it can even wake up, because a fake out and just another Heat Wave will be enough to drop the Pokemon and even just claim a double KO for Naoto.
Yeah, and one of the unfortunate things about those continuous Sleep Powder misses and into protects is the timing. Naoto getting the Charizard back onto the field. You can see the sun's just faded, so if you are Naoto, yes, you've got the opportunity. You can just go for a Heat Wave again, just get rid of the Whimsicott. Or you could get the Charizard out, maybe fake out into that Whimsicott and hope that the Garchomp stays asleep. The other option is you could potentially try and get a parting shot, another one into that Garchomp here, expecting maybe the Whimsicott to be a bit more passive this turn.
Yeah, definitely. It's got the option to protect. I think like this is yet another read that these players have to make, and I feel like we've talked about it quite a lot. The reads that you have to make to keep ahead of the game, especially in these mirrors. The small advantages that you take in these particular mirror matches, and like when you switch from like this, playing on the offensive to playing on the defensive to try and catch your opponent off guard are so critical.
You'll stay sleep past the protect though, so it's gonna take a lot of damage, critical hit as well, and just another parting shot. So even if we woke up like on the next turn when it does, it's just really not doing much.
The cool thing here though is that Incineroar, like usually it's not a benefit for Incineroar to be on low health, but when you want to reset the sun, and the Garchomp's been sleeping for a couple of turns, could be kind of nice. You know, you bring the Incineroar back in, it takes a Moonblast, it takes a Rock Slide, it takes an Earthquake, comes back out, and you can bring the Charizard, set up the Sun, set up the Venusaur, start putting yourself on the offensive again.
Yeah, and even if it does manage to survive the turn on the switch in, you don't mind either because you've got Fake Out to take advantage of. So it can give you the room to reposition really well. And yeah, things gone a lot better for Naruto in this game with that Venusaur. But like you say, Ben, I think the priority here is to try and get that Sun set up again. The Whimsicott's going to be susceptible to any sort of attack now because it has just protected. So I think now could be a good time. You see that Charizard go out, like you say, the Incineroar come onto the field. Venusaur maybe go after that Garchomp because that is the offensive threat. Even with those Intimidators with partner shots, it's still got the life orb. It's still going to be, you know, a threat, especially if Shohei decides to switch it out, maybe keep it for the last part of this game.
I also wonder what's in the back as well, right? Because if it's Garchomp, if it's King Gambit and Charizard in the back, and Naoto's able to preserve Garchomp and Charizard, that's a really good matchup to have at full HP in the back, right? And so, yeah, you kind of prefer to have your Incineroar come in to take a Rock Slide. That Garchomp's going to be at like -4 by now, right?
Yeah, -4, yeah, I think.
Something like that. It's going to be at minus all of it now because it is gone from the field. But no Flint, Garchomp's gone. You can finally bring in something that can actually do a little bit more damage. Whimsicott set up with a Tailwind. Incineroar 2 notably didn't go down. So yeah, you have the active Fake Out on the turn, but that whole bring it in, let it be KO'd, bring in the Charizard for free, set the Sun, kind of be able to go, isn't really quite the option there anymore. But it will be. Shohei did bring the Charizard in match number 2.
Yeah, so maybe that's like, you know, also works for both of these trainers, right? Shohei's got the Tailwind and the Charizard to put a bunch of pressure on, but that's only going to last a few turns. And you know, with the Incineroar coming in and actually surviving that attack, the Fake Out is in play. It's going to slow down the game a little bit. And again, we've got that read whether or not the Whimsicott goes down to the Fake Out on this turn, or if you go for a Fake Out into the Charizard and just attack into the Venusaur with the Venusaur and try and get some damage down onto the board. It's not a bad idea to start like locking into Sludge Bomb in this spot to try and get some damage down. If you're like just a little bit ahead on damage, both of these Charizards have Ancient Power, and so when you play up against each other, just like that little bit of extra chip really does help.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if you just see Shohei just go for that double protect with the what was impending Fake Out from the Incineroar that has just switched out now. It is going to Mega Evolve. And no Protect's coming out, just a straight Moonblast into the Venusaur. But with the Tailwind, you don't mind Mega Evolving, bringing that Sun into play because you're going to be faster than the Venusaur anyway.
Oh, the Charizard, the Heat Wave of Venusaur goes down to no Sludge Bombs, nothing else. And yeah, it could have been the Fake Out, but trying to bring the Charizard in instead, that's a lot of damage on that turn, and the Pokemon just gone now.
Yeah, and just more real reads coming out from Shohei, and like it's so impressive to be quite so accurate so consistently, especially at this level of competition, right? And just you know, taking those turns to be like, well, last time I was here, I played on the defensive. This time I'm going to play on the offensive and try and get something done. And hey, like sometimes you get punished for those kind of reads in the turn, but if you get them right, and especially in this matchup, you get so much advantage to be able to come through.
There's also the plays that you'd make when you're up a game in a set that you would never do when you're down, right? If you're up the game in the set, you can play that little bit more aggressive and go for those plays that would advance your board state just so much more and call out your opponent trying to find that small window of opportunity, right? So being up that game and having that little bit more wiggle room, you can see the more aggressiveness coming out, and being able to get rid of something like that Venusaur, I think just puts you in such a great spot. I mean, you still have to worry about the Garchomp and stuff, but you have that Tailwind, you have a full health Charizard.
Yeah, I think here, if you're, it's a tricky scenario because I think if you're Shohei, you want to get initial damage onto the Garchomp, so when that King Gambit comes back onto the field, it's going to be threatening a knockout with a Sucker Punch. The Whimsicott's really quite important here, maybe why Shohei's saying, well, end game is going to be my Whimsicott. We do see the Garchomp because of that threat protects here, which might open the door for an Ancient Power, which...
Oh.
Do we get the boost? That's the question.
I've never seen the boost.
Are we about to see the boost? We see the KO.
I don't think we get the boost.
No. No boost.
No boost for you, buddy.
I've seen so many. Have you ever seen the boost? Have either of you ever seen the boost?
But not on a stream. But
not on a stream. But you've seen it in game.
I have in game. Yeah.
Does the boost even exist?
I'm not sure it does.
I've not seen it in Champions, so it's.
I don't know. Some of these players, they've been playing Charizard for a while. They must get the boost sometime. I've never seen it.
For those watching at home, you have 3 analysts all shrugging right now. Hands up. But we'll see. We'll see another one. We'll see another one come through as we're speeding up the end of the match. We got more to go with, but it seems just at this point, 2 Ancient Powers coming on through, a second KO on the board. Kind of just a little too much for this Garchomp to be able to do. I mean, no one's up, but Whimsicott hits the field and.
Preservation of the Whimsicott so important. Now you've got the double up, the Moonblast, the Sucker Punch. Going to be enough to lock it up. And this is just, you know, Shohei knowing the team inside out, knowing their win cons so down to a T, just making them such a great player.
Congrats, Shohei. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's
He's
like
so good.
just completely textbook there at the end, and just like taking the advantage that you create across the game, and then just trading as successfully as you can, like switching where you need to, preserving the right bits just so you can get to the end game. Absolutely textbook.
It's incredible. He's a world champion for a reason.
100%.
Could be a 2-time world champion for a reason.
All right.
Good, right?
Well,
He could.
let's see what we've got. We've got our next round of Swiss coming right up. So we're going to kick it over to the casters to get this championship rolling.
That's right, they are both world champions for a reason, and I have to say my record for Ancient Power boosts in one game is 2. And let me tell you, it felt disgusting.
Yeah, you know, why don't you just have like 2 Charizards at once, right? I think I've done the same thing, although many years ago. I think in a battle about 20 years ago I hit it. So I'm due. Game whenever you're ready.
Whenever you're ready, game. But our players are just about ready to hop into our Swiss round 10. Let's take a look at the matchups out on the field. Of course, we are heading into our win and in round. All of these players at 8 wins, 1 loss. They just need 1 more win to qualify for the top cut later today. And we will be watching 2 of Europe's strongest trainers right now, Antonio Sanchez and Giovanni Piscitelli.
Yeah, these 2 trainers, among the last who at least have a little bit of slack remaining, where not eliminated by losing this game, really tight in this field now, where a majority of the trainers are going to need to win out in order to make the top cut. Still have a couple more Swiss rounds after this one, where you do need to continue to have 2 or fewer losses. So, yeah, it's crunch time now.
Yeah, there are some impressive elimination matches out there in the field. I don't know if y'all had time to see at the bottom of that list, there was Maddie Morgan versus Emilio Forbes, 2 of the strongest competitors at the World Championships in general, like multiple top cuts. Of course, Emilio made it to the finals. Both of them are on tournament life right now. One of them will be going home. One of them will continue for the opportunity to compete for the top cut.
Yeah, it's just how it is at this point in the World Championships, right? I think even way back to round 1, players are kind of commenting, man, this is a terrible matchup I've gotten against this really good opponent. But yeah, I mean, it's the best players in every region, right? Every round is going to be really challenging. And I think even maybe some of the trainers who don't have that sort of accolade on their resume already, they got here for a reason, right? And hey, maybe this weekend, that trainer's even more dangerous than someone who's been historically better, right? It's all about being hot at the right time, knowing your team at the right time. And these trainers have been the best of the weekend so far.
Yeah, this is where your champion's legacy begins at the World Championships. And we have 2 incredible trainers from Europe competing to make it into the top cut here on stage. Antonio Sanchez from Spain versus Giovanni Piscitelli from Italy. And this is an incredible matchup. I'm excited to see these 2 teams go up against each other, because you have on Giovanni's side, you have the classic Big 6. And then for Antonio, you have the other style of balance team with Toxapex that has really picked up heading into this tournament.
Yeah, and I think to an extent, part of why it's picked up is like you kind of like this matchup, right? I don't think it's like super favored or anything. You have some fun tools in this matchup. Cinnabar is often pretty good. Toxapex has some opportunity to make some plays here. So it'll be fun to see how these teams interact. Also kind of just a great showcase of this regulation, right?
Yeah.
Where even though all 12 of the Pokemon in this game were available in Regulation MA, with the upgrades they could have gotten, Life Orb potentially being a big benefit, although actually I believe only one of the 2 trainers actually has one. These teams have kind of been the teams to beat in this regulation in a lot of ways, from the perspective of just sort of having the most raw power.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Antonio's team first here. This is going to be the Toxapex variant of the Charizard team. And actually kind of a throwback here. We are actually seeing the Solar Beam still on Charizard, with a lot of players opting to remove Solar Beam for the mirror matchup, going for Ancient Power instead.
Yeah, it's kind of fun where it would be a really strong Regulation MA throwback, except for this team archetype hadn't really been discovered then, where we kind of wound up on this group of 6 Pokemon because of Wolf's NAIC run, which did not involve quite the same team. So even though you could have played this back then, I wasn't. But yeah, we still have the Solar Beam on Charizard. Typically we see that removed when Venusaur is present, so a bit of a throwback there. Also have the Choice Scarf on Garchomp. It's a good number of options you could choose, but again, the thing that's really interesting to me here, no Life Orb, right? Kind of one of the big boosts in power that teams got with Regulation MB. Instead opting for different ways to influence the battlefield with his held items.
Yeah, no Life Orb here, and some really interesting techs for some of these more traditional Pokemon. Sylveon has dropped Hyper Beam in favor of Yawn. So sometimes you see Hyper Voice and Hyper Beam with Yawn, but no Quick Attack. Antonio has opted to keep Hyper Voice and Quick Attack and drop Hyper Beam, dropping that huge damage in favor of the more supportive Yawn. And also, you have to shout this out because you have the Solar Beam on Charizard. Venusaur is not carrying a Grass-type attack, instead opting for Earth Power and Sludge Bomb to potentially help out against Pokemon like King Gambit, or even, as we've been seeing, that Hisuian Arcanine.
Yeah, the Basket Legion on the other side of the field may have tears in its eyes, but tears of joy, where it's like, what do you mean there's no grass moves? Interesting way to build this team out. So I think it'll be sort of fun to watch how this plays out, where players tend to have like really strong flowcharts into the most common team archetypes. I think things are just enough different here, where maybe it's going to cause his opponent to kind of need to think a little bit harder about this one, where even though it's a bunch of familiar faces, they are executed a little bit differently than normal.
Yeah, well, here is Giovanni Piscitelli on your screen here, going for the new version of Charizard and Floette that has the Ancient Power, and also going for the 3 attacks version of Floette, not the Calm Mind version that was seen early on, especially in Regulation MA. Like you mentioned, you gotta see that Life Orb on Garchomp, the big change for Regulation MA, giving Garchomp so much more power and more offense at the expense of some of its health.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so powerful, where we've seen throughout the course of the weekend how effective it is, too. Kind of just becomes maybe the most reliable attacker in the format in a lot of ways, too. Certainly rocks like Cannon will miss, but the other moves, perfect accuracy, lots of damage. Kind of even if you miss a prediction, you still kind of move forward in the battle in a positive way. And again, the grass-type moves to me are just such a fun story of the team preview here, where, of course, it's the Charizard that doesn't have the Venusaur, but it has the Ancient Power attack. So, maybe, again, allowing the Pokemon who are weak to water-type attack, or grass-type attacks a little bit better, but that's one interesting tweak of the Toxapex version of a team. You don't really want grass-type attacks against this team anyway. There's not a whole lot to do with it, so it may help the Big 6 in this matchup a little bit here, where I'm kind of like teched out of the moves that he doesn't need here anyway.
Well, here we are getting ready for our first game of this win and in to Top Cut at the World Championships. And of course, Giovanni will be leading with the classic Garchomp and Charizard lead, facing down Incineroar and Charizard from Antonio. So getting that Intimidate down onto that Life Orb Garchomp is huge, but lots of Rock-type pressure against these 2 Rock-weak Pokemon.
Yeah, Rock's not looking really good here, and I saw those 2 Pokemon, by the way, caught the double, the champion tiered there. He's been practicing on the Pokemon champion in-game ladder.
Absolutely, but now you see you have the Garchomp and Charizard able to fire off Rock Slides, Earthquakes, and Ancient Powers. This Incineroar looking pretty spooked out by this.
And either of the Fire-type Pokemon are really going to be able to do a whole lot on Tony's side of the field. So probably not the lead matchup he was hoping for, but you're never going to be too shocked when you play a team like this and you end up against Charizard and Garchomp on turn 1. They're one of the most powerful lead combinations we've seen, so I'm sure he has a pretty choreographed game plan for what to do if this occurs.
Yeah, and first and foremost, it's get Charizard off the field. Staring down both the Garchomp and Charizard, bringing in his own Garchomp is Antonio. That will allow the Choice Scarf Garchomp to be faster than both the Charizard and Garchomp from Giovanni. As Giovanni will go ahead and Mega Evolve his Charizard there, gets the Sun on the field, while Garchomp will flinch to the Fake Out from Incineroar. Here is the Ancient Power. Giovanni knows that Antonio is not going to just give up that damage on Charizard, instead connects onto the Incineroar. down below half, which will allow Incineroar to heal up with its Citrus Berry.
A decent bit of damage in the Incineroar, though, and that could help out here. You know, a lot of Pokemon on this team that potentially don't want to be intimidated, so getting that damage down early. And also, you kind of just know, there's no way I'm going to be allowed to Ancient Power the opposing Charizard, so I might as well take that damage on the Incineroar. But now these Choice Scarf Garchomp has entered the battlefield, and seeing what move it locks into will be very interesting. Certainly, the Charizard would love to maybe try to get some sneaky more damage off here. If you maybe it's like, hey, you know, my opponent will also not allow me to get that free Rock Slide. Probably going to go into a Dark Dragon Claw onto the opposing Garchomp. So hey, you know, maybe I could just leave Charizard out here. I don't really care that much about the Dragon Claw. Also good to go. Just protect the Scout here, which is always kind of the weakness of these choice Pokemon. But instead, we're going to see a switch immediately.
Yeah, bringing in the King Gambit here, a perfect switch in if you expect to be tanking any Rock Slides from that Choice Scarf Garchomp. Actually going to see all 4 Pokemon from Antonio now, as it's going to be Toxapex on the field. The Garchomp on Giovanni's side will protect here, had reduced attack, and catches the Dragon Claw. So Antonio locking into Dragon Claw, Giovanni getting the King Gambit out on the field and feeling pretty good about that turn.
Yeah, I think a lot of great things there. I mean, King Gambit's a great switch kind of no matter what there. Right? If you get it wrong and it is a Rock Slide, King Gambit's going to take that really well too. I guess the only disadvantage is now the best Pokemon on your team to switch into the Dragon Claw, unless one of the 2 Fairy-type Pokemon are in the back, which relatively unlikely with this sequencing. You know, you're going to have to take a Dragon Claw with something in that slot, but looking pretty good now. And we also see an interesting combination with the Toxapex and the Garchomp entering the field together for the first time. We saw the weakness of the Choice Scarf on that turn, where the Scouting switch was pretty easy, and now this is going to be a predictable turn, but potentially the option eventually for Toxapex to trap something with Infestation, which makes it much easier to actually connect with a choice attack.
Yeah, unfortunately, the King Gambit on the field is actually quite happy to see Toxapex on the other side. But like you mentioned, nothing really wants to tank that Dragon Claw on the switch, and the Charizard taking over almost 50% there, while Garchomp takes a critical hit, Kowtow Cleave in return. And by switching out, this Charizard is now trapped on the field with Toxapex. And if you're the Toxapex player, you love trapping your opponent's Charizard on the field.
Yeah, probably not as excited about that critical hit, though. Now in danger of potentially a knockout from Sucker Punch onto that Garchomp. He's like probably fairly close. And another weakness of that Choice Scarf. I guess we're kind of talking around it, but if you're not familiar with this held item, you know, you only have you can't use non-attacking moves, right? So very difficult to play against Sucker Punch with that, because you're guaranteed to connect if you don't switch that Pokemon out. So Garchomp potentially pretty checked here. I think he's taking just a little bit too much damage to feel safe, but Toxapex on the other hand looking much better, where not too threatened by any of these Pokemon. You can keep spreading those infestations, maybe go for a Toxic or something. But also, you know, Toxapex works slowly, right? And it's going to be that other slot that's in some danger.
Absolutely, and the King Gambit showing that it is happy to take swings into any Pokemon on Antonio's side. There's the Sucker Punch. It will be enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp. A little bit more chip damage back from the Rough Skin onto the King Gambit will start adding up, as there is another Ancient Power. Boost. There you go, Ben. See the boost on the Ancient Power there, but maybe a little bit too little too late for this Charizard. It is already at low health and has been infested by the Toxapex. But at the same time, if you get to fire off a +1 attack from that Charizard, you're going to deal big damage to whatever comes out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch this one, where Charizard just healthy enough where it can survive 2 more turns of Infestation, still get an attack off. So, like, reasonably likely he'll maybe get a single swing. And yeah, I mean, Charizard, one of the most powerful attackers in this format, without all of its stats being boosted by 1 level. So even one Weather Ball could do a lot of damage here, but you have to try to find it. There still is that Incineroar in the back who could try to both stall a little bit with the fake out to force the Charizard to protecting here, and you'll get 1 more turn of Infestation damage. But also, you know, if the Charizard doesn't protect, it would do enough damage to cause it to survive 1 fewer turn. However, King Gambit coming in here being intimidated, not looking so intimidated at all after the Defiant boost, and now doing enough damage, at least maybe Toxapex is a little uncomfortable with being hit with the Kowtow Cleave.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Charizard getting that speed boost in addition to the special attack boost. Of course, Ancient Power does have the opportunity to boost all of your stats. Makes it so hard for Antonio to position here until that Charizard is off the field. It can pick up KOs on basically anything except for the Toxapex at this point.
Yeah, and the Incineroar is actually kind of in an awkward spot. The fake out is going to land, though. That's actually fairly huge.
Yeah, huge fake out there. Just the additional damage, getting additional chip onto the Charizard. The low kick, not enough damage to pick up the KO onto Incineroar even after the Defiant boost. And there is the double up. Toxic onto the Charizard. That plus the fake out plus a turn of Infestation should be enough to pick up the KO here.
It's really close.
It might be just like 1 hit point away, actually.
Yeah, I think it's just shy. One nice, just miss it.
Just misses.
Yeah, I think one thing is really neat too about the Toxapex, kind of forget about it, but Toxic is normally not a perfectly accurate attack. It does always hit from this Toxapex, so you know that this play is fairly safe. But yeah, Charizard, because of the defense boost from the Ancient Power, just barely able to survive and potentially pick up a knockout here. I think very likely we will see a painful bunker here as Toxapex wants nothing to do with that, but the Incineroar, I assume, cannot protect. So that 13% not looking real sturdy here.
Yeah, it's a question of do you give up your Incineroar or your Charizard at this point if you are Antonio, and it has to be the Incineroar.
Well, it can protect, actually. I'm sorry. So typically we only see that on teams with Parasong, but you have the option just to stall that out and let the Charizard go. Another adaptation that's pretty interesting. This team, we missed that during the team preview.
Yeah.
But it does make sense next to Toxapex, right? Where if you want to play these more defensive sort of win conditions, it gives you an option you wouldn't otherwise have. So Incineroar will use that protect, and hey, looking pretty good there for a move we don't typically see in this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a KO for the Protect Incineroar by protecting here. That means that this Charizard is not able to do anything with that Ancient Power. The Kingambit also not able to do anything, and the Kingambit will take another turn of Infestation damage while the Charizard goes down. And Toxapex is just about back up to full health.
Yeah, I mean, this is the horrors of Toxapex, right? Where if you catch the right Pokemon in there, even boosted Charizard kind of like completely ineffective there. I did kind of knock out, or not really knock out, but I guess get Incineroar primed to be knocked out there, just kind of by drawing attention, allowing Kingambit to get that free turn. But kind of now what, right? Where Garchomp going to get back in for free, and we've got this very weakened Incineroar. The Garchomp has already been knocked out, so Antonio is very low on resources, but looking closer in the Pokemon count now.
Yeah, low on resources, but Giovanni is in a really awkward position here. The only way that Giovanni can deal super effective damage to that Toxapex would be via Earthquake. Does not have Stomping Tantrum, instead just Earthquake, which would pick up the KO onto Kingambit, and there are no immunities left on the team. Also, Toxapex can always just click Wide Guard and protect itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably fairly free on this turn. Again, maybe, you really not call the Wide Guard. I think, there's a risk of just getting this turn wrong, getting Earthquaked, and really paying for it. But if Toxapex feels like it's fairly safe, trying to go for a Toxic here and start wearing Garchomp down could be pretty effective.
Okay, well, Incineroar tried to go for a double protect there. Antonio does not want to give up damage on the Charizard in the back. Instead, just forcing Garchomp to take that Life Orb recoil or getting a free extra turn with the Incineroar. Kowtow Cleave deals good damage to the Toxapex because it does have that attack boost, but there is the Toxic down onto Garchomp. That is going to add up so quickly between the Life Orb recoil and the stacking damage from Toxic.
Toxapex doing a great job in this game, but its friends are getting worn down in a hurry here. It's going to be the final Pokemon coming out onto the field here to support it after the end of these animations, and there's still a lot of damage left to be done, right? Again, Garchomp is going to have a very difficult time knocking out Toxapex specifically, so maybe if you can isolate that 1v1, that kind of just becomes a win condition now. But keep in mind as well, the Kingambit does still have a boosted level of attack. It's been on the field for what feels like forever, but several years ago, Incineroar did get that Intimidate down, which was reversed by the Defiant, so potentially still a pretty threatening Pokemon. They did a lot of damage with that Kowtow Cleave. Toxapex's not quite out of dodge yet, but if this Charizard can help finish off this opposing Kingambit, then maybe you're starting to cook.
Yeah, you may start having an opportunity, but we also have to notice that Giovanni has not shown his final Pokemon left. And if that is what I think it is, that Basculegion in the back will be so happy to let this Garchomp and Kingambit go down and send its last respects off into any Pokemon on the field.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, even the Charizard, it's going to, even with Wide Guard support, which is starting to feel mandatory given the Pokemon on the field here, probably going to take some damage on the way down, right? I think it's a fairly free Sucker Punch at Kingambit, unless, Antonio's getting real weird here, trying to make some big reads to try to get his advantages. And maybe starting out right there, okay, with the Protect, like, hey, at least another turn, and yeah, it does dodge it.
Yeah, got to at least waste one turn here with that Protect. The Sucker Punch and Dragon Claw both firing off into the Charizard. Toxapex now able to infest the Garchomp as well. But Antonio is going to need to get multiple protects from this Charizard to have a hope if it's that Basculegion in the back. However, Antonio has also held the Mega Evolution on the Charizard, which would allow it to set the Sun and be able to deal super effective damage back to the Basculegion with Solar Beam.
Yeah, it gives you as many turns as possible as well, just reducing any potential wave crashes. If it's an option, though, may be irrelevant by the time the Basculegion enters the field, where if you can pick up a knockout with last respects, why bother? Also, keep in mind with, if you haven't seen a lot of the Toxapex so far, unlike maybe what you would see in a single battles, there is no recover on that Toxapex, right? So this 53% HP may be enough, but kind of like right on the edge of being in danger of a knockout from the Kingambit. Charizard going to fail to protect, so we may not see Drought at all, although Dragon Claw is not going to pick up a knockout, and you see why there was no attacking move there.
Yeah, the Dragon Claw is not enough to pick up the KO on its own without the Sucker Punch additional damage. Toxapex resets the infestation onto Kingambit, which I believe was just let up the last turn. And now continuing to heal up with leftovers, the damage is stacking onto both of these Pokemon. Getting real close there. Garchomp goes down next turn.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to pop off for a protect failure. I think that's actually a great play by Antonio, and we probably should have. Just so many amazing things for Antonio's side of the field. Looks kind of weird, like, oh, why'd this Charizard just double protect? Why didn't it Mega Evolve? Well, it didn't need to Mega Evolve. It wouldn't really have mattered. Now, both these Pokemon can protect. They will both succeed because there was no successful protect the previous turn. And both of these Pokemon are going to go down to damage over time effects. Then critically, even if on the next turn that just leads to Charizard being knocked out, not only do you potentially have the max turns of Drought for what little that will likely matter, but you know, if Charizard gets some chip on Basculegion, that makes a huge difference. And then also the Toxapex, you know, even if Charizard were to go down doing nothing, which at this point is actually fairly unlikely, gives you more turns to get those damage over time effects. You know, it often comes down to just a turn when we see these Toxapex versus Basculegion endgames, but I think Antonio has done just enough to get Charizard enough ahead to help Toxapex that Toxapex is probably going to win this one if Charizard goes down at all.
That's my guy. I love this little guy. Just needs to double protect here to pick up these KOs. No damage dealt to Antonio's Pokemon. Instead, Toxapex will recover another 6% of health with that leftovers, 5% rather, as the Garchomp and Kingambit go down.
Yeah, what a fun endgame here where things look really sketchy for Antonio for a while there. But yeah, ironically, one of the few times we've seen where a failed protect is actually very beneficial for the player who failed it. Where without that, maybe Charizard goes down this turn and things get a little bit sketchier on the following turn, where then it does become that Basculegion Toxapex 1v1. Instead here, Charizard's going to get to Mega Evolve, probably help out a little bit. At worst, you know, absolute worst, you know, maybe you get like crit by Aqua Jet or something, but you're still giving Toxapex a free turn. Really great job by Antonio here to eke out those margins and get the help that Toxapex needed to most likely close out this game one.
Yeah, and this is Mystic Water Basculegion, so the Aqua Jet will be dealing more damage than the Citrus Berry, but less than a Life Orb variant of the Basculegion. But like you mentioned, no matter what, that water damage is getting reduced by the drought that you have to assume. Antonio has shown such great restraint with this Charizard over the course of the game. This is what you have to do with some of these Mega Evolutions that have immediate on-the-field effects. There's the Mega Evolution finally to Charizard Y. Will set the Sun and reduce the power of Basculegion's water-type attacks. Without an Aqua Jet, then this Charizard will definitely be able to fire off a Solar Beam here, absorbs the light, and you can see the power of the Grass-type attack getting damage, crucial damage down onto the Basculegion. That's enough for just one tick of infestation to KO the Basculegion here, but it targets down the Toxapex instead. Toxapex goes down, and Giovanni has found the out here, is potentially just take out the Toxapex here and pray and hope that a crit Mystic Water Aqua Jet in the Sun is enough damage.
Yeah, I believe you have a 1 in 24 chance to crit, so not great odds here, but there's more than zero, so let's see what happens on this final turn.
It is non-zero chance. There's the Aqua Jet, 8% health remaining for Charizard. With the crit, Giovanni would have gotten it, but instead, Antonio Sanchez is going to fire off this Solar Beam and take game one. What a wild endgame.
Now, we've seen a lot of Toxapex endgames over the course of the past few months in these tournaments. I don't think we've seen anything quite like that. Really methodical ending, really creative way to end that game. And I think that's just what you have to do if you're a Toxapex player, where players at this level are too good to fall victim to the most obvious lines. So I have to be a little bit creative there. I think it was like 3 or 4 turns in a row that Charizard went for Protect, just understands like, hey, attacking isn't what I need to do here. I need to waste the turns of my opponent to start Charizard getting closer and closer to that end game, and Charizard only ended up swinging one time in the entire game, but that one attack was absolutely, well, twice, I guess, after the game was already over. But yeah, you know, one big attack that effectively ended it, where regardless of what Giovanni chose to do on that penultimate turn, if he didn't get a critical hit, he couldn't win the game.
Absolutely, and really well played there from Antonio to see that line. And Giovanni felt like he was in decent position throughout that entire game. But even after getting the Ancient Power boost on Charizard, it really felt like things were becoming very awkward for Antonio to position around that. But the power of that Toxapex just dealing damage over time, getting that fake out down onto Charizard, especially to waste that turn, get another tick of damage, you have to find these little moments where you can sneak in one extra turn.
Yeah, now, you know, speaking of protects, by the way, I want to go back to that Incineroar protect as well. Looked like a kind of strange tech when we first saw it, but looked really good there. And yeah, the synergy of this team just kind of makes a lot of sense, especially, again, you have that choice scarf from Garchomp there, and maybe gives you an opportunity to Earthquake, but otherwise you could not, where at least for one turn, Incineroar could protect itself. Again, you know, we look at these teams like, oh, we've seen this combination of 6 Pokemon before, Scott. Why are you excited about this? Well, that's why, right? Where I think these little optimizations allow you to play the team differently, and we're going to see the advantages there. As we jump into game 2 also, I think it's sort of a tough spot for Giovanni. We're like, okay, well, how do I adjust to this? Well, if Toxapex was the main reason I lost this game, am I going to then adjust by bringing one of my Fairy-type Pokemon? Like, that doesn't seem like what I want.
Yeah, definitely. Toxapex would love to see the Floette or the Whimsicott get them trapped on the field with it, and actually going to be the Incineroar and Toxapex lead immediately from Antonio, getting that Intimidate down onto Garchomp and the Toxapex. You know, sometimes with Toxapex, you just need that one extra turn, and it really helps if you can start doing that from turn 1.
Yeah, and you know, we saw the previous game, despite Antonio winning, you know, the first turn definitely did not go quite how he wanted to, right? You had to pivot around a little bit. We actually saw the Garchomp coming into battle on the second turn, or during the first turn.
Yeah, switching out immediately for it,
Let's keep things a little bit confusing early in the morning. But Toxapex now being on the field immediately makes things a lot easier. Also immediately get that Intimidate down. So Incineroar for the second game in a row, looking pretty good on this first turn. And the Garchomp has to be even wearier because, again, those spread attacks, much more difficult to use with Toxapex on the field, even though probably not feeling so threatened that you have to use it here.
Well, and immediately forcing the Basculegion out onto the field here, both because it has a good matchup into the Incineroar, which does not have a Dark-type attack, and also it would allow it to switch out if it were infested. However, Antonio catches the Basculegion on the switch-in with a Toxic instead. That's going to deal less damage immediately, but over time, if Basculegion wants to stay on the field, it's going to start stacking up so fast.
Yeah, kind of a cool call there, too, or maybe getting exactly what he expected. You know, I think fairly unlikely that King Gambit's going to come in that situation, so it's only going to be Charizard or Basculegion. And yeah, I mean, Basculegion early in the game, a very different animal than it was late in the game. We saw how powerful that Last Respects was when it was the final Pokemon in the previous game. Toxapex not nearly so concerned at this time, where Last Respect's not going to do anything here. Does have to be more wary of the Garchomp, though it has been intimidated, and is probably intimidated in an out-of-game sense by the potential of Wide Guard. But Basculegion not going to want that Toxic to add up, get out of battle right away.
Yeah, the only options for Basculegion being to deal damage to itself with Wave Crash and take ticks of poison toxic damage. Get out of the field here. Garchomp goes for the Earthquake as Charizard switches in. Of course, this is why you pair Garchomp next to Charizard. With the Intimidate, Toxapex is able to take that damage quite handily, and the Life Orb recoil will start adding up onto Garchomp. This does mean that Toxapex again gets to start spreading Toxic. The Garchomp now Toxic, going to take ticks of poison damage in addition to recoil damage every time it attacks.
And Antonio is showing us some other tricks his team has there. Again, the Protect on Incineroar looking pretty impactful there. You know, unlike what we just saw on Giovanni's side of the field, you know, there's only one Pokemon for Antonio who could switch into that Earthquake, the Charizard. We saw how aggressive he was about conserving it in that previous game, so Protect on Incineroar paying dividends. And then, hey, this Toxapex may not have Recover, but maybe why we're seeing Toxic instead of Infestation is that it does have the Regenerator ability, which heals it when it switches out of battle. Infestation drops when Toxapex switches out, so maybe it wouldn't be so effective there. But that Toxic is going to stick if Toxapex feels like maybe, hey, you know, let me get out of dodge for a little bit while I'm going to come back later and be in endgame win condition once again.
Yeah, Toxapex could switch out right now and be back up to just about 100% health after the Regenerator. It is going to be a Whimsicott adjustment from Giovanni. Garchomp now switching out for that Whimsicott, as Incineroar will switch out for Garchomp on Antonio's side. Charizard now finally will go for the Mega Evolution to get some big boost to its damage and set the sun here. The Whimsicott catching the Garchomp on the switch is a pretty good position for it to be in. Additionally, Whimsicott can threaten Encore into this Toxapex and really limit the amount of options that Antonio is going to have moving forward. There's the Ancient Power into Garchomp, not dealing a little bit of damage, but always an opportunity to fish for those boosts if you have them.
I didn't get the twice in a row there. I was kind of wondering if after if we'd have maybe manifested it by complaining it never happened. But hey, you know, on Giovanni's side of the field, not only the Encore, but I don't think you're ever complaining when you swap Whimsicott on the field with Garchomp on the same turn. You know, also kind of a bunch of interesting things are available now. Of course, both trainers now realizing that, hey, you know, Giovanni doesn't have the King Gambit in the back. That's maybe one of the reasons why we didn't see it swapped in on that first turn. But, you know, you do have the Tailwind threat. Of course, probably not one. You do that Tailwind wouldn't beat Garchomp just rock sliding here, so probably going to need a little bit more than that. But Whimsicott at least somewhat of an offensive threat here, though. Not really a Pokemon you want to get trapped by Infestation either, so a lot to consider on this turn as the Charizard considers defending itself.
Charizard would like to protect this turn because Garchomp with the Choice Scarf is going to lock into Rock Slide, and Whimsicott will dodge it. The Moonblast, though, firing back onto the Garchomp. No Tailwind here, just offense. Garchomp hangs on with 4% health. No Encore onto the Toxapex means that Whimsicott is now locked onto the field here. So if you get Tailwind up, that's great, but also it means that Whimsicott won't be able to switch out. You won't be able to have two offensive threats. It'll just be the one.
Yeah, noted Tailwind Sweeper Whimsicott going to have to do its best here, which kind of makes it wonder if was dodging Rock Slide good? Certainly not getting flinched was good, as that creates a great situation on his next turn where you could just go for a Tailwind attack the Garchomp slot. Be pretty much guaranteed to get something good. But yeah, the Toxapex once again is looking good. Hey, maybe he doesn't need to switch out and heal up after all. Like, unlikely to be targeted here, where like Heat Wave is needlessly risky, where you could miss the Garchomp, you could get wide guarded. So probably going to see a single target attack on that slot as Toxapex continue adding those damage over time effects out.
Yep, and of course, why go for any other attack than Ancient Power when you only need to deal 4% and you can keep fishing for those boosts?
2 games in a row. Hey, we said it never happened, and here it is.
Well, Charizard now at +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, +1, but it will take a Toxic for its troubles. So every Pokemon except for Whimsicott is now Toxic on Giovanni's side, and that does put a timer on the Charizard. There is only so much it can do with those boosts.
Yeah,
now.
+1 status ailment as well, which is not great, but what is great is that part of the field otherwise, where max turns of Tailwind, Ancient Power Boost, maybe the best offensive Pokemon of the format, Charizard, is feeling great other than this little bit of poison that like it probably doesn't have to worry about. Right? Let's just not think about that right now. Of course, the other side of the field, not the other side, I guess, its partner, less exciting here, where, you know, again, the offensive dynamo, Whimsicott going to have to contribute as much as it can offensively here. Is at least threatening some Encores, which just make it harder to stall out the Tailwind. So it's not like it's doing nothing here, but Moonblast not going to be super great against most of what's left on this team. Incineroar going to be forced to enter the battle here to intimidate 2 special attackers just to keep slowing things down. It's still not a terrible spot, right? You're probably going to go for a fake out into this Charizard.
I'm happy about that.
Yeah, why not? Get rid of a turn of Trick Room. Again, as we've seen before, both these Pokemon can protect, or Baneful Bunker in Toxapex's case, so maybe you get another turn of the Tailwind that way. And hey, you know, Incineroar sort of uniquely great here too, and it's protected, can't be Encore because it's still a Dark-type Pokemon that is immune to Prankster.
Ooh, going for the fake out onto Whimsicott means that Charizard actually gets to swing with this boosted Ancient Power into Incineroar. That deals good damage, brings it below 50%, but again, Incineroar heals back up with that Citrus Berry, and now the Infestation has trapped the boosted Charizard on the field. So Giovanni will not be able to switch that Pokemon out, which means that it is just going to keep taking Infestation damage and continuing to stack poison damage from the Toxic while being able to, you know, pick up a KO on this Incineroar eventually, maybe, depending on how many protects these Pokemon get.
Yeah, and these Pokemon's HP are going down pretty quickly. I think people kind of think of Toxapex as a stall Pokemon, and sure, again, maybe in single battles that's true, but this Charizard's going to go down in a hurry, right? Where the Toxic going down before the Infestation is key, it does more damage each turn, and we've seen after only a couple of turns, Charizard already losing about 1/3 of its health. It's going to go down quicker and quicker after that, where, you know, it is very scary, but Antonio is getting closer and closer to defending that threat.
Yeah, Giovanni was able to sneak in that Ancient Power because Incineroar decided to fake out Whimsicott to prevent any Encore shenanigans. Antonio deciding that he wants to make sure that the Toxapex can trap that Charizard on the field that turn. finally gets Encored here into Infestation, but the Ancient Power will connect onto the Protect of the Incineroar. So this Toxapex is not going to be dealing any real damage anymore, at least until the Encore ends or it switches out. But all of the damage has already been done. This Toxic is adding up so quickly. The Infestation Charizard is already so low.
There's only a couple more turns remaining for Charizard, maybe one more for Whimsicott. And, being locked in Infestation is not ideal here, but I don't know that it really matters.
Yeah.
And also worth noting, too, the drought expired for now as well. Of course, you'd assume that there's a Charizard lurking in the back, though I don't know that it's too likely that Giovanni's Charizard is going to be lucky enough to escape and reset its own drought.
Yeah, with the drought ending here, Charizard loses access to that super-powered Weather Ball, which would be basically the only thing capable of breaking through that Toxapex at this point. Even with the resisted damage, Ancient Power just doesn't have enough damage on its own if it's not a super effective hit. And yeah, this Toxapex has slowed this entire game down. Antonio just going for the double protect option on Incineroar, does not get it, but is able to survive another Ancient Power because of that Citrus Berry. That means that Whimsicott also has to swing at the Incineroar, finally picks up the KO there, knocks out the Incineroar, as it's going to continue to take that damage over time. A little bit of Infestation damage onto Whimsicott, pushing it even closer with a huge critical hit there, as Toxapex heals all the way back up. Who needs to switch out and get Regenerator active? It's already at 98%.
And don't forget your rulers to note that that did technically do more damage with the critical hit, but we see the impact of Encore. However, with Whimsicott surviving this turn, the Tailwind peters out, and if that Encore had not occurred exactly when it did, the Toxapex almost certainly was going for a Toxic into the Whimsicott that turn that would have caused it to faint before it could reset Tailwind. This is still not exactly a great situation on Giovanni's side of the field, where you've got a Poison Basculegion in the back, and both these Pokemon about to be knocked out, and a Poison Garchomp as well, actually. But at least you could get a Tailwind to try to close out the game as quickly as possible here with Whimsicott and Charizard on their last legs, versus if the Whimsicott had been knocked out, I think this is a much more dire situation for Giovanni. So great job to hit the Encore exactly when he needed to.
Yeah, this is a really awkward position here for Antonio also. The Whimsicott may be close to being released from the Infestation, which makes this Protect kind of risky here. Whimsicott is able to reset the Tailwind here, it expiring exactly when Giovanni needed it to. There is the Ancient Power, one last attempt from the Charizard, as Toxapex trying to get a little bit of damage down onto the Whimsicott there with a normal Infestation, but did not get a critical hit. The Charizard will go down to the Poison here, but this Whimsicott needs to be able to be released from the Infestation, and it is. That was the end of the Infestation turns for Whimsicott, and now Charizard can be encored into that Protect.
Yeah, that's not what you typically think of as an explosive play, but that could be huge, just these two Pokemon remaining. And I think now Antonio is probably in a position where you have to go for the double Protect on Charizard and hope that Toxapex can pick up that big knockout. We're kind of making fun of Whimsicott's offense, but this time it's Toxapex who needs to pretend to be a sweeper here and try to bail out its friend. I don't think we've seen any successful double protects for Antonio so far this set. I think
so. He's due.
So he's due. Yeah. Statistically, I think one of these three would have hit. So hey, maybe we'll see it here. We'll see it here. Although with Garchomp entering the field on the other side, it may not matter all that much. Where Charizard's going to be in trouble either way. Though, a Wide Guard, I guess, would help out there if Charizard is able to avoid getting encored.
All right, but it's going to be very important. Charizard needs to hit a double Protect to avoid getting locked into Protect by Encore from Whimsicott. Antonio will need that damage. Charizard does not get the double Protect. No double Protects for Antonio, and actually going to Encore into the Toxapex instead. Giovanni realizing Antonio has to go for the double Protect anyway. Let me just make sure this Toxapex can't do anything. Such smart targeting there from Giovanni. Very risky, but it pays off.
Yeah, the Dragon Claw kind of clever there too. Kind of covers for a couple of different options. If there'd been a Wide Guard instead, you avoid whiffing after kind of like embarrassingly locking your opponent into Wide Guard. But also, hey, with the Dragon Claw, it gets some safe damage down. The Charizard's still checked, right? You have to risk missing, and it's not going to be able to do anything for the remainder of the game. And with Basculegion now entering the battlefield, these Pokemon are both on timers, but they're both going to threaten a lot of damage with Last Respect and Dragon Claw and Toxapex. Things are still not over, but I don't know if a Toxapex is going to be able to pull this one off without perhaps a series of triple bunkers.
Yeah, there are both Basculegion and Garchomp are on timers, but the timer is still very generous at this stage of the game. Although Basculegion and Garchomp both do tend to deal damage to themselves when they are attacking. Of course, Basculegion most likely choosing to lock into the last respects instead to keep its timer as long as possible. Antonio is going to need to start getting some of those double protects.
Yeah, but hey, you know, we've seen it happen before, and that's what's so scary about Toxapex is sometimes even when things go really wrong, there's still that chance of it's like, hey, you know, he'll probably be able to survive one round of attack, well, potentially be able to survive one round of attacks against it, and maybe that's enough. Charizard going to go down immediately here, but that does give Toxapex a turn to try to make something happen.
Yep, there goes Charizard and more recoil damage from the Life Orb. There is the last respects, more than 50% damage onto Toxapex. It cannot take another last respects, and Basculegion is still so healthy. Of course, having switched out, it reset the toxic timer on the Basculegion, so Toxapex needs a lot of turns of Baneful Bunkers here in order to actually survive through this offense from Basculegion and Garchomp.
Yeah, Chen, I'll spare you from me attempting to do the very incorrect math on how many Baneful Bunkers are required, but it's definitely more than 2.
Yeah. We may find out all together, or we may never know. It could be impossible to figure out.
Yeah, maybe the greatest minds and mathematicians in the community can figure this one out for us. I think it's 4, but I don't like strongly think.
Yeah. You're not willing to risk it all on four Baneful Bunkers.
Yeah, I feel like we're probably not going to find out on this one. But hey, you know, we've seen stranger things. We've seen 2 Ancient Power boosts in this set. I think probably the odds of Toxapex surviving here are probably higher than that. So you can do the math on that too if you want, but you know, like, maybe don't tag me.
Well, if we assume that we are just going to see multiple Baneful Bunkers here, and if we assume that Giovanni is going to be able to get the win. Actually, Antonio decides he doesn't want to. Thank you, Antonio. You have saved me some vamping for the end of this match, and we are going into Game 3. Giovanni taking that Game 2 very strongly.
Yeah, so I mean, we were talking about a bunch of stuff here, but Encore, right?
Encore, yeah. The Whimsicott adjustment, huge for Giovanni there.
So I think that's interesting, too. We're talking between the games that Whimsicott was sort of a difficult Pokemon to bring because of the tight matchup, but gets in at just the right time there, able to be so impactful on this game with Encore, and then really showing also how impactful it was to get into the battlefield at the right time. You know, it got in right as Garchomp did dodge that Rock Slide, which kind of made fun of the time. We're like, oh, maybe you want Whimsicott to get knocked out. I think if that Rock Slide connects, that extra damage causes Whimsicott to go down. You don't get the Tailwind, you don't get the Encores later. I think it really changes how the end of that battle plays out, but regardless, really well played on Giovanni's side throughout the course of that game, doing a nice job of avoiding getting in negative positions, kind of limiting Toxapex's impact, although certainly still the MVP of that matchup for Antonio's side of the field.
Absolutely. Definitely great call out there on the Rock Slide miss of the Whimsicott as well. It's something we've been sort of seeing over and over again. We talked about it in Game 1 with the fake out damage from the Incineroar. Every little piece of chip damage matters on a Toxapex team against their opponent, because you need to keep those turns. You need to be able to get the KO before the infestation releases, and they can switch out or, you know, survive the 1 extra turn they need. And missing that Rock Slide allowed that Whimsicott to hang around for probably 2 or 3 more turns than it would have otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the margins that we see for these games here, where it's just kind of how it plays out with Toxapex is, you know, you're not going to win or lose by a lot. You know, we saw how impactful that critical hit infestation was, where, you know, it did like 4% instead of 3%. And because of that, you know, you really need to get the damage where you can get it, if that's going to be your win condition, or to avoid it if you're on the other side, right? Just a tiny bit of damage mitigation can matter. It can often come down to 1 or 2 turns of damage over time effects one direction or the other. Either side could definitely win. We've seen that over the course of these games, and now as we go into this decisive Game 3, as both these traders try to pick up their 9th win, we'll have to see what they've chosen to lead.
All right, they're going for their 9th win, and Antonio has chosen his 3rd lead combination, while Giovanni is sticking with the tried and true, the Garchomp and Charizard. Antonio will continue to lead the Incineroar, but this time paired alongside his own Charizard.
Yeah, and you know, Incineroar looking pretty good again, where with you know, it's had some interesting paths to these games, but Garchomp and Charizard kind of both struggling to deal with the Incineroar, so you like that side of the field. Again, Charizard into Garchomp, less great, but with the Intimidate down, you would at least survive a Rock Slide, so you have some options, though. You know, the threat of the Ancient Power making it difficult to actually go for one. However, in all the previous times we've seen that there's been no attempt to go after Antonio's Charizard, the Ancient Power, because it's just too risky of a play, right? I was gonna say we have to see if he goes for it, but no. It's you know, it's a game 3. We're on TV. We don't want to do anything silly.
Yeah, no, not gonna risk everything there. Charizard has to retreat. Too much pressure from the Charizard and Garchomp on Giovanni's side. It is going to be a Mega Evolution from Giovanni to immediately set the stun and get the stat boost onto Charizard. Fake out onto Garchomp will prevent it from going for an attack here, dealing a little bit of damage back with the Rough Skin. And there is the Ancient Power. This time connects onto Garchomp. Antonio, every time, a third boost! 3 for 3 in games here. This Charizard is pretty scary.
This Charizard wants to be world champion. It's going to do whatever it takes. That's incredible. Great move, too, also. Where, it's kind of, you know, musing that perhaps you could riskily leave the Charizard in there. Would not have gone well if that had occurred there. So Garchomp going to take less damage, but either way, that boost going to the opposing Charizard, pretty scary. The good news is you do have Garchomp and Incineroar out in the field to help deal with this Charizard, which is, you know, probably the combination of 2 Pokemon that would be ideal, but very quickly a threat that you're going to need to deal with, as now this Charizard has somehow managed to get boosted 3 games in a row.
Absolutely, and it's so scary because in addition to the speed and special attack, it also has a defense boost, which means it definitely survives this Choice Scarf Garchomp's Rock Slides. Here it comes. You can see, oh, but it actually breaks through the boost there. Super effective damage on the Charizard and a critical hit. Antonio's Garchomp wants to be a world champion just as badly as Giovanni's Charizard. And now Garchomp is able to fire back a Life Orb boosted Earthquake with the Intimidate down. Both Incineroar and Garchomp are able to survive that handily, while Incineroar is able now to heal up with the Citrus Berry, become healthy once again, and finally start pivoting, getting a parting shot down onto that Garchomp, now at -2.
Yeah, that's a huge parting shot and a huge knockout as well. You know, we often talk about how important probability management is in the Pokemon video game championships. You can't always have a 100% chance to succeed with the path you're taking. You just have to manage your odds. This is a game where that's not really what's happened, right? We have a bunch of very low percentage options causing huge swings in the game. First, the Ancient Power boost 3 games in a row, but then completely negated by that critical hit. Critically, critical hits do ignore boost to defensive stats, so that Charizard was acting as if it was at neutral defense, and then because of that, the critical hit enough to knock it out. Would have actually taken that Rock Slide pretty well, would have probably done about half without the critical hit, but the Choice Scarf also critical there, where talked about that early in the game, wouldn't have been quicker than the Charizard to begin with without that speed boost, but you get back with both Pokemon having 1 level of increased speed, the naturally faster Garchomp able to move first, get that big knockout, and keep Antonio in this game after it was starting to otherwise look kind of bleak.
Yeah, it was looking extremely bleak, but the critical hit has allowed Antonio to get right back in here, and with the Toxapex on the field after getting 2 attack drops down onto that Garchomp, feeling pretty good about itself right now. Kingambit is coming out, so back to Game 1's plan for Giovanni. Probably means that that Whimsicott has been left back at home, so Toxapex should feel comfortable to do whatever it wants to here.
Yeah, Toxapex may be going to be the focus once again, though. Kingambit is going to get in safely this time. Not infested, doesn't have to worry about being toxic as a Steel-type Pokemon. So, you know, perhaps if we can start looking for some damage onto this Garchomp from its friends, it'd be in a good spot. We got the weakness of the Garchomp is locked in that Rock Slide, so almost certainly going to have to leave battle here. So, there's an opportunity for Giovanni, though. You know, later on, he's going to need to look for some damage to Garchomp. It is not yet in Sucker Punch range.
Well, Garchomp is able to fire off a Rock Slide, getting some chip damage down onto both the Basculegion that has switched in for Giovanni's Garchomp. Another crit onto the Kingambit this time, and a flinch. Like I said, Antonio's Garchomp wants to be world champion.
Yeah, it's got like the little Annihilate angry thing on its forehead, where it's like, that's enough Ancient Power boost. I'm taking care of this.
There's the Toxic that lands onto the Basculegion as well, so that is important chip damage onto Basculegion. There's an important missed turn from Kingambit, and now Basculegion is stacking that Toxic damage.
Yeah, and that's big too. I think without the Charizard, you know, Basculegion kind of like the next scariest threat on the team, but already taking a bunch of damage, and critically, not enough of its friends have been knocked out yet. Only 1 boost to that last respect, and because of it having to flee battle here, Garchomp going to come back out.
Yep, another turn where Giovanni is just allowing this Choice Scarf Garchomp to fire off Rock Slide after Rock Slide. Not very effective to both of these Pokemon here, but Kingambit is finally able to fire back with a Kowtow Cleave. Not enough to pick up the KO onto Garchomp on its own. That will mean another turn of Rough Skin damage onto that Garchomp, or another turn of Rock Slide chip onto the King Gambit. Either way, that is good news for Antonio, but Giovanni has now successfully been able to get that Garchomp back in without the Intimidate drops, but now has been infested, still has a clock on it.
It does have that timer, though critically, Basculegion avoiding the damage there. Of course, it's like kind of a better Pokemon to infest as a ghost type immune to trapping effects, but maybe a great read there as well. Garchomp's really done its job here, right? Where I think the not gonna Charizard alone is like, you did it, buddy, great job, but has really continued to whittle down that King Gambit. Of course, the most difficult Pokemon for Toxapex to deal with because it can't Toxic it. So you would love even more Rough Skin damage, kind of effectively removing 2 turns of infestation that would otherwise be required. And hey, the Rock Slide chip could matter a little bit too. We've seen how big a difference that 1% can make when these damage over time effects are dealing set amounts of damage.
Well, it's also chip and also the potential for King Gambit to flinch every time a Rock Slide connects.
Yeah, it could be a Sucker Punch here now after the Kowtow Cleave to put it in range, but it doesn't have to be, right? And maybe if you get cheeky and like, hey, I don't care that much about Rock Slide, I'm going to go after Toxapex instead. Garchomp can get a little more damage down.
Yep, no Sucker Punch here. That just means both Garchomp and King Gambit have to tank these Rock Slides. Will there be a flinch? There's 1 on Garchomp, 2 on King Gambit. No, but it did target it into the baneful bunker. So this Garchomp, it can't keep getting away with this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you ignore Choice Scarf Garchomp, right? Sometimes it's going to miss all of its Rock Slides and do nothing, but often it's just going to stop all of your Pokemon from moving forever. And that seems to be what's happening here. I am curious what that Garchomp was choosing to attack, where I think it's like somewhat likely it was a double into the Toxapex, where the flinch may actually have been better to avoid the poison, unless he wanted the Garchomp to go down maybe, which I think is fairly unlikely here, but starting to really run out of HP on Giovanni's side of the field. Only 2 more turns of Infestation tick on that Garchomp if Toxapex is able to stay on the field, though. Again, I would expect a double up here now. However, if you double up to try to pick up Toxapex, which I think you're probably going to fall short of anyway, there's the threat of that Rock Slide once again.
Yep, there is always the threat of the Rock Slide. It has 30% chance to flinch if it connects, 90% chance to connect. Wide Guard coming out from Toxapex, so trying to prevent an Earthquake coming out from Giovanni's side. Another Rock Slide, another connect onto both Garchomp and King Gambit. Does Giovanni get to move this time? Well, he does, but the Wide Guard calling it out. Rock Slide whiffs into the Wide Guard, and now King Gambit finally launches an attack, but into the Toxapex with no Defiant boost. Toxapex shrugs off that Kowtow Cleave.
Yeah, it's just not enough, right? And now Toxapex is going to be able to protect out this next turn, probably gain even more HP back, and we see the forfeit locked in already.
That's a forfeit as Antonio Sanchez has punched his ticket into the top cut of our World Championships with some incredible Toxapex play.
I think that was just amazing. I can't imagine anybody looking to be in the top cut is going to want to have to deal with Antonio in his single elimination bracket. Some really brilliant solutions, really to all those games, including the one that he lost, but especially Game 1 and Game 3 there. Toxapex just looked so powerful, but his positioning was so good throughout the entirety of the game. He had to navigate some really unfamiliar game states, I'm sure, with Charizard getting those ancient power boosts in all the games.
Yeah, look at this roller coaster right here. We're so back, we're so back, we're so back, and then immediately afterwards, it's so over, it's so over. Ugh. The Rock Slide crit hurt my heart.
Yeah. Charizard's too, and probably many of its bones as well. But I think that's just how you have to play in this format, right? Where we kind of noticed the same thing in Regulation MA at the North America International Championships, but there is a lot of variance in this format, right? Weird stuff is going to happen, and if you're going to win this tournament, you're just going to have to be able to navigate the sea of strangeness that you're in. There'll be a lot of unfamiliar board states, and I think you did a great job of kind of not letting things get carried away, right? I think it's very easy to tilt when not only one of the most impactful 10% chances in the game occurs, but it happens 3 games in a row. But none of the times that it happened, it really seemed like it was like that big of a deal. I don't think even the game that he lost, like Ancient Power wasn't like really the reason. So I think just a great job of controlling it, right? Certainly could have seen that third game go a very different way without that critical hit, but also it would have gone a very different way without the Ancient Power boost to begin with, right? So, the game gives and it takes some time. I think that was a very exciting set. And I think both players played really well, right? I think that must have been a very difficult and stressful game where both players probably like, okay, in turn 1, I have a vision for this game. Turn 2 is going to go this way, turn 3 is going to go this way, and it just got immediately thrown awry all 3 games. So I think props to both of them for kind of staying locked in, playing good sets, and playing out all the games in a way where they could have won any of them.
Absolutely. When you have a metagame like this that has so much variance in it, adding Ancient Power to Charizard adds variance to the game. It adds that chance to get that boost for the Ancient Power to all of your stats. Having Choice Scarf Garchomp locked into Rock Slide, it adds all that variance. You have to be able to improvise. You have to be able to adapt. I think you're so right. A lot of players see that Ancient Power boost on Charizard and think, okay, well, it's over. I have now the strongest Pokemon in the game. I basically have a mini Xerneas on the field, but it's Charizard Y now. How do I adapt to it? And Antonio stayed really calm and collected and was able to find an out for each one of that time that happened.
Yeah, I think another thing I'm kind of left with thinking about that set too is it is really interesting that the one game that Giovanni was able to win is the one that Whimsicott came, right?
Yeah.
I think the game 3 adjustment to go back to the game 1 game plan is really interesting. I don't think the game plan is really what caused the outcome, right? It's kind of a twisty and turny match. But, Whimsicott looking very good in that matchup. I think it'll be interesting if we see Whimsicott versus Toxapex again later in this tournament to see whether Whimsicott comes at all and then how impactful it is, because Encore is just so devastating, that matchup.
Absolutely. Well, that was such a fun match for us to watch, and I can see across the way that my friends Gabby and Ben are excited to talk about that matchup as well. So let me go ahead and toss it right over to y'all.
Right, yeah, I think we got it, Evan. I think we got it first time, nailed it. Gabby and Ben here, yeah, talking about that match, and that was the story of Toxapex, wasn't it? I mean, that was such a well-played set by Antonio, and I certainly think watching Antonio play in our European circuit, I'm not surprised to see him have not just a little bit of a different way to play Toxapex, but just such a controlled and such a composed way to play it as well.
Yeah, it felt like he wasn't trying to force Toxapex. You know, a lot of times, at least when I'm trying to pilot those kind of teams, I feel like you want to flowchart it very aggressively. You want to get your Toxics in, you want to get your Infestations in, and you want to get those in early so you have the turn so that they start to add up. And you get that set up early on, but he felt like he was very okay with just letting it happen naturally, and he was okay with getting Encored into that Infestation. He didn't really let it rattle him, and I think that really paid off, especially going into that game 3 when it felt like even though the game 2 game plan didn't quite work out, he still had it in control and he still knew his win conditions.
Definitely, and I think it's like that's the real key there, and I really like the call out, Gabby, is like not trying to force it like right from the bat. I mean, we saw it in some of the early games. It did, of course, like Toxapex does, stick around on the field quite a long time.
Yeah.
But it was in a good spot for most of those times, and I've got a sneaking suspicion that, you know, if it was ever really under that much threat, that Antonio would have repositioned it and used his Pokemon really, really effectively. So rather than diving into a specific turn in that match, because spoilers, there was quite a few of them across the match, we're just going to kick it over to just a little bit of a look at the matchup and a little bit of a reminder of some of the open lists as we go of these trainers. And so, yeah, looking at this matchup here, we talked about it already, Toxapex being the real star of the show. And I thought we'd take some time to like break down why Toxapex works in a little bit more detail.
Yeah. I like that. I mean, you know, at face value, I think the concept is pretty simple. You know, damage over time. It's this idea that you can get Toxapex, Toxic, set up onto the opposing Pokemon. The damage that it deals onto the opposing Pokemon will increase every single turn it remains on the field. It will reset whenever that Pokemon is switched off of the field and set back onto the field. So then you pair it with Infestation, which as long as the Toxapex remains on the field and Infestation is active, that Pokemon can't switch out. So it's very synergistic.
So completely, just making sure those Toxics rack up their turn after turn. Sometimes you go for the Baneful Bunker, and if a Pokemon uses a contact move on you, then you become poisoned and you can be locked in. I think one of the cool things about Toxapex, and it's like Mega Gengar, but like mini Mega Gengar, like Mega Gengar at home, right?
Yeah.
Because if your Toxapex is sitting in a matchup against King Gambit that hasn't had a Defiant boost, maybe sitting there in front of a Floette, specifically in these sort of matchups, even in this case, a Garchomp that's only got Earthquake and therefore can be blocked from doing any damage because of Wide Guard, you can sort of trap in those Pokemon, but also traps the Toxapex in as well. And like sometimes a player will switch in a Pokemon, you get the infestation on there, and it's like, well, are you locked in here with me or am I locked in here with you, right? But it's a great way for a control player like Antonio to be able to shut off the options that their opponent has to be able to switch, because you look at this whole team, it loves to be able to switch around, it loves to be able to reposition, it wants to be able to get the Whimsicott in and out, it wants to be able to get the Basculegion in at the right time, wants to be able to reset that Sun with the Charizard. You know, there's so many things that this team likes to do to switch around, and then Toxapex comes up and they're like, nah. No, we're not letting it happen.
Yeah, and to carry the comparison all the way through, you know, unlike Mega Gengar, this isn't your Mega Pokemon. It's a lot more bulkier, and it can carry that leftovers recovery item with it. So overall, it's there to stay on the field. It's there to enable its partner to deal that big damage, and it allows you to play a slower, more control-oriented game. Whereas with Mega Gengar and those Perish Song teams, you're really looking for those key 3 turns. And I think that gives players like Antonio the ability to run these teams that look more like the Big 6, which the number is a little bit bigger than 6, if you will. I feel like it's getting a little more wishy-washy, if you will, as we get through the tournament. And pair that with Toxapex and play it in a very different way, but still sort of accomplish that same goal of you have this Pokemon to deal the big damage, and Toxapex is there just to enable it.
Definitely, and something else that Toxapex can enable, and we're just going to go over to Antonio's open team list here. I want to call out the item choice here on the Garchomp. Is going for a Choice Scarf and being able to lock a Pokemon in with Infestation, and then to be able to then pick your moves on the Choice Scarf Pokemon, in this case Garchomp. Like, you can lock a Garchomp in. One of the famous things, like Garchomp versus Garchomp, Dragon Claw is not strong enough to knock out an opposing Garchomp. It always lives with just that few % remaining. And the combination of being able to train your Garchomp to be Adamant as a stat alignment instead of Jolly, doing that little bit more damage, plus the 12% at least from Infestation going into it, suddenly Garchomp on the opposite side of the field is in KO range, and your Choice Scarf Garchomp, you don't have to risk the speed tie between these two Pokemon. You can just go straight on the offensive, knock it out, and then, like, looking at the rest of, if we go over to Giovanni's team, it's only the Garchomp that has that Earthquake there to be able to do super effective damage. Nothing else on the rest of the team is doing super effective damage into Toxapex, and that's one of, if not one of the multiple reasons that it does so well.
Yeah, and I think we saw that interaction a couple of times in that last set, and I'm sure it came up multiple times throughout the tournament, as Garchomp has been one of the most popular Pokemon here on the field.
Definitely. And then, you know, in this, going back to this matchup, Sarah, we saw it in game 2, certainly the Whimsicott putting some encore pressure to, like, stop the Toxapex doing what it did. But also, big shout-outs, Giovanni. I said it during the previous round. I've never seen the Ancient Power activation in our stream matches, even on the online ladder. And then Giovanni's like, just hold my drink here, because, like, he's just getting it every single time. And this Charizard getting the Ancient Power boost, Scott was calling it out on the broadcast, right? It's so powerful. It creates so much of a positive threat. But again, going back to this Toxapex, we're gonna keep rooting everything back to Toxapex, right? Because you know, you've got the wide guard, but also, like, with the fact that this Charizard here, like, it's going for Heat Wave and Ancient Power and Weather Ball, right? Yep. And so you don't have the Solar Beam to do, like, neutral damage. You only have that Fire type damage into the Toxapex, and so even if you get the Omni Boost, it's not doing as much as you want it to, because everything's focused down into that Toxapex, just trying to keep the game alive.
And Antonio was so smart that he didn't even Mega Evolve his own Charizard so that he didn't reset the Sun, so Weatherball didn't even get that Fire typing back in some of those endgame scenarios. Like, the way that he was positioning this Toxapex went even beyond the Toxapex itself. It was so well played.
Very, very much so. And I mean, the game that Giovanni was able to come out victorious, the Encore was able to come in really clutch in that situation, but like, it still took the combination of Basque and King Gambit, two of the strongest physical attackers in the game, going for Last Respect, which is one of the most powerful moves in the game. That wasn't enough to finish it off, and then the King Gambit comes in with the Cowtail Cleave to close the game. But it's so hard to get into that position because you're not able to switch through the match, you're not able to get yourself into a good spot. So I'm really impressed with how both of these players really approached the matchup, and how both, like, Antonio was going for the same strategy, like, pretty consistently overall. But Giovanni was mixing things up and trying to find those little holes to prod into to find a way around this Toxapex. He did it really, really well.
He did, yeah, and I think that just goes to show the caliber of the players we have competing at this point. That was a win-and-in matchup for our asymmetrical top cut, and it's only going to get more difficult from here as we have, what, one more round of Swiss to go? So this is going to be the last opportunity these trainers have to prove themselves in the 2026 season, as if they don't win this round, game over.
Game over. Well, it could be game over for some of these trainers, probably not for some others. We'll have to see who's going to be making it into our asymmetrical top cut. But we're going to go to a quick break right now, and we'll be back with our next round of Swiss here at the Pokémon World Championships.
People come to Pokemon from all walks of life, so I'm going to have a wander around here at the Pokemon World Championships in San Francisco, and I'm going to get some people's stories.
Both my boys are into Pokemon, and it became a family event, some time for us to share and bond together. And so, I picked it up over time and started getting a little bit better at it, and sometimes I have to lean on them for support to help me catch some of them, but, I'm still learning and enjoying it.
I originally grew up on Pokemon, so born in '89, so big Charizard, the original 151. What brought me here was about 6 years ago, I got back into playing and collecting. Eventually opened my own Pokemon store and then started to sponsor players and play with them, and then now I have players that play in Worlds every year.
Well, it started from when I was really little, back when Pokemon cards first started coming out. I played with my brother and grew up loving the video games as well, so on the original Game Boy too. But as far as getting here to here and everything, I first saw Worlds on stream about 2 years ago. So back when it was in Hawaii, it looked amazing, and I made it a mission every year to go to every Worlds after that. So it's been a dream. So now I'm playing the TCG competitively. I'm gonna make it as a qualifier next year, but it's been a dream just to be here as a spectator.
Well, my grandson plays. He's been playing for years. Was ranked pretty high in U.S., but he's been Worlds for like this is 5th or 6th Worlds. This is our 3rd one that we played at as his grandparents to come and support him. So we're just supporting him.
And when he's playing and you got a bit of time to yourself, what do you find yourself doing?
Walking around trying to stay busy because watching the game does me no good.
Now that we've heard everybody else's stories, it's time for you to ask yourself, how are you going to get to Worlds next year? They say every Pokemon is somebody's favorite. We're testing that at the World Championships here in San Francisco. I'm going to find some players and I'm going to ask them who their favorite is.
Favorite Pokemon is Mewtwo. I think I just like the way he moved. His style is kind of sleek, and I enjoy playing with him. And actually, when I catch one, I'm happy and excited.
I think everyone is happy when they catch a Mewtwo. That is a powerful Pokemon.
My favorite Pokemon is Milotic. I just think it looks really nice, and I'm a little bit sad because when it's printed in cards, it's usually some kind of like walling defensive Pokemon, and that's not my play style, but I hope that one day I can play with Milotic.
So right now my favorite is actually Greninja. I've just loved it in the anime, loved it since I was
maybe like 10 years old. It's just a cool ninja Pokemon. That's it basically.
Have you ever got to play a Greninja deck in the TCG?
The Mega Greninja deck, yeah. But I chose to play Festival Elite this weekend.
Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite grew up on the original 151, and I like the fact that they swim and then eventually could fly. And the Ice Beam too.
How long did it take you to get your Dragonite fully evolved when you first played the game?
Before the Elite Four for sure. So we're talking, what, level 60?
My favorite Pokemon is Giratina. I really like the two forms that he has, and I like it because I played Lost Box and it was a very fun deck, and the Giratina was really good on that time.
My favorite Pokemon is Mega Manectric because he has a big hair and he has a mad face when he gets Mega.
That might be the best answer I've heard all day.
My favorite Pokemon has got to be Rayquaza. I just think the Delta episode is really cool, and I like its dynamic with Deoxys.
My favorite Pokemon is Metagross, and I'm wearing it here today at my first ever World.
Why Metagross?
Oh, it's just really cool, isn't it? It's like powerful, it's smart, it's got a Mega, the shiny's really cool. I'm actually using it in Champions, which is amazing because in the trading card game, you don't always get to use your favorite Pokemon, but now I get to do that. So yeah, it's always been my favorite.
My favorite Pokemon is Spiel because I think it's really cute. And yeah, I have a whole collection at home, just all the cards.
How big a collection we talking?
Just like all, I have one of each, and then I'm trying to get people to sign them, but yeah, still working on that collection.
My favorite Pokemon is Oranguru, and it comes back from a control deck with Pidgeotto that was premiered at one of the World Championships, and I continued to play that after and after. And that was until Sword and Shields, where the new Turn 1 rules came out, and then that deck sort of went off.
My favorite Pokemon is Cradily. It's because I play Unlimited 20 years ago. It's very good and choose this.
I've started to say Samurott instead of Oshawott because I realize not enough people appreciate Samurott because he's on all fours. I guess that's the whole reason people are like, oh, he's the worst of the line. I don't know. You haven't played with Samurott. You haven't gotten into level 100 at least 30 different times.
I think you might be the biggest Samurott fan I've ever met, and I say that with nothing but love.
It's actually Zorua. It is Zorua. So I am cosplayed as Eevee because Eevee merch is really easy to get a hold of. Zorua because I really like black and white. It was the era that I grew up playing, but I really did like the gimmick of like transforming it into a different Pokemon and switching out and being able to basically trick your opponent.
My favorite Pokemon is Ditto because he is the biggest reminder that you really can be and do anything that you put your mind to.
So there we go. We've met some players. We found their favorite Pokemon. And now it's time for you to think, who's your favorite?
everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco, California. We are one round away from being at our top cut, which is where the best of the best around the world will battle it out in that single elimination bracket. So let's find out who those players are going to be. Hi, Aaron. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Hey, guys. Aaron Cybertron Zhang. We're here with another episode of Road to Top Cut. It's going to be a banger because we've got Emilio and Rogov, two of the greats from North America, and actually two Bay Area locals as well. With the World Championships being in San Francisco, you can imagine just how much it would mean to them to be able to Top Cut Worlds here at home.
Imagine, though, that you have battled all the way through the bracket in the Swiss rounds just to face off against one of your locals. It happens sometimes. That's just the nature of these competitions and just the caliber of the player that we have here. But let's take a look at our standings one final time so that you can see who is in the running to be a part of that top cut. If you were at 9-1, you've already locked your spot there. You can take a loss and you're going to be there no matter what. So congratulations to Zachary Weed, Antonio Sanchez, Kerry Diortona, and Shohei Kimura for all making it there. But if you're at 8-2, this is the final hurdle. You gotta win this one and you are in to the World Championships top cut.
Yeah, and it's an unbelievably stacked list of players. Even just looking, of course, at our 9-1s, you've got Shohei Kimura, the only remaining world champion, previous world champion, looking to potentially get a second title. He's looked absolutely dominant in this tournament, right? I feel like there is no one in the world that can pilot the kind of standard compositions better than him. And I think all eyes are definitely on him. But, you know, Kerry, Zachary has definitely been two of the really strong players from North America. Zach's had an amazing season, right? He got second at regionals, second at EUIC, now top cutting the World Championships. To have that kind of dominance throughout an entire year is really difficult. And for Antonio and Kerry, these are players that have won regional championships before and now here are at the world stage. And yeah, already punching their ticket. Must feel relieving, you know, to have secured a top cut slot before the last round.
And it's just such a major accomplishment, too, that you get to say that you top cut the World Championships. But the job's not done yet, so let's turn our attention to the competitors that are going to be facing off against each other in this round to win and in. Emilio Forbes versus Rogov Malavia is going to be the match that we focus on our stream here, but we are going to be broadcasting some of the other matches on this list on the feature streams, so make sure that you go check those out as well. There are some heavy-hitting matches in these win-and-ins.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of them I wish we could watch. We had the pleasure of watching both Chloe and Philippe yesterday win on streams with some unique picks, whether it be Cleaver, Mega Metagross on Chloe's team, or the Mega Blaziken and Primarina on Philippe's team. So both of them have a chance to take their unique picks into World's Top Cut. You also have Hiroshi, who, of course, won the Japanese National Championships, came into this tournament with a lot of pressure. All eyes are always on the Japanese National Champion. He is one game away from potentially making it to his first World's Top Cut as well. A lot of other incredible players there as well. And, you know, a lot of North American representation, actually, with Justin Kane looking for his World's Top Cut. Navjeet Joshi, who got top 8 at the World Championships in 2024, looking to get his second top cut. Just so much representation, and I can't wait to see how the results shake up. But it's going to be a really, really grueling match for all of these players.
Well, let's get started. Take that one step closer to seeing our final competitors that will make it into the top cut bracket. Emilio Forbes versus Rogov Malavia. We've got the Mega Aerodactyl and Raichu for Emilio, and it's going to be this dual weather team from this team building group, the Mega Swampert and the Mega Charizard. Rogov's going to be the strongest soldier left amongst this group.
Yeah, I think Rogov's team is a team that a lot of players expected to see at this tournament, but Emilio's team is honestly quite different. Right? We have, of course, the Serena. That is a Pokemon that has not appeared on the World Championship stream yet this year. A really valuable pick, of course, to block Fake Out from the opposing side and potentially Grimmsnarl's parting shot. In addition, you've got the dual mega pairing of Aerodactyl and Raichu. And I think Emilio has quietly been one of the coolest team builders in North America. Of course, he got second at the World Championships many, many years ago using a semi-perish mode with Mega Gengar. And I was expecting him to actually just bring Whimsicott Floette Charizard to this tournament. And so when I saw that this was the team he locked in, I popped off.
Well, if you squint a little, then maybe like the Zarina looks like a Whimsicott and the Aerodactyl's just a different color Charizard. You know, the pieces are kind of all there. But as you take a closer look on this team, you can kind of see where you still have a similar utility to a lot of those Pokemon. You've got Tailwind on this Aerodactyl. Despite the fact that it can Mega Evolve, you're going to actually take away one of those tech offensive slots like Ice Fang in favor of having that speed control option.
Yeah, and Raichu and Aerodactyl as a dual Mega pairing is cool because you can bring both into a battle and just choose not to Mega Evolve one, right? Regular Raichu, we've seen a lot of high-level players at this tournament bring solely for Fake Out a turn of Lightning Rod potentially, which is really relevant in this matchup given that there's an Archaludon on the opposing side. Of course, you also have Focus Blast, and Serena here is used as an offensive pick over Farigiraf, which is normally used on compositions like this to block that Fake Out. And of course, Serena has a lot of damage output here. I mean, we're staring down a Mega Swampert on the opposing side. Well, Serena says, look, I can just Power Whip you and get a one-hit knockout onto it.
I think that's why Serena has been that sneaky pocket pick. That grass type offense is something that cannot be ignored in a meta like this. We've seen a lot of Pokemon teams, including Venusaur as one of those picks with Leaf Storm, just so you actually do have some additional damage. Or Giga Drain, I guess, is another one of those prominent options. But you can see this one on Raghav's side is going to be the Leaf Storm. And it's just been so popular this weekend.
It has, yeah. And Raghav's team, seen multiple times on the stream. Of course, what makes it so powerful is the flexibility to use Sun as well as Rain. One of the adaptations on this team from when it initially debuted is Charizard now running Hurricane and Mega Swampert taking over Basculegion, which was initially on this composition. And so you can do a lot of cool things, of course, using Pelipper to switch in, turn that Weather Ball into a water type attack, also make Hurricane accurate as well, and you can flex between the dual Mega picks. Now, I think on paper, Swampert actually looks insanely powerful here, right? But you do have to beat the Serena. If you're able to clear Serena, then Swampert suddenly feels like it can actually potentially get a one-hit knockout onto any of Emilio's Pokemon, but the Serena having Focus Sash means that that's a big hurdle to clear.
I feel like, though, we could maybe anticipate that Raghav could have that Mega Charizard, but not Mega Evolve it. Just try to go for a Hurricane while the Pelipper is on the field, and then have that Swampert in the back to clean up once you have removed that threat.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the interesting things that you can do with this team is that both Charizard and Swampert can be brought into the same battle. This is one of my favorite things about dual Mega teams because I was just saying that Emilio could do that with Aerodactyl and Raichu. My big question for Emilio is, yeah, how comfortable do you feel with Aerodactyl? Because it's very good into Charizard, obviously good into Venusaur, very bad into Swampert and Archaludon. But here we go. Win and in for these two legendary players. And the Swampert is going to start off the battle immediately as there's no Mega from Emilio's lead here.
Got the Pelipper to set the rain so that Swampert, once it Mega Evolves, can activate its Swift Swim, get that additional speed boost. But the Sneasler and the Kingambit on the other side both have ways to stop that, with a priority option from the Kingambit and a Fake Out from the Sneasler.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sneasler here likely wants to go for a Fake Out on a Swampert. Earthquake is just so threatening right now from it. Kingambit maybe looking to then get a Swords Dance up. I think for Emilio, a lot about this game will likely be, can I either just burst down the Swampert, especially after I've gotten a Swords Dance off. You know, I wouldn't expect actually a +2 Life Orb Sucker Punch to get a one-hit KO, which is tricky. But maybe after a little bit of Fake Out chip damage you get there, Serena's going to be really important, but you don't want to switch it in because then the Focus Sash just gets broken.
Swampert's going to Mega Evolve on this first turn as it has to eat the Fake Out, so that could leave it vulnerable to an additional attack coming through from this Kingambit as Pelipper is next to fire off a Weather Ball. Going into the Kingambit, the Rain is going to help boost up the power of that move, so bring the Kingambit to about half. But of 3 Swords Dance, these Sucker Punches are about to hurt.
Yeah, this turn is interesting, right? The Sneasler also can do a little bit of additional chip damage because it has Feint, so you can theoretically get the extra chip that you need, go for Feint and Sucker Punch into Swampert. Swampert, though, so easily could just switch out, or you could even Protect and say, okay, you can break my Protect with Feint, but your Sucker Punch still won't be able to go through. Kingambit actually crucially taking under 50% from that Weather Ball. Normally, I actually expect Pelipper's Weather Ball to do a little bit more, so that's a big deal because it means even if you get the turn wrong against Swampert, Pelipper likely will not get the knockout onto Kingambit. So Swords Dance, Life Orb, Kingambit, one of the biggest threats in the format. Emilio actually opting for a Protect here, so does Garchomp, or sorry, does the Swampert just go for an Earthquake? It does, and Sneasler's just going to fall.
Yeah, no Focus Sash to be able to keep it around since that's going to be held on the Zarina. A super effective attack. Sneasler goes down without another fight in this first game. It's going to give an option for Emilio to bring in another Pokemon. but I like the protect here from the King Gambit as well, because you have to wonder whether or not that Archaladon is in the back. If you add Faint into that, then you do have to give over a powerful stamina boost to that Archaladon.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point, and I think Emilio did have the opportunity to just go for the Faint Sucker Punch there, right, and potentially try to knock out Swampert. The thing is, on these teams, I honestly expect Swampert to be incredibly bulky, so I'm not sure you even get the knockout with that combo, but instead sacrifices the Sneasler, and now you can see just how much of an offensive threat the Mega Swampert poses, right? It just can hit everything that Emilio's brought for super effective damage right now. So Raichu comes in, you do have the ability, of course, to go for a Fake Out here. Swampert now not wanting to fall to a Fake Out Sucker Punch combination. Grimmsnarl is going to switch in, which then, of course, can set up Reflect in the following turn.
The Raichu, though, is going to use this opportunity to Mega Evolve. Going to get that no guard ability so that these attacks can be 100% accurate. But Zap Cannon and Focus Blast as options here, but the Sucker Punch will fail as that swap is good. Raichu decides not for Fake Out on this turn, but for the Zap Cannon to guarantee a one-hit knockout onto this Pelipper. This is going to be the final turns of Rain for Raghav. Cannot reset that in this game one.
Yeah, so Raghav there gets around the Sucker Punch, but maybe hoping to see a double up onto that slot. Does not get an extra attack off with Pelipper. Swampert is still posing a really big threat, though. Grimmsnarl now has the ability to go for something like that Reflect. With Reflect up, Swampert should be able to survive the Sucker Punch from King Gambit. However, you could double up onto Swampert with Focus Blast and a Sucker Punch. So if you're Raghav, you might want to protect Swampert, set up Light Screen first, then Reflect afterwards. Sylveon's going to be the last one. Actually, no Serena in this game.
Okay, so that's going to reveal all the cards in Emilio's hand in terms of the 4 Pokemon that he has brought to this game. As King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch at +2 with that Swords Dance, it is not going to be enough to get the knockout of the Swampert on this turn. So Swampert free to go for the Earthquake, finish the damage off onto the King Gambit, and Sylveon takes a good chunk too. Yeah,
over 50%. Like, this Swampert is just happy to click Earthquake after Earthquake, and with no Aerodactyl or Serena being brought into the battle, it's really, really difficult to have good resistances. But like you said, Rosemary, the rain is about to expire, and because Pelipper had fainted earlier, no ability to reset it anymore. So that will give the speed advantage over to Raichu after this turn. Grimmsnarl now can pretty easily set up a Light Screen if you want, and Raichu, of course, does have the ability to go for Fake Outs. You can Fake Out Swampert Hyper Voice, but if you think that the Swampert is going to go for the obvious Protect, where you can then double up onto the Grimmsnarl and actually deny a Light Screen. And so really curious what Raghav's last Pokemon is, because I think that Venusaur actually might be a little bit more useful over Archaladon. Either way, though, this turn, the key decision is who do you Fake Out with Raichu?
God, Archaladon would have to eat a Focus Blast. I don't think that that's something that it will be able to do very well. Swampert, though, is going to protect itself in danger of something like a Fake Out and a double up. Emilio does call it. The Fake Out into the Grimmsnarl is going to deny a turn of setup from that Pokemon and leave him vulnerable to this follow-up of the Hyper Voice coming out from the Sylveon. That is a knockout. A great call there, and Raghav now down to just 2 Pokemon left as well.
And you could see Raghav knew if I just clicked Earthquake there, that's probably a double knockout, and that's me going up 1-0 in the set. But that's a really difficult call to go for. It is going to be Archaladon in the back as well. So, like I said, this might not be the perfect Pokemon for you to have in the back. That Swampert now committed Protect, no more Rain, means that Raichu can just launch a Focus Blast into it. My question is, will Raichu do 30% to Swampert? If you're not confident on that, you can Quick Attack with the Sylveon to ensure that. And actually, Sylveon here does not have Quick Attack, and so you'd have to go for a Hyper Voice instead. But either way, I think the Swampert is the big offensive threat, goes for the double Protect, but does not get it.
So that is going to mean that Sylveon actually can go for the Protect here. We're not going to see a select an attack on this turn, but Raichu attempts to go for the Focus Blast to KO this Swampert, and it is enough to get that 30% over the line. Archaladon still has a chance to move in this final turn, but the Flash Cannon fails at the Protect of the Sylveon. Should be a locked game for Emilio in this game one.
Yeah, it was interesting because it felt like Swampert was just doing so much damage, but Raghav's teammates weren't able to accomplish very much, right? And so Focus Blast comes out. That alone is just going to absolutely crush Archaladon, doing 85%. A nice Protect by Emilio as well. I felt like this game was decided by the Fake Out call that specific turn. Archaladon is faster than Sylveon, so gets a Dragon Pulse off. You can see Raichu's so bulky, actually, not even taking 50% from that, and a yawn from Sylveon here just to ensure Archaladon's going to fall asleep.
Yeah, this is just the safest way for you to be able to get through this game. I think you don't want to open yourself up to a critical hit from the Archaladon. So this could be a very easy double protect from the Raichu and the Sylveon, let the Archaludon fall asleep, and then you'll be able to finish it off from there.
Exactly. So this game was really close, right? Like that one turn, if Rogoff makes the hard call out and clicks Earthquake, I think, you know, that's the game. For Rogoff, I think there's also a couple of turns, maybe, you know, when the Pelipper just got one shot by the Zap Cannon, that potentially could have been a pivot. But Focus Blast is going to come out here, knock out the Archaludon, and Emilio Forbes is going to go up 1-0. Brought 4 Pokemon that all took neutral or super effective damage from Earthquake and still manages to pull off the game.
That is just so impressive, because you're right, there was just so much pressure that Swampert was exerting turn after turn after turn. And the fact that Emilio could sit there and really think critically about, can I get through this turn while throwing out attacks? Do I really need to go for a Protect? And he always picked the Protects at the right moment, especially with that Sylveon at the end.
And I think what I really liked about how Emilio kind of maneuvered that game is he sacrificed Sneasler just kind of to get that initial fake out off, but that was enough for the Kingambit to get boosted to scare away the Swampert. So much about this matchup is, can you have your Pokemon out at the right time, right? If Swampert's not on the field, Raichu is actually incredible. Like, can one-shot the Pelipper, as we saw, does so much damage to Archaludon. The fake-out pressure from it is also great, but Raichu is really, really bad into Swampert. So if you're Rogoff, you ideally want your Swampert out on the field while Raichu is out. But the bait out to force Swampert out allows Raichu to come in and just really dominate for a couple of turns.
I do wonder if there was an opportunity to still bring something like the Mega Charizard to this game. Hindsight's always 20/20, so after we get a chance to watch the game unfold, it's easy for us to look back and notice those small things that could have made a difference. But it's tough, because what if Emilio now decides, okay, well, you think you're going to bring Charizard, I can just bring Aerodactyl.
Yeah, there's this awkward tension. I think the main thing is Charizard feels very awkward to bring because it's like, who do you drop for it? I think Rogoff probably felt like, well, my Pokemon choice is okay in that last one. Let's see if there are any mix-up. It is just going to be Pelipper Swampert once again. So I think, yeah, Swampert switching out previously, you know, was a big deal. This time it's a complete mix-up, though. Aerodactyl and Serena.
Oh, I really like this, though, because Aerodactyl does have the defensive pressure onto something like the Pelipper. You can just drop a Rock Slide or even try to force the Pelipper to go for Wide Guard, so it's not going to go for an attack on this turn, which really does keep this Zarina safe to go for a Power Whip into the Swampert.
Exactly, yeah, and I think what's so tricky here is if you're Rogoff and you lose your Swampert, well, then the Raichu just takes over, right? So one of the questions I also have is, did Emilio potentially drop Raichu because he's committing to Aerodactyl and was expecting a Charizard mix-up? My guess is it's going to be regular Aerodactyl still here with Mega Raichu in the back, but we'll have to see.
Ooh, it's going to be a swap out of the Pelipper. Preserve the rain for later. And it's a double swap.
Is it Archaludon?
It is
okay,
Archaludon.
That's a great thing to switch into these physical attacks.
Absolutely. Aerodactyl, though, doesn't play into those hands. Sets the Tailwind just to make sure that you could actually get the speed control, and the Power Whip goes into the Grimmsnarl but misses its target.
I was laughing there because I was expecting to go into Archaludon. I was like, oh, you got the Fable.
No way.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, Emilio calling out that
boost.
the Swampert was going to protect or switch into Archaludon, and unfortunately actually does miss onto the Grimmsnarl, so costs some free damage onto that slot. A great repositioning by Rogoff. I think Emilio probably won the trade in terms of leads here. And as you saw, Aerodactyl did not Mega Evolve, so I'm still expecting that Raichu to be in the back, and here it is.
Hey, Raichu, it's a little risky, I feel like, to bring it in, but as I say that, we have to remember that Raichu's ability before it Mega Evolves is Lightning Rod.
Right.
So while the rain is active, Archaludon does get a chance to have these one-turn Electro shots, but that's not going to be something that's going to be able to land into either of these Pokemon, as we see a double switch come through from Emilio. Rogoff, though, great call. Just goes for the Dragon Pulse into that slot.
Yeah, does not get baited into clicking Electro Shot there, or Flash Cannon even, so really nice call. And this time around actually does over 50% to Raichu with the Dragon Pulse, so it looks like it is a roll. Raichu now, of course, is out on the field, has the ability to go for a Fake Out, and then the Kingambit can get a Swords Dance off. But Rogoff now, you know, already able to get that Reflect up. It's probably going to be pretty difficult to deny the Light Screen, because even if you Fake Out Grimmsnarl, Kingambit can't follow up with a Knockout. But Rogoff recognizing, hey, Fake Out pressure is online right now. This is what I was saying. I want Swampert out on the field when Raichu's out on the field. Why not just switch out right now?
And it's just going to be protective of the Raichu so that it doesn't fall to a double up from this Archaludon the following turn. The Kingambit is going to risk it all. Goes for the Swords Dance to make sure it's going to get that sharp attack boost as Electro Shot now comes out.
I wonder if that Electro Shot was a prediction on Raichu to potentially switch out, or saying I don't mind giving you a special attack boost because I know I'm going to have the Swapper out on the field the next turn anyway. And so Archaludon, every special attack boost that it gets is quite scary, right? And the Kingambit here taking advantage of the fact that I can just get a relatively free Sword Stance off. Reflect is up on the opposing side though, right? So the Sucker Punch is not as threatening. I don't think Focus Blast plus Sucker Punch even gets the knockout onto the Swampert right now. If it does, that would be really threatening, but I think Swampert is quite happy about the position that it is in because it is full HP, it's got Reflect up, and it, of course, is in the rain up against Raichu.
Yeah, so even if you wanted to go for that double up, that Swampert is going to be faster than the Raichu here, so you actually can't get that guaranteed damage off. So now what can Emilio do? Both competitors have shown all 4 Pokemon that they have brought to the second game. There's an Aerodactyl and a Zarina in the back for Emilio that you could use as defensive switches, but neither of them feel particularly good to switch into an attack from the Swampert on the other side. So we see the commitment of the Mega Evolution from this Raichu and Swampert for our competitors respectively. So let's see how the rest of this turn plays out.
Yeah, my guess is a double protect here just because there's still one more turn of Tailwind here on Emilio's end, but it's not. It's actually just going to be an attack on both. So Focus Blast comes out.
Wow.
There's a lot to Archaludon, but doesn't get the knockout.
No, it's going to make it very, very close, though. But if there's a physical attack coming up from this Kingambit, then you will see that stamina boost activate. But the Earthquake just attacks the partner as well. So Raghav does get the KO onto the Raichu, very close to the Kingambit thanks to that critical hit. But you also knocked out your own partner, Archaludon.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen a ground-type Pokemon knock out its own partner on stream this weekend. Another Sword Stance from Kingambit trying to call out the double protect there. So Raghav makes an aggressive play, gets a lot of damage off. I mean, the Swampert obviously, yeah, now is really threatened by this +4 Sucker Punch, but a critical hit there. Kingambit showing its bulk, right? Even with the critical hit, still able to survive, but it was a really action-paced turn.
There's still a Pelipper in the back, so we saw the Tailwind expire. Emilio had the guaranteed speed advantage on that last turn, but that is now gone, and that Pelipper is waiting to come back out, hopefully once the rain expires, so you can guarantee the speed control for the Swampert for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and what is so delicate here is the +4 Sucker Punch from Kingambit into Swampert would reflect up. Like, I still don't expect it to knock it out, to be honest. Serena obviously still pressures Power Whip into Swampert. Swampert can protect this turn as Grimmsnarl just goes for an attack into either of these Pokemon. Both are posing a pretty big threat, right? The Kingambit's obviously incredibly boosted. The Serena here also has that Focus Sash, and so, you know, want to get damage into it ideally. But yeah, the main awkward thing for Grimmsnarl here is it doesn't really have anything to do, basically, other than click its offensive attack, which is going to be that Spirit Break.
Yeah, but is Spirit Break actually going to be enough? I mean, we're not going to actually see the answer to that. I was wondering if that would be able to get the KO onto the Kingambit, but it is just an Ice Punch into the Zarina, ignoring the Kingambit entirely. But Zarina is still up, so the Power Whip connects this time around into the Grimmsnarl, but that Reflect is going to keep it nice and healthy to make that a 3-hit knockout. A double up there from the Grimmsnarl as it fires up a Spirit Break. 1% for this Zarina to go into the next turn.
Really nice call there, doubling up onto the Serena, expecting Kingambit to, you know, either not attack or say, look, I know I'm going to survive the Sucker Punch anyway, so let me just try to knock you out. Emilio, I think, predicts a Protect from the Swampert's end, so goes for Power Whip onto Grimmsnarl instead, recognizing that there's actually not that much great damage in a Grimmsnarl, right? In the previous game, Sylveon was the answer to it, but it wasn't brought into this game, and so Reflect is still up. Pelipper now can be brought back in to reset the weather, right? So you could switch Grimmsnarl out into Pelipper, just go for an Earthquake. Once again, the big question is this +4 Life Orb Sucker Punch able to knock out Swampert? But I think the answer to it is no.
Might have to risk it all, though. You are 1 game up, so Emilio has a little wiggle room to play around with as Pelipper comes back in to reset the rain for its partner, Swampert. Kingambit goes for the Sucker Punch. +4 isn't enough to knock it out, even with the Life Orb to help boost up some of that damage. And so 20% is all this Swampert needs in order to fire back and take another KO. 1% left here for this arena, and that is going to be, for sure, a knockout. 1 Pokemon left here as Emilio has to bring back in the Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and I think Raghav just did an amazing job positioning Swampert in this game. Emilio recognizes, all right, I can't win with Aerodactyl. And folks, we're going to a game 3. I think no Sylveon in that last one, plus Sneasler meant there was a little bit of lack of damage output, especially because Aerodactyl just basically couldn't do anything in terms of offense in that one. It was brought in essentially to set up a Tailwind, and I think Emilio likely pivoted to Aerodactyl, potentially covering for Charizard Venusaur, right? Because I think that's a very common adaptation with these teams. But this turn's so crucial, as you see, the Swampert just going for Earthquake. King Gambit there had the opportunity to maybe just go for Sucker Punch. 2 Sucker Punches likely, would have done a lot into that Swampert slot, but instead, yeah, he tries to go for that extra Sword Stance, and you can see how valuable that Reflect is with Grimmsnarl. By having Reflect up, the King Gambit, even at +4 attack, not able to get that one-hit knockout. And I think Rogoff making some really aggressive calls in that, saying, I think you're going to protect King Gambit, doubles up on Serena. And I think if you're Emilio, you're probably thinking, I don't know if I really want that Aerodactyl once again. But then if you're Rogoff, you could be thinking, well, if I just now scared you away from bringing Aerodactyl, maybe it opens up the door for something like Charizard Venusaur.
Right.
But realistically, I do think the core of Arch, Grim, Pelly, and Swampert feel really consistent on Rogoff's end, right? Even in Emilio's win against that core in the first game, I felt like Rogoff's Pokemon weren't necessarily the issue. It was more just about like how the Swampert was positioned throughout the course of the battle.
And in game 2, that was something that Rogoff fixed. So I think that was a really great indication that we're going to see a great game 3.
I think the pressure is on, especially for Emilio here. Do you just go back to what you had shown in the first game, right? And for Rogoff, do you try to mix it up and say, I'm going to hard call you out and bring that Charizard Venusaur? I wouldn't expect it, but yeah, it's just going to be Pelipper Swampert once again.
But let's see if Emilio is the one that made the adjustments, and it's going to be another one for this third game. Raichu and Zarina as the lead.
I like this a lot because you pressure with Fake Out and Power Whip immediately, and the thing here is normally the response into this would be switching in our Chaladon potentially in order to get that free stamina boost. But if you switch in our Chaladon, well then Focus Blast from Raichu is just incredibly threatening. So one play that Rogoff might want to consider going for is like Protect Swampert, switching Grimmsnarl on turn 1. Then turn 2, Grimmsnarl can set up a screen as then you pivot out the Swampert or even stay in with it. But I think for Rogoff, so much of this dynamic is conserving the Swampert, and I think Emilio's lead here is really good because now there's so much offensive pressure with both of these Pokemon.
And reminder that in game 2, Zarina actually missed the first Power Whip that it clicked. That was damage that really could have started to add up on that Grimmsnarl, and you have to imagine if that had connected, does that Grimmsnarl go down to the Power Whip in the Reflect on the second one? But it's not going to be any swaps to start this game. Just the Mega Evolution immediately as this Raichu takes on its new form. And let's see if this Swampert is going to follow as well. Yep.
It is. And so, of course, the Pelipper here does not have the Protect, right? And so you'd expect Swampert, to maybe both Pokemon just attack here. Like Raichu kind of, oh my goodness, yeah, Raichu doesn't fake out. Doesn't fake out either. I think calling out that Swampert was going to protect or switch, and that Raichu just goes down. I mean, Rogoff might just get a double knockout to start this game.
Yeah, I mean, that critical hit not mattering against this Raichu. That is just going to be a one-hit knockout. Earthquake, letting it rip. Going to go through the low kick. Was expecting something like the Archaladon to come and switch into that slot.
And there's the tailwind. I think this game honestly might just be over from that turn 1. Emilio was saying, Fake Out plus Power Whip into Swampert. Surely you're not going to let me do that, right? You're going to switch in our Chaladon potentially in either of these slots. Tries to make a really aggressive prediction, but I honestly don't see a great path for him out of this. Rogoff says, you know what? I am just going to Earthquake. I am just going to Tailwind. Even if you go for a double up onto the Swampert, I at least get my Tailwind up, right? But Rogoff just says, you kind of have to respect it, and Emilio tries to call it out, doesn't get it, and it's just going to be such an uphill battle for him. Rogoff can probably taste Top Cut, but he's still got to get over the finish line.
Yeah, Emilio's still going to give it everything that he's got because you have this one final game to see if you can turn it around and achieve that World Championship Top Cut. But another Earthquake unleashed from this Swampert is going to bring this King Gambit down to less than half of its HP. Pelipper was hoping to finish off this arena here, but King Gambit still gets away with his Sword Stance. On the subsequent turn, there's not going to be a Reflect in play, but we saw that even at +2, this Swampert took between like 30 to 50%.
Yeah, I think the play that you probably want to go for is Sucker Punch into the Pelipper, right? Try to one-shot that, and then Swampert's Ice Punch shouldn't knock out Serena from that range. Then you like get a double knockout with Power Whip. But if you're Rogoff, you can say, look, I'm ahead in the game, I'm willing to trade, or you can say Protect Swampert, switch the Grimmsnarl in potentially, right? I think the main thing is, yeah, Rogoff definitely has so much offensive pressure right now. Question is he willing to trade? It is going to be the Wide Guard, so the Wide Guard gets around Sucker Punch, which then means that Swampert can follow up with an Earthquake. And it is Sucker Punch into the Pelipper slot.
It's going to fail on this one as the Swampert goes for its Earthquake. Should be a knockout onto the King Gambit. If it's not onto the Zarina, maybe Zarina could actually try to get some revenge for its teammates. Kingambit, sorry, that Swords Dance just not enough for this third and final game, as Power Whip does connect into the Swampert. So a great one-hit knockout. It's going to help to start to even up the Pokemon count, but there's still a lot of work cut out for Emilio. 2 Pokemon remaining. Let's see what's in the back here, as Rogov still has 3 to go.
Yeah, and with that Tailwind pressure as well. Expecting Grimmsnarl and Archaludon like that previous one, and it is going to be Archaludon hitting the field here immediately, now with no Raichu. Okay, it's going to be Sneasler, so you do have 2 things, you know, a lot of offensive pressure. However, the thing is that the Sneasler here has Feint, and so it normally often likes to carry Protect, but this set does not have Protect. Right now, you have Fake Out open, but still one more turn of Tailwind over on Rogov's end as well. Sneasler actually, I would say, is probably the best Pokemon I have here, just because of the speed advantage, but if you don't fake out the Pelipper, Pelipper just gets a Hurricane off into either of these Pokemon, right? So it feels like you kind of need to fake out the Pelipper. Serena, the question is, can it survive a Dragon Pulse potentially at 47%? I actually think it is quite close. Our Archaludon Electro Shot should not get a one-hit knockout onto either of these, but still really, really tricky here, because the question is, how do you ever deal enough damage to a Citrus Berry Pelipper at this point? Hurricane can just knock out both of these. Protect makes sense here. Try to stall out the Tailwind. Maybe it's going to be a close combat into Archaludon. Nope, it's going to just be that fake out. Make sure you can't Hurricane. Makes sense. Dragon Pulse into Protect. So Tailwind now at least is stalled out.
Yeah, that's going to help on this subsequent turn for this Sneasler to guarantee some damage onto either the Archaludon or the Pelipper if there is no Protect. But I don't know if Serena's Power Whip can actually deal enough to the Pelipper here.
Yeah, I feel like you probably go for Dire Claw Power Whip. I don't even think that's going to get the knockout, but if you get a Dire Claw status condition or a critical hit with either, maybe that's good enough, or maybe the Pelipper actually just falls to that combination. So it still feels so difficult for Emilio. I think that turn 1 just set him behind so much, but he's been making the right plays to keep himself in this one. So this is going to be a really crucial turn. I think if Rogov gains too big of an advantage here, it will just be over. So let's see. You also could have attempted double Protect here. Pelipper's actually going to switch here, and it's going to be Venusaur as the last one. I think that is a really smart adjustment as well.
Hey, I mean, you're still going to be able to do a lot, though, with this Dire Claw. That's going to take his Venusaur down to less than half, but the Power Whip misses its mark. A Dire Claw will be enough to finish this Venusaur up on the next turn, and Zarina actually does take that Dragon Pulse.
As you can see, Rogov wanting to swap out there, 1 to obviously conserve the Pelipper, but 2, now you can also reset the rain. I think if Dragon Pulse KOs the Serena there, probably is just over, but that's what I was saying. Maybe it's bulky enough to survive. So Venusaur as a mix-up here actually I think is quite powerful because it can switch in a little bit more effectively. Does pose a threat, but the thing is now there is the offensive threat of close combat into the Archaludon slot, right? And so Serena actually going for a Protect here. All right, Emilio playing his heart out right now. Does Rogov go for it? It is going to be close combat into Archaludon. That's going to do a lot of damage, but it does crucially survive.
It's going to leave this Sneasler pretty vulnerable. This Venusaur does not have Earth Power, which is one of the tech offensive moves we sometimes see on this Venusaur. And the White Herb is going to cleanse the stat changes that come through from the close combat. This is a turn that Emilio is going to get right. Dragon Pulse, though, into the Sneasler is going to help to soften it up a little bit. But this Arena is going to stick around for the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Emilio's doing a great job of clawing back into it. And Rose, like you called out, the Venusaur not having something like that Earth Power means that it can't do too much into Sneasler other than going for Sleep Powder there. But Emilio has gotten a good chain of turns here. Archaludon protects. Like, you still have to deal with Pelipper in this endgame, but Emilio is getting closer and closer right now.
Protect, though, keeping this Archaludon around in the face and threat of that close combat. But the triple axle, can it get the 3 hits to knock out this Venusaur? It only needs 2. And all of a sudden, Emilio is way back in this 2v2 in this game number 3.
Oh, this is so tense right now. Archaludon heals back a little bit more with those leftovers. There is still this offensive threat of Pelipper in the back. I felt like this was always the biggest win condition for Rogov, right? Because Hurricane does get a one-hit knockout onto both of these. But it is feeling so scary. I think if you're Rogov, you probably felt like that game was just over after turn 1. Emilio has made a lot of really great calls to stay in it, and now it's going to be close combat, knocking out Archaludon. Here we go.
Hey, that's one Pokemon down. Pelipper by itself still has the ability to get KOs into either. These close combat defense drops are going to stick, so this Pelipper can do some damage here. Power Whip, though, from the Zarina is going to have to take it down low enough that either the Sneasler or the Zarina can finish it off on the next turn. Citrus Berry recovery looks like it might actually actually make sure that this Pelipper can fall to a follow-up on the next one. But Hurricane for now takes out the Sneasler, and it's a very tense 1v1 for a spot in the top cut at the World Championships.
Emilio needs to hit this Power Whip, needs it to do 48% to move on. He has fought so hard after that turn one. Here we go, Power Whip connects. How much does it do?
It's gonna do enough!
Yes, Emilio does it!
A top cut guaranteed for Emilio Forbes after taking down the final bastion of hope for Ragov. Another successful event for Emilio. What a show! An epic showdown for a 3-game set.
I cannot believe Emilio won that after turn one, right? Like, that was such a huge deficit that he had to claw back from, but he found the perfect sequencing of events. And for Ragov there, opportunity to potentially Power Whip or Hurricane into the Serena slot instead of the Sneasler. Didn't know if Dire Claw would necessarily do enough there either. Power Whip, of course, just such a powerful attack, but its accuracy not the highest. All smiles for both players there, though. And I think Emilio must be feeling so relieved to have found a way to clutch that one out. Absolutely incredible. Playing from behind, showing why you don't give up, even if turn one, an aggressive prediction doesn't go your way.
100%, because right out the gates, that Raichu fell to a one-hit knockout from that Swampert, going for the Earthquake, connecting onto both. Power Whip, though, getting some revenge here from the Zarina, got Emilio back into this. Even though the Zarina ended up missing a Power Whip in this third game as well onto the Venusaur, just some chip damage, and had that critical survival of the Dragon Pulse just to give Emilio enough of a fighting chance. Triple Axel getting those 2 hits as well to take out this Venusaur, and then all of a sudden it really was just such a tense razor's edge final showdown for these Pokemon.
Yeah, the main thing, like, I think was the switch out from Pelipper. Like, maybe there was the opportunity to just stay in. The question I, still have is whether or not Dire Claw plus Power Whip doubling up into Pelipper would have gotten a knockout. But either way, I think, like, there were a lot of opportunities where Ragov probably knows how if I just made my target into the other slot, I'd probably just win the game, because like he had the advantage for so much of that game, right? Like there was the opportunity when it was Hurricane into Serena on turn 2 of the game, could have been a Weather Ball potentially into King Gambit, for example. I just think, yeah, for Emilio to have found a path back into that game was absolutely incredible. Like perfect defensive play with Fake Out and Protect Stall Out Tailwind, right? Protect Serena at all the right opportunities, knowing like, or Chowdon, when you don't have that special attack boost, is not the strongest offensive threat. Dragon Pulse not able to do over 50% to so many Pokemon, right? And so just threats the needle, and with Sneasler being that final perfect Pokemon, getting that close combat off into our Chowdons, that burst damage that you need. And so that's what the World Championships are about. Like, and that is why Emilio is such an incredible player. Of course, Ragov honestly played incredibly as well. Just that hard call out on turn 1. I think that will probably be a game that he's going to sit back on and reflect on a good bit. It hurts when you get so close to the top cut at the World Championships. And it felt like it was his, but Emilio claws back and found, honestly, I think maybe one of the most incredible comebacks I've seen this season.
Commiserations, though. I mean, just the fact that you are that 1 win away from the top cut is still an incredible accomplishment. And so I hope that even though maybe you are going to think back on that game, that Ragov, you're still proud of yourself. This is still a great performance. And for all of our competitors that were just playing their win and ins, this is going to be a World Championship that you can hopefully remember and keep as one of those top accomplishments. This Worlds has been so hard. You think about the number of competitors that fell at 0-3, 1-3, just kind of, falling out as we get through that first day. To make it this far, I do hope that they can see that as a great win.
Yeah, and the margins are so razor thin, right? In the end, Serena did have to land triple axle twice into the Venusaur, right? So 2 hits right there, and then double power whip into the Pelipper as well. This Pokemon is really great if it hits all of its moves, but it is not one of the more consistent Pokemon because Power Whip and Triple Axle are both such high variance moves. If any of those moves miss at any point, Ragov's moving on to top cut, right? And so that is how close things can feel. But when you're playing from behind, you do need things to go right, and Serena clutched up and showed why it can be a really unique pocket pick in this format. Like you mentioned, that Power Whip damage. There aren't that many strong physical grass type attackers in this format. Normally we see it for, its ability, but the combination of the utility of the ability as well as its damage output is just a lot, and to see it clutch up here on stream to advance the top cut, I mean, yeah, couldn't ask for anything more.
What a cool set. We are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to be breaking down some of the competitors that have moved on to that top cut. So please please don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Kyle Pukasukovic. I'm on the product development team for the TCG at TPCI, joined here by Chip and Azul. And today we're going to take a look at some of the cards from the Classic Collection from the 30th Celebration expansion. One of the first ones we can take a look at is this Magikarp.
Yeah, it's a very cool card. I remember when this card initially got revealed during the Scarlet and Violet era of the game, just the general excitement around it. It's beautiful, and seeing it now in this new 30th anniversary style with this golden border makes it pop so nicely. And I mean, an iconic Pokemon as well in Magikarp, one of the original Pokemon. So always love to see that getting some love.
Yeah, and very emblematic of one of the innovations of the Scarlet and Violet era, the introduction of those illustration rare cards. This is very much an embodiment of what that new art style kind of represents and that new kind of card rarity. Azul, we also have maybe a throwback a bit more to the past, maybe the mid-2000s or so with this Dark Tyranitar.
Yeah, the Dark Tyranitar looking super good in its new gold border, of course. And I think for competitive players, a big throwback, had a lot of success back in the day. Most commonly comes to mind is Ross Cawthon's second place at the World Championships in 2005, right? So a lot of history in the competitive scene with this one.
Yeah, Ross Cawthon, only player to qualify for every World Championships to date, and that's kind of where his legacy began, was with this card right here. And we'll also bring it to this Lugia that's from the Aquapolis expansion, going even further into the past. You can really see the gold border on this one, and it's affectionately referred to as like Crystal Lugia due to its crystal type Pokebody. One of the first Pokemon that, if you attach different types of energy to it, can change types, and its attack costs represent the different types it can turn into as well. And I think just a very iconic card as well, very striking artwork. And that brings us to one more, and we haven't revealed yet. And so for the first time, we will officially reveal, drum roll please.
Base set Pikachu brought back here for the 30th Anniversary Classic Collection. I mean, what a callback, right? To the very first expansion for the Pokemon TCG. Artwork done by Arita-san, of course. Just totally iconic. Love to see it included.
Yeah, Azul, do you get any memories seeing like the original Pikachu artwork for the TCG?
Yeah, I mean, I remember having the original card way back in the day. I don't even remember how long ago it was now, but it is really cool to see it represented once again here in the 30th anniversary set.
Yeah, and once again, these are just a few of the 30 cards you'll see in the Classic Collection in the 30th Celebration Pokemon TCG expansion. But we also have some more cards to look at as well. We'll get a glimpse into what the future of the Pokemon TCG might be like with some of these futuristic rare cards illustrated by Yoshiraten. And we have a couple different ones here. Some you'll find in the 30th Celebration expansion, such as this Mew EX and Mewtwo EX. And some you'll find in an ultra premium collection product, such as these Pikachu EX.
Yeah, I mean, I think there might be infinite possibilities for the Mew because, of course, its ability allows it to utilize the attacks of any of your benched Pokemon, as long as you have the necessary energy required. So this is going to be a card I'm very excited to see what the community can come up with when they get their hands on it.
Yeah, and also a card that, like, as new cards come out in years to come, it'll be a card that you'll always come back to as a potential option. It is so versatile in the ways you could potentially use it.
Yeah, very fitting for Mew, of course. Over the years, we've seen lots of different Mew cards in the TCG be able to use all sorts of different attacks, and always feels like there's some way to use this kind of card. It is on the low end HP for Pokemon EX with just 160, but being able to use pretty much any of the attacks of any of your Pokemon, hey, there's probably a use for that somewhere, right?
Yeah, we'll find a home.
Yep, and then we can also shift our attention to the Mewtwo EX. You know, we have a shift here. We kind of have a split of day and night. Mew representing the day theme, and Mewtwo representing the night theme. Mewtwo EX has this Photon Bullets attack. Chip, what do you see in here?
Yeah, I mean, Mewtwo, of course, another iconic Pokemon. Spread potential, always very good, you know, targeting down multiple Pokemon with just one single attack has a lot of potential, softening things up to be easier KO'd by a different Pokemon perhaps, or using Photon Bullets turn after turn after turn can really build up a lot of damage in play. Potential board wipe scenarios, multi-prize turns. I love cards like this.
Yeah, and you can see, much higher HP than the Mew EX as well. It's 230 HP. Azul, do you see any potential here for Mewtwo EX?
Yeah, I think might be missing a little bit of energy acceleration for the Psychic type right now, but with the spread attack, you never know what you're going to be able to combo that with to be able to make things awkward for your opponent, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can shift our attention over to these Pikachu EX cards as well. Pikachu, one of those Pokemon that is frequently featured as a Pokemon EX, even though it's not a fully evolved Pokemon. We'll start off with the Day Pikachu EX with the Pika Pika Parade attack. Chip, what do you see in here?
Yeah, so a very powerful effect, being able to throw a ton of Pokemon into play. Normally these call for family style attacks bring out 1, 2, very rarely 3 Pokemon. This one allowing you to just fill your board with basic Pokemon. We see players utilizing that A-Spec Precious Trolley currently in the metagame from time to time when they want to do that. Now, if players want to use a different A-Spec in their deck, they have an option to still pull a bunch of powerful Pokemon out. And there are so many powerful basic Pokemon in the game right now. Throwing a Mega Kangaskhan, perhaps a Latias EX into play right away doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, and Azul, we'll take a look at the Knight Pikachu EX with the Zip Zap Frenzy attack. You see any fun combos you can pull off with this one?
Yeah, I mean, this is once again, I feel like similar to the Mew EX, almost limitless potential, allowing you to accelerate any number of basic energy into play from your hand. We do have the Energy Surge Pro A-Spec in the format still, so that'll be a very cool combination. Similar to the Mew, lots of potential, and lots of future potential, I think, is like the big ones for these two.
It's got an amazing look at these futuristic rare cards, and we have 30 years of Pokemon. We're celebrating how far we've come, especially with the Pokemon TCG, and taking a look towards what the future might hold as well, getting a little glimpse with these futuristic rare cards. And it's exciting to see what we have here, and we'll continue to see what the future holds for the Pokemon TCG.
Welcome back, trainers. Here we're at the end of the Swiss of the Pokemon World Championships, just after round 11. My name's Ben, joined by, of course, Rose and Aaron here at the analyst desk to have a little bit of a reflect on what we've seen so far in the World Championships coming into our top cut, before we start looking forward, of course, to our top cut and whittling down those 2 trainers that are going to be making it all the way into Championship Sunday. Now, that match between Emilio and Raghav was absolutely crazy. That game 3, turn 1. I think we were all in the backstage in the green room while you guys were casting, and we're like, okay, we see turn 1. We're thinking, okay, cool. Raghav's in top cut. Like that's the match over. And then somehow Emilio found a way to come back from that match. What was that like to cast through?
Exhilarating.
Yeah.
I don't really know if there are better words to describe it, because I think it really did feel like Raghav was already 1 turn in, foot in the door of the top cut. But I think it's just the fact that it speaks volumes to Emilio's expertise as a player. That's why he's a 4-time regional champion, is because Emilio has a way of looking at the game where he can kind of see those small avenues to thread the needle enough in order to bring himself back into those spots.
Yeah, and I want to give Raghav credits to his performance as well, because, I was like, oh, it feels like the game is over after turns 1 and 2, but I don't think Raghav necessarily made any mistakes after turn 2, right? He went for plays that were all logical, and I think Raghav was probably thinking, well, I can take these neutral trades because I'm so far ahead in the game, right? But the critical survival with the Serena, for example, the Sneasler being able to do so much damage with close combat, like, I think Emilio just found the perfect sequence of moves to counter what Raghav was doing. But I think every play that Raghav made after turn 2 still made plenty of sense. I think that's a game that's really, it's probably going to be really tough for Raghav in that he's probably thinking, if I just made one aggressive prediction throughout any course of those turns, right, when I already had the lead, like that would have just been it. Whether it be targeting Sneasler on the turn Serena protected with Venusaur, or the turn Serena protected when it was Pelipper Swampert, right? Like there was multiple, it like protected on a Hurricane, right? And so I think like Emilio's use of defensive playing, saying you have to respect the offense that my Serena has. Rogov respecting that offense consistently meant that Emilio was able to like basically weave in enough attacks, especially with that Sneasler, getting those close combats off. And in the end, our Chowdon also had the potential to go for a protect. It didn't, but Emilio calls it, targets right into it, right? And I think Rogov was also probably thinking about the odds a little bit, where like, oh, even if I get all of this wrong, well, you still have to hit your triple axles and your power whips. But it was the perfect combination of things where Emilio finds the right counterplay to the right, like, once again, Rogov's plays make sense, right? But Emilio finds the perfect counterplay every turn.
But I feel like, I want to build on your point there, Aaron, because there's also the conditioning about what, like, the amount of times that Rogov chose to go into the Tsarina when it went for a protect. There's that conditioning. And even though, like, if you look at those final turns where the Sneasler Diaclaw probably doesn't get there on the Pelipper from about half health, like if it's just a Hurricane into that Tsarina on that turn, but again, you've got to play the odds, and Rogov's like, well, this Tsarina is played so defensively. Emilio's like respecting the damage that Rogov has and the lead that he created, and then like there's the switch, and there's like the weave into the game. And as you say, like you've still got to hit your power whips, right? But you're still in a position where Emilio's taken that one little line, that one little sort of sliver of hope to try to make it through that match.
I want to just also say that it's so easy, again, in hindsight, to take a look at the game and recognize these small points where a different decision or a different play could have swung the favor of the game. And as a competitor, you both have experienced this as well in very high pressure, intense situations. It's hard to make that decision in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
That's all you get to think about all of the different possibilities that could happen in this one tiny micro universe of this one match. And so I just want to give, again, credit to both of our competitors, everyone that has competed at the World Championships this weekend, and maybe have had those moments on stream that are easy to nitpick and call out, because it's hard. It is so hard, and you're playing against the best of the best at Worlds.
But this is the World Championships. I mean, this is where those small adaptations, this is where all the prep that you put into coming into the World Championships, this is where it all matters, right? You do the rounds, you do the playing against these different compositions, you're training against friends that you're working with towards the World Championships. And, you like those little micro decisions are the things, that's where the magic is in the execution here at this level of competition. And we've had a few upsets. We've had trainers come in that we were expecting, hey, you're coming in on an absolute tear. This could be your event, that have gone home in phase one. And that's just what happens when you get to this sort of pressure cooker of an event.
I think the first turn, and that game 3 in particular, is something that I would really emphasize anyone watching the stream, newer viewers, to take a look at, because I think most people would probably just click the forfeit button right there and say, that's it, I made a hard read, it didn't work, I'm so far behind, I'm not even gonna try. But Emilio just showed if you can find a path to victory. You have to play perfectly, right? There's just no room for error. Once again, like, Emilio stringed together the perfect sequence of turns, turn after turn after turn after turn, and also had to, not get unlucky with the misses with Serena, but in the end, it was enough. And so I think comebacks in Pokemon are always some of the most exciting things to watch, right? And to be able to find a path back into the game, and you can slowly feel the tension building. I think you could see it in Rogov's face that he's probably, I was saying, it was like, you're so close, but you still have to close it out, right? And in the end, I think Rogov slowly realized, oh my goodness, wait, like, Emilio's getting turn after turn after turn, right? Like, this game feels like it's slowly slipping away from me, but I still have a chance. Each turn, it's like, okay, he's like climbing back up the rope a little bit, but I still have plenty of room to work with. But then it gets to that final turn, and I'm sure he's also probably thinking, I should have maybe just Hurricaned the Serena slot instead and taken the Dire Claw. But if you're not sure about the damage calcs in that situation, you think both are going to get the knockout, then you go for the Sneasler to hope that you can dodge one of the 2 power whips.
And that doesn't always go right as well. Like, if you leave the Dire Claw open as a possibility, well, we know how Dire Claw works. It's not a guarantee there either. So let's move forward, let's look at our top cut bracket here, see who is going to be up against who. So we have our 3 players there in yellow that have made it well enough through our tournament to have a bye in this top 16 round. A reminder, this is an asymmetrical top cut. We have 13 competitors overall in this bracket, so 3 of them getting a bye into our top 8. The rest of them are fighting for their place.
Zachary Weed, 2nd place at the Las Vegas Regional Championship, 2nd place at EUIC, top 8 at Worlds. He's had one of the most phenomenal seasons I can remember in North America, and I'm not surprised to see him here in top 8. I think he has quickly risen to become one of the stars in North American VGC, but yeah, just absolutely dominant as a top 3 seed here. And Antonio Sanchez has gotten top 8 at the World Championships before, and so another top cut performance here. Of course, won a regional championship as well. We got to see him play on stream, and Takuma representing Japan being the 3rd player to get a bye.
Yeah, and Takuma actually got 40th at the Japan Nationals. I mean, that tournament is very, very hard. And so I think even just saying you get top 64, you qualify to the World Championships is very impressive. But Takuma comes into this tournament, ends up doing very well off the back of that recent success at Japan Nats, where you get to play Pokemon champions. Then you also come in with a really cool team that has Dragonite. Focuses a lot on that Mega Floette. And so I'm really excited to see just how far we can take it.
And then looking at our top 16 bracket, I mean, talking about Japan National Championships, we have Hiroshi, who was able to win this year's Japan National Championships, showing their caliber of play getting into top 16. Versus Navjit Joshi, a previous top 8 at Worlds in 2024, doing really, really well in that tournament. Carson versus Zhao is looking like a really cool match as well, because Carson's running a more Charizard-focused team, right? And Zhao is running the Lycanroc Frostlass Mega Scovillain combination there, 1 of 2 with Zachary Weed that's been able to make it through to our top cut.
Yeah, Carson, played in the seniors division over a decade ago and took a long break from VGC, came back and actually has been on a tear this season, winning a regional championship as well. And so really, really great to see them back here. Joao, a player that I honestly had not been able to see very much on the international stage before, and so I think this is a big, big performance for him.
And this is a player that recently aged up from the seniors division. Is actually the Sao Paulo regional champion from 2025 in seniors. And so the fact that you've recently aged up into the masters division, you're getting a top 6 seed at the World Championships. I think that's a really great player to keep our eyes on, and also one that I think a lot of competitors are looking at, like these young upstarts.
There's always one from every generation that comes up to the Masters division that just comes in and starts humbling us old heads, coming in and showing they've got the. I see this in a lot of the circuit where these young players age up and they've just got no fear. I think that's one of the things that I really find exciting about watching them. They're used to playing with the Masters both in their local communities, but also in terms of what we have in our grassroots and online circuits. So it's not a big step up from seniors to masters, and even seniors is very, very competitive, certainly at the top level. So if you're able to take that transition into masters and keep it going, the sky's the limit.
Absolutely, yeah. And there are some players in that top cut who are very familiar, I should say, with the World Championship final stage. Of course, we have a world champion, Shohei Kimura. We also have Emilio, who just won on stream, who of course came so close to winning Worlds, getting 2nd many, many years ago. He's had multiple top cuts at the World Championship stage as well, and yeah, just continues to add to his list of impressive accomplishments. And I'm sure his heart rate after both that last set and the set before, where I think he had misclicked, self-targeted his own Pokemon to knock it out by accident, and then won by 1% in the end, to clutch up a game 3. He's probably at multiple points throughout the last hour thought, okay, well, that's it, Worlds is over, but it keeps his dream alive.
And I feel on the other side of that coin, Shohei has shown us so often over this stream. We've got to feature him quite a few times on the broadcast, and every single time, I've never seen really someone play these sort of Charizard Floette compositions as impressively, on the front foot, as Shohei has been showing us this weekend, right, is like, even in the mirror, like he's played the mirror in round 8 yesterday. He played effectively a mirror in one of the rounds that we had on today. And every single time he's just positive switch here, calling the protect there, like not letting any like little bit of the position that he's got go to waste. And really, I'm just so excited to see how far he can get. Maybe this is, and we've been talking about this coming in, like there's only one chance for us to get another repeat world champion, and Shohei has been showing us that maybe he's got what it takes. We'll have to see if that is what's going to be coming to pass or whatever else we could see. Who could become our next world championship? We'll find out after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Pokemon Center here at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. As you can see, we've got the World Championship side. We've got the Pokemon XP side. I hear it's absolutely insane in there. Let's go take a look. We got to get me popping out behind everything that we can. Let's take a shot of it. Oh! Hey, how's it going? Beautiful pieces. Bring it in close here. I want you to take a look at this for everyone at home. This is a fantastic piece. This is the beautiful Sableye we have right here. Without question, one of the finest we have. Beautiful, sparkly. We have the Eevee right next to it. And finally, the Jigglypuff. Very nice collection. The official mat, limit 1 per customer, but I count as 2 customers, so I will take 2. No? King Pikachu. We have now transitioned from the World Championships to the XP area. Space-themed, extremely cool. In my opinion, cooler than the World Championship area. I'm probably not supposed to say that. Let's do some pop-outs. Boom, pop-out. Okay, get a picture of me with the Umbreon. Here you get it. The World Championship playmat and bag, also limit 1. These are different though, so I can take them. Yes? Yes, I got a yes. Place is poppin'. Beautiful, special, elegant. One of them's going on a trip, one of them's blasting off, another one would be in a spaceship. I think I like Kirlia the best. I have been excited to see this the entire time. This is the item I've had my eye on more than anything else. This jacket right here. It's beautiful, it's special. I'm not exactly sure where I can wear it except everywhere, and I want it very badly. I will be back for it, because technically I'm not allowed to shop for this right now.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokémon X and Pokémon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokémon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokémon Omega Ruby and Pokémon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokémon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
we go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variations seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokémon World Championships here in beautiful San Francisco. In addition, we've got Pokémon XP happening right outside these doors as well. And I love that we just got to see how Shoma Honami became a world champion back in 2015. Because it's time to get ready to crown a new world champion here in San Francisco.
Yeah, format gets real simple from here. If you don't win, you're done.
Exactly. Every player in the bracket, this is a single elimination bracket. Win, you get to keep playing, lose, and you go home. You go home as a top cut competitor at the World Championship, so pretty good, but at this point, each and every one of our players knows that they have a shot at being the world champion.
Exactly, Evan. You know, I think we're kind of at that point in the tournament where, hey, you know, a few weeks from now, I think everyone who's gotten to this point in the tournament is going to think, you know, I had a great run. I had a great world championships. I'm proud of myself. Right now, it's a little bit different, right? Where you don't know when you're going to get a chance to do this. Again, making the top cut of world championships is so difficult, and you can't waste this opportunity, right? Everyone kind of realizes, like, hey, I've gotten this point. Like, I could do it. Like, this is no longer just a dream. It's achievable, and it's really important to cash that in. One of these trainers is going to.
Absolutely, and we are going to be playing our first round of the play-in rounds of Top Cut to make it to our top 8, which means that the players who are competing in this round only need to win, what, 4 more rounds to be the world champion of the Pokemon First Champions World Champion? That's wild. They've already played 11 sets of Pokemon so far. What's 4 more?
Yeah, and you think about it too, I mean, gosh, these players have probably literally played thousands of games to practice over the course of the season. To think it's all now going to come down to, you know, just 4 rounds, maybe a dozen games to be the world champion. It's so close from where they started at the beginning of the year. Incredible achievement by all of these trainers to get to this point, but, you know, it'd be a shame to lose now.
Absolutely, and I am so excited for all of our competitors who have made it to this top cut stage of the tournament, both because I know that it feels great for them to have that opportunity, but also because I am excited to see what these competitors can do when, you know, the pressure is on. It's, you know, make or break moments. This is the time where you stamp your name in the history books, and we've got some incredible competitors to watch out for.
Absolutely. I think I'm very excited for all of these trainers. But I think particularly our next match should be really fun. But yeah, you know, I mean, everyone who gets this point in the tournament, right? I mean, they've proven themselves to be a player to watch for seasons to come.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're going to be watching our first matchup here. And what I'm so excited about this tournament is that it is a truly international tournament. This is the World Championships for a reason. We have people from so many different regions here competing at the World Championships. Regions that, you know, when we first started doing this 13 years ago, people had written off as saying, oh, well, there's really just North America and Japan. And honestly, there's really just Japan and Ray Rizzo at that point. So it's so exciting to see the growth of the game and see how many opportunities some of these regions have been able to get. And I'm personally extremely excited to see our Latin American competitors, especially because we are going to be able to see them follow their journey next season as part of the official stream broadcast.
Exactly, yeah, I think I'm really excited to get more tape on some of these players, right? Where I'm really excited to get to see the Latin American players we do have in Top Cut. You're trying to join, you know, Paul Ruiz is a world champion from that region. But yeah, I mean, I think it's like we always read about their accomplishments, right? We don't get to see it as much. So I think tuning in next season will be really fun, kind of get to see more from what those players are doing. And yeah, I mean, I'd argue going into this tournament too, it wasn't Japan, North America, but I think it seemed like a lot of players felt like it was like Japan and Europe were the only regions even this year.
Or Japan and Italy.
Yeah, right. And yeah, Top Cut bracket looked a little bit different, right? Kind of proving that, hey, you know, we shouldn't have written off some of the trainers that we did. And I think it's going to make this really fun, right? A lot of different, really nice mix of teams in Top Cut as well. You know, mostly expected Pokemon, though some really cool surprises as well. But it's the way these teams are piloted, I think, is really going to make the difference. And everyone who's gotten to this point is just absolute master of their own team.
Yeah, and that's what's been so exciting about watching this tournament is, you know, the metagame has some very much top-tier threats, you know, top teams that everyone should have practiced against going into it. But it's not the same meta where it's like, okay, I know exactly what my lines are into every single team. Or like, if I'm going to play against Big Six, I know exactly the flow chart that I'm going to be going for. There is a lot of variance in this, but it's also just such razor-thin margins. I don't know that there are that many teams that feel like they have a overwhelmingly winning matchup against the other teams in the meta right now.
Yeah, I know a lot of trainers have been kind of a little bit frustrated, right? Because they're kind of used to, oh, you have my prep, maybe I can just like team diff people a little bit. And that's just not how this year is playing out, right? Where you kind of just have to be really locked in every game, navigate some really difficult conditions in each matchup. And especially, yeah, I mean, like there's little training differences, right? You know, oh, I have little stats are a little bit different. Oh, I've changed a move, I've changed an item, but it's hard for that to be the difference between winning and losing a match. So these trainers they've been very stressed so far, and we're entering the most stressful part of a tournament now.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at those competitors who have qualified for our top cut bracket. Of course, you can see there are 3 players who, by virtue of their record and strength of schedule, have qualified for the top 8 already. And they are 2 players that we have seen on stream a few times already, Antonio Sanchez and Zachary Weed. But also Takuma Yamazaki from Japan has also advanced to the top 8. So those 3 players are guaranteed a spot in the top 8, and the remaining competitors are fighting for the opportunity to join them.
Yeah, all these players finished with 2 losses or fewer, but the very top trainers, the fewest losses, then with the best opponent records are the ones who are able to get those buys to move on as everyone else works to join them here. A lot of big names that we have on this side of the field where I think any of these players could very feasibly become the world champion. We've got to see a number of them on stream before, and there's some pretty exciting achievements for the side. We have a former world champion in Shohei Kimura, a former world's runner-up in Emilio, right? Where I think both these trainers probably really adding to a legacy, starting to get into that greatest of all time conversation if they're able to win this one.
Yet no one has ever been able to replicate what Ray Rizzo did in 2011, which is winning a 2nd world championship, let alone back-to-back like Ray Rizzo did back then. However, the competition is just so much more fierce now here in 2026 that, if Shohei Kimura is able to make it all the way, he is our last remaining world champion chasing that 2nd crown here. But you would have to consider him as one of the greatest of all time if he is able to accomplish a 2nd world championship. But like we mentioned, so many great competitors from across the world here, and I'm really excited that we have Brazilian representation, we have Canadian representation, we have so many incredible competitors here. It is a world championships.
Well, let's not leave you waiting too much longer. We've got a match ready, and I couldn't be more excited for this one.
Yeah, this is a matchup that Scott has been bragging about calling from before the World Championships. Not necessarily that they would be facing each other, but 2 of your players that you are most excited to see here at the World
Absolutely, the Castor Bias Bowl for me, where, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch this one. I always tell you I'm excited. That's my job. But this time I'm telling you the truth. I think 2 really exciting players here. I just really love watching Carson in our domestic circuit here in North America. I just think he's so scary to play against. I think in Pokemon VGC, when you get to a point where you're good enough, it kind of just feels different watching you play. You kind of just exert pressure by virtue of being so good at capitalizing on your advantages, so good at creating advantageous board positions. And I think of the more offensively oriented players in North America, this year to me there was nobody better than Carson. And with the way that this format's playing out, where players couldn't quite figure out defense, where every game hits smaller margins, where you kind of have to make reads, to me it seems like of all the North American players, Carson could be the best suited to that sort of tournament.
Absolutely, and you can see Carson's accomplishments there on your screen. Very accomplished back in the senior division. He aged up into the Masters division, competed through 2018, took a break, and came back with a vengeance starting at the end of Scarlet and Violet. Is our current Seattle regional champion, just proving that the skills don't go away. They're just always there waiting for you to come back to them.
Yeah, I think he's been incredible for the long break as well, where he just immediately is like, oh, well, why don't I just immediately be the scariest player in the world? Great, awesome. I'm really excited to watch Joaju. I haven't got to see as much footage of him, but I think he was someone that players should have been a little bit more afraid of coming into this tournament. I believe he was 8th in championship points in Latin America, but he'd really been grinding the online tournaments coming up to this event. I think we've kind of mentioned repeatedly throughout the course of this weekend where since you can't team diff people really in this format, it's very important to know your team and its lines well. He's been playing this team a lot. I believe 2 weeks ago in the last Western Online Grassroots tournament, he got 2nd place using the same team. So he's played high stakes matches with this team already, and I don't think anyone's going to be too excited to play against either of his trainers. So not surprised to see both of them in the top cut. I think we should get a really exciting match here.
Yeah, let's take a look at Carson St. Dennis's team here. A very familiar grouping of 6 Pokemon, but you always have to look at these small differences here. Whenever I see a team like this, I always look at the King Gambit to see which one it is. It's Topal and 4 attacks. I look at the Charizard, there's the Solar Beam over the Ancient Power, but also you have to look for the things you weren't expecting to see different, and I see that Rock Tomb on Sneasler.
Yeah, I love it. And not a whole lot of changes here, right? Like, don't change the things that aren't broken, but I love Rock Tomb in the hands of a player like this one, right? Where I just have to think about board states a little bit differently. Notice it do pretty impactful rock-type damage, where it makes it much more effective against, say, like Charizard or Pelipper or whatever, where you get a super effective attack. But also the speed drop on it is really impactful. Always drop speed by 1 level, so if players are kind of just playing around checking certain endgame situations, like, oh, well, I know this Pokemon is faster than that one, so I can just preserve that to have them finish off. Even if Sneasler can't knock out the opponent, being able to lower its speed potentially allows one of its friends to flip an endgame situation. I think it's really cool, especially for a player that's proven to be as good at navigating matches and kind of creating bad situations for his opponents as Carson has.
Absolutely, and having that as a secondary speed control option alongside the Tailwind on Whimsicott gives him so much flexibility, and he is going to need it going up against João Felipe Leite here from Brazil, running the Scovillain and Frostlass dual mega team that also has that Lycanroc, which is a big part of this team, and is designed to be match up so well into Charizard teams.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to see that Lycanroc almost for sure in this matchup. I think players are always a little surprised when they see Lycanroc if you haven't really been following this year's video game championships. Not traditionally a Pokemon that we see in this level of competition, but it's so uniquely good, right? The only Pokemon capable of using that increased priority rock-type move that, hey, no matter what speed control is happening, I'm going to dunk that Charizard if you leave it unprotected against Lycanroc, so what are you going to do about it? I think the rest of his team is pretty fun, too. We started seeing it the week before the North America International Championships in Turin, and it really hasn't changed at all in Regulation MB. Just a team that a number of players have found a lot of comfort on. They're like, hey, maybe I don't have anything new for this format, but I'm going to play it really well, and I think I have the tools to beat every matchup. The one big change being that Life Orb held item wasn't available before. Was previously usually Citrus Berry on that Basculegion, instead Life Orb here for Joao, so they're going to be a little bit more offensive, maybe not as bulky as it used to be. That was kind of a fun synergy with the Aurora Veil from Frostlass, but it dish out a lot of damage compared to what we saw in Regulation MA.
Well, here we go. Game 1 of our first top cut match here at the World Championships. Joao will be leading Frostlass next to that Lycanroc and immediately catching the Charizard and Kingambit. And immediately you see why Lycanroc has a place in this meta against these teams, threatening super effective, quad super effective damage against both Pokemon on Carson's side.
Yeah, Lycanroc immediately terrifying here. Not only does it have the Accelerock or the Rock Slide to try to take out the Charizard, but close combat for Kingambit as well. And it also covers a lot of the switches pretty well, right? Where there aren't any Pokemon other than Sneasler who's going to be too excited about taking out those attacks. That Pokemon see in the back bunch. Frostlass immediately switching out of battle here, bringing the Sneasler in.
Sneasler coming in, Frostlass is a little bit concerned about staring down Charizard and losing the Weather War from the jump. But that Sneasler coming in will threaten Facebook to fake out pressure as the Accelerock connects onto Whimsicott on the switch in. Ironhead from the Kingambit will be able to connect onto Lycanroc and bring it down to its Focus Sash. And now you have, again, a Pokemon for Joao that threatens quad super effective damage on both Pokemon on Carson's side.
Yeah, that type chart not working super well for Carson here, but I don't think he's going to be too upset about the trade. Fun to note, too, both sides switching out their Mega Evolved being Pokemon there, not Mega Evolved yet, because the Weather War is a little bit difficult in these matchups, right? Where typically you kind of want to be the one who Mega Evolves second in order to get that advantage there. Frostlass typically naturally quicker, but both sides delaying for now. Lycanroc having to escape to preserve itself as a win condition later. Don't want to let that go down while Charizard is still at full health.
Yeah, a free Sucker Punch there would mean that Charizard could start running over this team, especially after Whimsicott is able to get the Tailwind up. There's the Chople Berry activating to reduce the power of that close combat, just enough to allow Kingambit to hang on with 9% health. That is going to drop the defenses of Sneasler, but immediately regain them with the White Herb and activate the Unburden, allowing that Sneasler to be able to match the speed boost from the Tailwind on Whimsicott. Of course, Kingambit is happy to tank an Ironhead on the switch.
Yeah, nice switch there from Joao. Not taking too much damage from the Ironhead of his Kingambit, and also creating a situation for the opposing Kingambit where not only does it have to worry about the Sneasler now, but if it locks into anything other than Sucker Punch, it's in danger of being Sucker Punched itself and knocked out before it can do anything. Not going to do a whole lot of damage in the battle between the Kingambits, but when you only have 9% HP, you're kind of checked there, which really reduces the impact of his Tailwind, right? Sneasler is still the fastest Pokemon in the field after Unburden. Kingambit checked by its opposite numbers, so nice job by Joao there. Doesn't have the speed advantage from a speed control perspective, but with the reality of kind of how these Pokemon can act, he does. So Carson's still on a back foot, going to need a little bit more maneuvering to really get an advantage onto the battlefield here.
Gambit will retreat again, not trying to give up any Pokemon for free here as Garchomp will switch in. No priority coming out from Joao, and Whimsicott is still faster than the Unburdened Sneasler in Tailwind. That close combat now connects on to the Garchomp on the switch and does a lot of damage. A double up into that slot, likely to pick up the Garchomp on the switch in here. And there's the Kowtow Cleave coming out from King Gambit, connects onto Garchomp, and it is enough. Carson loses Garchomp immediately on the switch.
That's a big knockout, too. You know, a Pokemon that could otherwise have really helped out with dealing with that Lycanroc in the back later. So starting to look pretty good from Joao there. Charizard going to come in now, doesn't have to worry about the Lycanroc immediately. And now you're kind of looking at this from Carson's side that feels like, hey, like I almost have to send out Charizard. Otherwise, it's going to be checked and useless later in the matchup. So some important progress here from Joao. And then also important to keep in mind, too, Sneasler's help has now been introduced enough. Whimsicott is the fastest Pokemon in the field with Tailwind. It is in range of being knocked out by that Moonblast now. So potentially, you know, there is a better situation for Carson now. He had to lose a Pokemon to do it, but Whimsicott checking Sneasler and Charizard checking King Gambit. So now what will Joao do in response to being threatened with a double knockout?
Yeah, exactly right. You're usually expecting to get more damage out of a Life Orb Garchomp, but getting this Charizard in position may just be enough. Still holding on to the Mega Evolution on a Charizard, does not want to give up the Weather War right away. Whimsicott will be able to pick up the KO onto Sneasler with a second Moonblast. And King Gambit just trying to protect itself so it can still threaten some damage on priority Sucker Punch. As here comes Lycanroc, immediately needs to check that Charizard.
Zero hesitation there, just sends the Lycanroc out immediately. But this is a very interesting situation, right? Where you'd love to just slam that Accelerock into Charizard, deal with it right away. But Lycanroc's only at a single hit point, right? And Whimsicott, fastest Pokemon in the field, and certainly not in range of a Sucker Punch from here as a Fairy type. You resist that Dark type attack. So what will happen? Will Charizard protect? Will Lycanroc protect? The trainers are going to have to make a read here. Potentially a lot of ground to be gained, but I think if either of those Pokemon go down here without doing anything, it could be a huge advantage for the opposing trainer.
And that Whimsicott is threatened maybe by a double priority target there. The Accelerock had dealt a lot of damage previously, and that is Black Glass's King Gambit, giving it maybe just enough oomph to get over the hurdle of the type resistance. But Charizard is ready to just go on the offensive, protecting Whimsicott from any attacks coming out from Joao. That is the Accelerock into Whimsicott, not targeting down the Charizard. That's a double target into Whimsicott. Carson calls it correctly, perfectly launches a Heat Wave back and picks up a double KO.
Huge double from Carson there, and that's what we saw from him all season in North America. In a very precarious position there, but reads just like you did, hey, that could be a double on the Whimsicott. It's too obvious for me to not protect my Charizard, so he just lets it attack. And picks up a big double knockout and immediately picks up that first game. He's now a game away from moving on to the top 8.
That is the power of a perfect play. Carson St. Dennis making the exact read he needed, getting both of those KOs, the only two Pokemon remaining that could check that Charizard, and Joao knew immediately this game is over. I have to go to game 2.
Yeah, really great job by Carson throughout the course of that match. You know, sacrificing the Garchomp when he needed to in order to get back into an advantageous position, getting that Tailwind up, and getting enough damage in the Lycanroc. It's so important with those Charizard teams to sash the Lycanroc, right? It's a very frail Pokemon, but you still always have to hit it twice because of that Focus Sash item. Didn't really have to give anything up on that first turn to sash the Lycanroc. I think to me, as much as the read, that was also the other decisive turn in that game. Just too much to give up for too little, and really great job by Carson there. I think you know, the early positioning kind of seemed like it wasn't to his advantage, but he did a great job of picking exactly the spots he needed and got himself a great win in that first game.
Yeah, and I had to point out every time Joao had the extremely effective damage on both of Carson's Pokemon. At any moment, if Carson had gotten a read incorrect, his Pokemon were taking massive damage, and he had to play that so perfectly from the jump to avoid all of that.
Yeah, it's like he can read his opponent's minds. He's been so good at this, is why I was so excited to watch him, where Carson always just seems to play these sort of teams that are kind of very small margin for error. And again, that's just kind of this whole format now where I think he was a little ahead of the curve playing that way back in Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. And now that everyone has to play his game, he's got a little advantage yet. I think it would have been so easy for him to make a big mistake there and kind of just look silly, maybe get blown out in the first game, but he gets every read right. And this is a terrible position to be in, I feel like, if you're Joao. You know, where this matchup, you know, it's a fresh game in game 2, but I think with Carson being a player who's so good at making those reads, now he gets 2 chances to do it again to move on.
Absolutely, and that is such a scary place to be if you are Joao. However, like you mentioned, this is a team that Joao has been grinding. He understands the lines, and just because he got them wrong in game 1 doesn't mean that he cannot come back here in game 2. This is a team that has a good matchup into these style of Charizard teams, and Carson had to play out of his mind to get there. Can he do it again? Here is the King Gambit and Charizard led for Carson and Joao. Again, the Frostlass and the Lycanroc.
The familiar Pokemon in the field, and I think that makes this even more fun, right? Where now you have the conditioning of game 1. Okay, well, I know what my opponent did last time. Will they do the same thing, or will they mix it up? Again, Lycanroc threatening a ton of damage onto either of these Pokemon. A close combat into King Gambit could be huge if he gets the same play as last time, but maybe he won't. So far, Frostlass switching out just like it did in the first game.
Sneasler coming back in for the Frostlass, just like in the first game. But this time, Carson is switching it up. Instead of switching out the Charizard, instead going to Mega Evolve the Charizard, opting for an offensive move here that is going to set the drought, and it will go for a Protect, one of the rare opportunities where it does make sense to Mega Evolve and Protect, and this time he gets it right. Another turn where Carson gets it right. The Accelerock into the Protect, and the Iron Head breaks Lycanroc's Focus Sash once again.
It was again in that very scary spot, but I think this is an interesting situation we get on this subsequent twin. Charizard, blown its Protect, is vulnerable to that Accelerock, so there's a lot of temptations to switch it out of battle. However, King Gambit's a pretty important Pokemon in this matchup, especially if he isn't able to get that Tailwind up and needs its increased priority to help out a little bit. And this variant of King Gambit, it's a little bit weaker on the defensive side than what we see from some others. Unlike his opponent's King Gambit, not able to protect critically while facing the threat of 2 different close combats on this turn, or a Fake Out in a close combat if you want to dodge a potential Sucker Punch into the Lycanroc slot.
Yeah, and of course, with Charizard staying on the field and protecting, it is not protected from the ability to dodge the Fake Out or an Accelerock. And as a result, Carson is forced to switch that Pokemon out, bringing in the Garchomp once again. There is the Accelerock now connecting onto the Garchomp, and the Rough Skin finishing off the Lycanroc. A perfect switch in there to get the damage that you needed, and a Sucker Punch connects onto Sneasler. That's going to deal just a little bit of damage and open up the close combat here into the King Gambit. Carson will go ahead and munch on that Topple Berry to reduce the damage, and King Gambit again barely hanging on thanks to that Resist Berry.
That really nicely done there. King Gambit also kind of safely getting some damage down, wanting to make sure to get some damage on Sneasler. Even with a double target there, would have been guaranteed to at least weaken it a little bit. And what a huge play switching that Garchomp in there, right? Rough Skin looking real good over the course of this event so far, but picking up a knockout. And once again, that Pokemon that's supposed to counter Charizard going down for nothing. I think at this point, Joao's got to be very careful to make sure he manages enough resources to still have a chance against Charizard. Frostlass not going to be able to do it on its own. So Sneasler now switching out, and we see Basculegion as the final Pokemon from Joao.
Okay, Basculegion out on the field. No switch coming out from Carson. That means that Frostlass is able to Mega Evolve, is able to set the snow. Frostlass now has temporarily taken control of the weather. That is going to force Garchomp to protect so it doesn't take an extremely effective Blizzard for its troubles. And the Sucker Punch into the Sneasler slot instead whiffs into, or potentially into the Frostlass, as there comes the Aurora Veil to make Joao's team even bulkier and more difficult to break through.
Yeah, huge read from Joao, right? I think almost certainly a Sucker Punch into the Frostlass slot, and that's big. If it's attacking, that's a ton of damage right on the edge of a one-hit knockout. Instead, there's a free Aurora Veil up. It's going to help both of these Pokemon take a Sucker Punch better from this King Gambit and critically help the remainder of the game. It's going to be difficult to deal with this Charizard still, so I think every bit of defensive stat helps, maybe allowing some of these Pokemon to survive one more attack, and also have that Blizzard now threatening the Garchomp relatively safely, where, but not so safely as Charizard comes in. We see the value of Mega Evolving Charizard earlier in the game. Since it's not regular Charizard, it does change the weather, and Frostlass barely survives.
Barely survives thanks to the Aurora Veil. There's the Blizzard, connects with both Pokemon outside of the snow. King Gambit goes down. Charizard takes a third of its health on the switch-in, but of course that would have been all of the Garchomp's health. Here comes Basculegion. No Pokemon have been knocked out, or just one Pokemon was knocked out, and that is enough to pick up the KO on the Charizard. That means that Joao is now in such a huge position here. very strong to have that weather setter off the field.
Yeah, that is really big. While critically hitting the Blizzard on both Pokemon in the sun, much less accurate that way, but this really improves the position. Able to just pick up that knockout on Charizard. If the Blizzard had missed that slot, it would have survived and been able to at least have a much better chance this game. Probably Whimsicott would have come in, been able to set a Tailwind up, and we were in a very different game state. Instead, Garchomp facing down this Frostlass now, and maybe able to pick it up with the help of Whimsicott here, but it's going to get out of battle for now, and Garchomp's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Garchomp has a lot of work to do and not a lot of time. Going to spend this one turn protecting itself so it does not risk getting hit by another Blizzard. There's the Moonblast this time, going to connect onto the Basculegion, just dealing a little bit of damage to that Pokemon. The Protect protects the Garchomp from that last respects, but that just means that Sneasler and Sneasler's fake out pressure gets in for free.
Yeah, it's an incredibly important cycle. Last game it was Carson hitting the read, this time it's Joao, and now Garchomp probably needs to hit a double protect to stay in this game. I think double up in that slot would be very devastating. If it didn't knock it out directly, it'd be very close, and then with that life orb, it's pretty scary. It fails the double protect.
Went for it, but doesn't get it. We are not seeing a lot of double protects here at the World Championships. But Joao even goes for the fake out onto Whimsicott, recognizing that Garchomp had to go for that, and instead it goes down. Basculegion picks up another KO. It is just Whimsicott remaining, and yes, we get a Game 3 in Top Cut.
See how easily it can go either way, and Joao showing why he's one of the best players from the Latin America region, doing a great job of locking that one in. And what an impressive victory as well. You know, it kind of just seemed like he gave up that Lycanroc maybe a little too easily, but no, he had a plan for this one, able to come away with the win despite losing the Charizard counter. Maybe on Carson's side, the other way, you know, just couldn't stay in a position where he could really take advantage of the Charizard at all, right? Like, it seemed like it was so big, and maybe it would have been if the Sun was able to cause that Blizzard to miss, but Frostlass clutching up, able to get that extra damage in onto the Charizard, and because of that, with Kingambit and Charizard going down in that turn, creating that advantage from Joao to finish out the game.
Yeah, without any of those additional resources, Carson just could not claw his way back into that game, and Joao, like you mentioned, just proving how easily it can go the other way. When you have these close matches, these read-heavy matches, it can really turn on a dime, and that makes this Game 3 so exhilarating. Even if it looks exactly the same from the Pokemon choices, the different choices, the different lines that are going through these players' head are immense.
Yeah, I'll be really excited to see if we see once again kind of the same lead combination. They try to mind game each other at just another angle. I do think with these two team matchups in particular, I mean, I'm sure these trainers spent so much time before this tournament thinking about what they wanted to do in this matchup, and maybe you played a little bit differently because of tweaks your opponents have made or like who your opponent is, but you know, they probably played this match in their heads for weeks before this tournament.
Ooh, Scovillain spicy on the field next to the Lycanroc, and the Sneasler up against the Charizard. So Scovillain changed up from Joao, bringing that Pokemon as the Mega and most likely leaving Frostlass behind.
Yeah, Frostlass looked really good in that last game, but I had to get pretty lucky to do it, right? I mean, the Aurora Veil potentially being impactful, that wound up really not mattering because that double hit Blizzard wound up being so big. But maybe we're not talking at all right now. You know, maybe we're talking about an interview if the Blizzard misses, so opting for the Scovillain instead. And for this very physical Pokemon-heavy lineup that Carson has been bringing, Scovillain get pretty impactful here. You know, any Pokemon that hits Mega Scovillain will be burned, and everything but Charizard can be pretty upset by that. And hey, there's a Pokemon on this team whose job it is to knock out Charizard, so Lycanroc can handle Charizard, Scovillain can handle everyone else. It's a pretty positive game state, right? That's why this team is supposed to be favored in the Charizard team.
Absolutely, and Basculegion coming out, Joao is going to protect the Lycanroc, not going to let that Focus Sash be broken immediately. There is a double protect. Joao is fishing for a good Moody boost on the Scovillain. Of course, Moody will increase the special defense and drop its speed. That special defense, you would probably rather have defense, but that's one of those two that you consider a jackpot.
Yeah, I think feeling pretty good about it, right? It's going to make it much easier to deal with the Charizard later. Should Scovillain survive that long? Again, defensively better. You want to make sure you burn both of these Pokemon if you can, but like, are you really willing to get both of these Pokemon burned to take out Scovillain? I'd argue that's probably a losing game state for Carson, so he's going to have to figure out how to deal with this one. You'd really prefer your special attacking Pokemon to deal with Scovillain in order to get rid of those burns, but not really going to be an option here. And Lycanroc's going to switch out like, hey, you know, like, things aren't looking so good for you. Maybe I'll just save this guy for later.
Yeah, I don't see Kingambit or Charizard, so Lycanroc has no business being on the field right now. But what does have business is the Mega Scovillain. Like you mentioned, any physical attackers that, or any attackers that hit into Scovillain at all will be burnt by its spicy spray. You can see that's why Bastion Legion is protecting. The Dire Claw is not enough damage to pick up the KO onto Scoville and does get a paralysis. Sneasler will be burnt for its troubles. So Carson's plan here is to just stall out and only have one Pokemon over 2 turns that Sneasler be burned and take out the Scoville.
Yeah, Sneasler definitely the best Pokemon to get burned if you pick somebody. Still useful if it's burned, right? Not going to deal as much damage. Burn halves the Pokemon's physical damage, but does allow it to still use Fake Out. You know, can still get a status effect from Dire Claw. You know, it's doing more than nothing. One of these other Pokemon where their job is just damage. Not so exciting here. However, the Bastion Legion on the opposing side potentially in a decent spot here. Getting the awkwardness of having to figure out which Bastion Legion is faster now. But at least Scoville almost dealt with.
Scoville almost dealt with, but also kind of scary to have Scoville dealt with on this team because now the close combat picking up the Scoville, that is just powering up Joao's last respects, which would be able to pick up a KO into the opposing Bastion Legion. There is the White Herb activating to fix off all of the drops from the close combat, as one Bastion Legion's last respects without any fainted partners is not enough to pick up the KO, but that Life Orb Bastion Legion with one fainted partner absolutely is.
Going to take some recoil damage here as well, so that Bastion Legion at best going to be able to attack twice more, but twice could be enough in this situation. Evens up the Pokemon count, and Carson still has his Mega Evolved Pokemon, which is helpful here, but we're kind of running out of resources in Carson's side of the field, right? You've got the Burn. Sneasler's going to have some problems here. Charizard still has to worry, but Lycanroc, who does call the Charizard switch coming into battle, and now this is looking like a pretty advantageous situation for Joao once again. You know, Accelerock into the Charizard slot, attacks Sneasler with Bastion Legion. Still have to worry about Lycanroc potentially getting sashed here, which we'd really love to avoid, but pretty advantageous position. So, Jaws, can you get this read right? I think both sides kind of feel like, hey, you know, if I get one big one right, I'm really close to moving on to the top 8.
And this is definitely a moment where there could be a big read one way or the other. Charizard retreats. Carson is not ready to put all of it on Charizard right now, instead bringing in the Whimsicott. Joao also not willing to put it all on Lycanroc. Protects, but that is protecting in front of a Whimsicott on the switch. Will dodge the close combat this time around, but that Sneasler now goes down to the last respects because of it. This Bastion Legion, like you said, it only gets to swing twice, but that might just be enough.
Yeah, that's a big knockout. Charizard now going to be forced back onto the battlefield, and things are getting really dicey for Carson. You know, Whimsicott, maybe if it had, or if maybe Sneasler had been able to knock out the Bastion Legion, could try to catch Lycanroc a little bit more easily with an Encore or something, but there's still a Pokemon remaining on Joao's side of the field, so makes this much more difficult to deal with. Charizard probably going to have to protect here. Interesting turn, and Lycanroc is going to flee for now, try to have more flexibility, anticipating the Charizard is not going to leave itself vulnerable this turn.
Okay, well, King Gambit is switching in for the Lycanroc, but that means that Carson is able to now Mega Evolve his Charizard Y. Charizard now out on the field, sets the sun, going to make sure that its fire-type attacks are even more powerful. Bastion Legion goes for a Protect, does not want to faint this turn. Whimsicott not going for an Encore, instead a Moonblast into the Protect, and the Weather Ball catches King Gambit on the switch-in. That does mean that Lycanroc gets to come in for free and without the risk of being Encored into Protect.
Yeah, so now Whimsicott's probably going to need to go on the offense, and appropriately this game could all come down to a read. You know, if there isn't an Accelerock into the Charizard slot, maybe it can do some big damage here and start flipping this game around. But you know, otherwise, Charizard's really still being threatened by this Lycanroc. A double into Whimsicott, not so great either. Bastion Legion somewhat being checked by, where Whimsicott will be quicker than either Lycanroc or Bastion Legion. So really precarious position for these traders. It is so close.
This is so tense, and that Bastion Legion just protected, so it may not have an opportunity to go for to protect this time around. It would have to go for a double, also risking being Encored or just being picked up by a KO from the Whimsicott and a Moonblast here. But can Lycanroc beat both of these Pokemon?
Yeah, Lycanroc is going after the MVP. We know Bastion Legion can't do it on its own at this level of health.
That's a Tailwind.
Getting the Tailwind up.
Joao is so happy about that Tailwind and no Protect. That's because the Accelerock connects onto Charizard. One hit KO. And with that, Joao has defeated the major offensive pressure that Carson has remaining. And with the last respects connecting onto Whimsicott, brings it down to Focus Sash, but that is it. Joao, the Leaf Leche is moving on to our top 8.
what an incredible performance. Carson having so many great reads over the course of this season, but when it came down to it, Joao able to represent Brazil in the top 8 by making the read when he needed to, eliminating Carson and moving on here. What an incredible match by both of these trainers.
Wow, and that is just what this meta is like right now. Everything is, the margins are so thin. It all comes down to these individual moments where you can get the read correct. None of those were wrong plays. They were just one competitor understanding the board state and understanding their opponent a little bit better.
Yeah, what great poise by Joao throughout the course of this set. You know, again, Lycanroc is supposed to have some advantage against Charizard, but it's not so easy, right? You kind of see that in the first game where even though you have some theoretical advantages, you still have to get the positioning, and Carson is so good at making it difficult to push those advantages. It would have been very easy to fall behind for that first game and kind of just make a mistake and get knocked out of this one, but Joao really locked in, did a great job of avoiding making any game-losing mistakes in the subsequent games. It had exactly enough resources, right? That Basket Legion just barely surviving as long as it needed to. That final attack clinching the win, looking really great there. And then, hey, Lycanroc finally was able to survive a game, right? Went down so early in game 1 and game 2, but in that third game, finally that end game win position that you dream of it being against Charizard. And hey, this team might be looking a little long in the tooth after being created so early in Regulation MA, but here we are at the World Championships, the end of Regulation MB, and it's moving on to the top 8.
Absolutely, and I am so thrilled for Joao to have advanced to the top 8. This is his first season in the Masters division, having aged up from the Seniors division, and let me tell you, my first season, I was nowhere close to the top 8 at the World Championships in the Masters division. So congratulations, Joao. Incredible play, extremely well-deserved.
Yeah, incredible play. And yeah, he's had an incredible season, too. I think he's really put the work in. Again, been grinding online. He's been making sure he's prepared for this tournament. I think a lot of trainers found this format to be very challenging. And it sounded to me like maybe a number of trainers maybe didn't put the prep in they would have liked to because it was hard. And, Joao pushed through. He did what he had to do to make sure he'd be ready for this tournament, and he's getting his just rewards. Congratulations to Carson as well. I think he's played an incredible season. Sometimes you play another really great opponent, not everybody can win, but really excited for Joao. I think it's always fun to kind of see the youth in the competitive circuit start moving up and kind of establishing their name in this top age division. And excited for Brazil too, right? It's not too often we get a player from Brazil this deep in the tournament. So hey, maybe we'll get our Brazilian world champion this year.
Absolutely, that would be our first Brazilian world champion, the second from the Latin American region, and incredible play there from Joao to make it into the top 8. We have a new generation of Pokemon. This is the first World Championships on Pokemon Champions, and it's at these moments where sort of the next generation of legends and competitors that people start seeing their names on the match slip and say, oh no, I'm intimidated by the idea that I have to play against Joao, who just got to top 8 in the World Championships. Incredible, and I'm so excited for him.
The kids are all right? We've seen a few times every year now. These graduating seniors are just so powerful, and Joao may be the most powerful yet.
Absolutely, and Joao the Powerful is down on stage and ready for an interview to tell us about how it feels to be in the top 8 of the World Championships.
Thank you so much. I'm here with your first top 8 finalists of the 2026 World Championships, Joao Felipe Leite. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we have not seen you yet this weekend. You had an incredible run in Swiss. Please tell us about it. What has been your experience been like here at the World Championships?
I love being in the World Championships. It's an awesome experience. My Swiss rounds were very tough. I started out with a loss and I had to come back after that, but I managed to do it, so I'm really happy.
Evan just called you Joao the Powerful, and if you started with a loss and came all the way into top 8, I can't help but agree. You ran your team with Mega Scovillain and Mega Frostlass so powerfully throughout that matchup. What made you decide to bring these Pokemon?
It was a team that I've been using for quite a while, so I had a lot of comfort with it. Even though I'm not sure if it was the best team in the tournament, I'm very happy to play with it because it's a team I've been playing for a long time, so I feel like I'm good with it.
It felt very comfortable to you, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And do you think that comfort allowed you to make some of those plays? I mean, you brought Mega Scovillain in that final battle. What was your thinking behind that?
Yeah, I was thinking he was leading Charizard and Kingambit, and if I managed to get a burn onto the Kingambit and Accelerock the Charizard, that would put me in a great position. And I was kind of expecting a change of leads, but Scovillain is generally good into his Pokemon because he has a lot of physical attackers. And the only one that really can KO it easily is Charizard. So I think it was a good Pokemon to bring in Game 3.
It was a great Pokemon. I mean, it got you here to top 8, as well as some amazing friends and family, I'm sure. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
I have a lot of shout-outs. I have shout-outs for the people from Brazil watching, shout-out people from my school, people from my prep group, Dorian, Andrew, Austin, a lot of people. And yeah, I just don't know. I couldn't have made it here without the help of a lot of people. So it feels really good.
Congratulations once again, Joao, on making top 8 here at the World Championships. Best of luck in your next match. And we're gonna go ahead and head over to Ben's Battle Breakdown to see what we have coming up next in our tournament.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Congratulations to Zhao, right? I mean, that was an absolutely crazy game. And using a team that, as you said, Scott, before, like, we saw it, like, at the end of MA really come into its own in Turin. And then since then, it's just never really stopped, right? It's always been there. Even the grassroots tournaments, you see it, like, getting this consistent, like, top 16, top 8, top 4s at various events in the run-up to the World Championships. Here it is again, it's twice in the top 8.
Yeah, I really like it, where I think it's like the sort of team you normally, like in most years, I feel like that kind of like wouldn't be the right way to approach the World Championship. But this format's been so much about comfort, right? And like, I don't know if this team was ever like the strongest team in the format, but it always seemed like the people who liked it really liked it. And like, kind of from the moment that they tried it after Turin, like, oh man, like, I'm the strongest soldier of this team. I don't want to play anything else ever again. And we could be in, regulation MZ, and they may still be playing this. And I think that it's just like the right format for that sort of thing, right? Where comfort is so important. And hey, I know you know what this does, but like that's great. Beat me on it, and it's not so easy.
Yeah, I guess that's what's really surprising to me about it, is because I expected people to have figured out how to beat it by now.
There is no beating it, Evan.
Clearly not.
I'm calling that out now. Like, I think like it's the perfect combination of everything, right? Like the Lycanroc covers the Charizard, the Sneasler covers the Mega Floette. These are the two most powerful Pokemon in the format. And I feel like the way that I look at it is Frostlass and Scovillain as the two Megas cover like everything else. Maybe with the exception of King Gambit, like a little bit, but Scovillain does a little bit of column A, and Frostlass does a little bit of column B.
Yeah, I think what to me is really cool about it is like the team has chemistry that I feel like other teams don't, right? And like, yeah, I think like it has some really great abilities to kind of counter the strongest Pokemon in the game, and then with what's left, it kind of all just plays really nicely together. I think one thing that trainers were kind of finding difficult about preparing for this year's World Championships, it's like it just seemed like every team had something wrong with it, right? Especially if you're working with a really high power Pokemon, there just isn't like a perfect mix of them that doesn't have any weaknesses. And in this team, I think maybe you're dropping a little bit in raw power, where I don't think anyone's coming as firm as like, yes, I believe the two strongest Mega Evolved Pokemon are Frostlass and Scovillain, right? That's a crazy take, but it doesn't matter necessarily, right? Because they play their role on the team. They enable these other Pokemon where maybe you do have 3 of the strongest non-Mega Evolving Pokemon on the team, and also Lycanroc is there to do its job.
He's like, and King Gambit's there to fulfill the role of the Mega Pokemon.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Mega Pokemon is there all along. He just
Mega Bisharp.
His Mega Stone's just some glasses instead. But I think that's just so brilliant, right? Where maybe we get too caught up in like the idea of like power outside of a vacuum, and these are all Pokemon that make each other better.
Definitely, and it's like the sum of the parts make the team rather than just the individual components being the Pokemon with like the most stats overall. One thing I wanted to touch on, I've taken a couple of clips from the match, is like how important this Lycanroc is across the set, and how many reads that both of our players were making in those moments, because like the next round that Zhao is going to have to play is against Giovanni Piscitelli with, you guessed it, Charizard again. So this is a position from game 1 where we'd already seen the Lycanroc go for an Accelerock into the Charizard, and the question is like, do you Accelerock again, right? And you get these positions pretty often, but the key thing here, I think, was that the King Gambit's on Carson's side has the Iron Head, can take this Lycanroc down to 1 HP and put it into a position where, like, it doesn't matter what attack hits it, any attack going into this Lycanroc is going to be able to finish it off. And once it's done, like, this team really does struggle with Charizard, right? This is the Lycanroc is the key linchpin of being able to actually deal with it.
Yeah, you've invested an entire Pokemon in dealing with the Charizard and saying, like, I don't have a matchup into Charizard, but I have this one Pokemon, and that is exactly what it's for, is to have a priority rock-type attack to knock out Charizard.
Regardless of the speed control.
Yeah,
exactly.
and I think it's like, you kind of look at this team, right? We see Garchomp on almost every team, conspicuously absent here, right? Usually there's like kind of those secondary checks for Charizard. And well, we found, I think, impressive, maybe to me the thing that was most impressive about the set is that Joao managed to win a game while Lycanroc did not help really at all dealing with Charizard. Again, it's so critical because the rest of his team beats up Charizard's friends really well, right? And that's sort of the point. But keeping Lycanroc in front of Charizard the right turns is really difficult. That's why we don't see more of this team, and it kind of requires those players like, okay, I've decided to one-trick this team until the end of time because there's a lot of finesse needed, even though if you actually get the 1v1, it's so easy.
Talking about finesse, I mean, let's let this clip roll out, right? Because this was the turn where the Whimsicott goes for the Protect, and then there's the double up of the Sucker Punch and the Excel Rock, thinking that maybe Carson was going to go on the defensive, and you got to call out this play from Carson, right? And this is game-winning turn on the spot there. As soon as the Protect gets locked in on the Whimsicott, this Charizard just gets to go absolutely crazy here and just go straight on the offensive, go for its Mega Evolution, and go for the Heat Wave there. If my buttons are doing the business here, is why this game went in Carson's favor.
This is the turn that basically confirmed to me I could never play either of these teams in this matchup, because the moment, like, I just realized, oh wait, which one do I protect? Do I protect Whimsicott? Do I protect Charizard? I have no idea which one do I protect, and I know I lose if I get the wrong one.
Right, isn't it, like, it's important to call out here that neither of our players really have any idea exactly how this turn is going to go, right? Because Whimsicott can go for maybe an Encore into the Lycanroc for maybe a little bit later, right? That still blocks the Sucker Punch. You need the Sucker Punch and the Excel Rock to be able to knock out the Whimsicott in that turn, right? And so it gets really dicey here. The game is a forfeit straight away on the dot because the big parts of Zhao's team are really taken care of, and I think that's really important to call out. Like, in this matchup, like, even if you have a Pokemon like Lycanroc that's so good against the Charizard, like, you still gotta get the turns right when they matter.
I think it's maybe one of the most difficult teams to do it with, right? Where Lycanroc, about as bad as it can get on the defensive side, the absolute poster child for the Focus Sash held item. And you can see that first game, how easy it is for things to go wrong. And like, even though you have like the hardest counter for Charizard theoretically in the game, you have one of the best players of Lycanroc, still it goes wrong sometimes.
Definitely. And, moving on to game 2, right, where we had this situation again. We're coming into it after the first Excel Rock, right? I mean, this is like one of the key through lines through this match is like, can you get Excel Rock off or not? And the first 2 games, it was a distinct not, as it turns out. And like, after this Charizard, it's already burned its Protect, so it cannot protect itself reliably, at least, on this turn. You've got the Sneasler threatening a close combat into here. There's a close combat coming into the King Gambit as well. There's the Excel Rock pressure on the Charizard that's just gone for the Protect, but also you've got the, like, almost safe play of just going for a fake out into the King Gambit. We stop that from moving. Then the Excel Rock goes into the Charizard. It looks like a lovely objective play in this situation. And I love how Carson was able to deal with this and just being able to, like, hey, hang on a second, I'm just gonna switch the Charizard out here. Smart. Like the Excel Rock, yeah, it's an upside that it's got its tough claws as an ability, right? To do more damage, to be able to knock out these Charizards. A little bit of a downside when there's a rough skin on the other side.
Yeah, it's got tough claws, but the skin was even tougher. And, I can think about that play again, too. I kind of missed it in the moment. I wonder a little bit if perhaps that Joao was conditioned by what happened in that turn you called out from game 1, right? It's like, Charizard kind of got me by attacking in a turn where I thought he wouldn't, so I want to make sure I Excel Rock and I don't lose in the same way again. And that just caused him to lose Lycanroc in a different way in game 2.
Yeah, and here it is, the switch into Garchomp here, the rough skin going to be activating, knocking out that Lycanroc from 1%. But I think the really key thing here, and where this was a little bit of a great switch up for Zhao is, when we go a little bit further, we haven't got a timestamp on it, but when we got a little bit further, there's the Basculegion in the back. And that adaptation, I think, was the best thing that Joao did in this whole game, was like identifying that with the Life Orb, even after just one Pokemon gets knocked out, Basculegion's coming for you.
Basculegion was so important in that game. Just having that immense offensive pressure outside or in the sun, with the Ghost type last respects there after one KO, you were fine letting your Lycanroc go down because you had a second option to start blowing up the Pokemon on Carson's team.
Yeah, I think it's really big too, because we were kind of talking before, like, okay, you know, maybe one of the weaknesses of the team doesn't have as much raw power as some others, but I think you can make a pretty good argument. It's like, okay, I want the most offense I can possibly get from two non-mega evolving Pokemon. What two Pokemon should I pick, and what item should I give them? I think giving the Life Orb to Basculegion rather than to something like Garchomp or Kingambit, giving Kingambit those black glasses, which is nearly as good, sort of like uniquely good for Kingambit because it can get by without coverage.
Yeah.
I think that's probably actually the best you can do with two Pokemon, and we kind of really saw that throughout the course of the two games where Joao won, where Basculegion was horrifying. Even with like one knockout on its team, Last Respects is kind of just mowing down everything.
Yeah, exactly. And it leads us into our game 3 here. And this is after the Scovillain goes down, right? The Sneasler goes for the Diaclaw into the Scovillain, gets the poison, but takes a burn for its troubles. And this is a really cool turn here where Joao brings the Lycanroc in after the Scovillain goes down. The Basculegion's trading Last Respects, but even if it was a speed tie, Joao still was able to make it through. The Last Respects base power is not enough to KO Basculegion. It's kind of a cool Pokemon, like, just from a little side note, like, from a design choice, it's like, it's the most powerful thing, but just wait for it, like.
Eventually.
It's eventually, like, there's a nice little balance there. But now, of course, you've got the Accelerock again, threatening down this Charizard, whether it protects or not. But I think the key thing here is getting the burn on the Sneasler. Now the Diaclaw, which is resisted into the Basculegion, 14% isn't much, but like, it's on the edge. It's on that point where you're like, hey, hang on a second, does this KO? And then you're like, it looks to me, well, I was thinking, watching the match, like, does this Last Respects just go into here and the Lycanroc go into here? And is like, is there anything that Carson can do about that situation?
Right. Yeah, it's unclear to me, and it was such a really interesting sequence of events that led us here. Both, I think, Carson making the right calls on only targeting the Scovillain with the Sneasler, but the way that Joao was able to then capitalize on the Scovillain going down by making sure that Sneasler had to double target it.
Yeah.
Boosted the Last Respects and allowed it to pick up the KO on the Basculegion proper on Carson's side, which then allowed the Lycanroc to come in on the switch for free. Really clever sequencing of events there.
Yeah, I thought both players were just so smart in the way they played this one, and they both seemed so prepared in this line. Because I feel like we say this sort of thing a lot, like, oh, both players are so great. I'm so proud of all of our trainers. But this time I really mean it, right? Where I think it was like exactly the right way to play that for Carson, especially given the Moody boost that Scovillain got. But Joao was ready for it, right? I think they were both just so practiced, so experienced. They knew how to play that line so well. And it's easy to see how both the trainers got to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, and that game 3 was just the main difference, right, between that made it like so far in Joao's favor is Lycanroc still got its sash, you know, and that's such a difficult thing to get through. Making that last call on the Accelerock into the Charizard, like, it's like, well, I've tried it 5 times before. Like, this one's the charm.
Surely this time.
Surely this time. Yeah, just like a really great example of how this team functions into Charizard, and especially a great example for what's coming up, where Giovanni is playing a Charizard. All of these things that we've been talking about will matter for that top 8 match. And just a little reminder to everyone at home that we will be able to feature all of our top 8 matches, but not only that, of course, all of our top 4 matches before we find out who our finalists are here at the World Championships going into Championship Sunday. So, yeah. It's a really exciting point at the tournament. We've got down to 8 players. Without further ado, let's head it over to our casters and get our top 8 going.
we have the 8 best Pokemon trainers in the entire world picked out. And with each match, we get closer and closer to determining who is going to be our next Pokemon World Champion. Welcome back, everyone. Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost on the desk to get started with top 8 of our competition. Oh my gosh, we're here already. Only 8 trainers left.
I know, I can't believe we're 16. At this stage. Yeah.
16, quick math.
16. Top 8, but yes, getting into the top 8 itself, you know, is just such an incredible accomplishment, and it's very exciting to be at this really crucial point of the tournament to see who will be progressing on. Obviously, Scott mentioned it earlier. If you lose at this stage, that is it. Your tournament run is over, but if you win, you are on road to hopefully get a little bit closer to Championship Sunday.
And it is the top 8 trainers, quick math once again. But for these trainers to make their way to this point has just been absolutely incredible. And with only a few match wins away from finding yourself in that Championship Sunday or potentially with a World Championship title, they've all won a few matches of Pokemon before. It's why they're here at this point, and any of them could be our next World Champion. This is an incredible list as well. There's so many different storylines coming to light.
Yeah, and lots of different team comps as well, which I think really shows the innovation skill level of these trainers to kind of go with different options as well. And those, talked about it time and time again, those micro decisions that make all the difference on the battlefield. And that's what it will come down to a lot of the time. How comfortable are these trainers with these teams that they've put all of their confidence into? And it's been, like you say, amazing to see and witness a lot of the journeys we've had so far. But for a number of these trainers, the journey's still got to continue. We've got another chapter to complete until we get to that final one tomorrow.
And these matches are just getting closer and closer. Of course, when you have the caliber of player that we have, what else to be expected? But it's been so exciting. But let's get started with our first top 8 match. This is going to be a fun one, everyone. We have Antonio Sanchez going up against Hiroshi Onishi, and looking at 2 teams that just were so well positioned going into the event, and 2 trainers with very fantastic accomplishments.
Yeah, well, we know Hiroshi is the current Japan national champion from earlier this year. Incredible accomplishment. And then continuing that form into the World Championships, into the top 8 of the tournament. But Antonio, no stranger, we had them on stream earlier. Antonio obviously winning that regional in Liverpool in the 2024 season. Since then, has been very consistent with the results, getting into day 2s consistently, getting into top 8, and just an incredible player. Has never had that huge win outside of a regional, one of the major events. Could this be the one? Antonio definitely capable of it. Incredibly skilled trainer, but got a tough task ahead of them.
And not the first world's top cut when you look back at 24 with that top 16 at Honolulu. But now having already won up that, being here in top 8, you know that he's got to be hungry to take that even one step further now that you've been afforded that opportunity once again. But of course, for Hiroshi to win the Japan National Championships, go into the World Championships with that title, and be able to accomplish this type of run with that national champion buff, it would just be incredible to be able to see him go all the way.
It would be, yeah, either trainer would be a joy to see lifting that trophy on Sunday, but of course, one has to overcome the other before we get close to that. And both have very similar teams on the face of it, but there are some big differences that are going to play a huge part in this match and who will be able to come out on top. Of course, we start with Antonio's team here. Toxapex was star of the show earlier, is the big difference really between the 2 teams and can be the difference maker for Antonio in general.
It's a Pokemon that we saw really pop off at NAIC, and the amount of mileage you can get from it and just how careful your opponent has to be. Of course, it is just so bulky. It can be a real pest to deal with. But if you're also overcompensating for the Toxapex and trying to throw so much into that, there's so much offensive powerhouse pieces on this team that can really make the difference. Sylveon, I feel like, has been the star of the tournament. And of course, you can't discount the others as well. And even Venusaur, this set having that sleep powder variety, if you land one of those sleep powders, that has the opportunity to completely turn the tides of the match.
Yeah, especially if the Charizard from Hiroshi comes out, it sets the sun, that chlorophyll's activated, that Venusaur is then enabled. That sleep powder, if it does hit, like you say, can be the difference maker. This Choice Scarf on the Garchomp as well does create a few issues for Hiroshi, where they're going to have to really lean into their Whimsicott, their speed control option, to get ahead of that. So if they do go down a Charizard route, then it needs to be able to supersede that. Do you bring the Floette here? You mentioned the Venusaur that Antonio's got access to. Well, that's another great Pokemon that can sit in front of it, way more comfortable than other options, and can threaten back with that Sludge Bomb damage.
Looking over at Hiroshi's team, we had called out some of the similarities when we are looking at a Mega Charizard, right? But this one just has a lot more offense across the board paired up with this Whimsicott. And being able to pressure something like an Encore, or even just outspeeding for a lot of these speedier pieces, can just completely push the momentum in your favor. But it's what Mega you want to go with as well, is you do have the Charizard or the Floette. I feel like the Charizard could be a really strong one in this match, but still, you have options.
You do have options. I think the pivotal piece is going to be that Whimsicott, because it can help disrupt what is a big thorn in Hiroshi's side in the Toxapex. If you can hopefully lock it into something like a Wide Guard, then it really becomes a bit of dead weight for Antonio, and then gives you the room to maybe leverage some of these big pieces. Like you say, the Charizard there, it has got Ancient Power. That's an advantage that Hiroshi has over Antonio. So even in front of an opposing Mega Charizard, you can threaten with that attack for super effective damage. And then you look at the Floette as well. It's got that burst damage in Light of Ruin, and it can support the Whimsicott as well. But there are some big threats and a couple of poison types they don't want to see.
Two very capable trainers, but only one can move on to top 4 between Antonio Sanchez and Hiroshi Onishi. Let's get into it and find out who. Very aggressive lead from Hiroshi, but Antonio as well. Garchomp and Kingambit on the one side, Venusaur and Charizard for the other.
Yeah, you've got to be careful if you are Antonio with that Garchomp. Obviously, there is the Rock Slide threat there if you do stay on the field and Mega Evolve, but you can go for the Protect. Just get the Sun in play and then take advantage, like we mentioned in the overview, of that Sleep Powder. You can put the Garchomp to sleep, and then that frees up the Charizard to help deal with the Kingambit. The Kingambit on Hiroshi's side has not got a Protect, so right now, sitting in front of this Charizard, it is threatened. So if we did see the play of Charizard Mega Evolve, Venusaur put that Garchomp to sleep, then the Charizard can go straight after that Kingambit. The one thing that you would say the Kingambit has in its back pocket is an Occa Berry. It will give it at least one extra turn in front of this Charizard to get an attack off.
Mega Evolution with the Charizard to go ahead and get aggressive on this turn, and of course bring the sun about. Sleep Powder Garchomp for Hiroshi won't do anything on this turn, as it has to take a mandatory turn of sleep. 75% of the time, it is a great move, but Kingambit, Occa Berry will definitely help it take this hit just down to below half. And look how Garchomp's able to shrug it off. Now it'll just be up to Kingambit to be dealing the damage, try and equalize just a little bit, and it will be a Kowtow Cleave into the Charizard. A lot of damage into it.
Yeah, it's nice damage into the Charizard. Use of the Occa Berry, and you soften that Charizard up. Is it in range of a Sucker Punch? You'd probably say not after that Kowtow Cleave damage. The Venusaur as well is threatening the Kingambit with an Earth Power, and this Garchomp is going to be really... Is it going to wake up this turn? If it can wake up, it can threaten this Charizard, but do you leave that Kingambit in a vulnerable spot now where it's potentially threatened by both that Charizard and the Venusaur? And if you go for the switch, potentially Venusaur could catch something if you take that Kingambit out of harm's way.
Not wanting to potentially get Sucker Punch, Charizard to swap out as no Sucker Punch, said Kingambit to just eat up this Earth Power as Venusaur to claim the first KO in the match. Kingambit goes down for Garchomp. Time to see if it will wake up. No, another turn of sleep. No damage coming out from Hiroshi's end of the board.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Antonio, taking advantage of the board position there. Same way, if you don't switch that Kingambit, I'm going to take it down. Thankfully for Antonio, the Garchomp stays asleep. Now it has spent a turn. It's got a chance to wake up this next turn. But you've got your Garchomp on the field for free. It'll be interesting to see which Pokemon comes in for Hiroshi, which Mega if they went for. Are they leaning more towards that Floette? Well, that's going to have issues against that Venusaur. And if it is the Charizard, that is going to have to deal with a Garchomp that's probably enemy number 1.
Yeah, especially too with that Choice Scarf over on the Garchomp. Sure, you're giving up a little bit of damage for that, but you're just oh so speedy. Coming into the match though, Basque Legion instead to try and pressure. Of course, with these water type attacks, they won't be doing quite as much damage. Something like a Last Respects isn't fully boosted yet. either. And both Pokemon Antonios ended the board at full health.
Yeah, the one thing that you would say in normal situations is the Venusaur would threaten that Basculegion, but it doesn't have a grass-type attack. It's just got the Earth part and the Sludge Bomb. So Basculegion's sitting in a bit more of a preferable state right now. It's not really going to be threatened by a knockout from that Venusaur because of its speed boost from the stun. So if you can get an attack off onto one of these Garchomp or the Venusaur, will help soften it up. You just got to hope that your own Garchomp can wake up.
Will be protect for the Basculegion to not get put to sleep as Venusaur attempts to fire off another one. For the Garchomp, though, it will be Antonio's moving first, and already with damage dealt into it, Garchomp for Hiroshi goes down.
Yeah, that's a big turn for Antonio, and you can see that maybe the Basculegion trying to get the bait there, drawing those attacks into the double protect, maybe. But no, Antonio not falling for it, going straight after the target in the Garchomp. There was a bit of a sitting duck there. Now this Charizard is forced out onto the field. Garchomp is locked into the Dragon Claw, though, so there is no threat of that Rock Slide, but still these Dragon Claws are going to be hitting pretty hard, and you've still got that threat of the Sleep Powder. Is it going to go into the Basculegion that's just protected? It's an easy slot to go after. And you've got the Focus Sash. There's a little bit of security for that Venusaur if you go after the Charizard with just that Dragon Claw.
Got to double up into it, but again, with how fast this Venusaur is, thanks to the sun, a Sleep Powder connecting can just completely stop Hiroshi's side of the board in its tracks. A little bit of a swapperoo, though, Incineroar to join the fray in place of that Garchomp, so an opportunity to have that move reset and you come back in. Mega Evolution so late into all of it. Make sure you get the most momentum out of this Charizard, because it definitely has to make some up. No Sleep Powder, though. Instead, just full offensive, bringing Charizard down to about half. Heat Wave in retaliation. Incineroar will take the hit well, but Venusaur gets brought right down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, it's a perfect Pokemon in the back for Antonio. Getting that all-important Intimidate onto the Basculegion. And the burn coming out onto the Venusaur. It's not going to stick around. Won this turn. It will go down. The Last Respect's coming out and not going to be that effective into the Incineroar. Great switch there. Losing the Venusaur, though. I don't know if Antonio minds this too much because it gets that Garchomp back out onto the field, right? And now it's going to be able to lock in with the Rock Slide. It will potentially be able to get rid of the Charizard, do good damage to that Basculegion as well. But have you got enough in the tank to be able to take down the Basculegion? The Incineroar on Antonio's side does not have a Dark-type attack to take advantage of.
Thanks for nothing, Focus Sash, is all I'll say. Venusaur going down, which you would have maybe wanted to do that Sludge Bomb damage, that second hit into the Charizard to try and take it down, or even just the Sleep Powder. But at least Garchomp coming back out, we hit that same dilemma as last time. You have the choice, Scarf. You lock into a move. What is it going to be? Because something like this Rock Slide, try and pick off this Charizard, but the Basculegion is still sitting at a lot of health.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be really conflicted about what it goes for next. I mean, the Last Respect is going to be doing a lot of damage. There is only one turn of Sun left as well. The Incineroar does have Fake Out, so can slow that Charizard down this turn. And then after that, though, it probably will be a case of get through this Protect turn, see what the Garchomp locks into, and then approach that next turn respectfully. Maybe without the Sun, the Basculegion becomes a little bit more threatening, especially with that Wave Crash, the Aqua Jet that it can have access to try and get rid of that Incineroar.
Just a swapperoo for the Garchomp. No lock yet. Charizard instead for Antonio coming back out. And this is a great way, too, to maybe just burn some Protect turns. You now get your Charizard in. Oh, not for free. Basculegion goes on the offensive, so the swap in, Charizard goes down.
Yeah, we might see a parting shot here from this Incineroar into the Basculegion to lower that attack power even further. And then you can drop another Intimidate, and then you've got that active Fake Out. It's quite a small play from Antonio. Hiroshi pulling themselves really back into this game so well, but now you're going to have that Fake Out onto what was just a protected Charizard. You can stop that in its tracks and concentrate all of your efforts down onto this Basculegion, which is going to be further weakened now the Incineroar returns to the field.
Now Garchomp re-hits the field, Incineroar comes out, and as you said, that attack for the Basculegion even lower. And now since the Charizard has burned the Protect, do you go for the double or potentially fail it? Or do you just go for the attack? Because both options are tough. At least if Garchomp does lock into something like that Rock Slide, there is always that opportunity for the miss, right? But the odds aren't necessarily in your favor for that. So do you risk this match on that moment?
Yeah, I think it's a really tough call here. I think the double protect you could go for. It would make more sense to. If you get it, then it works out really well for you. The Basculegion is the biggest problem for Antonio to deal with right now because Rock Slide's just not going to be having the impact you want. It does land on the Charizard, no Fake Out as well. Is Antonio going to maybe cycle another parting shot into this Basculegion to try and weaken it even further?
First off, we get to see the last respects into the Garchomp, and you can weaken it all you want. When the critical hit comes through, the Garchomp won't be able to survive. Basculegion brought down to 45% health. The Incineroar Flare Blade's not necessarily too effective, is not quite doing enough. We have to run this one back, but it's only going to be these two Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think Incineroar probably just going to be able to close it up. That Flare Blitz damage we just seen is going to be enough to get the knockout here. You've got to consider as well the Life Orb recoil. Although Last Respects has been powered up to the maximum, not going to be able to do it. But is this Wave Crash?
A couple of rounds of Intimidate, but Wave Crash coming on through into the Incineroar is enough damage. Basculegion wins the 1v1, and Hiroshi to take the first game in this set.
Yeah, no, the parting shots, the plays, the intricate getting in and out was just not enough to weaken that Basculegion to the point where it was able to be overcome by the Incineroar there. And you know, I think really well played from Hiroshi. Antonio managed the field very well in a lot of scenarios, especially that early game with the Sleep Powders, getting rid of the King Gambit, but didn't really have the answers to that Basculegion when it hit the field, unfortunately. I think a little bit of a real awkward Pokemon to deal with when you've got no grass type attack on your Venusaur. You've got no way to change moves on your Garchomp as well. It really made it difficult to land anything into that Basculegion. I think the Charizard as well was probably the best method to deal with the Basculegion. It has got Solar Beam, but we saw it coming in, getting caught on the switch with that Last Respect really just left Antonio with very few resources to kind of come back and clean up this game.
And the amount of damage at the end, the Last Respects critical hit into Garchomp's gotta feel good, and then still having enough momentum to take down the Incineroar. Now, for Antonio, where do we switch it up for game number 2? The Venusaur, it was nice when you landed the Sleep Powder, it was nice for the Earth Power, but a couple of options maybe lacking to try and take care of that Basculegion that ran away with the end game. Maybe something to prioritize a little bit sooner, but let's find out as we head into game number 2 here. Garchomp and King Gambit once again for Hiroshi, and on the opposing end, we'll run back the Charizard, but now with Incineroar.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up. That early Intimidate going to be good in one respect onto the opposing Garchomp, but not onto that King Gambit, that Divine ability activating. So it is going to be a little bit more threatening. You've got to get through this next turn. Obviously, the King Gambit doesn't have Protect, so it is a nice, easy target for that Fake Out to slow it down here, but you probably want to go after the Garchomp that is threatening bigger damage onto the Charizard with potential Rock Slide as well. So choices are, do you keep that Charizard on the field and maybe just leverage your Fake Out here to get something in a little bit more preferable? I'm not seeing that, going straight for it.
And no switch. Well, Charizard's here. We're going to make the most of it. First off with the Mega Evolution, and again, bringing around the Drought and the Sunshine. Have to see, though, because Garchomp on the opposing end can be a very scary threat, but one that will be taken down for now with thanks of that Fake Out. Garchomp can't act, and Heat Wave, there is going to be a, there is going to be an Aqua Berry, but it will be a double connect. King Gambit's going to survive this hit. Now with an opportunity to respond, the Kowtow Cleave into something like this Charizard could be a great way to do some damage, but Low Kick into Incineroar does even more, bringing it down to just a bit.
Yeah, it's a nice low kick, and the Aqua Berry used a good use there, just softening up that Incineroar. Now it is going to be susceptible to going down to a potential Earthquake if that's what you're choosing from that Garchomp. You would have to, in that scenario, switch out the King Gambit if you're Hiroshi and kind of forego the boost that you've got. Charizard's still sitting in not a terrible position, though. I'm wondering, has Antonio brought the Toxapex this game, though? Because that is something that you could maybe pivot into here. You're not expecting an Earthquake. The Garchomp is -1 as well, so you've got to try and get it on the field as soon as possible if it is there, but we'll have to wait and see. The Charizard not in the greatest spot, though, right now in front of this Garchomp.
It certainly is not, which is why Protect from Antonio to keep it safe past this turn. It's already taken a lot of damage as well, so you just don't want it to be taking a Sucker Punch. It hasn't taken any damage. You don't want it to take any with that Sucker Punch. Now, with the follow-up Rock Slide, Incineroar is going to be quite good through this turn, but are we going to see it act? Yes, Flare Blitz. Try and take care of this threat of the King Gambit while you can.
Yeah, it's a good trade here to you know, it'd be easy to go for that parting shot into the Garchomp, try and weaken that a little bit further, but removing the threat, the King Gambit, is very valuable here, and Incineroar is still sticking around as well, so there is potential to swap that out and preserve that bit for later on if you want to. You've got to be careful as well if you are Antonio now, because there's 2 rock threats on the field. You've got Hiroshi's Charizard, if it Mega Evolves, it's got that Ancient Power, and then you do have the Rock Slide as well. And the Rock Slide's pretty straightforward here. It will pick up the knockout onto Incineroar because of the damage it's already taken, and that Charizard will be in range. It depends on the speed interactions as well. Which Charizard is going to go first? Hiroshi's, if it does surpass Antonio's, can get that Ancient Power off with the Rock Slide. So Antonio's Charizard not in, again, the best of positions right now.
There's always just that little bit of variation with the bulk, with the speeds of the Pokemon. So it's time to see if potentially there's a speed tie or who is going to move first. But a switch out is another way to preserve. Instead of playing any sort of those speed tie games, go ahead and threaten with not just 1, but 2 Pokemon switching out. Toxapex is going to be the switch up here in game number 2.
Yeah, and then we're going to get that Mega Evolution for the Charizard Y. We'll see if it is the Ancient Power. There's also a chance that comes out of the boost, which would be a huge help to Hiroshi's offensive prowess. But we're going to see the Dragon Claw is caught on the switch in. Great call there. And is it going to be followed up by that Ancient Power?
Decent amount of damage with the Dragon Claw, but it'll be a Heat Wave instead. Hit into both of these targets and bring Garchomp for Antonio down to just a bit. Burn onto the Toxapex as well. That's not what you'd want to see when you're relying on this Pokemon to be sticking around for so long. This is going to negate the amount, like, the leftovers recovery that you're trying to get.
Yeah, that makes it very difficult to utilize the Toxapex in the way that you want to sit on the field, kind of just chip away and disrupt. Now it is going to be pretty much staying where it is, and every bit of damage will count now. So really fortunate for Hiroshi. They do have access to Y-God this turn, or do you start getting things on a timer? Do you go for the trap? Do you go for the Toxic onto the other side of the field? You can go Toxic pretty comfortably here. You know the King Gambit, the only immunity on Hiroshi's side has fallen, so if you go after and it lands, it will take effect. The Garchomp now on Antonio's side as well is Scarf. Has the access to go for the Dragon Claw into the opposing Garchomp. Probably will be enough to pick up the knockout there. Or do you choose to go after this with Charizard? If you have, you're going into a Protect.
So Protect on the turn. Stay good past this Rock Slide and just pick up a little bit more into the Garchomp on the opposing end. A flinch would always be nice to try and make sure the Toxapex isn't taking any more damage, but instead, just this Earthquake. This will hit into both of the Pokemon onto Antonio's end, something that Toxapex does not appreciate at all, and Garchomp does not have a way to get through.
Wow, going for the Earthquake there. Really bold decision by Hiroshi, knowing that Y-God is an option, but saying, well, if you don't go for it, I'm going to really reap some rewards. We see the Toxic come out onto the Garchomp, but I think a turn too late, and so much damage as well with that critical hit. Now the Toxapex is in a real pinch, because now any sort of damage onto it will probably be enough to pick it up, and it's not utilizing any sort of role that we're used to seeing it. Hiroshi dealing with it so well.
And there is always the potential to try and swap it out, get some recovery that way, but when the pieces on your team are kind of dwindling away and you've taken so much damage into something like that Incineroar already, that's also a difficult one, because you know that the Pokemon that you send in for the Toxapex might just be taken down, and then you're left with only 2 options left. San Antonio definitely in a very tricky situation.
Yeah, and now you can bring in the Incineroar here. It's getting so much damage so far, but you will be able to at least drop another Intimidate onto the Garchomp, utilize that Fake Out onto either the Charizard or the Garchomp. You probably want to go for the Charizard though, more than anything. If you go after the Garchomp, the rough skin residual is probably going to take you down, but you are in a real pinch here where a Heat Wave is going to be enough to clear the Toxapex and Incineroar if that isn't the chosen target, and even a Rock Slide, which is an easy choice for the Garchomp.
I mean, even at this point, you're talking about Rock Slide, Heat Wave. You do have to be careful of the Toxapex with the Wide Guard, right? But then, Hiroshi, you can see that the health bars on the other Pokemon are so low. You can even just pick them off with those single target attacks. If you're worried, double in for the 1 slot. Toxapex will take the opportunity to switch out, get some recovery, but with Charizard coming back in, could potentially just get hit. Incineroar with Protect is always a fun little team-building thing. An Earthquake coming out from Hiroshi will do nothing into Incineroar, and Charizard swap looks like it's going to be good. It'll be the follow-up, though, from the opposing end. An Ancient Power into onto Antonio's Charizard is going to bring it oh so low.
Yeah, what a great call from Hiroshi, and that move alone pretty much locks up the game and makes it very difficult for Antonio to get back into this in any sort of way, shape or form. Now you've got the situation where that fake out's burned. There's no wide guard support to protect against the incoming the rock slide, and that is going to be enough to take both of these Pokemon down if they leave themselves vulnerable in this position.
The rock slide, all the Pokemon for Antonio are so low. Again, if you're worried about the accuracy, you can just go for a single target. Incineroar is going to swap out. Toxapex comes back in with a little bit of a new lease on life with a little bit of recovery. But you got to play so carefully here, and Hiroshi has such a lead. Earthquake, Toxapex coming on in is not going to be well posed against this one. We saw how much damage it did last time. It's not going to be enough thanks to how much flurf this Incineroar is put in, but is still in a tough spot.
Yeah, it's really helping out there against, well, with its Toxapex here, but you can see in one respect it is taking a little bit of recovery, but that is undone by that burn. That was so impactful, and the Garchomp is on the timer as well, so it's not got many turns left before that poison tick does take it down. But this combination of Earthquake to kind of cover anything that isn't Charizard, like the Incineroar, is so good, and then you combine that with that Ancient Power from the Charizard as well, which is covering the opposing Charizard, and any potential switch to the Incineroar if it decides to come back onto the field to further weaken that Garchomp. It's a real difficult situation for Antonio to find themselves in, but they're doing everything in their power to try and get back into it.
And it'll start with that Protect Charizard. Yet again, the double Protect and Toxapex with the Baneful Bunker. So no damage will come out onto Antonio's side of the board. So Garchomp doesn't accomplish anything. Neither will Hiroshi's Charizard. And the Toxics, we've seen them stack up onto the Garchomp turn after turn. Its health is dwindling, but it's not enough to take it down. If you want these two Pokemon to stick around, you're gonna have to rely on the triple on the Charizard and the double for Toxapex.
Yeah, now do you go for the Wide Guard here, expecting potentially an Earthquake, Ancient Power combination that we've seen so much? The thing is that Hiroshi could go for is just go Dragon Claw, Ancient Power into that Toxapex slot. You know it has protected.
No triple. The attempt, Charizard won't anything, and neither will the Toxapex. Both fail. These Pokemon are going to get hit and taken down. First off, Dragon Claw. We're going for the single target attacks. Had to cover for the potential of that Wide Guard, and that's not good. That's going to be 1 KO on the turn. Toxapex thankfully does get the leftovers recovery before any sort of that damage kicks in. But of course, Garchomp for Hiroshi has overstayed its welcome. Toxic will take it down.
Yeah, the Garchomp getting some real value out of it. Hiroshi using it right down to the last minute there. The Toxic ticking it over, but the Basculegion, the perfect Pokemon to bring in against what is going to be Incineroar and Toxapex. You've got that Last Respect pretty powered up, right? You've got Ancient Power as well that you can hit that Incineroar with, and both Pokemon Antonio's side so low. Anything that hits them is going to knock them out.
That's exactly it. Sure, the Last Respect is boosted. Sure, you can do a lot of damage. You don't need to do a lot of damage in this state. But Pokemon on Antonio's side have been whittled down turn after turn, and we're gonna go out in our own way. Fake out the side, hit Basculegion with the Aqua Jet to take the final KO, and it's gonna be Hiroshi Onishi to take the set 2-0, making his way to top 4 here at the 2026 Pokemon World Championships. Coming into this event as the national champion, he had a lot to prove, and he has proved a lot so far.
Yeah, what a convincing victory, and such a strong performance from Hiroshi, where you go into this match thinking, how are you going to deal with this Toxapex, with that Wide Guard that blocks all of these spread attacks that you're going to need for the Toxapex? Well, he didn't need it. Didn't need it, had a plan and laid it out perfectly, and really was just elegant in the way that they set up from start to finish, taking advantage in game 2 in particular of that Kingambit, the Incineroar lead there, and utilizing the Ockerberry. Maybe it didn't get a knockout itself, but it softened things up and put things in place to be close to getting knocked out later on in the game, which made it a lot more difficult for Antonio. The big turning point here was that burn onto the Toxapex. If that hadn't happened, it might have made it a little bit easier for Antonio to kind of utilize that Pokemon and leverage it a little bit more, like we've seen him do time and time again. But unfortunately, that burn just undoing the leftovers, recovery each and every turn, and the use of Ancient Power, catching that Charizard on the switch, brilliantly done. But it just made Antonio's life so difficult to get any sort of momentum swing back in this game.
it was also because of constantly just being on the back foot within this match. Hiroshi just had so much pressure on the board when it's a Garchomp that's earthquaking turn after turn, and being allowed to put that much pressure out. Antonio constantly having to pivot out. You call one of these swaps, get good damage in, you're just so far ahead. And the amount of times we found ourselves in the position, Hiroshi just had such a strong start to the match, was able to constantly get in those good calls, get that momentum over time. And when all of his Pokemon are faster and they put out so much pressure, like, there was nothing else Antonio could do. You had to make the switches and hope that Hiroshi isn't going to call you or makes a misstep along the way.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think as well, some of the kind of advantage items that you've got on your side if you're Antonio, like that Choice Scarf, Garchomp kind of came back to be a little bit of a hindrance more than an advantage in that set in particular. And that's testament to Hiroshi and how they identified that as a threat and then took advantage and flipped the tables and said, you know, well, yeah, you might be in a good position right now, but what I'm going to do next is going to make it a real detriment to your game plan. And yeah, just so well done.
It was just an incredible match, and big congratulations to Antonio to making it to this point. For Hiroshi, one step closer now to being in that finals or being our champion.
Yeah, one step closer, and yeah, familiar with this sort of environment. Obviously did it very recently in a different Champions format in MA at the Japan Nationals, but yeah, going to take that experience and hopefully push them on to getting one step closer to Championship Sunday.
I mean, top 4 is an incredible achievement. We have to go hear from him as Hiroshi is on the stage now for our interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with your first top 4 player of the 2026 World Championships, Hiroshi Onishi. Hiroshi, congratulations on making top 4. You are also the reigning champion of the PJCS, the Japan Championship Series. What does it feel now to be here in top 4 at Worlds?
ベスト8まで上がってきておめでとうございます。PJCS でも優勝しましたが、まあ世界大会でもベスト4に入って今の気持ちを教えてください。
PJCS の優勝も世界大会の優勝も信じられないという気持ちでいっぱいで、今の対戦も非常に運が良く、ちょっとまだ夢のような気持ちでいます。
So it's almost unbelievable that I've made it this far, and in the match just now, I had incredible luck to make it through. So I'm very happy to be here.
Incredible luck, but also incredible skill. You've chosen one of the most powerful teams from the Pokemon Champions metagame to compete with this weekend. Tell me, what was your thinking? Why did you choose this team of 6 Pokemon to compete with this weekend?
運がいいだけではなく、やっぱり強いチームを持ってきましたが、そのチームの選択についてちょっと教えてください。
チームの選択は今いろいろ強いチームがある中で非常に迷うところがありましたが、特に自分に合っているというところを意識して、今回の6体のチームを持ってきました。
There are a lot of really strong teams in the format right now, but when I was making my choice, I tried to choose the team that best fit me to bring to the tournament.
Very nice. Going into this battle, I think Toxapex was one of the biggest threats on the opposing side of the field. What was your strategy to defeat Toxapex, especially in that game 2?
今の試合では、特にゲーム2、2戦目では、ドヒドイデは手強い相手なんですけれども、そのドヒドイデに対しての作戦は一体何でしょうか。
ドヒドイデについては最終的に命の玉を持ったイダイトのお墓参りで、倒すというところが、一番、強力な対策になるので、そこを意識して組み立てを行っていました。結局地震が急所に当たったっていうところであまり関係なくなってしまいましたが。
So the best way to take care of it would have been to use Basque Legion's Last Respects. So that's what I was trying to be aware of, but in the end, I got a critical hit, and it really didn't make that much of a difference.
Those critical hits can help out indeed. Thank you so much, Hiroshi. Do you have any shout outs to any family or friends who might be watching at home?
家族やファンが友達なのにメッセージがありましたら。
ここにいるみんなも SNS 等で応援してくれてるみんなも本当に応援が力になってます。みんなありがとう。
So for everybody here and everybody out on social media who's been cheering me on, that really gives me a lot of power. So thank you so much.
Congratulations, Hiroshi, once again on making it into top 4 here at the World Championships. Let's go ahead and take it over to Ben's Battle Breakdown to, well, break it down.
Certainly a lot of power in that last match. Hiroshi doing so well there. But wow, we're in top 8 here at the World Championships. That was our first one. We know our first player that has made it into our top 4. And let's go over to the standings and just keep this moving along and see who's next that we are going to be able to feature here. As a reminder to players, we are going to be featuring all of our top 8. And our next match is Zhao versus Giovanni. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they've got in store for us.
Especially too, like looking at Zhao and what he's been able to accomplish, not this World Championships, but in this last year as a player and even previously, I think the glow up has just been so impressive. And to be able to see him make a run like this through the bracket is incredible. And Lee, for Giovanni.
Yeah, I mean, Giovanni is just an incredible player in general, and coming out really probably not one of the favorite Italians coming into this event, but has really done their region proud, getting to top 8, and I'm sure they are not done yet. No, we saw them on stream earlier, and they were very close in taking a victory. Took it right down to the wire, just not enough to take it over the line in the end, but they've got themselves into top 8, and they're going to be going again, and that's the main thing. Picking up going again. We saw how they had all the advantage with those ancient power boosts on.
Yeah.
That was wild.
They can harness that energy and take it into the top 8 and beyond.
And of course, Stefano as well, also from Italy. Italy, definitely one of the strongest set of players that we have in the game right now. Stefano really came, by no means out of nowhere, but really came to the fore after he won his first regional championships, and still continuing that consistency. Especially like seeing when he won it with an Icy Wind Chen Pao, which at the time was like, it was a meta team that he was using, but that one little change, that one little adaptation that really took his team and his play to the next level.
I want to call it Japan on this bracket because we just got to see Hiroshi win on broadcast, and we still have 2 more Japanese players fighting through top 8. Takuma going up against Stefano, who would call in out, and then Yuya as well. This was our Mega Dragonite player, that Dragonite we didn't get to see, but such a cool team. I'm really excited to see how that's going to fare up against Zachary, who is, I mean, one of NA's best, is evident by his season and his run here at Worlds.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's calling out as well that 2 out of 3 of the Japanese players are running Mega Dragonite instead of Mega Charizard. Hiroshi is the one player that we have left from Japan that's still sticking with the Charizard bandwagon that we've kind of all been on as well. But seeing that sort of consistency coming out, those 2 other teams that both have Mega Dragonite have 2 different Pokemon, Whimsicott compared to Garchomp, on the same overall 5 Pokemon otherwise composition, and so like, you know, it's still some slightly different approaches, but that commonality there with what they've been using.
Yeah, it's always really interesting in that lead up to Worlds, especially when we have a break, as long as we have between our last official event in NAIC into now, is all the meta development per region, right? And especially the per region, because you'll get team building groups, but you also do have scenes that have those different grassroots scenes, and Japan is definitely known for having a really strong grassroots scene. They put a lot of preparation in, and when you have those different sub-regions, you can really get more pushed out of a meta, right? That's why after a bit of time, we will see these really cool picks come out, and to see that is what is coming out, is this Mega Dragonite out of all things, I think is just so exciting. It's not just all Mega Charizard out here, we get some really cool team building.
Definitely, like Mega Dragonite was definitely something that we're going to be seeing a great deal of here in our top cup. But let's have a little look at the 2 players that we're going to be seeing in our next round. We've got a breakdown of Joao's run through our Swiss. This is phase 1. He said in his interview that he lost round 1 and sort of had to come back from there, but also taking a loss in round 7 against former world champion Shohei Kimura, but still being able to, since then, win out every single one of his rounds to make it here to the top 8.
It's an incredible performance, and even when you go back to that loss round 1, it is a similar mirror. We don't know the intricate details of each team, but you're assuming that they're very, very similar options on both sides of the field, and they can always be difficult, right? You can get one wrong move, but then to kind of let that go and then pick themselves up again and continue on such a strong run after that, only to be taken down by Shohei. And you can see the variety of teams as well that they've had to come up against, you know? It's not just the same archetypes over and over again. This team is built so well it can kind of match up even to some of the newer, more popular MB teams that we've seen come to the floor. It's the Raichu there, we've got the Staraptor, the Goldingo as well. So it handles itself very well, and Zhao obviously very well accomplished with it.
To have to bounce back from that round 1 loss to then going up against Ko and then taking the win, you just had the craziest 180 of all time to put yourself on a winning way, and I feel like that just sparks so much confidence for yourself going on forward in what you can accomplish. And the fact that, yeah, you go into phase 2 at a 6-2 record, you made it, which is, it's going to be difficult, but to be able to win out since then is just incredible. And looking at the day 2 schedule,
yeah, that comes up, and I'm immediately like,
wow.
Okay, Marcus Hammer and Justin Tang, Carstensen Dennis, what fabulous opponents as well. Not to mention Alexander too. Like, all of these names are so crazy, and they're now about to play up against Giovanni Piscitelli. Like, this tournament doesn't get easier as you carry on winning, right? It gets harder and harder and harder.
That is just an incredible list, especially too, again, at the X&2 going into phase 2. So you just knocked it. That's not like, oh, we're going up against these people and it's a fun match. No, you just knocked out this list of individuals from the World Championships. That is incredible. Joao has been completely on a tear this weekend, and to see that from such a young, bright player is truly inspiring.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's one of those stories that we tune in, we watch, we're here, we're present for the World Championships, and why we love it. As these younger players coming in and just making and putting their stamp on these events and saying, I'm a serious contender. Got to sit up, take note, and we'll see where the journey continues after this. I'm sure it's going to be great, but it's not finished yet. So untold stories, still a lot of action to come.
Well, let's look at our other competitor here in the top 8, Giovanni Piscitelli. Hailing from Italy, playing a little bit more of a standard composition that we were expecting coming in to make a big splash here, that Mega Charizard Y, Mega Floette. But again, another player taking a loss in round 1, bouncing back and making it all the way through here to the top 8.
Must feel confident in his Mega Swampert matchup, considering he's taken around, well, he went up against 4 of them. You lose once and then you take down every Swampert past that? Okay.
Maybe that's just the way to do it. You lose your round 1 and it gives you the energy to power on.
You know what, Lee, I'll let you test that one out next time. But one of the things that's actually, I think, quite interesting to see coming into this particular match is that Giovanni played against Claudio using the same composition that he's about to go up against playing Zhao in this matchup, and he was able to be victorious in this matchup. It's a match where usually the Mega Scoville and Mega Frostlass kind of composition usually gives this more, I'm going to call it standard team, but tried and tested team with the Charizard Floette. It usually gives it a hard time, right? And Giovanni's already shown in this tournament that he's able to overcome it.
That's one of the things, and that's something we got to see at NAIC as well, as this variation of team that he's going up against with this Lycanroc, it is very strong into these Charizard teams. That cannot be doubted. But when you have such a strong pick into it, you got to figure out your answers, you got to figure out your game plan into it, and if you can take down a piece like the Lycanroc early on, or your opponent doesn't preserve it quite correctly, you can exploit that team and be able to take the win. That's why Charizard is still so successful, why it still has such a high usage. The Lycanrocs haven't eliminated the Charizards, not even close yet.
Yeah, there's still a few left of them kicking, but we're going to be kicking it over to a short break now while we get our next top 8 round set up. So stay tuned. We'll be right back very soon.
everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco, California. The day has been an exciting one as we have already started our journey through the top cut single elimination bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Zhang, and we are so stoked to be here to bring you through our next top 8 match.
First of all, congratulations to King Gambit. You are now officially a World Champion, as it is on all the remaining teams here at the World Championships. The only team that it wasn't on in top 8 was Antonio, who just got eliminated. And so if you've played this format at all, you probably know how good King Gambit is. It really kind of feels like a Swiss Army knife in that it can flex onto so many different teams. It has incredible overall stats. But what's interesting is we've seen a lot of variations of King Gambits, right? We've seen Focus Sash popping up as an item, the type resist berries like Aqua Berry as well as Tropical Berry, Black Glasses, and Life Orb in particular was a really big set coming into the World Championships. You can run 4 attacks on it, you can run Protect, Swords Dance, and no coverage moves other than Kowtow and Sucker Punch. And so this Pokemon has just been really, really dominant. So I'm not surprised to see it win the World Championships, but I didn't think we'd be crowning it this early on.
Yeah, I'm just adding on to that, I can't believe we also saw some Supreme Overlord sets for a little while there when Incineroar was sleeping behind the wheel. But we are ready to go for our next top 8 match. Congratulations to our King Gambit. And let's now see who will also move on to the top 4. We've got Joao Felipe Leite versus Giovanni Pichitelli.
An exciting one, Joao. Phenomenon graduating from the seniors division. I think the youngest player in our remaining top 8 here, and saw him pull a really great comeback after being down a game in that previous top 16 match. Of course, he is running what a lot of players actually call Italian Ice. This was a team that was developed by a group of top Italian players before the North American International Championships. Biggest upgrade is being able to have that Life Orb on Basque Legion. For Joao, this is a dream run. You can see his accomplishments on the screen. In seniors, had some pretty good success. Won a regional championship, top 8 at LAIC, but here he is in the Masters division. Matches his best finish as a top 8 finish in Masters, but it's at Worlds, not regionals.
Yeah, it's just so impressive. Sometimes you always have that question mark of, was the seniors run something where maybe the power level of seniors was not the same as what you might experience in the Masters division? And Joao proving that, no, this is not a fluke. This is his moment within this top cut. On the flip side of things, you do have Giovanni Pichitelli. You were talking about how this Italian Ice archetype of Joao is one that you would imagine Giovanni has actually had a lot of experience against, given that he is an Italian player and has performed against a lot of the top competitors that also had that Italian Ice archetype. Our analyst did such a great job as well of breaking down some of the runs that both of our competitors have had, and Giovanni's actually beaten this 6 already earlier on in the tournament, whereas Joao has lost to this quote-unquote Big 6 archetype that we have seen competitors use.
Yeah, what's interesting is both of these players surely have grinded the respective matchup so much coming into this tournament because these were 2 of the top teams. But doesn't matter how much practice you put in, sometimes the execution can play out very differently. And when you're playing at the absolute highest levels, your opponents might take lines that you just did not see in practice when you were grinding it because they've kind of hyper-optimized the matchup, right? So we take a look at Joao's team here. Of course, the unique dual Mega feature of Mega Frostlass as well as Mega Scovillain. Frostlass being able to provide a lot of offense with that Blizzard, which really checks Garchomp, a Pokemon that otherwise can hit Sneasler, King Gambit, Lycanroc for lots of damage. Scovillain, on the other hand, gives you a little bit more defensive capabilities with redirection, being able to burn a lot of those key physical attackers. And when Joao played against a team that was very similar to Giovanni's in top 16, I actually saw him flex between both of them. And so I think both are very viable here, but of course the key Pokemon to pay attention to, in my opinion, is going to be that Lycanroc if you're expecting Charizard from the opposing end. Lycanroc exists on this team to be a huge checkmate into Charizard. It's what propelled Joao into the top 8, being able to Accelerock an opposing Charizard. And the threat of it is so big. And as the Charizard player, if you're going to bring Charizard into a matchup, it is this constant dance of when do I actually have my Charizard on the field and attack.
And it can be really hard to take out this Lycanroc because you look at Pokemon on Giovanni's team like the Garchomp, maybe even the Basque Legion to be able to pick off this Pokemon, but the Focus Sash makes it tough to invest just 1 attack. You require 2. So let's take a deeper look at Giovanni's team. This is, again, kind of looking at that Charizard with a more updated moveset. You've got Ancient Power for opposing Mega Charizards instead of something like the Solar Beam that we saw be popular at the beginning of the format.
Yeah, and this is a really good call out because the lack of Solar Beam means that Lycanroc actually becomes even more difficult to deal with, right? Sometimes when you're using a team like this, if you have Solar Beam, you predict the Lycanroc to switch in, you can nail it with a Solar Beam, but here, you're not going to do that much damage with any of your attacks. King Gambit's one of the key Pokemon I'm actually looking at on Giovanni's end because it is the Tropical Berry 4 attack King Gambit, which means that this Pokemon has incredible coverage into Joao's team, right? You're able to hit Frostlass, King Gambit, Lycanroc, Basculegion for super effective damage, but the King Gambit also has to be a little bit scared because, of course, there's the Sneasler on the opposing end, 2 close combats, as well as the Scoville. And so here we go. We're jumping into game 1. There's so many different variations of Pokemon that both players can bring, and it's going to be a Floette here. Charizard dropped out of respect for the Lycanroc.
Floette coming to the battle means that we are likely going to see the Mega Evolution invested into this Pokemon. Could be that there's a Charizard in the back there, but it would not have the ability to Mega Evolve if you select it for the Floette on this turn. Looking across the way, we've got the Lycanroc Scoville for Joao.
Yeah, I think what's interesting in this matchup is a lot of times players still end up bringing Charizard despite the fact there's a Lycanroc on the opposing team because the idea is, well, if I knock out Lycanroc, well, then Charizard can clear, right? But it's often really difficult to accomplish that. So the Scoville defensively is actually quite great into Floette. Won't do that much damage, but can burn it, right? And so it's going to be a Mega Evolution to immediately start off the game here.
The burn is just going to help to get that residual damage at the end of the turn, but since Floette is that special attack where it doesn't actually have that negative effect of having its damage halved. We see the Whimsicott go for the Protect, though, as both the Scoville and the Floette end up investing the Mega Evolution. Lycanroc, still one of the fastest Pokemon on the field, gets to fire off a Rock Slide. Maybe it can flinch this Floette in its tracks. And that is what happens on the first turn of the game. Overheat now, connecting from the Scoville. You're going to drop your special attack, but you basically just dropped this Floette, too. A great trade of your stats.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a huge Dazzling Gleam to get off, right? Likely bring Lycanroc down to the Focus Sash there. Fast Rock Slides feel like they've really defined this format, whether it be Lycanroc, Garchomp, or Aerodactyl, so showcasing why this move is so unbelievably powerful. Would have done, right, a fair amount of damage from the Floette. If you are going for that Dazzling Gleam, yeah, like, it just really gets the Lycanroc quite low. So not the turn that Giovanni wanted to see. Now you risk Lycanroc just going for something like that as Accelerock, right? Like Whimsicott can Tailwind, but then Floette will still faint. So for Giovanni, maybe you want to consider protecting the Floette or just switching out into King Gambit or Garchomp.
You have to switch out here. That Floette's so important to have that damage for later, and it's going to be the Garchomp that ends up taking its place. Whimsicott with the Moonblast, instead of setting up something like the Tailwind because you know that that Lycanroc damage is important. Lycanroc, though, still around to deliver another set of Rock Slides as the Scoville has yet to move. Another Overheat. That Whimsicott has already taken a lot of damage, and at -2, it's still good for the knockout.
Yeah, what a lights out start here, especially given that it wasn't even Charizard on the opposing end. Lycanroc showcasing how it can put in a lot of work, even if it's not staring down that Charizard, and no Tailwind crucially set up from the opposing end as well. So it feels like Joao has built up a really big early lead here. Floette comes back. Once again, though, still threaded by that Lycanroc. Of course, Floette here could protect, and then Garchomp could angle for an Earthquake, for example.
But if you Earthquake, you're going to be attacking the Scoville, which is going to burn you for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, so it's a really difficult position here, I think, especially given that Joel still has 2 Pokemon in the back. I think Basculegion and Sneasler feel like the most likely. The Black Glasses Swords Dance King Gambit set generally doesn't feel very powerful in this matchup, especially when you stare down an opposing King Gambit and Charizard. And so, you know, late game Basculegion also such an immense threat, but for Joao right now, definitely has the lead. What is Giovanni going to do with this Floette? It is going to be the Protect.
Hoping that that's going to negate a priority Accelerock, but the Garchomp is able to strike first, not to KO onto the Lycanroc, but low enough that you maybe get a chance to flinch it and stop it from moving after some of this luck has already gone against you. You'll have to get burned for your troubles, but the flinch is good, so kind of helps to even the scales a little bit.
Yeah, and with this Scoville being at -4 special attack, does very minimal damage at this point, but I think getting the burn on Garchomp is still a really big deal, right? Because now the Floette still threatened by an Accelerock. It was a Rock Slide coming out here instead of the Earthquake, trying to get some super effective damage on the Scoville. But as a result, the Lycan Rock does not end up fainting. So now Floette in a precarious position is going to switch out. I would expect King Gambit to come in here, and it indeed is.
King Gambit is still in a vulnerable position, but the Skull Villain now leaving the field is going to help this King Gambit out, so it's not going to end up getting burned if it attacks into this slot right now, as it does take the Excel Rock. So Floette getting out of dodge with that one, retreating back into its Pokeball. But the Garchomp connects the second Rock Slide to finally knock this Lycan Rock out once and for all.
Yeah, and Joel actually reveals there is King Gambit in the back. The main reason you'd potentially want to bring it in this matchup is to kind of checkmate Basculegion, but there's no Basculegion from Giovanni's end this time around. And so I think the Gambit ends up feeling a little bit worse, although of course the Sneasler is the final pick here. So now you actually threaten with close combat onto Sneasler, Sucker Punch into Garchomp, and that little bit of damage on a King Gambit actually can go a long way, right? It is going to be the Chople Berry, but when you get the little bit of chip, that often is enough for you to just get the knockout with close combat. And so I think Joel in a really strong offensive position right now. Sneasler just such a great final Pokemon to have. And yeah, I think now it is on Giovanni to try to respond, but it's so difficult when the Floette's so low. The King Gambit has that priority damage, and with the burn on Garchomp, you won't even be able to get a knockout even if you get an attack off.
Yeah, you would love to be able to get that spread Earthquake damage into both of these targets, but you also have to be able to protect your own King Gambit, which does not have Protect. So you can't even go for that. As the King Gambit from Giovanni also hope to land a low kick into the opposing King Gambit. It's going to be a pretty neutral turn. A little bit better though for Joao as Garchomp continues to take burn damage.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think that's always a safe play in that you get a little bit more burn damage, and then the Garchomp now just even higher probability of getting knocked out by a Sucker Punch by the King Gambit, right? So I think Sucker Punch close combat's still a play. My question is, sometimes with these teams, the Sneaslers won't actually have that much offensive investment. And so if that is the case, then can the King Gambit with the Chople Berry on the opposing side actually survive that close combat even after a little bit of chip damage? So once again, I think Joel's play here is I can Sucker Punch Garchomp, I can close combat into King Gambit. How does Giovanni respond? And the answer is going to be switching out that King Gambit.
Going to be the Floette to come back in and take its place. If it ends up taking something like that Sucker Punch, it will fail. So that is one attack that has been mitigated, and the close combat heads in that direction as well. And so Floette goes down for its troubles, but does this actually give an opening for Giovanni to actually land critical, super effective damage into either of these Pokemon? See the White Herb consumed there from the Sneasler, so it can't actually get
what a play by Giovanni.
But there's the Earthquake. The burn, though, is going to keep the Sneasler around for the next turn.
It will, yeah. I think that was like the one play Giovanni could do to keep himself in the game. So I want to explain that because, sure, many of you were just expecting Sucker Punch to go into Garchomp, but like I said, sometimes with these Sneaslers, you don't have that much attack investment. So Joao was worried, like saying, you have Chople Berry. I might not KO you close combat because of that, even with the chip damage, so I'm going to double up into your King Gambit. Giovanni recognizing that says, well, I'm going to switch out Floette. You have to double up into it, and I'm going to get a huge Earthquake off. To your point, though, there's the burn. Is it enough right now is the big question, because Sneasler still is pressuring with close combat. My question is, can King Gambit on the opposing side knock out Sneasler with a Sucker Punch? I would not expect it to. The Sneaslers on these teams normally have a lot of physical bulk, and so Sneasler actually just going for a Protect here. We've talked about going for these Protects to just get more burn damage out. Also baits out a Protect from the opposing Garchomp potentially, but it's not going to be a Protect from Chomp for now.
Oh, it's a double Protect here for Joao just to suss out what Giovanni wants to lock into for these attacks. How does Giovanni want to actually try to get through this endgame after giving him a second chance and a second life? Garchomp continues to get low as that burn damage is stacked up over time. So if we were wondering whether or not the Sucker Punch from Joao's King Gambit would get the knockout, it definitely will now.
Yeah, I think Joao probably wants to just go for the double up onto the opposing King Gambit, although the opposing Gambit is faster, can Sucker Punch first, right? And so as a result, Joao doesn't want to take any risks. Actually switches out, which makes a lot of sense. Baits out the Protect from Garchomp. This Garchomp is on a timer from that burn. And it is the Sucker Punch here, so nice call by Joao.
Yeah, but it's a Sucker Punch from the other side too, and so both of them are going to fail. But now that you have this Go Villain on the board, you actually can help to keep your own King Gambit safe for something like an opposing low kick. You've got Rage Powder to redirect that.
Exactly. Rage Powder plus Sucker Punch here should just be game over. Mega Scovillain was honestly quite incredible in this game. You could see how that burn on Garchomp just just completely neutralized it. It's actually going to be the Protect coming out from Scoville, and I think it also makes sense at this point with the burn ticking down on Garchomp. It has done a significant amount of damage, right? Just saying, okay, now you're just one turn away from fainting. But to me, this game feels over. Mega Scoville was absolutely incredible in neutralizing the #1 threat in Garchomp. Really unfortunate flinch to start the game. Floette didn't get to do any damage in this game. And yeah, Whimsicott didn't really get to accomplish very much either.
It went for that one Moonblast and then got knocked out by a attack on the subsequent turn. And you have to wonder whether or not this game would have looked a little bit differently had that Floette gotten damage off or had Whimsicott been able to set up something like a Tailwind.
I really like how patiently Joao has played this game. You know, I was talking about just going for Sucker Punch close combat, but in that situation, you might not know how fast your King Gambit is relative to the opposing King Gambit. You can get crit. Sucker Punch now cleans up the Garchomp, and Scoville loves seeing an opposing King Gambit. Like, these are the two absolute best Pokemon, I think, for Scoville to go up against. It's just going to be Overheat coming out here. No need for a Rage Powder, and it obliterates King Gambit as Scoville puts on a masterclass in this game offensively.
We've been talking about some of the most powerful Mega Evolutions in the format, being Charizard, Floette. We've seen a lot of really cool ones, but let's not forget that Scoville has been at the top of a lot of people's radars, but maybe flying under it heading into this tournament.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, you know, what's interesting is normally we think about the Scoville as a defensive tool, as once again, you know, replaying here. Some flinches, I think at this point, there was the opportunity for Garchomp to potentially Earthquake, right? By Rock Sliding, and actually doesn't KO the Lycanroc, and the Lycanroc then has pressure into the Floette slot, kind of forcing a switch. And Sucker Punch here failing. I think this was a really nice play by Giovanni to try to keep himself in the game. The reality is he was already immensely far behind, and in terms of the Pokemon choice, right, with Floette going down so quickly, Garchomp and King Gambit often just don't have enough firepower, and the way Joao conserved this Scoville was brilliant. So one of the things about Scoville is it doesn't like going up against Charizard. It actually does no damage into it. Charizard can kind of obliterate it, but with Floette being the commit here, the Scoville actually had a really great time. And the point I wanted to make to you, Rosemary, was we talk about Scoville as like a defensive tool for Rage Powder and burns, but we saw Overheat click, what, 3 different times in that game. It mainly just, yeah, it didn't even really go for redirection. It was like, all right, let me get chip onto the Floette, let me knock out the Whimsicott, let me knock out King Gambit.
Yeah, you have to respect it, especially if that Scoville ends up getting some sort of special attack Moody boost, then that can definitely start to go off the rails very quickly. But as we enter into game 2 with Joao up 1 game, we are going to see a bit of an adjustment coming out from Joao, Sneasler, and King Gambit in front of Whimsicott Floette as a run back for Giovanni.
Yeah, so Gio actually kind of just saying, I'm going to stick to the Floette. I think Charizard is a bait here because, once again, you have the Lycanroc, and I don't want to play this guessing game of having my Charizard against it. So King Gambit here is the Black Blasted Swords Dance set, and so you're not going to do a lot of damage right now, right? You could go for something like a Swords Dance, but I think right now I favor Giovanni's position just because the Floette is exerting a lot of offensive pressure. The Sneasler right now, though, of course, does have access to that Fake Out. And would you look at this? It's not a Mega. That makes me think Charizard's in the back.
Very possible. Wow. Floette is actually just going to use a Light of Ruin to try to get a one-shot onto the Sneasler.
Oh,
it's so close, but it's just not quite enough. So the Sneasler is able to fire back a Dire Claw, and that's going to eliminate the Floette after it took so much recoil from the Light of Ruin.
What a cool adjustment in not Mega Evolving, but this is the bulk that the Sneasler sometimes have, survives the Light of Ruin outside of Mega Evolution. Gambit gets that Swords Dance off, and that's really scary. Now, Joe, of course, had the ability to go for Fake Out there, but faking out in front of a Whimsicott with Encore is always really scary. However, it is going to be the King Gambit coming in from the opposing side, so that's going to be a pretty strong Pokemon, right? At this point, Giovanni has brought 3 Pokemon that resist the Dark-type attacks from King Gambit, so I think that's smart. I also think the lack of a Mega Evolution there makes, surely it's got to be Charizard in the back, right? You don't want to bring Charizard into a boosted King Gambit. So I think Giovanni's goal right now, ideally, is to knock out the King Gambit and get it out of the way so that Charizard can hit the field. And for Joao, maybe you consider conserving it. I mean, if there's a Scoville in the back, you can protect King Gambit, sacrifice Sneasler, get Scoville in, and that combination looks really scary. It's going to be a swap here, and it is Scoville, okay.
Sneasler is so low, it's not going to be able to contribute a lot to this turn. So you're going to get it out in favor of that Scoville. And Charizard does make an appearance as Giovanni's 4th Pokemon in this game, too. A Protect on the King Gambit is going to keep it safe, but the Whimsicott is actually targeted its move Moonblast into the partner. So nice little bit of chip damage there onto the Scoville, and the Heat Whip from this Charizard should be able to clutch up on the next one. A defense boost as special defense falls from the Moody boost. It's going to make it even more vulnerable to these two special attackers on the other side.
My big question for you, Rosemary, is does this Sucker Punch knock out Charizard? Charizard runs all kinds of different spreads in the format. We've seen players train their Charizard to even survive Life Orb +2 Sucker Punch. That's like a ton of HP defense investment, basically max, right? Or close to it. So if the Charizard can hang on even with the sliver of HP, that Heat Wave will get a double knockout likely, especially with that special defense drop on the Scoville. And if it faints, that's game over. Here we go. Is it just going to be Sucker Punch? And if so, does Charizard survive?
With the speed advantage in Giovanni's favor, you have to imagine the one way around this would be for going for that priority Sucker Punch. Before we get there, we do see the Mega Evolution as Scoville protects itself. So can this Kingambit get away with a huge knockout?
How
Sucker
much
Punch
is
comes
it going to
through.
do? It does
Charizard hangs on with just enough to be able to get an attack off on this turn. Moonblast will fail. Heat Wave comes out. Protect is going to help the Scoville first, and it connects into the Kingambit.
Kingambit will go down, but I think if you're Joao, you're pretty happy about that, right? If you look at the 4 Pokemon Giovanni brought, you don't really need to Sucker Punch or want to Sucker Punch any of the other Pokemon. Getting that one big one into Charizard often is the big attack. So big lead, I think, still over to Joao. What is going to come in right now, right? Because the Charizard is really low. It'll faint to really any priority attack, a Fake Out, an Accelerock, an Aqua Jet, right? I think if you're Joao, you also have to consider, well, I know that there's still that Kingambit in the back, and I probably want to conserve my Scoville. The Scoville and Basculegion duel looks really tough right now. Of course, the Whimsicott has Encore pressure into Scoville, so you can Encore Scoville. And then Basculegion's threatening Aqua Jet into Charizard, so then you can potentially switch Charizard into Kingambit and go for an Encore onto it in the subsequent turn. So Giovanni's not out of it yet. I think Encore is such a big tool. It's one of the main reasons why Whimsicott is brought out in this matchup. But with Charizard eating up that much damage, Joao is getting closer and closer to the semifinals.
One more turn of Tailwind left, so does Giovanni actually want to try to leverage that with the Charizard while you have a chance? Maybe you do want to flirt with fire if that Basculegion is not going to go for a priority attack, but thinks better of it. Kingambit comes out, Scoville tries to shed some of the unlucky Moody rolls that it has gotten in this match, and that's also going to help redirect away.
Wow.
That Encore, Last Respects comes out. It's going to bring Whimsicott down to that Focus Sash, and that's a great move selection to lock into, knowing that that threat of Encore is on the other side.
Exactly, yeah. Joao gets another great play there, and I think for Giovanni, that play that he made also makes a lot of sense. If Joao makes a mistake there and stays in with the Scoville and it gets locked in, well, suddenly you've actually completely turned the tides, right? That could have been an attack just to knock out the Sneasler, but the Basculegion gets so much damage into Whimsicott. Once again, the Kingambit on the opposing side also can't protect right now, right? So you can always launch a Fake Out into that slot if you wanted. You also could just go for close combat. That Tailwind has expired, although you risk Sucker Punch from the Kingambit onto either Pokemon right now. But a big turn for Joao. What's really important, though, is making sure that you conserve the Basculegion ideally to get that Aqua Jet to finish off Charizard.
The Basculegion is going to retreat for now, exactly as you called it, and Scoville gets to make a reappearance. Isn't really under threat right now of getting knocked out to the Whimsicott or the Kingambit here, so you can bring that Pokemon in safely before considering a Mega Evolution. And Sneasler doesn't fall for the Protect. Decides to fake out this Kingambit so it cannot get an attack off. Ooh. And we're going to see a special attack drop here on the Scoville, and that's a Moody boost you like to see.
I was going to say, okay, Overheat is just, I mean, I think it was going to one-shot everything from the range that they were now, but even more
now
so.
For sure.
Yeah. So another great play, I think, by Joao here as Scoville manages to come in for free. Right now, there is, once again, Encore pressure into the Sneasler, but Kingambit is going to be the one swapping out. Great play by Giovanni. I think Giovanni recognizes I need to conserve this ideally to beat the Basculegion, but how do you deal with Scoville at this point? The Overheat is looking so threatening.
It's going to Mega Evolve now after biding its sweet time with this special attack boost. You're going to see the Scoville get to go all out on the offense. Sneasler protects itself. Just going to keep it safe from the Moonblast. Maybe a missed opportunity for damage there into the Scoville, and as the Giga Drain is going to help finish off this Whimsicott, give a little bit of HP recovery back, and set the Scoville up for success in the endgame.
Yeah, and this game feels wrapped up at this point. Whimsicott goes down. Kingambit's going to come in the back, but once again, you have to stare down this Scovillain. I think you can probably just go for something like the Rage Powder with Scovillain and then go for a Dire Claw into Charizard, right? The King Gambit is kind of checkmated by this Scovillain. Can't protect. If you go for Rage Powder, Impact will go into it. So barring some really weird speed interaction where Charizard's faster than the Sneasler, I think that Joao should be able to advance to the top 4. So honestly been playing, I would say, flawlessly throughout this set and has made Mega Scovillain look like an absolute beast of a Pokemon.
Joao lost to this team from Shohei Kimura earlier on in the tournament, but has clearly learned a couple of things to apply to this match versus Giovanni. There's still a Basculegion in the back for Joao to depend upon to finish off this game in style, but there's this King Gambit and Charizard that Giovanni has that maybe will help him keep the dream alive. Scovillain, Rage Powders, draws away the attention as Sneasler just goes for a close combat into the King Gambit. Choppleberry is going to activate to help make this close combat survivable. And so King Gambit hangs on with a sliver. The White Herb is gone already, so there isn't going to be a cleanse of these stat drops. Okay, I was thinking about game 2. Yeah. So that's going to help actually to get this Unburden activated. But Heat Wave connects, double onto these Pokemon, but Scovillain actually survives that.
Does manage to survive, doesn't end up being Dire Claw to Charizard, but I think because of the burn that will now come out, you can see Giovanni shaking his head. Scovillain will faint. It will be a double knockout, but that King Gambit now will faint from burn, not after this turn, but the following one. Basculegion comes in, you protect, and as you called out, Rosemary, in the beginning of this, there's no Solar Beam on that Charizard, so you cannot even hit that Basculegion for very much damage. So all Joao needs to do now is bring out Basculegion, protect, King Gambit faints, Aqua Jet KO Charizard, and he is moving on to the top 4, the 16-year-old prodigy.
Great timing as the sun expired on that last turn. And Basculegion does get to close this one out for Joao. An impressive run for Joao in this 2026 season. Was freshly aging up from the senior division, goes on to the top 4 of the Pokémon World Championships. A protect now, so King Gambit will fall to the burn damage, and then Charizard will fall in the next turn.
Sucker Punch will faint. Ancient Power coming out.
Ancient Power boost.
One last Ancient Power for the road here for Giovanni. No boost coming out. He got a lot of those in one of the previous Top Cut matches, but he knows this one is all but over. I love the adjustment to Whimsicott Floette and not Mega Evolving Flow. I think that's one of the big things with this team, but Joao is going to be moving on to the top 4. He looked really good in that set.
Wow, absolutely lights out there for this young Brazilian player. What a commanding performance, and just a dominant one throughout these stages of the World Championships. Now on to a top 4. Just how far can he truly take this miraculous run?
That was so fun to watch, and I think it made such a good argument for Mega Scovillain, right? This team came together initially when the team that Giovanni was using was really rising in the metagame, and you could see all the tools that Joao had to deal with it, right? I think the King Gambit actually coming in, I thought he made really effective use of it. It is not an easy Pokemon to use in this matchup, which is why on paper you often consider dropping it, right? But managed to get that +2 Sucker Punch off into Charizard, and while it does not get the knockout, brings it so low that basically one other move will finish it off, right? So finding the perfect angle for King Gambit, just flawlessly done here. And even though the Charizard managed to survive, at this point I feel like the main downside is that Whimsicott was just never providing any real value other than going for Encore. But Joao really never let himself get Encored, and so as a result, Whimsicott actually often feels like dead weight. And in this end game, Joao saying, look, even if you attack with Charizard, it doesn't matter because I know I'm going to get close combat guaranteed in a King Gambit, and if you target me, I'll get the burn as well, right? And so really smart targeting there. Like, I think, yeah, could have targeted Charizard as well, but the Gambit, with the inability to protect these, you guarantee that damage, and he knew Basculegion's just going to close out the game against these both of these Pokemon. And so the fact that Lycanroc didn't come out, Charizard did come out, and Joao still won is a testament to the amount of flexibility that his team has.
Right. I mean, just having anything that has that priority damage in the end, the Aqua Jet or the Sucker Punch would have been enough. That's really what these teams are designed for. You have these cleanup crews that can come in after your other Pokemon have done so much damage that get a chance to actually finish and secure those knockouts. And Joao really putting on a masterclass, and why this team and this archetype has been super dominant in these last couple of months.
Yeah, and Rose, you know, you and I were talking before we got on the broadcast, but we were saying, like, in this matchup, there's just so much that both players can do, right? You can lean into either Mega Evolution, and for Giovanni, as we saw, you could actually bring both Mega Evolutions as well. And so part of what makes this team so powerful in the metagame is it's the amount of different modes that you can go with. But let's hear a little bit more from Joao, who is now advancing into the top 4, and throw it down to an interview.
Big congratulations. Can we give it up for everyone for quarterfinalists here in VGC? Joao! You are now top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships. There is a crowd out there cheering for you. Your friends and family here. How are you feeling?
It feels amazing. I don't know what to say, but I'm just glad to be here, and I'm very happy to have made it this far. And yeah.
This has been an incredible run for yourself, and I want to talk about earlier today when we saw you and going into the weekend. Did you feel that confidence that you could be here in the spot at top 4?
Yeah, my goal when I started playing was like always to be the best. Sometimes I think I can't do it, but at the end it always works out, so yeah.
Regardless of what happens from here on out, the conversation amongst the players, the fans, the analysts and everything has been of how good you are, of this prodigy, how amazing you are at Pokemon. Like, do you feel like this is your year just upcoming? Because you're so young. You just stayed up into Masters, but you're so good. Like, how does it make you feel?
Well, I don't know if this is my year, but I hope it is. I'm gonna try my best to make it to finals in the next match and win it all.
You've certainly made a statement so far, and I want to make sure you can get rested up for that, but I want to give you the opportunity while you're here on the stage yet again, if you had any words before your top 4 match or anyone else that you still want to give shout-outs to.
I want to shout out my dad, which I forgot to shout out on the last interview, and he was like the most important person like for me to be here. And I also want to shout out my brother, Cisco, who's doing well at juniors, very well at juniors as well, and I'm rooting for him, and yeah.
It runs in the family. Congratulations. It's been an honor to be able to see you play here, and best of luck going on into your next match. As for us, we have 2 of 4 of our quarterfinalists. Let's head back over to our casters and find out who our next 2 are going to be.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Yeah, Joao really showing us how aging up into the Masters Division isn't necessarily as daunting as it could be on the biggest stage we have in competition, making it all the way to the top 4. Ben Kiraku here with the wonderful Lee Provost to
Wonderful. Thank
have
you.
a little bit of a deeper dive into a couple of those moments that we had with Joao stamping their ticket into the top 4 before we look at our next top 8 match here at the World Championship.
Yeah, you know, for how young Joao is, they're so composed when they're in game in the battlefield. They're really locked in, and you know, it really shows through in the matches and how commanding and dominant they are, and the lines and understanding they've got of the team as well, just to overcome multiple opponents now that we've seen. And yeah, just incredible to see. What an achievement getting to top 4, but not done yet. Not done yet.
Not done yet.
So one more to get a step closer to Championship Sunday, but doing all the right things and just so impressed. And yeah, rooting that they can carry that on into the rest of the tournament.
Definitely. Oh, we got a little clip here for game 1. And I think one of the most difficult moments that we had in that game 1 of like, how do you secure this end game, right? So we had the early game where the Lycanroc was able to get a little bit of positive pressure going down onto Giovanni's team, but then wasn't able to stick around very long. It's a Lycanroc, that's not a surprise to anyone at all, and Giovanni was able to deal with that, not bringing the Charizard, of course, to this matchup. We know in this position that the Floette was sitting in the back on a pretty low HP percentage. And the question mark here, right, is whether or not you can just go for the close combat into the King Gambit, the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit into the Garchomp. Now the Garchomp is burnt, of course. It's not like putting on loads of offensive pressure, but it's still present in the game. You still have to respect it. But the big thing, and Aaron called this out during the round, is these Sneaslers here. They're pretty bulky, and they're pretty low in terms of their offensive output. So even though the King Gambit is on just 89%, And usually, if you've got a pretty invested Sneasler, that would be a clean KO. That's not necessarily guaranteed in the board state that we've got here.
No, and I think that's one of the understandings that Zhao probably gets with that Sneasler. Is it going to be enough? Although the King Gambit has taken that small margin of chip damage there, is it going to... The question is, at this stage of the tournament as well, it's a big call to make. Is that going to be enough? Because I'm committing to it. Like you said, the Garchomp, it's not going to be hitting as hard as what we're normally regularly used to seeing. It's still got the Life Orb, it's still going to have that boost. And the close combat will lower those defenses. Yes, in turn you might activate the White Herb, you'll undo those and get the speed boost, but you could put yourself at a detrimental position if that King Gambit does switch out to come back in and then Sucker Punch later, you know?
Definitely, because this is the other thing, right, is that, hey, maybe the 89% is just like a little bit too much HP where you're not comfortable, and we don't know at this point in the game, like, overall, is it this way round? In terms of the speed order, like, does this King Gambit go for a Sucker Punch first, or is it in this order, right? And you go, you try to fail you try to go for a Sucker Punch and fail it, and so there's this big temptation then to go like, hey, I need to Sucker Punch into this King Gambit, then close combat into the King Gambit, just to guarantee that that's going to be the KO here. And just playing this clip along, right? This is the call that Giovanni made so well, right? Where he decides to try to keep himself in the match and try to be able to, make sure that King Gambit's there for a potential endgame, switching it out into the Floette, calling the Sucker Punch, but then also the Floette goes down, the White Herb activates, and we're sort of kind of back to square one, where this Garchomp is getting like closer and closer to being 100% in Sucker Punch range.
Yeah, and it was a good sacrifice, I think, if you are Giovanni, to bring in that Floette at the right time, because you don't really want to mess around at this stage of the game as well with those guessing games, especially when you don't know the speed interactions with the Sucker Punch. So the Floette comes in, takes that, and then you've got, like you say, you're back in the same situation, but you're in a worse situation as well at the same point, because the Garchomp now taking that extra tick of chip, and you're not really any further along in the battle yet. The Earthquake's great here, but yeah, it doesn't really progress you any further. But maybe that's just down to how well Zhao manages these situations rather than falling into traps and going for the Sucker Punch in that scenario.
I think there's a big example of the way that Zhao's been playing in this tournament, of like showing so much patience in the way that he's going about his games. I mean, wrapping up the second game was like, well, just going for a protect every other turn and letting the burn kind of do its thing, and just using that residual damage to put himself in a really good position. And that's so important when you're playing at this level of competition. We're not saying like, hey, don't make a read, don't make a call, but also...
It's got to be at the right time, hasn't it?
Exactly that. Couldn't said it better myself. It's like, this is the time where you've got to keep your composure. It's still only 6 Pokemon that you're having to go up against, and yeah, okay, they're handled by some of the best in the world, playing absolutely on form, right? So not necessarily as easy as that, but Zhao giving us such a great showing. Let's have a catch up with our bracket now, seeing our first 2 players that are going to be making it to the top 4. Hiroshi and Joao punching their tickets there. They're going to be playing up against each other in our semi-finals. But the next match that we're going to be seeing is Takuma versus Stefano.
Yeah, and this one in particular going to be another absolutely fantastic top 8 game to decide who our next top 4 opponent will be. No, and we've already got one top 4 match lined up, and that one is going to be incredible. But before then, we've got 2 more sets to determine those remaining top 4 players, and what a way to do it. You know, we've got Giovanni and Zhao that have just set the stage, set the standards, so I'm sure our next players will be meeting those and probably exceeding expectations.
And of course, after that match, we're going to have Yuya as well versus Zachary Weed, and that I'm really excited about. Zachary's been on an absolute tear during the season, but
representing that Frozlass and Lycanroc team, another player.
I was going to say it was on my casting predictions for a reason, but like you've got to turn up when you're playing that team. It's not the easiest, maybe not the most intuitive team. It's not the biggest collection of stats. It's a team that really works with its synergies as well. We got a little bit of a player run though, Lee, to set us up for our next top 8 match here in the World Championships. So let's have a look at Takuma's run through the tournament.
Yeah, we can see that they started the day 1 proceedings against a former regional champion here, winning one of the first regional events in the European season against Emanuele. And yeah, coming out of that convincingly well, especially against a hybrid rain, what looks like a Perish Trap sort of team that we've seen throughout this weekend, overcoming that with no problem at all. I love Takuma's Dragonite choice as well. We talked about this briefly when we were last on the analyst desk about that integration, foregoing the Charizard and saying Mega Dragonite's the way to go. But then, yeah, we can take a look at day 2 as well, and not getting off to the best start. Opponent first in the day, Stefano, and taking a loss there, but since then has been able to win out against the double Megastar Raptors that they faced.
I'd love to have seen what happened in that match against Stefano, because we see it time and time again, like players playing in the Swiss and then coming up into Top Cut, and the records get reversed, right? And so, even though Takumi is going up against is going up against Stefano again, will the result be the same? Like, after every time that you play a particular matchup, and certainly a particular play-up, you go, when you're not on the winning side, you walk away from that match thinking, hey, what could I have done differently against Stefano, and maybe that will come to pass in our top 8.
We can see the incredibly tough run that Stefano's had in day 1 in particular to progress to day 2. You got some big names there. Wolf Glick, namely round 4, they were able to overcome, and then, continue that. Taron Birdie as well, last round of the day, just incredible. All of these players are very accomplished, but what a run Stefano had, kind of losing round 1 and then going on the bounce undefeated to finish off the day, then coming in to day 2 here. Hakuma was their first opponent. We've already seen will be their top 8 opponent, and I think, like, getting back to your point, Ben, Stefano's going to feel very confident, whereas Takuma probably not that confident. But that's not a bad thing, because you can learn a lot from a defeat.
Definitely.
Sometimes more from a defeat than you can from a victory. So, these players will be familiar with each other's teams, but as we've seen time and time again over this weekend, it's the micro decisions, the micro changes throughout a game that can make all the difference.
And it goes both ways as well, right? The thing that was coming out to me on the second part of Stefano's run is that they took a loss to Zachary Weed, who is also on their side of the bracket. So if Zachary is able to win their top 8 match, as well as Stefano, then there's going to be a rematch after a rematch there going into the top 4, and like whether or not either of our players are able to flip the script on exactly what went down in the previous times that they went up against each other, and especially in the same tournament. Like, it's different to when you've played a player like tournament after tournament, right? And maybe you're using different teams, maybe you're coming at it from a different place. But this is the same team, this is the same tournament. All these players are on some of the runs of their lives right now, and to see like how they adjust to those sort of matchups, the repeat matchups, is so exciting.
Exactly that, and I think it's great to be able to kind of point out that these players have faced each other before, because it changes the dynamic of the game. Normally we'd see that game 1 where players are overcautious sometimes, where they're trying to fish out information, trying to judge those speed interactions a lot. Well, a lot of those might have already been worked out, so that's something that we can take into this game and know a little bit more about why some decisions have been made over others as things play out.
This is getting so excited, Lee. So we're going to be kicking it to a quick break while we get our 3rd top 8 match sorted. So stay tuned. We'll be back very soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships here in beautiful San Francisco, California. My name is Evan Latt, and I am here for the bottom half of our top 8 with my good friend Scott Glaza. Scott, we have already identified who our first 2 semifinalists are going to be. And now it's time to find out who the next ones are.
Yeah, very excited for yet another fantastic match, and excited to see which teams make it too. I think with this being the first Pokemon World Championships, I think both the humans and the Pokemon kind of trying to make a name for themselves, right? I think it'll be pretty interesting, kind of maybe impact things as they move forward. And I think both these teams are kind of interesting in different ways as it kind of like pertains to being representatives of this metagame.
Absolutely. You can see our top 8 competitors here are Takuma Yamazaki and Stefano Greppi. Both of these players are running some very interesting teams. Takuma, of course, is running basically the Big 6 team, but has replaced the Charizard with Dragonite instead, while Stefano is running a variant of the same team that we saw at the North American International Championships, the same 6 Pokemon that Eric Rios brought to become a finalist at that tournament.
Yeah, the team was very popular for a while afterwards, still really strong, tends to struggle with the a couple variants of the Charizard team, but doesn't have to worry about it here. We get that Dragonite instead, and I'm pretty excited to see this. We haven't had a ton of the Mega Dragonite variant of this team on stream, and I think it probably comes to a surprise to some players, right? I think a lot of trainers kind of weren't taking this seriously. I know when I was asking around trying to prep for this tournament, it's like, hey, you know, like Mega Dragonite, is this a thing that we're going to see? Is it a thing that we're not going to see? I mostly get a lot of, nah, it's not. You don't got to worry about that. But jokes on us, here it is a game away from the semifinals.
Yeah, top 8, actually 2 Mega Dragonite here in the top 8 at this bottom half of the top 8 bracket here. And it is a really interesting adaptation because you see a lot of players who are dealing with the Charizard mode of the Big 6 team by just putting Rock Slide on something, you know, using Garchomp as a way to check it, using Lycanroc as we've already seen at the top half of the bracket. That works really well against Charizard that is extremely weak to rock typing. Less good against Dragonite, especially with multi-scale active.
Yeah, and like it does a lot of the same stuff, right? You still get like the Heat Wave if you need it, kind of similar defensive profile, although again, you know, enough not weak to the same things that it messes up a lot of people's counterplay. And I think there's a lot of other fun stuff on this variant of the team as well. To me, the most interesting thing is that Feint on Sneasler, which opens up a lot of stuff on other Pokemon. Typically, Sneasler not going to make room for this. Of course, you're giving a Protect forward or like Quick Guard like you'd see on the setup teams. But I think for this team in particular, it's really interesting because of all the priority, also the Choice Scarf on Garchomp, and even kind of with both Last Respect and Light of Rune on Fluorite. You get a lot of situations where one slot needs to protect because they can't survive, and Feint takes that away, or you can almost guarantee you're going to get a knockout unless you miss an attack or something because you're just threatening so much unavoidable power into a slot. I think it's really cool with a team like this one. It lets you play kind of like with more safe aggression than other teams, where in this read-heavy format, you can kind of get some guarantees that other teams can't get.
Yeah, it's a fascinating attack that hits through Protect and breaks Protect for a Pokemon trying to avoid damage from another attack on the field. And it is a very strong attack that most Pokemon that get access to it just don't have room for. They need every other attack on that's available for them. And Sneasler is one of the Pokemon that does sometimes have that 4th slot as rotating. You can see Coaching, Rock Slide, Protect, Quick Guard, and now Feint as well. So it makes a lot of sense that we'll be seeing that. But it could run into some problems here because of that Farigiraf over here on Stefano's team.
Yeah, not quite as fun in this match as it normally be. I think it's going to create some really great mind games between the two players. So that Armor Tail going to block Feint, which not only stops the damage, but of course also the Protect penetration. And I think because of that, both sides kind of going to have to guess a little bit more, where you're going to lose that safety. Like, hey, you know, in open team shit, I think it's fun that they both know that each other has this thing where anytime Sneasler's in the field, you have to be afraid, like, well, is it safe to Protect here if I don't want to switch my Farigiraf in? But then on the other side, it feels like, well, is it safe to Feint here when Farigiraf potentially could come in? I think it makes it a lot of fun. We've seen a lot of very difficult, complicated turns for these trainers over the course of the weekend. I think the interaction between these two Pokemon are going to keep them both guessing throughout the course of this match.
Yeah, and you also have to shout out on this version of Stefano's team, the Rock Tomb on Garchomp, giving Stefano access to single target rock type damage that also lowers the speed of the Pokemon impacted. So you usually tend to use Rock Tomb when you need that extra oomph because you don't want the spreads, the reduction in damage from the spread type of Rock Slide. Rock Tomb, of course, may be a little bit more useful here with the Dragonite not trying to get those KOs like that.
Yeah, I think particularly fashion this matchup too, kind of like pairs well with the Farigarath, where you can lower something's speed, and then you can't use priority to get over it, which is the solution that you'd really want to use for his opponent there. So a pretty fun combination of tricks. For now, we do see that Sneasler in turn 1, though probably not going to need to feint from here, and then the Aerodactyl and Sylveon facing it down.
Yeah, so Tailwind mode is what's being threatened by Stefano right now, leading with Aerodactyl and Sylveon. Does have access to the Mega Stone on Aerodactyl, so can go ahead and boost the power. Also has access to Ice Fang to threaten that Garchomp immediately. However, Garchomp does have the Choice Scarf here, so it will be able to outspeed.
Yeah, not a Whimsicott, so we'll go quickly. And pretty fun the other direction as well, where, hey, if you focus too much on that Aerodactyl, you do have to worry about Sylveon, but Fake Out going to stop a potential devastating Hyper Voice here.
No Hyper Voice coming out from the Sylveon, but a Rock Slide will connect onto both Aerodactyl and Sylveon. No Mega Evolution, but a flinch on Aerodactyl. The Rock Slides are a-coming for you, Stefano. If you don't have access to priority, you are at risk of flinching every turn.
That is devastating turn 1. Aerodactyl is a pretty decisive Pokemon at the North America International Championships, kind of being the flincher, but here it has become the Flinch E, now in range of being a knockout from another Rock Slide, and Sylveon in danger now from the Sneasler. So Stefano immediately way on the back foot, gonna have to make some difficult pivots here, and this is a tough spot.
Yeah, talking about absolutely in the driver's seat here. Stefano has to figure out a way to claw his way back into this game. Now, because the Garchomp is Choice Scarf, Stefano knows that he can switch in his own Garchomp here safely to tank this Rock Slide. The Protect comes out from the Sylveon, making sure it does not take any damage this time, and Garchomp only takes a little bit of chip damage from that Rock Slide, while the Dire Claw will whiff into the Protect.
Yeah, great defensive switch there, able to really stabilize that turn, but probably not quite out of the water yet. Still Sylveon kind of being pinned by the Sneasler, so maybe having to make one more switch, and then having the complicated situation. Okay, well, what can I switch in? They can potentially still take a Rock Slide and a Dire Claw into that slot. Of course, the Garchomp may be threatening a Dragon Claw to its opposite number there with the Choice Scarfed Garchomp unable to switch. So other side, or I'm going to switch attacks. Somewhat likely to switch Pokemon if it doesn't want to risk taking that Dragon Claw in return. So interesting options available for both trainers. One thing to keep in mind too is that Aerodactyl doesn't have the ability to protect or wide guard. It's a very aggressive set there with 3 attacks and Tailwind.
Well, there is Sylveon switching out for that Aerodactyl back out on the field. So Stefano hoping that the pressure from Garchomp is enough, but no, just continuing to fire off Rock Slide after Rock Slide, and Aerodactyl will go down. Connects onto both Pokemon, the Aerodactyl and the Garchomp here. And Takuma, there's always a shot that you can get a flinch with this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Plus the Dire Claw connects and gets the paralysis even worse. Now there's even less chance that Garchomp is going to be able to break through the flinch and the paralysis, but it does. Sneasler goes down because the Rough Skin broke the Focus Sash, and now Garchomp is finally taking some damage here, just above 50%.
Yeah, that's a big knockout for Stefano there, where I think the game was in danger of getting away from him, but still a pretty impactful situation there. Knockout on Sneasler is great, you love to see that, and you weaken the opposing Garchomp, but I think one thing to keep in mind there, the Aerodactyl's holding Aerodactylite, but you chose not to Mega Evolve, right? Not really any reason to do that unless there is a Pokemon in the back that perhaps wants to use that Mega Stone instead, which is some critical information from Takuma, right? Where you can basically be assured that Charizard is in the back, so preserving that Garchomp and that Rock Slide is big, but also really limits Stefano's options, right? Like, well, either I can switch in a Charizard where I already know my opponent has Choice Rock Slide on the field, or I can bring in Sylveon, which is a little bit predictable here, and probably something my opponent's going to try to check with his replacement Pokemon, and here he is, it's Floette.
Yeah, this is kind of a not great replacement Pokemon here, though. Floette does not want to Mega Evolve here because that Fairy Aura could just continue to boost Sylveon's quick attack into that Garchomp.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't knock you out, you're probably good. You can assume this, okay, we got to deal with a paralyzed Garchomp, Sylveon itself, and Charizard. Right? So as long as you can survive a single quick attack and then finish it off with, like, maybe a Rock Slide and Dazzling Gleam or something, you're probably good. However, yeah, that's a way to throw the game. It's like, oh, you boost quick attack and you get like crit or something, and things suddenly look very bad from a very good position. But this is a huge lead for Takuma, looking very close to kind of closing out this first one.
Well, here comes the Mega Evolution from the Floette, so we'll be able to boost its own stats and also boost the power of all Fairy type attacks on the field. So now Mega Floette, the fairy aura is radiating, and Sylveon is just going to choose to protect for this turn. Not trying to risk anything as Garchomp goes for another Rock Slide. Of course, it cannot choose any other attacks until it switches out. That's just going to deal a little bit of damage to the Garchomp, but of course, there is the flinch chance, there is the paralysis chance, but even more, there is the faint chance to this Dazzling Gleam. 100% faint chance there as Garchomp goes down.
Yeah, not too much that Stefano could do there. Going to have to bring that final Pokemon. I think if it is Charizard at that point, you're just banking on either a critical hit quick attack or a Rock Slide miss to stay in this game. It's been a very strong early game from Takuma here.
And it is the Charizard for Stefano, the final Pokemon that he has available in Game 1 here. Of course, immediately threatened by the Choice Scarf Garchomp. Most Charizard can end up surviving a single Rock Slide from a Choice Scarf Garchomp especially, but needs a lot more. Would love to have full health after the Rock Slide.
Yeah, because the problem is, can you survive both a Rock Slide and a Dazzling Gleam? Because you still have to knock these Pokemon out, right? You know, Floette's especially bulky enough, you wouldn't think a single attack would knock it out, especially because you still have to deal with Garchomp as well. You know, you need like the world's biggest heat wave maybe to get through that one. So perhaps a Rock Slide miss more what's needed here. Charizard going to protect, wants to at least avoid that Rock Slide for now.
Yeah, can at least hope that it gets to avoid a Rock, will not have to even try to hope for it avoid there, as it will connect onto Sylveon. There was no quick attack that came out, so Sylveon is trying to survive this Dazzling Gleam and fire off a Hyper Voice to pick up the KO. Dazzling Gleam connects, and that is plenty of damage to knock out the Sylveon, and now all Stefano can hope for is a miss on the Rock Slide to at least stay in the game a little bit.
Yeah, still a lot to deal with, too. Still an unrevealed Pokemon on Takuma's side of the field as well. Like, it's relatively good chance that's Basculegion, which would be a real problem here as well. But, hey, Charizard's not giving up. It's going to do everything it can here. It's going to try to dodge a Rock Slide, pick up some big damage on these Pokemon, and hope that that final Pokemon is something we can handle.
Yeah, this is the top 8 of the World Championships. If your odds are not 0, you're going to keep trying. Of course, with the Rock Slide connecting with no spread targets available, Charizard will go down, and Takuma Yamazaki will take Game 1. Now, that looked very strong for Takuma because of that first turn flinch, really preventing Stefano from getting anything going.
Yeah, I mean, it really couldn't have gone better for Takuma there, because there's two critical instances of luck, right? You both get that flinch on turn 1, which that alone may have made that game unplayable. The Dire Claw paralysis is kind of big too, not just because it kind of finished the game off, but also avoid losing some information you might have wanted to know, where Garchomp with its speed reduced, definitely going to be slower than, for instance, the opposing Mega Floette, where you don't learn anything about either of your training, which, you know, you could probably make an assumption there, which now you're expecting those Pokemon to be trained, especially at this point in the tournament. You know, maybe get some VOD to review from previous matches from your opponent, but never really in that one because of the RNG. And that makes the second game very interesting to prepare for, right? It's like, hey, you know, I think I played the right line, I just need to get luckier, or do you really mix things up? Like, hey, you know, I don't want to risk getting eliminated in a situation like that one where I didn't have too much control over my own fate. No easy ways to deal with this, and you know, it's kind of the sword that both sides are choosing to live and die by, right? You know, it's an Aerodactyl versus a Choice Scarf Garchomp. You're not locking these Pokemon in because you're afraid to click Rock Slide.
Yeah, absolutely. That is actually the primary reason you would choose to use those Pokemon, especially the Aerodactyl over a Whimsicott that gives you much more regular access to the Tailwind. And, you know, there is an argument to be made for that. It's only 27% of the time that the game goes the way that it went in Game 1.
Absolutely, and you know, I think there's also other deviations you can make too. Certainly, you know, you can mix up your Pokemon a little bit more. You know, the double Mega approach didn't look super great there, where maybe you consider leaving one of the two of them at home. And I think also, unfortunate for Stefano there, I think you can guess relatively accurately Basculegion was the Pokemon we never saw.
Most likely.
Sure, you'd love to have gotten that information confirmed just to get some more information about how Takuma is approaching this matchup. You know, it's a little bit different playing the Dragonite version of this team than the Charizard. So I think just for comfort in game planning with these games, where you know, Stefano can no longer afford to drop a single game, just to kind of figure out how your opponent's viewing things, not to get surprised by anything.
Okay, well, slight adjustment here from Stefano, bringing the King Gambit alongside of the Aerodactyl, while it is the Sneasler and the Garchomp once again for Takuma. So still the option for Garchomp to just lock into Choice Scarf Rock Slide and see if you get that 27% again.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? I mean, we saw how decisive it could be last time. Sneasler kind of making this even more complicated too, where now these Pokemon really want to be hit with a close combat and you're threatening Fake Out as well. I think, tempting not to Fake Out here since you both have to worry about the Farigiraf and also in close combat potentially like really good on either of these Pokemon. So not like a huge incentive to try to make that read.
Yeah, absolutely. And have to wonder if there is going to be a Mega Evolution from Aerodactyl this time around. Last time, Stefano wanted to bring both of his Megas, and here is another major adjustment. The Trick Room mode and the priority blocking mode of Farigiraf. Here is the Mega Evolution immediately. This will allow this Mega Aerodactyl potentially to be able to pick up a KO onto this Sneasler. It has to survive this Rock Slide. It has to not flinch here, however. That is a connection and another flinch. 2 for 2 on turn 1, followed up with the close combat and disaster strikes for Stefano. Aerodactyl goes down immediately.
Oh, it's been absolutely brutal for Stefano so far. Once again, just doesn't get to execute his game plan. And yeah, that Farigiraf switch is completely whiffing there. Doesn't go for the Fake Out. Like, as a close combat, just looks so juicy there with those two Pokemon out. I just don't think the bait was strong enough. Also worth seeing that, that Mega Evolution, you think it was Charizard that's probably the one that was replaced with Farigiraf here. And it's going to be really difficult for Stefano to get back in this one. The Mega Evolution could have created some variance there, or could have protected him from some variance. Like, oh, well, at least you would need more than 2 Rock Slides to pick up the knockout. But, Sneasler taking care of that. And we see Sylveon entering the battle. So, yes, that does confirm the Pokemon that Stefano has selected this time. And, boy, this Sylveon's got a lot of work to do. I guess at this point, you're probably hoping that maybe Sylveon goes for Protect. You successfully get a Trick Room off. Please don't flinch this time, and then maybe Sylveon and Trick Room could sweep through these mostly quicker Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point, you are really hoping that Farigiraf can get the Trick Room down. Need to be able to survive close combat and Rock Slide, which Farigiraf should be able to do quite easily with that Citrus Berry. But knowing that, you then also have to survive a Rock Slide and a Dire Claw, which could put you to sleep or paralyze again. However, it looks like Takuma is not opting into that, instead switching Garchomp out for the King Gambit to prepare himself for this Trick Room. Sylveon will go for the Protect. Sneasler keeping Stefano honest there with the Dire Claw, making sure that Stefano is not able to sneak something in here as Trick Room will go up.
I mean, Stefano gets the Trick Room up. I think that's the right thing to do here. However, one of the reasons why we don't tend to see a lot of Trick Room in these early formats of Pokemon Champions is exactly what you just saw. Oh, this is a very obvious, very telegraphed Trick Room. I'm going to pin the other Pokemon down. I'm going to bring in King Gambit, a Pokemon that, while he isn't like a Trick Room sweeper in a traditional sense, just because he's like probably the single best Pokemon this regulation, he is very slow and very good against most Pokemon Trick Room teams. He is super effective against either of these Pokemon. He's going after Farigiraf first.
Oh, but does not get it. Farigiraf is able to hang on with that Citrus Berry, healing right back up to 38%. Farigiraf is able to fire off the Psychic into Sneasler, which activates the Focus Sash. So Sneasler now is able to stick around. Stefano will need to use Hyper Voice to pick up the KO onto that Sneasler, but instead opting for the Hyper Beam. This is heading straight for King Gambit. It connects, and that is not enough. King Gambit has been trained to survive a Hyper Beam from that Sylveon, which means that Sneasler gets to pick up the KO in return with Dire Claw. There is nothing Stefano could do there.
Oh, that is a huge trade. Hyper Beam's kind of the counter to that counter, right? Like, oh, this is a tough Pokemon, so I'll just pay what it takes to get rid of it, but not quite enough damage there. Needed a little extra from Thunderbolt or something. With that playing out, your low HP King Gambit is still really scary. Also, a lot of priority attacks on this team, right? And even if perhaps you're able to get a little advantage on Stefano's side for what it means in this Trick Room, losing the Armor Tail could be big, but it's his own King Gambit as that final Pokemon. And hey, at least you're still in a fairly good position here. Maybe Farigiraf can target King Gambit can target Sneasler, or at least you can even up the Pokemon score.
Yeah, well, very interesting and tense moment here, especially not having gotten information from Game 1, as we do not know how these King Gambit are going to match up under Trick Room. Of course, their alignment is both adamant, so they're both showing the same information on their team sheet for each other, but this Farigiraf was able to survive that Kowtow Cleave. There is the shot that can hang on for just a little bit longer if King Gambits decide to go after each other instead. Or someone can sneak in a Sucker Punch, or Stefano can. Instead, the King Gambit will be switching out for the Garchomp to avoid that Sucker Punch from Stefano, while Farigiraf will now finally clean up the Sneasler with a second Psychic.
So it's a big knockout. At least you get one. And the nice thing about Garchomp entering the battle, at least it's a little bit more predictable here where it can't protect, but it's still very healthy, and neither of these Pokemon have a super effective attack against it, so even a double up is going to be pretty close, and you can't double up both Pokemon, right? Or certainly, there's nothing you need to double up Kingambit, I guess, but I don't think 2 attacks is going to be enough. You really need at least 3 to pick up both of these Pokemon, so at least one more attack going to go the other way.
And there is still another Pokemon that is in the back for Takuma. We have only seen the Sneasler, the Kingambit, and the Garchomp. If it's going to be the Floette, there's only 2 turns left of Trick Room that Takuma has to stall out before this Farigiraf and Kingambit are sitting ducks.
Yeah, it's getting really close. I mean, I think Stefano's did a great job with how bad this early game went. We see these Sucker Punch go down, pick up Kingambit, so 2-2 Pokemon
down.
Count now, but now what?
Yeah, Kingambit goes down to that Sucker Punch. Stefano able to pick up that KO. Farigiraf now firing off a Psychic into Garchomp. That is, well, with the special defense drop, that comes close to a 2-hit KO. If it can survive this Earthquake, both Kingambit and Farigiraf will survive the Earthquake here. The Choice Scarf not having the full power of something like a Life Orb, and here it is. The Dragonite is the final choice for Takuma.
Oh, this is really interesting. So things are getting a little bit scary here. Is Psychic enough to pick up this Garchomp? Now that its special defense has been lowered, it can be fairly close. At that point, well, you've got a 2 against 1, but Dragonite's not going to be one shot from this position for sure. Perhaps going to pick up a Pokemon immediately here and then get an advantage from the Trick Room expiring. Also, a Heat Wave maybe picks up both Pokemon if you're Dragonite, you hit both, but do you risk Heat Wave missing?
Yeah, you do have to hit both of them if you are going to go for that option. There is the Mega Evolution coming out from Dragonite. Mega Dragonite now on the field. 1 turn potentially away from making it into the semifinals. The Psychic is not enough. Garchomp hangs on with 10% of its health, while Kingambit targets down the Dragonite, hoping for the Psychic to be enough. Gets a flinch on the Dragonite, but Earthquake from Garchomp is enough to clean up both of Stefano's final remaining Pokemon, and Takuma Yamazaki is headed to our semifinals.
Yeah, it's just that clean right there where there's not much that poor Stefano could do. I think he played a really nice set, did the right things to try to battle back there. But Aerodactyl just never got to play the game, right? When you get flinched at the beginning of each game, you're trying to use a Tailwind-based strategy, or even a Rock Slide-based strategy in the second game, or maybe Aerodactyl just going for an Ice Fang to try to pick the Garchomp up or something, and then go to the Trick Room mode anyway, regardless. We never really got to find out because Stefano really never got to show us what he's doing. Tough way to lose the top 8 set, but congratulations to his opponent who played that exactly the way he should have.
Yeah, absolutely. When you are faced with that turn 1, if you are Takuma, that is exactly what you do. You go for the Rock Slide. You try to get the flinches if you can, because if you do, you might just win the game immediately. And credit where it's due, Stefano really clawed back in that game too. The Trick Room mode gave him so much more of an opportunity than the faster mode with the Life Orb Garchomp and with the Charizard of game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you almost see it work, right? You see why this team is so powerful, or having the option to either go fast with the Aerodactyl on the Tailwind or slow with the Farigiraf Sylveon mode is so powerful. But Kingambit is there to counter this. The first Pokemon we know is going to be a Masters Division World Champion. It was on all of the remaining teams, and I think critically had to use Sylveon a little bit early to finish things off. The last 2 Pokemon on Takuma's side are both Dragon-type Pokemon. You'd love to have had Sylveon available for that, but Kingambit forcing his opponent to give up that Sylveon, and that just kind of puts him in a situation where there just wasn't a way for the pieces to work.
Yeah, and you have to really credit the training on that Kingambit as well to survive the Hyper Beam that came out from the Sylveon. That is absolutely something that Sylveon players have been using to defeat Kingambit in Trick Room like that. It's supposed to counter the Kingambit. It's an all-in strategy because you need to get the KO, otherwise you're literally a sitting duck.
Yeah, and of course, units that had KO'd, right? I mean, there's problems there. You can't attack the turn after using Hyper Beam, so somewhat likely to use Sylveon the next turn anyway, and your Trick Room gets stalled out a little bit more. But regardless, certainly would have been better than what happened, where even though I think Stefano did a nice job of getting as close as he could, I mean, just had a huge deficit to try to make up after the Mega Evolved Pokemon went down so easily. Just a tough break. It's been a very Rock Slide-centric format, and hey, I think that's kind of the job of these trainers, right? Hey, what's the best way to attack these regulations that these tournaments are on? A lot of moves got some sort of balance adjustment with Pokemon Champions. Rock Slide did not, right? It's the same move that we've known since the early days of the video game championships. It's been feared for years and years, and we see why here, right? Where,
this is exactly it.
Yeah, Rock Slide rolls your way. It can win you games.
All right, well, speaking of winning games, it was Takuma who won our last game and is now a semi-finalist here at the World Championships. Let's hear what he has to say about that match.
Thank you so much. Let's give it up one more time. Now into top 4, it's Sakuma. Big congratulations. How do you feel going into that match? How do you feel now that you've won that match and are in top 4?
ただいまの勝利おめでとうございます。この試合に入る前の気持ちと今の勝った後の気持ちはどうですか？
はい、まあ、もうこの場に立っていること自体ももう始まる前から信じられないところだったんですけど、まあ、今の試合も非常に幸運を得て勝つことができて、まあ、本当にとてもシンプルに嬉しいです。
I already can't believe that I'm here, and even in that game, a lot of lucky things happened. So I'm really happy to be able to win that match.
I want to talk about this team in the Mega Dragonite because that was a really cool pick into the weekend. Why Mega Dragonite that you thought it would win the World Championships?
なぜメガ海流を選んだんですか？
そうです。メガ海流は今環境に多いリザードに強いとされて、自分が一緒に、チームを考えた友人とが使っているポケモンを自分も真似させてもらって使って、はい、そのおかげでここまで来れました。
So I think so Mega Dragonite is very strong against Mega Charizard, which is very popular in the meta, and I came up with the idea working with my friend, so I copied his idea and it managed to get me here.
And great choice coming into the event. Now you've made it to top 4. How do you feel going into this top 4 match? Do you feel confident about potentially being in the finals?
トップ4にたどり着いたんですが、この先の試合について今どういう気持ちですか？
そうですね、もうここからはこの場で1試合でも戦うこと自体が嬉しいので、次の試合、その次の試合戦えるように、頑張るために、はい、勝っていきたいかなと思ってます。
It's already an honor to be able to play these matches at this level, so I want to keep on winning the next one and one more if possible, and keep on doing my best.
Well, good luck, certainly, because it's been a treat. Before I let you go and prepare, do you have any final words or shout-outs to those supporting out in the crowd?
支援している方に対して何かメッセージはありますか？
はい、まあ今回ここまで来れたのは自分だけの力で絶対超えなかったものなので、本当に一緒に考えてくれた仲間たちや、まあ、されてくれた他の方々に感謝を伝えたいです。
I definitely would have made it without everyone's help, so I really appreciate people that came up with ideas with me, helped me out, and yeah, big thank you to everyone.
Congratulations once again. Best of luck in your next match. Wonderful time finding 3 of our 4 trainers making their way to top 4. Time to send it back over to our analyst desk as we gear up for our final top 8 match.
It's certainly a community that brings us all together and allows us to have these deep runs. It's very rare that we see players that don't have a shout out for players that have helped them along the way. Takuma, what a great match that you've been able to show us here in top 8. Congratulations again on making it to top 4. And we're going to keep things moving. We've got our last top 8 that we're going to be moving into very soon. And it's so exciting to see how this bracket is shaping up. We've got 3 out of 4 of our top 4 players already.
Yeah, and one more last top 8 match to go, and this one's going to be just as exciting as the rest of them because we've got Yuya, who came into day 2, the undefeated player, managed to overcome some bumps along the road and got themselves into the top 8 here, going up against a formidable opponent who's been in a hot streak this whole weekend. And Zachary, we've been playing that Frostlass Lycanroc team extremely well. Going to be very difficult for Yuya, but another player that has got that Mega Dragonite as well, so very exciting interaction between these 2 teams and how they dynamically go against each other.
Yeah, Yuya and Takuma, if they weren't working together, had a sort of similar inspiration for the teams that they're running. Only 1 Pokemon different in their 6 Pokemon teams, but 1 Pokemon can make all the difference in the way that plays, and Yuya definitely showing us why they're here in the top 8. Zachary as well, I do want to call out Zachary as being a player that I really enjoyed both watching in this season, but certainly in this tournament as well. And listening to his interview, it was either earlier today or yesterday, my mind's blanking on which one it was, but when he just looked so calm and collected, and the way that he was talking about the game, the mentality of just, it's okay if things get a little bit hard, right? Just keep on going, keep on trucking away, so to speak. you know, you can overcome those things, and it's about the enjoyment of the game as well as just the competitive elements that go along with it.
Yeah, and I think we saw that composure from Zachary at EUIC, you know, earlier this season, came so close to getting that title. Unfortunately, not getting over the line there, but I mean, replicating the run here would be a dream for Zachary, hopefully to get themselves into that position on Sunday where they've got a chance of taking the title, more than capable of it, I think, in that calm and composed nature that they bring and the approach to the game that they go about. I think it can just really help them in their stead to trying to achieve the championship title, and it wouldn't surprise me to see Zachary win it. And I think they've had such a great season, the accomplishments that they've been able to get throughout this year, which is so tough. A season in VG is so long. To have that consistency over and over and time again, different formats, different games now, I think is just a huge accomplishment and really something to I'm wax lyrical about Zachary. I am.
We know, Lee, 100%, because that's what it's all about. Let's take a look at Yuya's run across this tournament, because Yuya's coming in here. The Mega Dragonite, we've been talking about it so much across the season. There is the undefeated sea of green there across all 8 rounds. And I've been loving looking at all of these records that our players coming into the top 8 have been able to go up against, because contrary to what we might have thought going in, there's been such a variation out there in the field. We've seen a lot of that on stream, and none of these players that have made it into top 8 have done it by just playing up against Charizard Floette round after round after round. You see so much variation, and look at some of the names there. I mean, Marco Silva, Stefan Mott, Darwi C, Justin well, I could say all of them, but you know, it's such a fantastic set of accomplishments to be able to overcome all of these trainers.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think the diversity of teams as well that they've come up against, like you say, it isn't just the same 2, 3, 4 teams that they've come up against. There's so much diversity, so much differentiation in the tactical approach from each and every player that they've had to adapt on the fly and really know the ins and outs of their teams to overcome their opponents. So this is the run going into day 2, which has led to them getting to the top 8. Not the best start today, but against really tough opponents, but able to bounce back in rounds 11 and then that top 16 match against Amelia Forbes as well to make their way into top 8.
It's such a nice comfort blanket going into phase 2 at 8-0, knowing that, like, 1 for free, if you take any of the players that have played here at the World Championships, and you said, hey, you've got to win 1 out of 3 of the next 3 matches that you're playing, you'd say odds on to be able to make it there and get to that top cut. Pretty unlikely. It can happen, of course. Like, you've still got to be on your guard. You've got to be playing a game, right? But as long as you're on form, you know, you're showing us that they can come back. And of course, been undefeated since then. We're in the knockout stages of the event, having to play in our asymmetrical top 16 and then going on to top 8. Now, his opponent Zachary was able to skip that top 16 round and go straight into our top 8, so has also had an opportunity to have a little bit of a breather, 11-1 instead of 10-2.
Yeah, it's an incredible record really on the face of it, and this is their day 1 schedule. Some, again, you know, we'll go through the names, the top players right the way through. We actually had the feature match to be able to get Zachary on stream round 3 against Paul Chua, and that was a very one-sided event. As we had the repeat from the EUIC finals there. So Zachary showing on stream how strong they could be, giving a bit of a showcase of what they had in store for the rest of the floor this weekend. But continuing that on, did have a little hiccup along the way in round 5, but didn't let that get to them. And that's their last loss. From here, they've been on an absolute storm. And again, facing off against a variety of different teams as well that, you know, I think the one thing I wouldn't say about Zachary bringing this team and players that have brought these teams that are more established in the format, it is something that your opponent is going to be prepared for. They've had time to practice against this team, so I think it just gives even more credit to Zachary's performance this weekend, using something that is very widely known by the player base.
But also, like, one of those teams where you can make some different decisions as well. And you know, I think there's been, going into this tournament, I would have expected Sneasler with Gunk Shot to be the Sneasler of choice, but I believe Zachary and various others have taken Dire Claw as like, hey, I just want to hit those moves. And that consistency then shines through with that big win streak there, overcoming Carson, overcoming Stefano, overcoming Shohei there going into our top 8, now about to face off against Yuya. So this is like a really great example of like why comfort is so good, because even if you have a little blip along the road, as Zachary did in round 5 of the event, let's call it what it is. It was a blip.
Just a tiny blip, it seems like it, and hopefully that's all it was, because Zachary now going to be going into top 8. We'll be looking closely with an eye on top 4 to progress on from there, but of course, got probably a little bit of a new challenge with that Dragonite. Not expecting that team. That's probably an unexpected team that you would think to face coming into the World Championships, but it's one that's presented in front of you. Can they overcome it? Well, that's a big question.
It's going to be really excited to find out. So I guess, Lee, shall we find out? Throw over to our casters and get this last top 8 on the road.
everybody, and welcome back to the 2026 Pokémon World Championships in San Francisco, California. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined once again by Aaron Zhang, and we're here to bring you through our final top 8 match, which 4 trainers will stand above the rest to continue through this top cut.
You tired of Rock Slide yet, Rosemary? Because I want a little bit more. I want more Rock Slide.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have you keep that opinion.
Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna share
that one. We'll see how we feel after this one.
But yeah, you're right. We're definitely going to be in for just a little bit more. But I do feel like that's kind of the nature of this particular metagame. You have to kind of think about what is that small edge that I might be able to take within these matches. And unfortunately, sometimes that actually is in the RNG realm.
You know, I was trying to think, like Rock Slide, I feel like I've seen it flinch so many times and just used so many times throughout the course of both this event and the NAIC Top Cut. We've got yet another Rock Slide Pokemon in this next one. I'm trying to think, do we have 1 or 2? No, it's actually only 1. No Garchomp here.
Only 1.
Just Lycanroc. But it is going to be another one of the Frost/Scovillain teams with Lycanroc. We just saw it have a very, very dominant performance. Now there's 1 in the top 4. We'll see if 2 of these teams are going to be able to advance. Once again, this team came out at the end of the regulation MA format. Zachary Weed here is piloting it, trying to bring it to a top 4 finish at the World Championships. And he is up against Yuya, who does not have Charizard. You look at Yuya's team, and normally you'd expect to see a Charizard over Dragonite, but it's going to be Mega Dragonite on that composition.
It's really exciting to see that, because I think Dragonite is one of those. We've seen it sometimes jammed onto these rain teams because you do get those 100% accurate Hurricanes when the rain is active. But this one is going to be a moveset of Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, and Thunderbolt. Dragonite just has such amazing coverage options that it really does feel like it has a nice place on this team.
Exactly. Used for its immense bulk and ability to just have really good coverage across the board. Set has inner focus as well before Mega Evolving, so you can use it to get around potential fake outs. And it is just a very bulky Mega Evolution, although it is staring down a Ice-type Pokemon that's generally going to be the #1 threat to the Mega Dragonite, of course, in the Mega Frostlass here. Saw the players' accomplishments there. Zachary has been one of the most outstanding players in North America this season, made it to the finals of a regionals and an international championships. Here he is at top 8 at Worlds. And for Yuya, it's a big opportunity for him. best finish was top 32 at the Japanese National Championships. Here he is, trying to go all the way at Worlds.
And with a team that is otherwise relatively very familiar outside of that Mega Dragonite, you do have the Mega Floette that's going to have 3 different fairy attacking options to take advantage of that fairy aura ability it gets when it Mega Evolves. But then, of course, you have the usual suspects of this regulation with the Basculegion, Kingambit, Sneasler, and Whimsicott.
Rosemary, I lied. You know how I said, oh, there's no Garchomp, there's no Rock Slide?
Well, it's on the Sneasler.
Yeah, take a look at the Sneasler. Sneasler running the Unburden set, but with Fake Out, Close Combat, Dire Claw, and of course, Rock Slide. Now, Rock Slide often used on Sneasler mainly to help out against opposing Charizards, but also it's just a move that can get you out of a pickle and give you some additional coverage, right? Actually, into Frost Blast, Close Combat, and Dire Claw are both quite poor, but Rock Slide allows you to hit it for super effective damage. But key thing, once again, for Yuya's team is the ability to go with either Mega Evolution in Floette and Dragonite. Now, Floette on paper often feels okay into these Froslass Scovillain teams, but there's a good bit of defense, and you also have to worry about Scovillain, right? Because Scovillain just resists all the fairy type damage. We saw it being led in the quarterfinals against a Mega Floette and can just sustain and also burn the opposing Floette. So taking a look at Zach's team here, no major surprises. This is generally what you expect. We've seen some adaptations on Sneasler, sometimes with Dire Claw, but this one is running that Gunk Shot. It's going to be a really good attack, but of course, not the most reliable at 80% accuracy.
But if it does hit the Floette, that is a one-hit knockout. So that's a really great eject button that this Sneasler can use to get one of the biggest threats in this matchup out of the way. Zachary Weed, the last hope of the United States to make it further into the top cut of the World Championships and potentially even take home the whole thing. That is going to be a Pokemon that I think we have to keep our eyes on. There's that Troppleberry Kingambit on the other side that does have a lot of different attacks that will be able to hit Zach's team for super effective damage.
Really great points. And I think one of the big questions I have is, if you're Yuya, do you think about that Dragonite? Because let's say Froslass doesn't come out and it's going to be a Scovillain commit. Dragonite suddenly becomes a lot more powerful, but Dragonite's just so weak into that Froslass. So it's going to be a big, interesting dynamic here between the both players, and it's going to be Scovillain here, so maybe Froslass has just been dropped.
Scovillain might be a Pokemon that can survive on its own merit. We saw some Moody Boost come through that did make that Scovillain a bit more of a threat, but you do have to imagine that this is a Pokemon that doesn't want to be on the field without utilizing Mega Evolution.
Absolutely, yeah, and a Mega Evolution really threatening because then you can threaten the Basculegion with a bird, right? And so I am already really curious if Yuya has that Dragonite in the back. Right now, Zachary has a lot of offense coming out from the Lycanroc with Rock Slide. Scovillain obviously can pressure with an Overheat as well. Basculegion Wave Crash is also really quite threatening, but you won't necessarily get a one-hit knockout into either because of Focus Sash on Lycanroc. Whimsicott here could choose to go for a Moonblast if you wanted to double up onto the Lycanroc, right? You could also go for a potential Protect. Scovillain's not going to Mega Evolve, so going to start off with that Protect.
Wants to scout out for a Moody Boost here at the end of the turn, as Whimsicott is going to fail to get damage down into that Scovillain because of the Protect. And as the Rock Slide comes out, that's one of the downsides of running this move, is you can miss. So it misses the Basculegion with some critical damage, but it does connect onto the Whimsicott. That was a double up of damage into the Scovillain though, so a great Protect. As for the Moody Boost, you're going to get a special attack drop. Ouch.
Yeah, so Scovillain actually opting to Protect and ends up being a good turn for Zach. The Rock Slide dodge, obviously not ideal, but Scovillain there should faint to the Moonblast and Wave Crash combination. Yuya saying, look, I'm willing to get my Pokemon burnt if it means knocking out your Mega Evolution immediately. So now Whimsicott obviously has encore pressure onto the Scovillain. Scovillain can consider switching out, or you could maybe just go for Mega Evolution, Rage Powder, redirect the Wave Crash away, right? You know, we didn't see the Mega, so now I'm curious, is there any chance there's actually a Mega Froslass in the back? Scovillain is going to switch out here, so does not want to get Encore. Basculegion, pretty safe switching here.
Yeah, it is going to take the Wave Crash a little bit better, as it's going to be the Whimsicott protecting itself this time around. Lycanroc throws out another Rock Slide. You wanted to see it, Aaron, so I hope that you are excited about the wish that you're having come true. And Basculegion flinches. Aaron, I blame you for that one.
It's Regulation MB, baby. Rock Slide this time connects on the Basculegion, and a flinch comes out, does what Rock Slide does best. So Basculegion gets to come in for free. Now, of course, Lycanroc and Basculegion both applying a good amount of offensive pressure. This focus actually, I think, a huge pain for Yuya to deal with. Your Basculegion now, like, you could consider a double up onto Lycanroc with something like a Moonblast and an Aqua Jet. Lycanroc, though, could just go for Protect, and then the opposing Basculegion can thread it with Last Respect. Often, I think, players protect in front of the Whimsicott and then switch out afterwards to get around Encore, right? And so I think Zach finds a good position to bring that Basculegion in. And here's the Aqua Jet that I was talking about.
Wow. We're going to bring that Lycanroc all the way down to a Focus Dash, as Aqua Jet can still be very powerful to try to get through some of this speed. Lyco Recoil, of course, comes through, and then we get to see the rest of this turn play out. As Whimsicott goes for the Moonblast, that's going to confirm the KO onto the Lycanroc, so now that's no longer going to be a threat if that Dragonite is creeping in the back for Yuya. But the Basculegion for Zachary has now gotten a power stack to that Last Respect since its Lycanroc ally was taken out, and that's going to even up the Pokemon count.
Yeah, really good call out there about the Lycanroc fainting, because I think that is one of the primary threats to Dragonite, unless Zach actually has Frost Blast as the fourth one, so I'm still curious about that. Also curious if Yuya did commit to the Dragonite, right? I think in Team Preview, you might want to bring Dragonite. Nope, yeah, it's going to be the Floette hitting the field here. And so Sneasler comes out. That is the perfect response to Floette. Zach, I feel like being one step ahead in terms of Pokemon choices in this first game.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the right Pokemon that you want to see on the other side. But you got to worry a little bit now. Does the Sneasler try to fake out your Floette? You want to try to actually play around that potential threat, and do you worry at all that this Whimsicott might switch in and Encore Sneasler to fake out?
Yeah, I'm really curious about the Basculegion speed interactions here, because if Zax is just faster, you can just go for Gunk Shot Last Respects here, right? So fake out also works just to make sure that you cover for a Gunk Shot miss. And Aqua Jet comes out, so Yuya may be saying, look, I don't think I'm going to be faster, I'm just going to give up my Basculegion here.
Yeah, it is going to be another Aqua Jet. And then as Basculegion fires off the Last Respect, that's 2 KOs for Zach's Basculegion, as Yuya has to bring in that fourth and final Pokemon for first game.
What is it going to be, though? Because I think if it's King Gambit, it's going to feel really tricky. You can't get around Sneasler just going for a Gunk Shot, right? So, okay, it is going to be the Sneasler. I think that is probably Yuya's best bet here. Fake Out now active on it. You can go for Fake Out into Zach's Sneasler. Zach Sneasler here does have Protect, so if you're Zach, you can consider just going for a double Protect potentially. One thing that Zach might also be thinking about is how can I potentially get Scoboon out on the field and have redirection for it later on in this game. But you are staring down a Floette with Dazzling Gleam. Of course, that's going to be immensely powerful as well. So Sneasler in the back for Yuya, gives him a lifeline. Now, of course, right in the obvious Fake Out, UBC just protects on Zach's end.
You don't have to worry about the Fake Out affecting the Basculegion at the very least.
That's right.
Since that is a Ghost type, you can still fire off an attack with that Pokemon and see if you can actually get through with something like a defensive Protect from Yuya. But it is just the double Protect anyway. That way you can see this Mega Evolution come out. You know that that Fake Out is for sure off the board now.
Fake Out and Light of Ruin here, aiming to just ideally knock out Basculegion, but Zach does double Protect. So now this next turn, you know Sneasler's threatening Gunk Shot onto the Floette, right? Which that was obviously really scary. So you can protect Floette, but the opposing Sneasler doesn't even do enough damage, I think. And so I feel like I really favor Zachary's position right now. And that's Rock Slide. That's the only way out of this. Yuya Sneasler does go first. Do we see a flinch?
30% chance to do it.
Oh,
it's going to be a Sneasler fighting through the flinch for the Gunk Shot. It connects. A one-hit knockout onto the Floette to take out this Mega Evolution. One Pokemon left here for Yuya in this first game in the Sneasler. But Basculegion flinches, so you did get one out of the Rock Slide.
Got one, but I don't think that is the right one. It's a 3v1. Yuya recognizes this game is over, and Zach is going to take this very first game. Honestly, really, really clinical. Crucially, that was a really big turn, right? Being able to land that Gunk Shot. Gunk Shot already is a high variance move. You factor in Rock Slide flinch chance as well, and it just becomes so, so scary, right? It's like just slightly in your favor. And so that, however, is why you use Gunk Shot Sneasler. Able to just threaten basically all Floettes in the format, even physically defensive ones with the knockout. And to me, what was a big deal was Dragonite was dropped in this one. Once again, it's not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring into a matchup with Frostlass, but Zach, I feel like, was one step ahead in Team Preview, saying, I'm going to bring Scoville in, and I'm going to make a call, right? And so if you're Yuya, you're probably thinking, wow, okay, Floette really didn't feel very good there. It got absolutely trapped against Sneasler in this endgame. So in terms of adjustments, maybe you start looking towards that Dragonite. But if you're Zach, then you say, well, okay, I think you're going to pivot to Dragonite now. I'm going Frostlass.
Frostlass would be a really great counter call if Yuya does decide to bring that Dragonite. But I feel like even still, I like the Scovillain in that game, just even being able to have a Rage Powder for later on. You have to worry about the fact that there are 3 very powerful physical attackers on Yuya's side, that it still feels good to bring the Scovillain.
I think that's a great point, yeah. And we've seen Scovillain and Lycanroc being led consistently into these teams with Whimsicott, right? Even with no Charizard, that Lycanroc's still putting in a lot of work. So to your point, Rose, I think Yuya has 2 things to consider. 1, how do I just beat Lycanroc Scovillain? And 2, okay, could Zach actually mix things up and go with Frostlass because he's 1 game ahead? And so I think there's a lot of scary things to consider. And to your point, yeah, I don't see the easiest response to Lycanroc and Scovillain. It seems like a pretty safe, consistent lead because of how physically oriented Yuya's team is.
And you could even consider maybe trying to set up a Tailwind with the Whimsicott this time around, but it did feel like the Whimsicott was stuck in a really difficult position, and maybe even more so because you see King Gambit and Scovillain on the other side with that Whimsicott Basculegion.
Yeah, so King Gambit comes out now, threatens Basculegion immediately, and this is what makes Whimsicott so awkward in the matchup. It doesn't really do damage. You're going to Moonblast for a little bit on Scovillain, a little bit on King Gambit, but right now, King Gambit's like, hey, I've got Sucker Punch on your Basculegion. I'm Black Glasses, right? And so I think Yuya already starting behind in this match, committing to the same lead as the previous one. Does Basculegion switch out? It does not want to take a Sucker Punch. Zach could get a pretty big lead here by just going straight for Swords Dance.
Yeah, that would really threaten a ton of damage onto anything that switches back in. And if you were curious whether or not Black Glasses Sucker Punch would one-hit knock out Basculegion out +2, it definitely will. Scovillain does not wait any time to go for the Mega Evolution this time around. It is going to do that right away. Whimsicott does land a Moonblast into the King Gambit, and it actually does a lot.
Yeah,
that was a critical hit, so that would help. But the special attack drop means that King Gambit is going to get a +2 Defiant boost.
Oh, really great play by Yuya there, though. Manages to bait the slot into Basculegion. Zach tries to play aggressively, says, you know, I think you're going to expect the Sucker Punch to be so obvious. You're going to expect me to Swords Dance. I'm just going to go for it. But Yuya ends up getting the better end of it. And, you know, Whimsicott, I was saying, hey, Whimsicott into this. It doesn't do that much damage. But, hey, when you get a critical hit, that's pretty darn good. And every time I see Moonblast being clicked into King Gambit, I always get a little bit nervous because of the fact that the Defiant can't activate. So your Yuya, you're probably not really stoked about that, right? The good thing is, at least your Pokemon do resist Sucker Punch right now. But Scovillain is actually, you know, putting on a lot of offensive pressure into this duel right now. Sneasler, of course, can go for a Dire Claw, though, do significant damage into it.
Still have to worry about the Spicy Spray. That will not help with the Sneasler's damage output, but the Scovillain is going to say goodbye for now as Basculegion comes out to take its place. There's a lot of information now about what Zach has actually brought to this match, and we're going to see this King Gambit protect itself, knowing that there is a fake out on the other side and even a close combat if the Sneasler wanted it.
Really safe play there by Zach. Wanted to cover for a Dire Claw into the Scovillain slot, and also says, okay, well, if you attack, at worst, it's going to be something like Dire Claw and Moonblast, right? So King Gambit right now still exerting a lot of offensive pressure with Sucker Punch. One thing to note about Yuya's team is that on the Sneasler, there is no Protect for any non-attacking moves. So you can always Sucker Punch that slot if you wanted to. Right now, for example, you do pressure with Sucker Punch and Aqua Jet into either slot, and with that boost on King Gambit, if the Floette's not bulky, maybe you can even knock it out.
That would be wild calc.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it, but oh man, would that be crazy to see.
It really would, and that would completely turn the tides into Zach's favor. We're going to see the Floette Mega Evolve first as Basculegion protects next. So what's to follow here from this King Gambit? Is it going to be the Sucker Punch there? And it is. It's a Floette actually does take a significant amount, but that is going to still be a pretty healthy survival, so it can go for the Dazzling Gleam on this following turn. Now that the Fairy Aura is activated and this King Gambit has also taken a lot of damage, I thought maybe that could knock out, but that is a survival.
It survives. It's interesting because obviously you can just Aqua Jet that slot now, right? But Basculegion, like I said, yeah, maybe Sucker Punch Aqua Jet gets there 38%. Not crazy to think that a Life Orb Aqua Jet can finish it off, but Zach might be like, well, I don't know what your defensive spread is, so let me just get a good sense of it. There is a lot of offensive pressure right now from Yuya's side, right? The Floette, of course, also crucially has that Light of Ruin, which we saw previously, which you can use to kind of nuke the Basculegion. So right now, your Basculegion is threatening Aqua Jet into King Gambit. If you're Zach, maybe you consider protecting your King Gambit. But if you do, you also risk the Basculegion on your side just aggressively getting targeted down and fainting, right? But yeah, that Moonblast activating that Defiant is so strong. It's going to be Aqua Jet. Does it finish off Floette?
Wow!
It does.
Just a knockout there onto the Mega Evolution. Floette is down and cannot contribute any more damage into the second game. And so that is a big knockout, a trade, blow for blow with these Aqua Jets will remove this King Gambit. That Defiant boost now no longer a threat in this second game.
I feel like Zachary has good control of this game though, right? Able to eliminate a huge mega threat in that Floette. Still got Scoville, and Whimsicott's gonna come back in, but once again, Pokemon's not doing that much other than maybe going for Moonblast or Encore. You do threaten Tailwind right now, which is nice. Scoville actually has a pretty nice offensive matchup in both of these with Overheat as well as Giga Drain. And so Whimsicott here can render the Basculegion somewhat useless by going for an Encore on slot slots. Scoville can't redirect it. Basculegion could protect or even switch out potentially. You, if you're Zachary, though, also have to respect something like Moonblast plus Wave Crash, double up into a Scoville, right, and just try to eliminate that immediately. Because I think right now, Yuya's probably thinking, oh man, like I gotta knock out Scoville at some point. We know there's Sneasler with Dire Claw in the back, which is helpful, but it's just so scary because the Scoville protects Basculegion so nicely here.
Oh, it's going to be a Rage Powder to redirect away the attack so that Basculegion is free and clear to go for something else. Is Whimsicott?
Yeah, there's the Encore.
Does land the Encore. Because it's a Grass type, that Encore is not going to get redirected away by the Rage Powder, so Basculegion has no choice except to continue to go for Aqua Jet while it is on the field.
I think in that position, Zach's saying, well, the Encore's so obvious. I switch out so often on Encore. You're going to double up onto my Basculegion, or onto my Scoville, I should say. And Wave Crash comes out, and you could see Scoville trained to be able to survive that. But I do think the tides turn a little bit more in Yuya's favors now, right? Because you have locked the Basculegion into Aqua Jet. That's not going to be a very powerful attack. Your Whimsicott threatens a potential knockout onto Scoville, and with the Moonblast, you can last respects the Basculegion slot as well. So big turn for Yuya there. Zach saying, you know what, I'm up a game, and if I get this turn right, I can see the win right in front of me. But Yuya goes for the safe Encore play, and it rewards him really, really heavily. I think the thing about Encore is, if you get it right, it actually gives you a huge advantage because it negates the turn, and then the following turn, you have to play around it as well, right? And like deal with the consequences of it. And so for Zach right now, the question is, do you actually switch out? Like maybe you're actually content just staying in with your Basculegion and Aqua Jetting because you know the switch is so obvious.
And what is that fourth and final in the back? It hasn't been revealed yet, so it's possible it could be the Sneasler or the Lycanroc. Those are the two that make the most sense since that Mega Evolution was invested into the Scoville, but there's no switch. It's just another Aqua Jet into the opposing Basculegion as Scoville protects itself so it doesn't get knocked out on this turn. That's going to negate one attack. The Moonblast from the Whimsicott cannot land on its target, but the Last Respects comes out. It is a knockout despite the burn. And so there's a free switch here for Zach, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, let's see. Like I mentioned, yeah, staying in with Aqua Jet, saying, look, I don't want to switch something in and eat up too much damage. It's also a testament just how powerful Basculegion is that your burn still gets the knockout. It is going to be the Sneasler coming out right now, though. So this is looking quite scary, I think, for Zach in lab. You know, the Basculegion here can get another attack off. I mean, you can threaten a Moonblast into the Scoville, for example. If Basculegion is somehow able to get a Last Respects or Wave Crash and a Sneasler, that would be huge. Sneasler right now, of course, does have Fake Out pressure online, though. The Basculegion will faint after one more tick of Life Orb. It's also burnt, obviously. I think, yeah, getting the Encore turn right makes me, you know, favor Yuya more, but it still is really close right now. Okay, Whimsicott going for the Protect.
Does that mean that maybe we see some damage come out from the Sneasler into the Basculegion? It's going to be a Rage Powder from Scoville to guarantee that this Sneasler is safe from an attack from the Basculegion as the Aqua Jet comes through to pick it off. That's burn damage, though, and Life Orb recoil at the end of the turn. So is that going to add up to be enough? And it looks like it will once the burn comes through at the end. But Sneasler tried to go for the Gunk Shot into the Whimsicott that has protected itself. Can Sneasler clutch out a 1v2?
I think the answer is just going to be no, right? You get to bring out the Sneasler now on Yuya's end, and you can go for Fake Out into a Tailwind, then start launching Close Combat and Moonblast. It's just because of the 2v1, like Whimsicott being able to get a single Moonblast off into Sneasler and being able to set up Tailwind should allow Yuya to take us to a game 3. So here we go, Fake Out comes out. You can't really protect because then you get Encored, right? So then you also eat up chip damage from that.
So Fake Out going to stop the Sneasler in its tracks, and Whimsicott just confirms some damage. And on the next turn, it looks like this is going to be wrapped up. Yuya evening up the game count, and we get to go to a game 3 to see who will move on to the top 4.
Yeah, and it was a mix-up right here in terms of the lead adjustments from Zach. The King Gambit threatens Basket Legion out, but I think a couple calls went in Yuya's favor here. Whimsicott actually opting just to go for a Protect right now, as Sneasler will move first, get that close combat off, and does enough to bring us to game 3.
Important information there as well to actually be able to see that Yuya Sneasler did get the close combat off first in that instance.
Yeah.
And so a lot to consider heading into a very critical game 3. Only one of them can move on to the top 4 of the World Championships.
I think if you're Zach, you're probably thinking, I had a couple of opportunities in that one. Things just didn't go my way on specific turns. This was nice, obviously, in getting the boost with the Defiant. But I think one thing that Yuya did really effectively was bring multiple Pokemon that didn't really care that much about the Sucker Punch damage. This turn was huge, by the way, because I was talking about Sucker Punch Aqua Jet maybe just KOing Floette. As we saw later, Aqua Jet did knock it out, right? So had the double up went up there, then the King Gambit would have been healthier instead of being at just 2%, which allowed it to faint from Aqua Jet. But to me, I think the Encore was what was kind of the key deciding factor in this endgame, where Zach got Encore blocked, and then it put Basket Legion in a really compromising position.
Yeah, you saw the theory though, right? Because you do have the Scovillain. At least the Rage Powder can help to redirect away the attacks from the Basket Legion, but it can't help you against this grass type Encore. And so that is unfortunate, but a call you have to make when you're in a position like that. So heading into this game 3, do we see a mix-up? Is there actually going to be an appearance of the Mega Dragonite for Yuya and the Mega Frostlass for Zach?
I don't know. I was hoping to see it in the last game. I think Yuya might say, I think this is just the best line that I have to take. Like, Whimsicott Basket Legion exerts a lot of offensive pressure. If you're Zach, right, you could lead King Gambit again, but King Gambit kind of feels like a gamble, right? Because you got multiple turns wrong against the Basket Legion, and with all the resistances, it didn't do very much. So let's see if he brings it back. It's not. It's going to be the Lycan Rock, which I feel like is more consistent because Rock Slide does 30 to 40% consistently against everything.
Yeah, and it's going to be the run back of the Basket Legion in the Whimsicott. And so there's a lot of offense on both sides.
So what is interesting here is, well, do you just go for Moonblast Wave Crash into Scovillain again, right? Scovillain protected last time. Let's say you predict that, well, you can Moonblast Aqua Jet the opposing Lycan Rock. And so even though we've seen the exact same leads, I think turn 1 can really give whoever gains the advantage and gets the turn right, really just allows it to snowball. And so let's see, okay, Scovillain is going to stay in. It is just going to Mega Evolve.
Mega Evolution is going to help the Scovillain to have that spicy extract for the physical attacker of this Basket Legion. We'll see what actually happens on this turn, as Whimsicott's going to go for the Protect first. Make sure I can keep that Focus Sash intact, as Basket Legion is also going to go for a Protect. Now Yuya has the information that this Scovillain did end up committing that Mega Evolution, and Lycanroc cannot get those Rock Slides to connect.
Yeah, so going for the double protect just to say, look, I want to just scout for what you do this time around, and whatever you click, well, now I have Encore pressure into either slot next turn. So ends up being a little bit safe, right? And now you do pressure Encore into the Lycanroc into Rock Slide or into Scovillain for Giga Drain, right? And so same play exists where I talked about earlier, which is Moonblast plus Aqua Jet into Lycanroc. That seems kind of unlikely, right? Because Scovillain could go for a Rage Powder potentially. But it is, and yeah, no Rage Powder!
No Rage Powder to draw the attention away, so Lycanroc gets brought down to its Focus Sash by that Aqua Jet. So there's another follow-up here from the Whimsicott. This Lycanroc is just going to go down. So can the Scovillain make up enough of the deficit? As Whimsicott's Moonblast lands, Lycanroc is now out of this third game. Scovillain has some pressure here. Overheat, super effective into the Whimsicott. Has the Giga Drain for the Basket Legion as well. But Basket Legion does not get felled by that one Giga Drain.
Not the worst trade, I think, at the end of the day. Lycanroc going down without getting any damage off does not feel great if you're Zach. But I think Zach was saying, you're not going to go for Moonblast Aqua Jet. I can Rage Powder that Aqua Jet away. And so Yuya, like I said, that is a potential play to make. And the question is whether or not Zach's going to want to cover for it. Scovillain still gets a lot, though. Basket Legion in safely from his end. So now you threaten Aqua Jet into the Basket Legion on Yuya's end. And just an overheat potentially into the Whimsicott, right? So I think Zach's position is actually still fine, even though Lycanroc didn't get any damage off. But once again, Encore, this is why Whimsicott is such a valuable tool in this matchup. That Scovillain now is going to be locked into Giga Drain.
But this Aqua Jet's going to pick off the Basket Legion, and so a Pokemon down for Yuya, as that Basket Legion was a pretty critical piece of the puzzle. At least it was able to take up the Lycanroc before it was felled, but now the Whimsicott has its Focus Sash broken by the Scovillain, and that was 30%.
30%, yeah, that's not bad. The Scovillain's offense actually really putting in a lot of work. Now we know Scoville, however, is locked in the Giga Drain, and then of course, if you are Yuya, you can thread an Encore into the Basket Legion as well, right? And force that into Aqua Jet. So, what do you do now if you're Zachary? Because the Floette is in a really strong position, right? I would expect Sneasler to be Zachary's fourth Pokemon. You really don't want to switch Sneasler in and eat up way too much Fairy-type damage, especially if Yuya makes an aggressive prediction and just goes for something like, you know, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast, double up into that slot. Sneasler faints. It's a disaster. And so you can see the power of Encore here. I think Yuya has a safe Encore into the Basket Legion. Zach could maybe protect Basket Legion, switch Scoville out, or even protect Basket Legion and get a Giga Drain off with Scoville and saying, look, you have two fairies out right now. You're not going to do much damage into me. I'm fine being locked into Giga Drain. I'm just going to keep Giga Draining your Floette.
All of that damage ends up adding up eventually, so I think you have to worry a little bit about that Scoville getting too much damage. And Giga Drain is going to heal you at the end of the turn if you actually have had some damage taken. So Scovilla's going to have to be dealt with at some point or another. Basket Legion first to protect itself, and then Scoville gets to attack. As the Basket Legion keeps itself safe from a Moonblast from this Whimsicott. So now Floette with the Dazzling Gleam gets to do some chip to the Scoville, but again, is this going to be just a light tickle that the Scoville can heal off with a Giga Drain?
Yeah, I think the answer is yes, and this is why I kept saying maybe Dragonite, right? I think Dragonite's offense would have been a little bit better in this position. That is not a bad trade if you're Scovillain, right? Scovillain's like, hey, thanks for the damage. I'm going to heal back up and enjoy your burn on the way out as well, right? And so it's a really good trade here. Once again, though, there is the threat of Encore now into the Basket Legion slot. So you would think maybe Basket Legion wants to switch out. If you switch out into that Sneasler and you eat up a Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, hey, that might just be a knockout. So Sneasler comes in. Does Yuya go for Encore here?
Encore is selected, so Sneasler will make sure that that fails. As Floette ends up following up with a Moonblast. That's still a lot of damage that this Sneasler's going to eat, but it's around for the next turn as Scoville gets off another impressive Giga Drain. One more, and this Floette's going to get knocked out.
Can we just point out that 2 turns ago, we had max HP Floette, max HP Scovillain, and now we have max HP Scovillain, 27% Floette. Like, that Floette has really gotten chipped away. The Scovillain's offense has actually been really impressive. And yeah, Sneasler, much enough to survive that Moonblast. Like I said, Yuya could have doubled up in that position, going for Moonblast with his Whimsicott. Instead, tries to Encore the Basket Legion, does not get it out of fear of Aqua Jet coming out and finishing Floette. So big momentum swing over to Zach now. Sneasler, of course, out on the field, does have the ability to just go for a fake out. As always, if you fake out, then you have to worry about getting Encore potentially afterwards, but it is something that can neutralize either slot. By the way, I still don't see an answer to Scovillain right now.
I don't either.
It's got to be the Sneasler in the back, right? But you got to get it out eventually. And so for now, it's going to be a Whimsicott Protect.
Scoville can threaten a knockout onto this Floette with just a single Giga Drain. And then you also have Overheat to try to knock out this Whimsicott. Either way, I see this Scoville being the big winner here. Even though Sneasler doesn't get a chance to fake out the Whimsicott and gets knocked out with that Dazzling Gleam, if Scoville attacks this Floette, which it does, that's another Pokemon down. And it's only Whimsicott that stands in Zach's way of moving on to the top 4 of the World Championship.
He's got one more in the back, right?
One.
There's a Sneasler coming in, I think.
Maybe it's the Sneasler, but I'm just saying, like, at this Basket Legion, you have to worry about it. It's sitting back there. Maybe it's the King Gambit and it keeps Yuya in this, but it's Sneasler.
So Sneasler here, probably the best Pokemon. If it's King Gambit or regular Dragonite, I would have thought the game was over. I mean, this still looks really dire, to be honest. I'm trying to think, like, you can't double protect, right? Because if you double protect, then of course you lose to an Encore. You have to really be mindful of Encore right now. But Sneasler can just go for an immediate Dire Claw into Scovillain. Like, I think Zach's in a really commanding position given the offensive matchup of Scovillain and Basket Legion. Just needs to find the right sequencing here and make sure you do not lose to Encore. Here we go, and it's just going to be offense coming out. Moonblast into Basket Legion, 90 down to 51. That did 39%. And
Sneasler can slide. Oh, the Basket Legion dodges the attack. It's on Scovillain. It wasn't the Whimsicott you had to worry about. It was going to be that Rock Slide. Last respect, Whimsicott is down. Sneasler's left on an island. And now we are one Pokemon away from Zach moving on to the top 4. Overheat connects. Scovillain's going to lose some special attack stats, but at this point, the damage is done. Sneasler's at 33%. And the forfeit comes through. Zach Weed moves on to the top 4 of the World Championships.
Well, Rosemary, when we started this, I told you I wanted to see Rock Slide, and boy, did we see Rock Slide.
We saw Rock Slide in every one of its forms. It giveth and it taketh away. That move can be powerful or it can let you down. And that double miss, heavily unfortunate for that to seal up the game for Yuya.
Yeah, to be honest, I think even if you get the double flinch there, like Zach still gets another turn to play with, right? And so it was very, very heavily favored in Zach's, in that final turn. But the Rock Slide, you always go for it as like a last-ditch effort, get some damage, also go for a flinch. But to me, the main defining factor in Game 3 was, once again, Mega Scovillain came out, Mega Floette came out on the opposing side, and the Floette just traded terribly into the Scovillain, right? So that's why we kept saying Dragonite, 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 maybe Dragonite, maybe Dragonite. And if it were a Dragonite in that end game, it actually is pretty bulky, right? You've got decent damage with the Dragon Pulse. You've got Heat Wave and Thunderbolt as well. Pretty good coverage across the board. But Yuya just sticking to Floette in the end. And yeah, I think Zach making the adjustment back into Lycanroc, dropping that King Gambit, and does not get flinched here in the end. And Zachary is going to get a trophy here, moving on to the semifinals.
Still an impressive performance there by Yuya. Coming out of the Japan National Tournament right into this one with a top 32 result. Gotta say, top 8 at the World Championships is an impressive achievement.
It's pretty good, yeah. And I just wish we could have seen Mega Dragonite, because I think, he was one of the premier Mega Dragonite players just coming out of day one. It's not a Pokemon that's made a ton of appearances on stream. We had a couple of Mega Dragonites in day 2 here. It was, basically one of the best pilots of it throughout the tournament, but definitely an amazing run throughout the course. And man, I gotta say, like, seeing Rock Slide on a Sneasler just instills so much fear in my heart, knowing how fast it is and its ability to get flinches across the board. But in the end, it is not the most reliable there in that end game. And once again, I think like Zach was in a really favorable position given the bulk of Basculegion and Scovillain, and these Pokemon are trained in ways to guarantee that you can survive one big attack normally, right? And so I thought Scovillain has looked so impressive in this top 8.
That's why I was seeing in the future here, and I was like, Sneasler, it's not gonna affect the game that much. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think it's just been an amazing performance. Let's hear from Zach. He must be elated that he's moving on to the top 4.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Zachary Weed, your final top 4 player here at the 2026 World Championships. Let's hear it up. Zachary, I know it's been a crazy season for you. What does it mean to be here on the stage, knowing that you've locked in a trophy here at the World Championships?
I am kind of in disbelief, to say the least. I was messaging all my friends the week before this event. I was saying, oh my God, I can't wait to go 4-4 at this tournament. And well, this is a lot better than 4-4, I'd say.
I mean, there's still a 4 in the number, so you got that part right.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's talk about that last match, because it was looking pretty dicey there for a while, especially with Yuya's Whimsicott. I mean, what was your strategy playing around those encores, especially when it looked like that Whimsicott could have locked you into Protect or Aqua Jet a lot of those turns?
Yeah, the Whimsicott was very scary for sure, especially because it could set Tailwind and allow the Basculegion to pretty much sweep my team if I didn't play well. But I realized that even though it can click Encore and it can click Tailwind, it's not really offering much of a damage threat most of the time. So with my Scovillain on the field, I can just say I'm fine getting Encored into Giga Drain, because you're getting basically trapped on the field with a Pokemon that's doing maybe 10 to 20% onto my Scovillain at max. So I was fine with taking the Encores if it meant I was just able to keep doing damage of some sort.
I mean, not only just doing damage, but healing damage. We saw your Scovillain heal up half the damage it took every single turn, it felt like. It seemed like that's your MVP of that battle.
For sure. When I used to play this matchup, I tend to lean towards Frostlass more, but the more I've played with the team, the more I've realized how good Scovillain is, because most of that team just cannot deal with the fire typing and the burn at all. And combined with some Giga Drain or Overheat chip, it means that a lot of their Pokemon get chipped down very quickly in range of all your priority attacks.
So out of curiosity, in that game number 3, when Lycanroc went down early with that double KO, did you really have to pivot your game plan to be focused more around the Scovillain, or was that your plan from the start?
Going into that turn, I knew that he was going to double up in KO something, I was fine with it being the Lycanroc because it meant that Scovillain could just stay around and be an absolute wall for him. And honestly, once the Basque Legion is gone, there's not much stopping Scovillain from completely taking over the game. You maybe could have played a little bit more aggressive and tried to call out a Aqua Jet Moonblast, but ultimately I was fine giving up the Lycanroc for basically nothing, knowing that my position was still completely fine.
Well, Zachary, congratulations again on making top 4. Are there any shout outs you want to give to anybody watching at home?
Shout out to my family, my mom here in the audience with us, all my friends watching, my local scene, and just everyone who helped me this weekend. I love everyone.
Congratulations again on making top 4. Let's hear it for Zachary and all of our top 4 finalists here in San Francisco one more time. And now let's go ahead and talk to Ben about our finalists, as we have some incredible top 4 matches coming up, and I can't wait to hear him break it down.
Yeah, you're still cheering, but keep on cheering because Zachary's done so well to make it into our top 4. Ben and Scott here to have a little bit of a rundown of that last top 8 match. And well, we've been talking about that Scovillain a little while, but we haven't really seen it pop off in the way that Zachary made it pop off in that match, have we?
Yeah, I mean, I think it looked like a very different Pokemon that match, and pretty much every other time we've seen it, right? Where they're typically used basically just for an ability, right? One of those Pokemon, hey, I'll Rage Powder, I'll get, some burns out there, I'll support the team, and then I'll kind of go on my merry way. Where he was go sweeping in that one because yeah, it just didn't have a good way to deal with it, and the special attack stat on that Pokemon isn't bad, right? Especially that Giga Drain where you're not just like immediately nuking your own stats, and yeah, I mean, it's not what I was expecting to see in top 8, but maybe we're seeing more and more of why this team keeps surviving, right? It's a little more flexible than maybe it appears.
Yeah, it's like, it's not just also you get those moody boosts that we saw, and like sometimes they work for you, sometimes they don't work for you. We saw a Scovillain get a 2+ special attack boost at some point today, and we're like, oh, that's a Scovillain we got to look out for. But in that match, and especially in Game 3, where playing up against a Mega Floette, I mean, that's like one of the reasons that Scovillain is really part of this team, is to just sort of like be chilling against Mega Floettes and any other fairy type damage, like from the Whimsicott in front of it, and just like, hey, yeah, sure, encore me into Giga Drain, no problem. I'll just keep recovering all of my health.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun too, because you kind of forget that element of the matchup sometimes. Like, obviously, Lycanroc's there for Charizard. Scovillain's a big jerk to most of the physical attackers on the team, but it does have the type matchup advantage against Floette too, right? As we saw in that match, it's not going to knock it out in a hurry or anything, but it got there eventually, and more critically, Floette wasn't really doing anything to it back. Where, yeah, it was definitely you're trapped in here with me sort of situation.
And looking at this matchup as well, I mean, this is not something that I feel like Zachary would have prepared for specifically. Like, a lot of players don't come to this sort of archetype the way that Yuya and Takuma, most importantly now being the match that we're going to see after this with Zachary versus Takuma in top 4, and say, hey, this Charizard just ain't pulling its weight. Let's put a Dragonite there instead. Which, to be fair, it's a strong Pokemon. It's got lots of stats. It's got multi-scale, which is probably one of, if not the most strong abilities in the game. But I think that what's really interesting about this matchup here is, like, if you focus on the Scovillain, if you're Zachary, where it's like, hey, Dragonite looks really cool. You've got like a little bit of cover with the Basque Legion as well. We saw how much those Life Orb wave crashes do, but also you've got a little bit of pressure from that Whimsicott with the Encore that really changes the way that this Pokemon goes. But if you bring those 3 Pokemon and then instead Zachary decides, hey, do you know what? I'm going for the Frostlass, right? This changes the matchup and flips it on its head.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting too, because I think if you look at this matchup, there's the Dragonite there. I think for a lot of players, just like a glowing beacon on Frostlass in your own team preview. Like, oh, I have to. Like, this is my chance. There's a 4 times weakness. I'm gonna get him. And that really wouldn't have been the right way to approach this matchup. And yeah, I think it's neat because again, I think really both of these Mega Pokemon are a little bit underappreciated, right? Where they kind of lose the spotlight to their supporting cast here, but there's just so much that they can do in this matchup, and I think also kind of just showing a willingness to bring either Mega Pokemon also makes it so much more difficult to play against, where it's like a really deceptively difficult team preview.
Yeah, there's so many different branching paths here. I think it's most notably important, as you said, that Zachary's got to face basically like this matchup again, but instead of the Whimsicott on Yuya's team that he's decided to go for, Takuma's got a Garchomp. And so none of the encore pressure is going to be present in Zachary's top 4, which was like overall a little bit problematic. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more Rock Slide going on with the Garchomp that Takuma's running like Choice Scarf on that, and just having the opportunity to play that and just spread a little bit of damage out, break the Focus Sash on the Lycanroc, things like that really like swing the matchup in a different way and have Zachary, like, even though 5 of the Pokemon are the same, like, what you do against it changes so dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for us, it's maybe even more tempting in that situation where you get the dream of, oh, I got like, 2 dragons out there.
There's 2.
Yeah, you know, brother, are you flying? Blizzard. If anyone's seen the comic in the old days. But yeah, I think it's interesting too, because again, you have the option of bringing it, you have the option of not bringing it. I think Scovillain's still pretty good against both of those Pokemon also, where, that Rock Slide's going to hurt a lot the first time, but after that, especially Choice Scarf, Garchomp, become much more of a flinch spot than a real offensive threat. So, maybe you just kind of like play the odds in that one a little bit. I think it's fun in that regard, right? Where it's so complicated to play against kind of in both directions. And I think it'll be really fun to watch that as a 3-game set where like either of them could very feasibly bring any of their Pokemon, which I think is always the most fun match to watch.
Definitely, especially when you get to this stage of the tournament of like all of our players are playing so well. And I think it brings me on to a point in game 3 that we saw where this is pretty early in the game, right? And so we had in game 1 we had 1 or 2, I can't remember. We had the situation, I think it was 1 where the Lycanroc goes for the Rock Slide, not the Excel Rock most notably, and the Basculegion goes for an Aqua Jet here, and a Whimsicott goes for a Moonblast here, KO the Lycanroc and leave the Scovillain kind of ready to have to fend for itself in the rest of the game, right? And so in this turn, you've got this situation where both players are like, well, okay, I've seen this story before, right? I know what can happen in this particular scenario, but I wanted to call out specifically like the mental resolve that both of these players had to actually sit in this turn and just like say, hang on a second, right, we're in this position yet again. Do we do the same thing again while my opponent makes a read, or do I try to make a read on top of a read?
Yeah, I think it's particularly interesting at this point in a tournament where it's a little bit different than playing a Swiss round where they've known their opponent for probably a couple of hours at this point. They've done some prep knowing the matchup, and they know what they think the best line of this matchup is, right? And then, well, how much you improvise versus how much you kind of trust that before the game, I believe this was the right thing to do. Both players kind of just choosing to stick to their guns here and make the same move that they made the first time.
Yeah, it's like, and here you see like the Lycanroc was, Zachary, and he said it in this interview, is willing to risk that Lycanroc going down because that Scovillain was in such a good position. And here it is going down to that double up yet again. But I think unlike in game 1, we see the Giga Drain coming out here into the Basculegion. And I want to pause it here as well, just to like highlight how much HP this Basculegion has left. Just 12%. And when you're playing Basculegion against Basculegion, especially when they're both carrying the Life Orb, like, you're happy if you're Zachary to make that trade, and holding that line is like, well, you say, I'm gonna Rock Slide. If it goes well, great. Thumbs up, we're making some progress in the match. If it doesn't, what I'm getting is a lot of damage on a Life Orb Basculegion, and actually I can use Aqua Jet to just start picking out the pieces.
Yeah, I think we were playing as that Basculegion too, especially early in the game. It's so exciting to get to make that trade where Basculegion, probably the format's greatest late game sweeper, but getting it this low, this early kind of ensures, well, it's probably not going to switch out at this point where it's kind of committed itself. But even if it does, there's no like series of late game last respects I have to worry about, right? I think it's just such a nice way to get this set up where, a potential threat where it actually could just, wax Scovillain from full health in a perfect scenario. It's just never going to occur in a game like this one.
Exactly, and then when you've got the, in this situation, you know that, we don't know this yet, but Yuya knows this, that they've got the Floette in the back, and that, like, you're wondering how at this point, you're probably thinking like, how am I actually going to deal so much damage to this Mega Scovillain to get it down? And like, yeah, okay, if you go for the Encore and you try to lock the Scovillain into Rage Powder, say, or a non-offensive move, it's gone for Giga Drain already, right? So like that's the worst case scenario. It's not going to be locked into Overheat as well. But in that situation, you're only like slowing down the progress of the match. You're not actually like making any progress of your own. And I think that's something that Zachary did set up so well in like holding firm, making that trade, keeping calm under the pressure.
Yeah, I think it's a real mastery of the team shown there too, right? Where again, I think a lot of players just kind of view it as a spicy spray bot and understanding, no, like in this situation, I can use Scovillain in a different way than most people think of when they think of this team. Allow it to pick up multiple KOs in that game, did, set a couple Pokemon's health bars worth of damage. It's supportive until it needs to do something else, right? And I think it's just really smart to kind of say, hey, like every Pokemon has a bunch of attributes and like it has a theoretical role on the team, but the situation can change. And you see why he's had such a strong season, right? Again, not a player that was on, the players to watch graphic, but maybe just below it, where he's had 2 really impressive second place finishes this year at both level event. And he's only a single round away from getting to a finals yet again.
Yeah, so you called this out beforehand. As we come back to the standings of the match, see all 4 of our top competitors here ready to go into our semi-finals. Zachary has made it to the finals multiple times, but hasn't quite gotten over that line. We've been talking about it. Aurelian Sula, Victor Medina are 2 trainers in particular that we usually call out on the broadcaster. Zachary potentially in threatening to, get to that sort of same level of credentials, but maybe he can take it all the way.
Yeah, I think we always feel a little bad for those trainers who always seem to just be so consistent, but just can't quite get over that hump. We'll have to see if that happens for him, but 4 very deserving trainers in the semifinals, and I can't wait to see which of them make it to the exciting finals in the big arena tomorrow.
Well, let's get ourselves set up for our top 4. We're going to go to a short break right now, but stay tuned. You won't want to miss this here at the World Championships.
It is time to get started with the top 4 here at the Pokémon World Championships for VGC. But only 2 will make their way out and play at the Chase Center in the chance to earn that World Championship title. I'm Sarah Dawn, joined here by Lee Provost. We only have 4 trainers left, the best of the best.
Yeah, it's really coming down to the few remaining trainers. One of these trainers will be moving into Championship Sunday to contend themselves for that title. The other will have done an incredible job. Which one will it be? Well, they're going to give it everything in this next match, and both of these players have been incredible. All of our top 4 players have been incredible to get to where they are in this tournament, and we know the level of competition that they've had to come up against time and time again, each and every round to get to this stage, and it's just a phenomenal achievement.
It has been incredible to watch them, but let's head over to the stage and introduce our first top 4 match. What an incredible one. 2 very different stories. We got Hiroshi Onishi going up against Joao Felipe Leite, and this is just incredible. For Hiroshi, we saw him just a few months ago take down the Japan National Championships. Such an accomplishment, and going on a run here that a couple have managed to do before him, going from that national champion to that world champion, and he is so close to making that a reality. But for Joao, this season has been amazing for him, and it's his first season here in the Masters division. To already put that much of a statement on the game is incredible. We've gotten to see the achievements he's had within seniors, looking at the regional championships, looking at the runs he's made at internationals, but now on the biggest stage, incredible. This could be the opportunity, first year to become world champion for such a young trainer, a potential prodigy in the game.
Yeah, it's an incredible thought, isn't it? Both stories are remarkable. Let's see which one plays out. We'll start with a quick overview of Hiroshi's team. Same 6 Pokemon that they used to success to take that Japanese National Championships, with some alterations coming into this tournament, but it is that strong Charizard and Mega Floette combination. They're going to be supported with that Whimsicott that provides the speed control, the disruption with that Encore, and then you've got the kind of the balanced Garchomp there to come in and just get that physical damage out onto the field when needed. But the 2 cleanup Pokemon and disruptors as well, that King Gambit, 4 attacks there, the Occa Berry to give room against opposing Charizards, and then that Basculegion.
Mega Charizard, sometimes or sometimes not, paired with the Mega Floette, have been the dominant Megas here for Pokemon champions. But Joao, his team is a team able to bring that down, and a team that he's very familiar facing up against. Some variation of Mega Charizard throughout the tournament. He has taken down 7 of them, looking for that 8th. And if you can preserve pieces like that Lycanroc, well, then it could be a very easy task. But of course, you have to be so careful with every single piece of the puzzle here.
Yeah, this is a big test for Hiroshi, because this team in particular, like you say, Sierra, is made to go up against these Charizard Mega Floette teams. The enablers is going to be that Lycanroc, but like you say, you've got to be very careful with it. You do have a bit of security because of the Focus Sash there, so 2 hits are going to have to go into that to remove it from play. But if Joao can take advantage of it and utilize it to get rid of the opposing Charizard, it then frees up the Mega choice on Joao's side of the field, that Frostlass or the Scovillain that can do so much damage to a lot of threats.
And with these 2 teams and very capable trainers with very different paths, it's time to get started here with Top 4, determine who is going to be our first finalist on Championship Sunday. Basculegion and Whimsicott in the lead for Hiroshi. On the opposing end, that Lycanroc right away making an appearance next to Scovillain.
Yeah, the Scovillain coming out now is really nice for Joao, because they're going to have to keep the pressure onto that Basculegion, and also the fact that they could Mega Evolve, and if that Basculegion attacks into them, if it's pulled into them by the Rage Powder, then it is going to burn, and that's so valuable going deeper into the game. The Lycanroc does have to be a bit careful. You don't want to give up that Sash too early on in this game, and you're not really going to get the damage onto the Basculegion or the Whimsicott. It's going to be very impactful. The one thing you could say, if you want to break the Sash and the Whimsicott, you can probably do that now if you want to get some damage there. But like the saying, switching out, want to be preserved for later when that Charizard probably makes an appearance.
You got to keep that Lycanroc so safe, but keeping the Focus Sash safe on it as well provides so much threat later on. So a swap out makes so much sense, as well as Mega Evolution for the Scovillain. Make sure you get your ability on play. Moonblast, though, right away, we're going on the offensive end for Hiroshi. First attack, not necessarily the most amount of damage, and that Spicy Spray will be damaged over time with that burn. Following up, though, with the Basculegion, Wave Crash, all out offensive. The double up will be enough to take Scovillain down.
It's a huge, big knockout there, and makes the difference with that Life Orb to take that Pokemon down. But at the cost, you are burning that Basculegion, so it's not going to have as much impact going forward in this match. Is that what the Scovillain was used for? Maybe we'll see how things play out in Joao's favor. Got that Sneasel onto the field, now going to have active Fake Out, can go after that Whimsicott, so prevent the Tailwind this next turn as the King Gambit comes into a prime position, and it is going to be going after that Basculegion now, and it is in range of a Sucker Punch, an easy Sucker Punch, while the Sneasel can deal with that Whimsicott.
And if you're scared about something like that Fake Out, you can go ahead and just click that Protect button on the Whimsicott and be so good through the turn. Basculegion as well. but the King Gambit over for Joao's side of the board does have that Swords Dance. If you all of a sudden catch Hiroshi, make it a passive play, you can go ahead and set up, which could help this King Gambit not just get through the Basque Legion. It doesn't need help for the Basque Legion, but it could set it up for a prime position for all down the rest of the match. No protects though, but also no fake out. It's just gonna be a tailwind and a follow-up wave crash. Burn definitely showing up here in the amount of damage, but King Gambit down to almost about half is decently respectable. Have to see the follow-up from the Sneasler though. Close combat into the Whimsicott is not necessarily the damage you would have wanted. But when you do get that stat drop, the defense and the special defense, it'll activate the White Herb. All those disappear, and you'll be extra speedy from here on out. King Gambit, you didn't even have to wait for a passive turn. Swords Dance right now makes its King Gambit extra scary.
Yeah, and it's a really smart play from Zhao here, going for the close combat to activate that White Herb, keep pace with the opposing team as we see Hiroshi set that tailwind up, and now take the opportunity when it's there. The Basque Legion's not as much of a threat when it's burned, so you get that Swords Dance, and you become a huge threat going forward in this match. Now you can dispatch, you can go for the Sucker Punch into the Basque Legion, but do you just go for the Kowtow Cleave to try and guarantee getting it, not waste the Sucker Punch maybe as an Aqua Jet could come out as some last-ditch damage from the Basque Legion, and go for the Whimsicott again. The Whimsicott can threaten an Encore into the Sneasler, which could kind of put the stoppers on maybe going for preferred attacks into the back when something else which is in for it, but knowing the damage that we've seen from that close combat already, not the worst scenario.
King Gambit, it got its boost and it wants to make sure it can keep them and stick around. But Encore, Whimsicott into the Sneasler. You're locking it into an attacking move, but it's a close combat that doesn't do much into the Whimsicott, and well, nothing into Basque Legion. Target of choice, Basque Legion did try and target down, but with the Encore, it does mean that the targeting switches up a little bit, and Basque Legion's not affected at all.
Yeah, I did say it wouldn't be the worst case scenario, but if it's into the Basque Legion and that close combat was selected Encore, then it is the worst, because that Basque Legion gets another chance to stick around, get some more really important damage onto Zhao's side of the field. Now, they're not taking real use of these tailwind turns. I don't think Zhao minds that too much. You want to try and stall out these tailwind turns for the remaining turns in this game. As soon as that's gone, you can deal with the Whimsicott in the meantime as well. Then that is fine, because we're not going to see any more of it depending on what is in the back to come in. We know the Lycanroc is one of those Pokemon, so it can come in and really take advantage of that natural speed stat that it's got.
With these two Pokemon, though, it will be a Sucker Punch landing into the Basque Legion. That's one way to try and play around, call out the King Gambit, but comfortable to try and go for the attack will go down. To follow up, though, maybe okay with this trade, but King Gambit will hold on. Not enough, even with that critical hit. Follow-up close combat from Sneasler. You're locked into it. Whimsicott had already taken so much damage, though, even doubly so with the burn turn after turn. So 2 Pokemon go down.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see which Pokemon on the back for Hiroshi, but got so much value out of that Basque Legion, even despite it being burned, has been able to get damage on the ball, pick up a knockout along the way. And the Whimsicott has set that tailwind and been a very disruptive presence, locking the Sneasler into Encores. That the close combat, is that going to pay dividends now with the remaining 2 Pokemon about to make their way into the field?
That's going to be the big question. Losing 2 Pokemon on the same turn and having to rely with the last 2 is going to be a tough one. But when you have a Pokemon like Floette making an appearance, and next to the Garchomp, it definitely feels a lot better. You have 1 turn of this Tailwind to play around with as well. Of course, that doesn't necessarily help you up against something like that Sucker Punch, but it means you have to call your turns very, very carefully to try and eliminate this +2 King Gambit, while also not falling victim to a Sneasler that still can hit some really, really powerful close combats.
It can hit the close combats, Flo. It's not going to mind taking those too much, but like you say, that Sucker Punch, it is +2. The Black Glasses are boosting the attack power of that as well, so you can't just ignore that. You have to respect that threat there with the Floette. You can Mega Evolve. You do have access to Dazzling Gleam. It'll do respectable damage into the Sneasler, and it will get rid of that King Gambit, clearing the way for that Lycanroc to come in. Do you want prioritize the Floette or the Garchomp? You probably see the Garchomp. Once that King Gambit falls, Garchomp can easily deal with that Sneasler and the Lycanroc in the back.
And with the last turn of Tailwind as well, of course, Hiroshi, we have to see him go on the offensive to try and take advantage of it. But we could also see Joao just go on a little bit more of a defensive play. But it'll be Garchomp protecting and only Floette trying to attack on the turn, trying to call out that potential sucker punch. But it goes into Floette instead, and it's still a lot of damage. Close combat trying to split that difference. Now we just get Float with this Dazzling Gleam. So much damage though. Kingambit goes down, but Sneasler hangs on by just a thread.
It's a huge survival for the Sneasler and just showing how well it's been trained defensively compared to the normal kind of just attack and speed orientated one. Really useful for the survival there because now you're going to get another chance at that close combat. If you can go into the Garchomp, there is the possibility close combat might be enough to pick up the knockout there. You've got to worry about that Citrus Berry that the Garchomp has access to. You don't want to activate that and then miss the knockout and allow the Garchomp just to Earthquake. But of course you can't Earthquake when the Floette isn't protecting. Floette can't take the Earthquake, so you've got to make some big decisions here. The Garchomp has to go for an attack this turn though.
And Sneasler feeling confident, not having to go for one, will protect us. Just the double protect comes out from Joao's end. So both Pokemon staying safe, and now just a Garchomp with the Earthquake. One Pokemon protects, two Pokemon protects. Guess what didn't though on the field? Your own Floette brought down to just a sliver as the closing moments of this match. Joao just in such a commanding position.
Yeah, and that's not terrible. I mean, the Floette, you don't really want it taking that damage, but now you're in the scenario where you can protect the Floette, and both Pokemon on the opposing side, well, they kind of have to attack. They can go for a double protect, but it's risky. You just end up taking Earthquake damage. The problem is, again, can the Garchomp take a double up from this close combat? That's the big question. Are we going to see that here? The Direclaw fishing for status, maybe?
Direclaw first into the Garchomp isn't quite too much, and Roughclaw maybe not quite as strong on the left as you would have thought, as Caesar will go down. Earthquake, the question is going to be though, oh, that's just feels so bad. Floette goes down to the Garchomp. Now we need the Lycanroc to show up big. Taking so much damage, brought down into its Focus Sash. Can it do enough into this Garchomp to win it out? That's going to be the hit, but in Rough Skin, Lycanroc gets KO'd, and Hiroshi to take the first game in the set.
Yeah, incredibly well done there from Hiroshi, really composed throughout and just coming through with the Garchomp at the perfect time, despite getting that early burn onto the Basculegion, which you feel would have put them further behind than they looked like they were, really making the most out of the Whimsicott and the Basculegion in that scenario, just to soften up the team on Zhao's side and really take advantage and put those pieces, those final pieces, the Floette and the Garchomp, in a great position when they finally hit the field.
I will never disrespect Garchomp and the amount of hits it can take ever again. Getting into the end game, the amount of pressure that Zhao was able to put on with things like this Sneasler, I thought it looked a little bit stronger, but Garchomp, even feeling so confident in not just doing a lot of damage, but KOing that Floette in favor of getting all the damage on the opposing end of the board, paid off huge. Always trusting Garchomp in a game number 2. We'll have to see if Joao can make the bounce back here as Lycanroc and Scovillain in the lead, going up against a switch-up, Charizard and Garchomp.
Yeah, the Lycanroc likes seeing that Charizard, so Hiroshi going to have to be very careful with that Pokemon in particular. Garchomp also not really a big fan of the Scovillain, because if you go for that Earthquake, yes, you're not hitting your Charizard, but you will activate that Spicy Spray if you do see the Scovillain Mega Evolve, and that's likely to happen. Although Charizard can also kind of check that Scovillain, but this is the beauty about the Lycanroc. You've got that Sash, you've got the enablement to go after that Charizard, check it with an Accelerock, so you protect your Scovillain this turn and hopefully get that burn onto the Garchomp if it decides to go down the route of attacking.
You gotta be oh so careful with this Charizard Mega Evolution though. If you are taking a hit from this Lycanroc, it can spell disaster for this Mega Pokemon. But looks like we're gonna make the call and we're gonna go for it. It's not one, but both trainers are gonna Mega Evolve. When we talk about the necessity of the Scovillain and getting that Spicy Spray, you need to Mega Evolve for that. Now to see where the damage is coming out, Lycanroc will protect the call. Charizard does not have to worry about taking a rock type attack and instead can go on the offensive. First one to attack, though, is going to be that Garchomp, and will hit into this Scovillain. Enough to start squishing it up, get some damage, but you do take a burn for that. We'll have to see how impactful that is later on. But now the follow-up Charizard, we're going for the accuracy. We're going for the KO to eliminate the Scovillain from Joao.
Yeah, it's such a great play from Hiroshi, knowing that there's so much pressure on that Charizard from the Lycanroc. Are you going to protect it? Well, I'm going to say no. I'm going to call your bluff and attack and gets the whole reward for that now. The Mega has fallen, the Garchomp has taken burn, but it's still in a decent place where it can just throw out constant earthquakes. All you got to think about is breaking the sash on that Lycanroc. You're pretty free to go for the protection of the Charizard here. The one thing that I would say, protecting against King Gambit, playing passive against it, that's where players can fall afraid. If you allow this King Gambit on the opposite side to set up a Swords Dance, then we know how that can go. That can go downhill pretty quickly.
The fact that the Garchomp is burned definitely feels just a little bit better in this board state, with the sash still being untacked on the Lycanroc with the protect last turn. So double up here, if the Lycanroc does attack, could be scary, but Lycanroc, again, calling that we're not seeing something oh so offensive as Sneasler comes out. If this is just a double up, this could be disastrous. Earthquake first. First it is burn, which is going to limit the amount of damage, but Sneasler still taking a significant chunk. Heat Wave following up in the sun into both targets is enough for Hiroshi to get the double KO!
Conditioning here has just been placed in perfectly by Hiroshi. Not wanting to commit with that Lycanroc has been the problem for Zhao, and now that Charizard taking full advantage of the freedom.
2 turns, and with that, Hiroshi Onishi moves on to Championship Sunday. Your Japan national champion, one step closer to maybe becoming a world champion, joining those form in history with such a commanding game 2.
Yeah, and a risky play as well, but I mean, it paid off for Hiroshi, and you've got to give them huge credit because it takes bravery to make those decisions. It's such a high-stakes game to keep that Charizard in front of the Lycanroc and say, I think you're going to think I'm going to protect, so I'm not going to protect. And I'm going to take advantage, get rid of the Scovillain while it's on the field, take advantage of my Garchomp. I don't mind it being burned because all I'm doing is getting the softening these Pokemon up, the damage that I need for the Charizard to clean up after that, and that's exactly what we saw. And Zhao just couldn't get that handle of getting the Lycanroc attacking into the Charizard. It's such a hard decision to make because if you get it wrong, Sash is broken and you're in a real detrimental place.
That's the thing, again, when it's a play that seems so telegraphed, you have to think about, okay, surely my opponent is not going to let me just take the Charizard here, right?
Exactly.
So we talk about this dominant game, but it's Hiroshi just making these really, really bold plays, and Joao calling out. It's those 50-50s in Pokemon VGC that make the game oh so exciting. And when somebody can get them right 2 turns in a row, it can be the difference maker in a match. And it's also those 2 turns that, if that Lycanroc did attack and Joao was just, like, it's not Joao, if Hiroshi was just careless with the Charizard, well, we could be talking about a game 3 right now. Those are such tough decisions to make, but I mean, really big kudos to both of our trainers.
Oh yeah, huge congratulations to Zhao, who has managed to get to top 4. You know, we've mentioned they've just aged up into Masters, coming into the World Championships and having such an incredible performance this weekend with a very, very familiar team to a lot of players. I think that's just incredible to see, and I'm sure they've got a very, very bright future ahead of them. But to Hiroshi, they have made it possible to repeat what some of their other region players have done in the past, going and winning Japan Nationals and in the same year winning the World Championships. They are cementing their place in Championship Sunday, giving themselves a shot of lifting that title at the end of the event.
We saw it in 2015, we saw it in 2017, and we have a chance to repeat history here, which is so exciting. And the matches that we've gotten to see coming out from Hiroshi, I don't feel like there's any reason why it couldn't be him, but even just the opportunity, again, to be playing in the arena tomorrow is going to be unlike anything else. The biggest congratulations to him. There is trainers that chase that stage, that opportunity for a lifetime, and to be so close to getting that World Championship title, so well deserved.
Yeah, so well deserved. And using the same 6 Pokemon that's led them so well at the Japan National Championships. We've mentioned throughout the stream that there have been alterations, changes and updates made between the AB and AMA format. But I think it just goes testament to show how comfortable they are with this 6, and they know their lines and know the ins and outs of how to go up against even teams that are built to kind of counteract what they're bringing to the tournament.
I'm just still thinking back to that game number 2 in those first 2 turns, and if those are the type of plays that Hiroshi is making tomorrow, or even if it's not, his opponent is going to have a rough time trying to prep tonight, because then how do you prep against someone who's just so confident? Because again, you get that wrong the other way, you lose on the spot.
Yeah, I think if we saw the Accelerocket into the Charizard turn 1, it's a completely different story, because then the Garchomp gets burnt, and then yeah, where's your big offense coming? Because then the Floette's not on the back like, you know, we saw Hiroshi lean into in game 1. So yeah, it is those very fine margins, 50-50s, and it's just making the right one at the right time. Unfortunately for Zhao, it was just, yeah. And you can understand why. If you get that wrong, then Lycanroc falls, and then the Charizard's kind of freed up to just do what it kind of did there anyway.
Those 50-50s are so tough to make, but for Hiroshi, our first finalist here at the World Championships, it's time to go hear from him as we head over to the stage.
Thank you so much. May I introduce you to your first finalist of the 2026 World Championships in the video game, Hiroshi Onishi! Congratulations, Hiroshi. You had a very tough matchup in that round, especially in game 2. Your Mega Charizard, especially in those first couple of turns, what were you thinking in that matchup?
まず決勝進出おめでとうございます。で相性的には先発すごい不利な状況にあったと思うんですけども、特にその2戦目で、特にそのメガリザードの方はちょっと相性が不利だったかという認識ですけども、そういう先発見たとき、頭の中どんな感じだったんでしょうか。
はい、特にまずはありがとうございます。で、2戦目の内容についてはやっぱり、ルガルガンとリザードンが、対面してしまったっていうのはかなり、悪いことだったんですけれども、1ゲーム目を取っていたことによってここは強気に動いてもまだ次があるからというところで、もしかしたら相手が、こちらの弱気な行動を読んだ行動をしてくる、これは練習でもよくあったパターンだったので、それもあったので、こちら強気に動かしていいアドバンテージを取ることができたと思います。
Yeah, thank you so much. So I knew, especially going into that second matchup and facing down that Lycanroc, that was a really bad situation for me. But I knew that the opponent would want to take advantage of that, or like try and, you know, recombine his configuration into something a bit more advantageous for him. So I took advantage of, you know, I took that read, made that the big play, and managed to turn it around in the end.
You made a big play in game number 1 as well when you didn't protect your Floette. Were those big plays what got you all the way here to the finals at the World Championships?
で、1戦目もですけど、フロエッテに守るを使うことを選ばなかった時も割とすごいうまい読みだったかと思うんですけども、今までそういううまい読みをずっと続いてきて、ここまで決勝戦まで来られたっていう感じですか？
特にトップ8の試合は、運が良かったっていうのもあるんですけれども、でも全体的には練習してきた通りいい自分のスキルが出せているのかなと思います。
To be honest, in my top 8 match, I had a bit of luck there, and that's why I was able to win that one. But overall, in this tournament, yes, I was able to make a lot of good plays, make a lot of good reads, and was able to get this far on that.
What gives you the confidence to make those big plays?
で、そういううまい読みができる、自信があるのはなぜなのでしょうか。何か強者である上でのコツとか秘訣とかありますか？
いやー、どうでしょうね。ただやっぱり、大舞台ほど硬くならないようにっていうところは意識しているところで、それは、自分のスキルとかっていうよりも思い切っていこうっていう気概の問題かなとは思います。
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, but you know, I try not to play too rigidly and just go with, you know, the moves and the playing style that I really like, and I think that's worked out really well for me.
congratulations on making it into the finals, and good luck competing tomorrow on Championship Sunday. It takes a village to get this far at the World Championships. Are there any family and friends you'd like to thank who helped you get here and helped you along your journey?
で最後になんですけども、見てる、ご家族やお友達などに感謝の気持ちとかメッセージ一言ありますか？
本当にトップ8のインタビューでも同じだったんですけど、応援いっぱいいただいて力になってます。また一緒に取り組んできた友達も応援であったり、その練習が力になっているので本当にありがとう。
You know, I touched on this in one of the previous interviews as well, but there are so many people who have supported me thus far and practiced with me thus far, and I'm so grateful to every single one of you. Thank you so much. It was thanks to you I was able to come as far as I've come.
Let's hear it one more time for your first finalist here, Hiroshi Onishi. Thank you once again, and best of luck in the competition tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take it back to Ben in the Analyst Lounge to break down what's coming up next.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Yeah, wow. One finalist that we know who is going to be playing tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Hiroshi, congratulations.
Yeah.
Not only winning Japan National Championships, but also then going the distance here at the World Championships.
Yeah, just one match away from becoming the world champion, and after that performance, holy moly, if I'm on the other side of the bracket, I am quaking in my boots over here.
100%. We were talking before we went on air, like, the biggest predictor is what you said, like the biggest predictor of success for the World Championships has been historically the Japan National Championships. And we would have to go back and just double check all of our Japanese winners of the World Championships to make sure, but like, if not all, most of them have also won the Japan National Championships that year. And so if it's gonna happen, if there was any sort of predictions, if there's any sort of smart money on this going into Championship Sunday, Hiroshi has proved that he is capable of taking it all the way.
Yeah, I would always feel comfortable saying that I think the winner of the Japanese National Championships is a favorite to win the entire tournament at the World Championships, and Hiroshi proving exactly why that is. Just unmitigated aggression and confidence coming out from that player. An incredible set that I really enjoyed watching. And I can't wait to see what he brings to the Chase Center tomorrow. Can you imagine those plays at the Chase Center?
Like, I mean, it's one thing doing it on the world stage. It's one thing doing it in top 4, but in front of that live audience and with all of those lights, the floor is probably going to be doing something crazy as well, right? Just like last year. But that's the beauty of these seeing these players come as far as they have. You know that they've got the nerve, you know that they've got the bottle to take it all the way, and it just makes me more and more excited.
Yeah, I'm so excited, and I'm so thrilled for Hiroshi too as a competitor. This is a player who has been grinding it out once Pokemon Champions came out, was one of the people who set the meta in Regulation MA through his performances on the online ladder and through other tournaments, and obviously winning the Japanese National Championships absolutely deserved for him to make it to the final stage tomorrow.
And using a similar composition to what he's using in the World Championships right now. I mean, this has been such a story of this format as a whole, through MA into MB, that through line of, hey, are you comfortable with the team that you're running? Not just is it the best team, is it the best team for you to be able to play? And I think Hiroshi's hit on this, like, maybe both. Because you know, this is the strongest team. Like, it's got the most stats of any team pretty much in the format. It's just one of the most powerful, but also one of the most bulky teams. It's got the speed on its side as well in many situations. It's got the ability to set itself up and set some positions. It's not relying on things like sleep powder to you know, try to get an advantage. So it's got a little bit of a consistency advantage in the way that he's playing. That's allowing the skill of Hiroshi to shine through this whole event.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the thing that we've been talking about in the run-up to the World Championships is, do you want to be like the 15th or 20th best Big Six player in the field, or do you want to be the best pilot of the team that you are the best, that you are bringing to this tournament. And you know what turns out is it's really good is to be the best pilot of the best team in the format right now. And Hiroshi made it to the finals for exactly that reason.
It sounds so easy, like just do that, like, but it's a completely different story. And the way that Hiroshi played that match, definitely worth talking about. Not necessarily some of the turns that we had, but we have got a couple of little parts of that match that I want to go back to and just think about, like, the macro, the game at large.
100%.
Because the way that Hiroshi played this game one, this is a few turns into game one, right? So we saw in the early stage that the Mega Scovillain got taken down to a combination of Moonblast, just doing that little bit of a chip. Scovillain is trained normally to be able to take a Wave Crash from a Life Orb Basculegion, not after Moonblast, right? And so, you know, this Scovillain going down is a really big deal. Now, in a lot of these matchups, you get to this position, you're like, oh, Basculegion's like the most powerful, one of the most powerful.
That's my ace.
That's the ace in the hole, the end game, like the final part of the puzzle that you want to be trying to win the game with, right? But the way that Hiroshi like played this game, it seemed like the Basculegion was like a means to an end, right? And so in this situation, and we're not going to go through the turn, but I'm just going to circle this Garchomp here, right? Because this Garchomp is the key to the matchup. When you look on Zhao's side, you've got the King Gambit, you've got the Sneasler, right? You've got the Lycanroc. And none of those Pokemon like taking Earthquake.
Yeah, they quite dislike it very much.
Dislike it very much. And so what we've seen time and again with this matchup is like, hey, the Scovillain comes in, the Garchomp gets burnt, and then the Garchomp can't do the fun ground shaky thing that it really likes to do in these situations and put loads of pressure on the field. But as it happened, you know, if we do a little bit of fast forwarding through the match, oh, wait, there we go, nailed it.
Right there.
The Garchomp is coming in, and it's coming in on 100%.
And not burnt at all.
Not burnt at all, and there's just not enough damage here or here with the King Gambit, like, on low HP. There's still the Floette that you've got to be able to consider. And so one of the ways that you beat a King Gambit, right, is like give it too many things to target at the same time. And this sort of set up this playing something that looks like a downside at the front end of the game, but actually turns out to be an upside at the end of the game was so clever from Hiroshi.
Yeah, absolutely. And managing that Scovillain is such an important part of this matchup because outside of the Floette and to a point, the Whimsicott, you know, with the 4 Pokemon that Hiroshi brought for this matchup, Scovillain is, you know, enemy number 1. If your physical attackers are getting burnt by the Scovillain, then you're on the back foot. But you have to choose which poison you want, right?
Yeah.
And by picking the Basculegion and sacrificing that piece to knock out the Scovillain, you're totally right. It completely opens up. The only Pokemon remaining are all weak to Earthquake, and it doesn't even matter what's next to the Garchomp. It's just going to keep quaking the Earth.
Exactly. And like, you know, even if it starts to get attacked, it's going to have a snack. Like, it's going to be able to just hang on. And again, this choice of item, we talked about the consistency a minute ago of the team at large. You know, you see the choices. A lot of the time, it's a Life Orb. As it got introduced, like Garchomp, one of the best Pokemon in the format. What happens if it's 30% stronger, right?
We love that.
Pretty good, as it turns out. But actually, like, this has been a trend in the metagame, like Garchomp wanting to go a little bit bulkier so you can go toe-to-toe with those Life Orb Garchomps, but actually try to come out on top.
Yeah, what if Garchomp actually had 25% more health?
Yeah. And it's a good thing it doesn't have both at the same time,
Yeah, we
right?
like that.
I mean, that's kind of like Mega Garchomp, but that's a whole other
conversation, buddy.
We're not getting into. So then Hiroshi, a game up, right? And going into game 2, where, in fact, let me just get to it because this game 2 was absolutely crazy, right? So we had, not sure where we are. Do you know what? Oh yeah,
this is turn 1.
This is it. Right, so turn 1 here, and we've got Charizard on the field in front of its enemy Lycanroc, right? You're smiling, and I know why you're smiling, because this is exactly what we're like we're all coming here to see like this matchup. This is what the Lycanroc is for.
Yeah.
And the Scovillain is for burning the Garchomp,
Yep.
right? So this looks like an unbelievable position for Zhao, right?
Yeah, if I'm Zhao, I feel so happy about this lead matchup. I have all of the pressure right now. I can pick up a KO onto that Charizard whenever I choose to, and I can burn that Garchomp and make it so weak for the rest of the game. I feel great. This is exactly what I hoped for.
Unless
I'm playing the Japanese national champion who decides to make the most ridiculous call out, the kind of call out you can only make when you're already up one game in a set.
Exactly that. I mean, I think this is the most important part of this turn, right? And the next turn, which is the only 2 turns of the match, spoilers if you've just joined us. Just having the game advantage and being in a situation that you're like, well, okay, if this goes wrong, regardless of which way it goes wrong, I'm on the back foot. I'm probably not getting out of this game feeling good about myself. Like, I don't want to necessarily have to go to a game 3 and start trying to like figure out these reads again and again and again, right? And so, do you know what? Like, I'm either gonna take the loss later, or I could like take a risk now. If I lose on the spot, fine, no problem. Hold your hands up and say like, I made a call, it didn't work out.
We'll try again.
We'll try again, right? But now Scovillain goes down.
It's not even the heat wave. It goes for the weather
this
ball.
This is calling it as well. Like this is committing to the prediction.
Yeah, 100% accurate weather ball. You are losing to the Accelerock, but you are 100% knocking out that Scovillain if Lycanroc does what it does there and protects, because Zhao's like, there's no way I get this Charizard for free. And Hiroshi's like, you're right, there isn't, because I'm going to knock out your Pokemon instead.
Right, exactly. And then turn 2.
Turn 2.
And like, our players have reset, right? The only difference now is that because Lycanroc has just protected, it's less likely that it's going to protect again. What does that mean? It's more likely to go on the offensive. And yeah, Hiroshi's like, I'm not sure what's going through his head at this point. And I'm wondering if it's like, I got away with it once. Yeah, am I going to get away with it again? But it's still a difficult position, depending on what Pokemon are in the back. And so, like, Zhao's like rightly saying, like, hey, yeah, surely he's not going to let me, you know, go for this again. Switching out into the Sneasler, Garchomp, even Burn, doing what it does best.
Yeah,
here's the Heat Wave. 2 KOs, only 1 Pokemon left for Zhao, and there's nothing left for him to come back to.
Yeah, the most fitting use of that double KO graphic I think we've ever seen here. Incredible call out there again, because Zhao is on the back foot at that point. He needs to make something happen. He needs to find some way to get momentum back, and you don't do that by, you know, just going for an Accelerock into a Protect and losing your momentum again. So he's trying to reposition. He's trying to say that, oh, great, I know that I'm in the lead right now. I need to get even further in the lead. I need to make sure I have the advantage on the Pokemon sense in this current moment. I need to get further ahead to the next turn. And Hiroshi says, okay, but what if I just click Heat Wave and Earthquake instead?
It seems so obvious, right? Like, I mean, just going for any sort of defensive play, but yeah, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but like, it's coming back to like the game one up, and on this stage, like it's such I think a mark of respect on both players, the way that turn plays out, right? Both players are actually respecting, not disrespecting what the other one has at their disposal, right? And so this repositioning could have ended up pretty bad for Hiroshi, and Hiroshi's respecting that by actually like calling the bluff and saying like, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna go straight on the offensive and not saying like, do you know what, like this is a tough situation, I'm gonna play negative. Like, no, I still have a way to have an explosive game here.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And it's a great point to make that both of these players were absolutely respecting each other's options here. You know, you make that play game 1 or turn 1 of game 2 because you understand that you have no moment if you're Hiroshi, because you have no shot here. Like, oh, my Pokemon match up so poorly against the Pokemon out on your field that I have to switch. And because I have to switch, and I know that you know that I have to switch, I won't switch. And instead, I'm going to start picking up the KOs. And the same the next turn around. It's like, okay, I recognize that, you're feeling behind and, you're all still threatening again, and you want to try to pick something up, but if you whiff into the protect, you're already so far behind that you're not going to be able to come back into the game. So I know you have to make a play, and so I'm going to respect the play that I know you have to make because you understand what's going on here, and I'm going to punish you for it. It was beautiful play, and for a two-game set or two-game match game, two-turn game, incredibly beautiful. I loved watching that.
So brilliant, and I can't wait to see what Hiroshi has in store for us in the finals tomorrow. But Evan, are you ready to find out who our final finalists is going to be here at the World Championships?
I can't wait. I am so excited. I love both of these teams. I love both of these players. Watching them throughout this tournament for our final semi, and I can't wait to see who's going to join Hiroshi and Chase.
Well, without further ado, let's take it away. Over to you, casters.
Thank you so much. For the final time today, Aaron and I are here to walk you through this final top 4. Aaron, Hiroshi, Onishi waiting there in the finals. Who's it going to be that's going to join him?
It's going to be an intense battle. Of course, on one side, you have Zachary Weed. Zach has made it to the finals of a regional championship, an international championship, and now he's one game away from potentially making it to his first World Championship finals. Could you imagine your first World Finals being in Chase Center?
I could not even fathom what that feeling would be like. And for Takuma Yamazaki, that is also an accomplishment that he is greatly looking forward to. But they both stand in each other's paths. Takuma coming off of a top 64 at Japan Nationals this year to make it to the World Championships. But Zach, as you said, has had an impressive 2026 season. And the fact that he gets to end it off with at least a top 4 here at Worlds is so cool.
And he's staring down a team that looks very familiar to the team that he actually just defeated in order to make it to the semifinals. The only difference is a Toy Scarf Garchomp over Whimsicott. So Zach has some experience playing against this archetype. This is kind of this new duel of Mega Dragonite and Mega Floette. The rest of the Pokemon are what we've generally seen throughout the course of the event. But I do think the inclusion of Choice Scarf Garchomp as well as Mega Dragonite as a duo here can be threatening to Zach's team. Previously, when Zach fought against the composition, it was Mega Floette that was really prioritized, right? And so trying to get as much damage off with Mega Floette, you've got this dual Mega Flex. Dragonite strong enough to be brought actually even as a non-Mega evolution, but Floette often being the heavy damage dealer, whereas Dragonite's a little bit bulkier. And you also have no protect on the Sneasler, the Kingambit, or the Garchomp. Sneasler here actually opting for the Fate.
I'm actually wondering if the moveset adjustment on this particular Mega Dragonite versus the one that Zach faced in top 8 is actually enough to bring it. As you said, you've got Dragon Pulse, Heat Wave, and Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed, very powerful as a priority option to help get around something where Zach does have a couple of faster pieces.
Absolutely, yeah. So once again, I think I would love to see Mega Dragonite here on the world stage, right? I think that actually in the top 8 match, Zach had constantly dropped the Mega Frostlass. Of course, Mega Frostlass is probably the #1 best Pokemon you can have in the format against the Dragonite and the Garchomp on the opposing side here. But once again, taking a look at Zach's team, it is that dual Mega pairing of Frostlass and Scovillain. Scovillain being so frequently led with this team. And I think the #1 takeaway I've seen from the top players using Scovillain is how effective they are in being able to deal actual damage with it. We saw it basically kind of solo through a Mega Floette in the quarterfinals. We've seen it dish out massive amounts of damage with Overheat as well. Do not discount this Pokemon as a damage dealer. Also being able to, of course, burn so many key Pokemon. Basculegion, Kingambit, Garchomp, Sneasler. Those are basically the best physical attackers that exist in the game, and part of the reason why Scovillain exists is to be able to neutralize their damage output.
I also wonder whether or not the addition of Gunk Shot on the Sneasler is something else that might push the cards towards that Mega Dragonite there for Takuma. We saw that Gunk Shot be a one-hit knockout on that Floette in the quarterfinals, and so you have to wonder if that's going to be something going through Takuma's head.
Yeah, I think if you're him, you're probably really trying to cover for leads around the Mega Scovillain, right? Mega Scovillain, Lycanroc, Mega Scovillain, Kingambit. So for Zach, Do we see a mix-up here? I'd love to see Dragonite make an appearance. And there's Frostlass, so no Scoville and saying, look, I'm going to respect your Dragonite, and there's Dragonite.
Dragonite Basculegion for Takuma, and for Zach, it is the Frostlass and the Sneasler. Frostlass, not one of those Pokemon that we generally end up seeing brought to a battle, unless you are ready and willing to Mega Evolve it.
Yeah, and so Frostlass here in a pretty decent position. I mean, hey, it threatens super effective damage both onto Dragonite as well as the Basculegion. Zach, of course, also has the Fake Out on the Sneasler. Sneasler won't do very much damage with Gunk Shot or Close Combat, but you threaten, for example, Fake Out into Dragonite or Gunk Shot into Blizzard immediately. Basculegion, I would expect to potentially survive a Shadow Ball from the Frostlass, but if you're Zach, you can play really aggressively, double up onto either slot, or just say, hey, I'm going to set up a free Auroraville right now.
Yeah, it's going to be the Sneasler switching out for the Lycanroc, so that's going to make an appearance to help threaten the Dragonite that ends up Mega Evolving on this first turn. So you're going to have that multi-scale intact as you are still at full HP, and there's no Fake Out on the other side that can help to get around that. Frostlass protects itself to enter into the next steps of this turn, and Basculegion does the same. So can Dragonite get away with some free damage onto the Lycanroc that just switched in? Heat Wave comes out. It can connect on this Lycanroc and break its Focus Sash.
Yeah, so Dragonite attacking in front of the threat of the Frostlass and says, look, I've got the multi-skill, even if you Blizzard me, not the end of the world. I think Takuma's probably pretty happy about that turn, right? You don't really take any damage. Lycanroc comes in, but now it is vulnerable to eating up an Aqua Jet. Of course, Dragonite now is vulnerable to eating up something like an Accelerock plus a Blizzard combination, or just Blizzard Rock Slide, for example. But if you click Rock Slide and you get Aqua Jetted, well, then Lycanroc doesn't really accomplish anything, right? So I think the Basculegion right now still looking really powerful offensively, and while Frostlass is really good into this duel, the fact that they both can potentially survive one big attack is quite a big deal. So I think the main interesting dynamic this turn is there going to be an Aqua Jet into the Lycanroc slot? Gambit switching here, perfect to deal with this duel, unless it's a close combat into Dragonite.
Could also be a Protect that comes out from this Lycanroc team to try to get around something like the Aqua Jet. But the Frostlass is going to take the opportunity to Mega Evolve, set the Snow, and maybe even set something like an Auroraville. First, though, we see the Accelerock, which is going to connect into the King Gambit. That would have broken the multi-skill on the Dragonite. As Basculegion does get the Aqua Jet. So that's all that Lycanroc is going to contribute to this first game. But Frostlass still gets a chance to attack after we see the Life Orb recoil come through for the Basculegion. If it's a Shadow Ball, that would be pretty big. But it's just a Blizzard to connect damage onto both. But it's going to be very ineffective.
Yeah, is there a freeze here, though? Okay. Every time the Blizzard animation comes out, my heart skips a beat, exactly. But Takuma going for the perfect bait there with the Dragonite, saying, I think you kind of need to respect this, right? Because Dragonite's actually quite good into everything that's not the Frostlass, and manages to secure a knockout onto Lycanroc while not taking very much damage. After Life Orb, Shadow Ball from Frostlass, I think may have been a knockout onto that Basculegion, right? So a really favorable turn for Takuma there. Sneasler now, however, does come out, and once again, the King Gambit on Takuma's team here does not have the Protect, and so it is extremely vulnerable right now. You can just go for something like a close combat into that slot, Shadow Ball, but the question here is, yeah, are you fearing the Sucker Punch? If so, you could go for an Auroraville, but imagine just Blizzarding here.
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp is going to switch in, would take something like the close combat a little bit more effectively, but it's just a Fake Out. And so Fake Out into Garchomp does some chip. Sneasler, though, with a Rough Skin recoil, is going to have to take some in return, as Frostlass cannot land that Shadow Ball. An opportunity to have gone for another Blizzard there, but really ineffective in front of that King Gambit Basculegion.
Exactly, yeah, it would have to be a hard read that there was going to be a switch out there, and so it's not every day you see a Garchomp willingly switch in against a Mega Frostlass, but as a reminder, this is going to be the Choice Scarf on the Garchomp, and so right now it is posing a huge offensive threat. For example, you could go for a Protect with Basculegion, go for an Earthquake with Garchomp, still have the multi-skill active on Dragonite as well, so Sneasler does not want to take that Earthquake, going to pivot in Basculegion here. Zach's got to start dealing some damage with this Frostlass. It's going to be Stomping Tantrum, no protects, no switches.
Yeah, so Garchomp goes first. Choice Scarf going to lock it into the Stomping Tantrum as long as it stays on the field, as Basculegion gets taken down by that Shadow Ball that would have liked to connect in the turn prior. So that's going to be another knockout. 3v3 here, as Takuma and Zachary have to think about what's coming next.
I think Zach's probably pretty happy about that turn at the end of the day, right? Managed to get a key knockout and also conserve Frostlass's HP. Doesn't take any damage there, and so I think what is really scary about this Frostlass is its offensive spread into the Garchomp, the Dragonite, and the Basket Legion, right? Blizzard just destroys the dual Dragon duel. So King Gambit now, really the perfect Pokemon to switch in, does threaten with Sucker Punch, but Zach can play around that Sucker Punch potentially by going for an Aqua Jet. King Gambit, Sucker Punch, extremely threatening into both Pokemon here. Zach could always potentially go for something like a Protect and then pivot out into Sneasler as well. Frostlass does have a Roarville, has not clicked it so far in the game, but that's another way to get around Sucker Punch. So right now, the Sucker Punch mind game is real, right? Does Takuma go for a Sucker Punch and fail it? Does Zachary hard call out and say, look, I think you're actually going to kowtow cleave me?
And since this King Gambit is a Topple Berry, what's the likelihood that a Sucker Punch is actually going to knock out the Frostlass here? Not going to get that question answered, but it is going to be a Protect. As King Gambit goes for the Sucker Punch, it's evacuated instead. No Aqua Jet, no damage, just a KO. And that is now 2 Pokemon here for Zach as Sneasler has to come back out.
The hard call out there, and this is what I was saying, Basket Legion could click Aqua Jet to get around that, could have switched into Sneasler, but the perfect turn for Takuma here, and the Sneasler will come in. Gambit, once again, still doesn't have Protect available, right? So right now, you threaten with something like Fake Out plus a Blizzard, but it's looking quite scary. Conserving the Garchomp will be nice, right? So the question here is, do you potentially switch it out? Do you think you're going to eat Fake Out plus Blizzard into the Garchomp slot? If so, you still got that Dragonite in the back. The snow is slowly about to expire as well, so you can land just a little bit of damage in a Frostlass with the Sucker Punch. Garchomp, if it switches out and comes back in, maybe can close things out with an Earthquake, right? But maybe if you are Takuma, you make that read, maybe protect Frostlass close combat into King Gambit, right? So this turn, the key question I have is, what does Garchomp do? It is going to switch. Does Zachary call this?
Hey, well, if the Dragonite comes in, Fake Out into that slot, plus the Blizzard would take out this Dragonite, and the Sucker Punch is going to fail. So that means that this Frostlass ended up using Aurora Veil on this turn. So King Gambit does not get any damage down. Can Sneasler do something astronomical here? Get the close combat into the King Gambit. Topple Berry activates to soften the blow, but this King Gambit still can't hang on.
An absolutely amazing play to instantly get back into this one. Had that just been stopping Tantrum into Sneasler Kowtow Cleave, I think that's game over, but that's a really hard play to make when you're staring down Fake Out plus Blizzard. And so an amazing turn there. Sneasler's White Herb activates, and now it is fast as well with that Unburden. No snow though, so that means these Blizzards, Rosemary, can miss. Only 70% accurate. Garchomp will be able to come back in though. Of course, reset its move, but it's perfectly timed to Aurora Veil, and an amazing turn by Zachary there. Just phenomenal play, and this really feels like both players are just trading blow for blow. Very, very high level, right?
This is the World Championships. You've got to be confident to make these reads, and sometimes that's going to be the little bit of a difference that makes a big difference in your game. This Garchomp has to come back out. So now, if you're talking about what do you lock into with this choice?
That is the question. Yeah, do you go for Earthquake, which of course will deal a lot of damage, but the speed order will be Sneasler first, right? And get a big attack off. The other question here is, does Sneasler consider protecting, right? And Frostlass then could just go for a Blizzard with the Aurora Veil up. You also could say, well, if I don't feel like Earthquake is the right move to lock in, I'm just going to hedge my bet on Rock Slide and look for a flinch. If I get the flinch on Frostlass, actually, that might be enough for me to still win the battle. So it still feels so tense here. I would give the advantage to Zachary. Sneasler is going to go for the Protect. So is it a Rock Slide right now, or is it just Earthquake?
Lots of 30% in play. Rock Slide comes out for the Garchomp. That's what's going to be the move that it locks into with the Choice Scarf. So Frostlass is on the receiving end of it, but can the 30% come true? Or can Frostlass really clutch up for Zach here? Now a miss on the Garchomp, but it connects onto the Dragonite. And the multi-scale does not keep it that healthy.
So much damage here. Dragonite's probably going to follow up with the Heat Wave. Expect that to knock out Frostlass. I think it's still in Zach's favor here, though, right? Because you can just knock out the Dragonite. And okay, no, Frostlass hangs on very healthily with that Aurora Veil. And so, oof, I mean, Sneasler now will once again be able to move first. Being able to land Blizzard through Rock Slide, so scary right now. It is a big miss on Garchomp, right? A connect there, I think, would have just immediately ended the game. And so Zach now gets another chance. You can go for a close combat into the Garchomp slot, or you can just try to Dire Claw, finish off Dragonite, and then Blizzard to finish off Garchomp. Garchomp here has to click the Rock Slide, right? With Dragonite, you can either decide to protect or maybe go for another Heat Wave, but it is so tense right now.
So many inaccurate moves and secondary probabilities that can activate with this final 2v2 for the first game. And it really does come down to this. Can the Rock Slide connect onto the Frost Blast? But Sneasler goes first with the Gong Shot, and that's going to be a connection. Dragonite goes down, and now it's a 2v1. So can Garchomp do the impossible to take them both out? Rock Slide connects, Frost Blast now down for the count, and so 1v1 between this Sneasler and this Garchomp.
Yeah, but crucially, Sneasler, having had that Unburden activate, will just be able to outspeed Garchomp. This is Choice Scarf Garchomp locked into Rock Slide, and I think we're going to see Zachary take this first game. Close Combat comes out. Didn't get the knockout, but it does a hefty amount. And if I were going to say if Garchomp were faster here, the Rock Slide, you get the flinch chance, the defense drop, it can actually add up. But with Auroraville up here, Rock Slide doesn't do enough, and another close combat will bring us to game 2 here.
Whew. A lot of variables in the final moments of this game 1, and we still have a second game to play out here, as Zach is one close combat away from being able to lock this up and bring us into the beginning of the next one. There you go, Garchomp's down, and let's think about game 2.
I can't express how much of a momentum swing it was from that one turn. Auroraville dodging the Sucker Punch, close combat, knocking out King's Gambit. It felt like it was a really dire situation at that point, but that one play instantly swings the momentum back into Zachary's favor. Really incredible play. And this is what we were previewing, Rosemary, right? We said, okay, well, Zach played against something that was similar in top 8, but there is a Choice Scarf Garchomp, and I think one of the key learnings that Takuma may have had watching Zach's top 8 was like, wait, hold on, I feel like Dragonite is really good in this Scoville, and let me bring Dragonite. But instead, the Frostlass ends up getting picked, and it is so good into this dual Dragon combination. And so you can see how valuable that Auroraville is, allowing Frostlass to survive Rock Slide and Heat Wave. And wow, just such an intense first game there.
And then the Gunk Shot connects.
Yes,
that
that's
is
the other,
really important.
Yeah.
Heat Wave 2 onto the Frostlass.
My guess was Zach was going to go for a Gunk Shot and Shadow Ball there into Dragonite, because at that point, the Garchomp is not a factor into Sneasler. You just need to knock out the Dragonite. Once Dragonite faints, the Sneasler wins that 1v1 against Garchomp, but...
Still.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, anytime you see late game Scarf Rock Slide, just so scary, but Frostlass does manage to attack through it outside of Snow into Dragonite. So going into game 2, one of the questions is, okay, are we going to see Dragonite again? Because it honestly did not accomplish very much in that last game, partially because of the threat of Frostlass. So you could consider adjusting to the Mega Floette instead. But what if Zach goes to Mega Scoville instead, right? Say, okay, I think you're going to drop Dragonite now. So it is this kind of rock, paper, scissors between the Mega Evolutions. But Zach is up 1 game. He's looked so good into this kind of team composition. Let's see if there's a mix-up from either players.
Takuma spent a lot of time in that first game repositioning to play around the Frostlass, but that's not what's going to come to the second game. It's the Basculation Scoville and the Basculation Floette for Takuma.
Yeah, so these are the adjustments I was talking about, and I would say it generally favors Zachary more, right? Because the Scoville is just such a nuisance in being able to burn these. We saw how effective it was in handling even just Floette in the top 8. However, if you are Takuma, you do have a lot of offensive pressure, right? Something like a Mega Evolution Dazzling Gleam plus Wave Crash does a lot. Zachary could go for something like Mega Evolve with the Scoville and just actually protect it and then just Wave Crash into Takuma's Floette. So you have to be very careful. I think right now, the Life Orb Basculegions just exert so much offensive pressure into each other. You also have to respect Floette potentially saying, you know what? I'm going to call out a Protecting your Scoville and I'm just going to click my Light of Ruin.
Big difference, though, in between the last time we saw these Pokemon face off against each other is that there's no Whimsicott that can threaten an Encore into either slot. You don't have to worry about whether or not Rage Powder is going to function. If you're going to get locked into something like an Aqua Jet that may be a little bit unreliable. But we will see the Floette Mega Evolve as well as the Scoville to match. So both Mega Evolutions expended in this second game. But now, what do these Basculegion do?
Let's see. First of all, is it going to be a Rage Powder here? Protect on the Basculegion, okay.
That's a good start for this Basculegion, but this Scoville is still vulnerable. A Dazzling Gleam comes out, which is going to connect into Scoville. That's going to result in a burn for the Floette, which will start to stack up that damage over time. But Basculegion for Takuma still gets a chance to attack here. And it is the last respect. Tried to call out this Basculegion on Zachary's side, attacking as Scoville gets to fire off and overheat. That's going to be a nice stack of damage now between the burn as well as that overheat damage.
Yeah, I think great turn for Zachary there, right? That's already a lot of damage on a Floette. If if you go for a Protect with the, Scoville, and I mean, right now I think Floette maybe can survive Aqua Jet. Basculegion is such a strong Pokemon here that if Floette doesn't have any bulk, I could see it potentially fainting to it. Either way, though, Takuma had the potential to double up on Scoville in there, immediately go for the knockout onto it, right? Go for Dazzling Gleam and Wave Crash, but doesn't end up coming out there. And now Zachary gets a lot of key damage immediately onto a Floette. However, now Scovillen's damage output is obviously greatly reduced. You can just go for a Rage Powder once again to kind of protect your Basculegion. But if it's Dazzling Gleam coming out, well, then the Basculegion still eats up a ton of damage. So let's see if Zachary can advance his position after that strong turn 1.
Hey, the Basculegion is going to protect, because another thing I saw on the table was something like an Aqua Jet into Takuma's Basculegion followed up by a Giga Drain. But this Scovillen is at -2, and it's going to just be a Moonblast into the Basculegion on the other side. Not a one-hit knockout, so we could see a curved attack, but that's not going to land. The Last Respect tried to hit the opposing Basculegion and will fail.
I really feel like we are just watching a boxing match between these two, and they are truly trading blow for blow, as in this case, Zachary gets the advantage on turn 1, but then Takuma makes an amazing play on the second turn. I mean, Moonblasting there in front of Basculegion when Scovillen could just go for a Rage Powder seems pretty wild, right? But the expectation is for Scovillen to protect there, and so lots of damage onto that Basculegion given now. Of course, there still is no burn on the opposing Basculegion either, so it is very threatening. Something like Dazzling Gleam and Wave Crash right now is quite scary. Aqua Jet comes out, doesn't get the knockout. It survives!
No way! Floette at 1% can still fire off another attack here, and the Dazzling Gleam is good to connect into both. Basculegion took so much chip from the Life Orb that final tickle is going to send it back into its Pokeball. But now Basculegion can go with the Wave Crash. That is going to be 2 knockouts for Takuma in the second game as Basculegion finally gets burned. But both Scovillen and Basculegion are out here for Zach. He's got 2 Pokemon left he can bring in.
Yeah, my big question is what is in the back, right? If it's something like Sneasler and King Gambit, you do pressure with something like Fake Out and Swords Dance, right? Takuma may want to switch in that Choice Scarf Garchomp, but if you bring in Garchomp and there is Sneasler Gambit on the opposing side, you risk Fake Out into Garchomp, King Gambit, Swords Dancing, right? And so big question is what do both players have in the back? Big advantage definitely over to Takuma right now. But Zachary, with that King Gambit, that Swords Dance, that Black Glasses, that is always a Pokemon you cannot count out in these end games. Lycanroc also obviously has Rock Slide. It is going to be Garchomp coming in, so is it Sneasler Gambit on the opposing side? There's the King Gambit.
And
what's next to it?
Sneasler too, I mean, you just have to worry about that being able to give you some good damage into what's in the back. But yeah, exactly as you call it, Aaron.
So, I think this is really interesting because you look at Garchomp and you think, well, okay, Earthquake is now just incredibly powerful into everything, right? But is there going to be a Dragonite in the back? Probably not, and so you don't really want to click that Earthquake because you don't want to be damaging yourself. Garchomp, of course, does have the Stomping Tantrum here as well. An interesting thing, if you Fake Out into that Garchomp, well, then the Stomping Tantrum threatens a one-hit knockout onto either slot the following turn. Basculegion right now can still go for a Wave Crash, deal decent damage into the Sneasler, but that burn is a really big deal. So the question for Zachary right now is, yeah, do you go for the Swords Dance? I think Fake Out into Garchomp, Swords Dance with King Gambit kind of feels like the safe, obvious play. And then my other question is, what is the 4th Pokemon in the back for Takuma?
It's so tough because right at this moment, this Garchomp does have the speed advantage against you. So unless the Sneasler is able to consume its White Herb, activate the Unburden, and then you do get that Swords Dance Sucker Punch to have that priority action against the Garchomp, then this is going to be an advantage over to Takuma. But you do see the Wave Crash come through. Sneasler takes a lot of damage, but King Gambit does get the Swords Dance off. So can it be enough to actually get the knockout onto the Garchomp on the subsequent turn?
Yeah, I think right now, if I'm Zachary, I'm thinking I'm going to protect Sneasler, I'm going to Sucker Punch your Garchomp. Your Basculegion's Burn's not going to do much, and if I'm in Takuma's shoes, I would consider Aqua Jetting the Sneasler and just going for the Stomping Tantrum into King Gambit. You could also make the read that it's going to be Sucker Punch coming out and just say, you know what, I'm going to swap Garchomp out into my final Pokemon. That final Pokemon likely is going to be King Gambit or Sneasler. Both of those have a fighting type attack, which can just get a one-hit knockout into the opposing King Gambit. So I still very much favor Takuma's position right now. Zachary gets the Swords Dance off. I think that is the one tool that kind of keeps himself in it, but that Wave Crash still did so much damage, right? And so my other question is, can Sneasler potentially survive a Life Orb Aqua Jet? Okay, no switches, no protects, and Sneasler goes down. And that should just be it, I think, even with the Sucker Punch coming out here.
Yeah, if it's a Sucker Punch into the Garchomp, it's not going, it potentially could pick up the knockout, but it is not going to be enough. That is unfortunate and will send us into a Game 3. That is the Stomping Tantrum to finish off the King Gambit, and we've got a tied series.
Wow, and you know, when the leads came out, it was like, oh, Mega Flowout on one end, it's the Mega Scoville on the other. I feel like this should favor Zachary, but the offense that comes out from this Floette Basket Legion duo is just so strong. And with no Frostlass, Garchomp is able to come in and threaten with so much damage in this endgame. That endgame, by the way, also highlights why some players have moved on to Life Orb on King Gambit. It doesn't work on this team because you need it on Basket Legion, but this clutch survival as well, 1%. Like I was saying, I'm like, Floette's around that range where it might faint. You know, the initial overheat was nice, but just has enough to hang on, retaliate back with the damage output as well. And so Floette Basket Legion looked quite solid there. And the thing is, I think that duel is actually still pretty good into a Frostlass adjustment as well, right? And so if you're Zachary, you want to cover for the Floette and Basket Legion. King Gambit can threaten Basket Legion as a lead immediately. The hard thing about using King Gambit in this matchup is that there are just so many resistances to it, right? Like, you've got the Floette, you've got the King Gambit, you've got the Sneasler on the other end.
Right.
And I feel like we saw that in top 8 with Zachary as well. We brought Gambit, didn't really work out super well, right? So the question is, we see it once again. It's not the easiest Pokemon to use, but checkmates the Basket Legion on the opposing side so effectively.
It is a lot tougher when this King Gambit only has access to those dark type attacks.
Yeah.
I think that's really where you look at Takuma as having a bit of the advantage there, having a lot more coverage with the fact that you still have Iron Head and Low Kick. So I don't know. It's tough. It's a really, really tough call. You know that it's a tense situation. You're in the top 4. Grand Finals is right in front of you. You can taste it. And both of these competitors have one game. You can see the tension and the stress.
And once again, just this dynamic of which Mega Evolution do you go with, right? Floette overall did just feel better in that one. You stare down a Scoville, which normally is not the Mega that you would like to see, I think, but it still just did a lot of damage, right? So I think Takuma might say, you know what, even if you go back to Frostlass, I'm still okay going with Floette. I would love to see Dragonite make an appearance again, but that's just my guess. And for Zach, could see a run back, but maybe King Gambit gets dropped. But here we go. It's going to be another lead. Sneasler, Basket Legion.
Thinking that Sneasler might not be too bad.
Yeah.
If you have Fake Out in this situation, it's also perfect because you see the Floette on the other side. You can hit it with a gunk shot.
Exactly. Yep. I think this is a lead that covers for what Takuma went for in the previous game, and he does run it back here. And so right now, you have pressure, like you said, with that Fake Out or that gunk shot. There's a lot of offense from Zach's side as well. If you are Zach, you could make an aggressive prediction here and say, you know what, there's no way you're going to ever let me target Floette. I'm going to double up on your Basket Legion with something like a gunk shot and a Last Respects immediately. My question then is whether or not that even gets the knockout, but I think it'll definitely come really close.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that come to fruition, but I also feel like there's a way to play around that, and that's just with protecting the Basket Legion here.
Yeah.
You can even just go for a double protect just for the safety. Floette can help to at least stall out for the Fake Out, but Floette's actually gonna say goodbye for now as Garchomp now comes out to take its place. That is a Pokemon that will have a lot better resistances to a gunk shot that could come out from the Sneasler, but it protects itself on this turn. So we will see the Last Respects come out.
Oh my goodness!
And it just barely misses the knockout onto Takuma's Basket Legion. Life Orb, very powerful, but not enough to get it over the line for this one.
Wow.
So Basket Legion fires back with its own Last Respects. They're gonna both knock each other out.
That's not a bad trade, though, at the end of the day, because now you get your Garchomp in and the Sneasler just protected, so it is incredibly vulnerable to an Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum right now. Oh my goodness, this is just such a fast-paced set. The big question I have for you, Rosemary, is there that Frostlass in the back, right? Because if so, well, that's pretty good into the Garchomp. So what do both trainers bring in right now? Really, really intense first turn, though. Last Respects, even with those stacks, adaptability and Life Orb is pretty good. And there's Frostlass coming out, so that is the adaptation we talked about as Floette makes a return here.
I think that's a great call, though. I mean, you still have to worry a little bit about the fact that this Garchomp is faster than you with that Choice Scarf, but Frostlass can help to make sure that the Sneasler doesn't get taken out by a Stomping Tantrum. Got the Aurora Veil as a potential here. A lot of different paths we could walk down on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, Garchomp is exerting pressure with Stomping Tantrum or Earthquake right now, right? And so you would think, well, I want to knock out the Sneasler. You just protect it. I don't want you to get a gunk shot off into me. Sneasler could just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to switch out. Frostlass is going to Mega Evolve. I'm going to one-shot your Garchomp. And once Garchomp faints, Sneasler is in a phenomenal position in the end game. So I actually think this is a really key turn. And the main dynamic to pay attention to is Garchomp versus Sneasler. Who will make it out of the turn? And if you're Garchomp and you say, you know what, I don't feel comfortable with any option, you could just click Rock Slide. That is always kind of a get out of jail card, but it's going to be the pivot here instead, expecting a switch. Does Zachary switch out the Sneasler here? He does!
Okay. Oh, this is so intense. You want to be able to see that epic showdown, but it's going to be the King Gambit switch in for Takuma and the Lycanroc for Zach as Mega Evolution finds itself again on this Frostlass. Could be a big turn.
Okay, so I think trying to bait out the Garchomp, I would think, and just, go for the Blizzard. If that is the case, this is a very favorable turn for Takuma, right? Like, here he was risking the game, Gunk Shot into that slot. Zach said, okay, I'm going to switch out because surely you're going to respect that, right? Here we go. It's going to be Blizzard. So the main scary thing here is it can freeze right now. Does okay damage on a Floette, 33%. Is there a freeze onto either? There is not. And it's going to be a huge Moonblast in return into the Frostlass slot.
Wow, it's going to take it down to 23%. And so that is a lot of damage traded. And I don't know if the Blizzard is actually going to have added up to enough. Now, this Lycanroc did get in scot-free with its Focus Sash intact.
It did, exactly. And right now, King Gambit would love to Sucker Punch either of these, but Lycanroc can just Excel Rock to get around it, move before the Sucker Punch, and Frostlass can Aurora Veil. However, let's say you cover for those, well then what if Frostlass just goes for Blizzard and Lycanroc goes for close combat, right? There also could just be rocks like Blizzard potentially trying to knock out Floette, or Excel Rock plus Blizzard into Floette. So lots of options right now. King Gambit does exert a lot of pressure here. Lycanroc, though, starting off with a Protect.
Focus Sash is a very valuable resource in this game. You don't want to play Sucker Punch mind games, but the Sucker Punch works from Takuma's King Gambit. Frostlass is down, and now it's just the Sneasler and the Lycanroc left, as Floette goes for another attack with the Dazzling Gleam. So Protect good to keep this Lycanroc at full HP, but can Sneasler Lycanroc close this out?
Oh my gosh, this is so tense because we know there's a Garchomp in the back. We know that Garchomp, of course, can just click Earthquake. If Sneasler is able to get that Unburden to activate, though, with close combat before Garchomp hits the field, you'll get the speed advantage, which will be a big deal. I think actually if that does not happen, you're going to be in a really difficult position here. And so Zach is down to his final two Pokemon, does have a lot of offensive pressure, but also still has to respect the Floette here. Sneasler would love to close combat King Gambit. Lycanroc would probably love to get a Rock Slide here, maybe fish for a flinch as well. So tense, especially with that Choice Scarf Garchomp waiting as a final boss here. And don't forget, there is still that Focus Sash in Lycanroc as well. But do you Sucker Punch the Lycanroc, right? It's Gunk Shot and it misses!
No
it misses!
Well, that's one way that this game can be taken from you, as the Gunk Shot cannot knock out this Floette on this turn. Chocolate Berry actually can't save this King Gambit either, so you do get away with one Pokemon KO. But you're going to drop your defenses here on the Lycanroc, and can you still close this out with that Choice Scarf Garchomp waiting in the wings? Dazzling Gleam now breaks that Focus Sash as you get brought all the way down to one, and Sneasler takes a lot of damage too.
And that should just be it, right? Gunk Shot, that is the gamble that you take. Choice Scarf Garchomp now hits the field, and Sneasler's Unburden has not been activated, so Earthquake now will just be able to finish things off. Oh, and this is what makes Gunk Shot such a high variance move on the Sneasler. I mean, had that connected, that would have been a double knockout. It would have been Sneasler plus Lycanroc and a Choice Scarf Garchomp. I think in that position, Choice Scarf Garchomp actually still looks okay as well. I also wasn't sure if the close combat was going to knock out King Gambit, to be honest. I was curious on what the damage roll is there, but for Takuma, I think he can see Chase enter in his future.
Still going to be a Protect from the Sneasler, though, so you can figure out what this Garchomp is going to lock into, as the Floette is going to protect itself as well. Lycanroc does go for the Accelerock, hoping maybe that would have been enough damage to actually take the Floette out from here. But Garchomp has locked itself into Earthquake, and I think that is game, set, match. Takuma going to move on to the finals of the World Championships. Zachary, the last hope of the U.S. The Sneasler just cannot finish this 1v2.
Cannot, and to bring a Garchomp into a matchup with Frostlass requires excellent positioning. Defines the perfect call. The key turn in this one was when it was Garchomp out against Sneasler, and Sneasler switches. Floette opts for a double, but not really going to matter here, as Garchomp's Earthquake is going to deliver the finishing blow, and Takuma will be moving on to the finals here at the Pokémon World Championships.
Amazing effort there by Zach in the top 4, but it's going to be Japan versus Japan as we look forward to the grand finals tomorrow.
And you can see the emotion, what it means to him to be able to play in Chase Center tomorrow. An amazing performance by Zachary once again, who has had one of the most dominant seasons I've ever seen in North America. Second at Las Vegas Regionals, second at EUIC, top 4 at the World Championships. He has gotten a medal and trophy at all of those events, has easily become one of the best players in North America and a superstar to watch out for in the upcoming seasons, but his season will end here. And what a game 3 this was. This whole set truly just felt like two masters going back and forth. Every time it felt like one player would get an advantage, then the next turn, the other player would kind of pull things back and reel things back in, and it was just a tug of war, slowly and surely throughout this entire set, and just so fun to be able to watch, Rose.
Right out the gates in that third game, you see the Basque Legion trade their HPs against each other. You know, Life Orb Recoil, making that last respects a KO, and then the Basque Legion knocking itself out to its own Life Orb Recoil. And then these next couple of turns, there was a lot of damage, I think, that was left on the board. But you have to make those tough calls. Are you going to end up protecting here? Do you expect to switch? Do you really want to try to play into that trap card?
Yeah, I would have loved to see how this game would have played out had the gunk shot hit, because I think it would still be this situation where it's full HP Garchomp against Sneasler plus Lycanroc, right? And the Garchomp should just be able to clean up things pretty easily with Earthquake in that position.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying, like, maybe the other play to go for is go for close combat onto the King Gambit, Rock Slide into the Floette slot instead. But Scarf Garchomp just so strong that end game where I think even if the Unburden boost is active on Sneasler, it's probably still not enough. Maybe it opens the door for like a critical hit close combat. Yeah, but perfect conservation of that Scarf Garchomp. And once again, it was that one turn where you have Garchomp and you have the Sneasler, and Garchomp switches out, baits out the Blizzard, baits it out perfectly, and Floette's Dazzling Gleam just does so much damage. There's a reason why when this Pokemon got introduced, everyone was saying it is so good. But it turns out, yeah, when you have really good base special attack and you are one of the few really strong special attackers and you have an ability to let boost your special attack or fairy damage,
pretty good. It
adds up quite quickly. And even against a team that has a lot of bulk, I mean, Dazzling Gleam able to do over 50% so frequently to all of these Pokemon.
Yeah. And what a difference just one Pokemon even made in this matchup. We saw Zach play this out in the top 8. That Whimsicott ended up being a really big deal, but something that Zach was able to effortlessly navigate. And then now you get to this top 4, and that Choice Scarf Garchomp actually taking that Whimsicott spot completely shifted the dynamic of the matchup.
It's a tale as old as time. Garchomp has been dominant in competitive VGC ever since it was introduced in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Back in the day, you had Choice Scarf Garchomp paired with Zapdos with Discharge, and as metagames moved on, as generations moved on, it was Garchomp that always stuck around. Landorus Therian stole its thunder for actually quite a while, saying, hey, I'm just stronger. I also have a really great ability, Intimidate, but no Landorus in the game. Garchomp comes back in full force and reminds us of why it's been one of the all-time historic Pokemon in VGC.
While this may be the conclusion of the match, the day is not done yet. Let's hear from our second finalist on the stage.
Let's give a big congratulations to our second Worlds finalist, Takuma Yamazaki! Takuma, congratulations on making it to the finals of the 2026 World Championships. How does it feel?
決勝戦まで進出しておめでとうございます。今の気持ちを教えてください。
いや、もう本当に信じられない気持ちです。はい、とっても嬉しいです。
It's completely unbelievable. I'm so happy.
Your last performance at the Japan National Championships was not quite as high of a finish, so I imagine, does this come as a surprise?
この間の PJCS では、決勝戦まで行けなかったので、今回ここまで来てちょっとびっくりしましたか？
そうですね。日本の予選では、正直この WCS に立つってことを目標で、正直優勝とかは目標にもう全然考えてないような、形で向かっていったので、ちょっとそこでちょっとその取り組み方に後悔があって、今回は優勝を目指せる構築っていうのを考えて、この場を臨みました。
So yeah, at the Japan National Championships, I didn't make it quite as far, and to be honest, my goal was just to make it here to Worlds and be able to stand here on stage. And so I wasn't thinking about like aiming for the championship or anything like that. So it's completely unbelievable that now I do have this chance to compete for the championship.
Well, the stage only gets bigger and more amazing from here. So we'll see you tomorrow on Championship Sunday in the Chase Arena. But for now, I want to talk to you about your top 4 match, as you brought that Choice Scarf Garchomp into a matchup against a Mega Frostlass, which on paper doesn't look that great. So what was your strategy? What were you thinking?
やはり雪目の子に対して、ガブリアスはちょっと弱いかもしれないですけれども、手強い相手に対しての作戦とは。
そうですね、うちのチームは海竜とガブリアスがエースなので、雪目の子はとっても辛いんですけど、1戦目はでもスコビランが出てくると思って海竜を出したんですけど、うまく相手の方はうまくいなされてしまったので、2戦目からはちょっとフライテを出して、そしたら今度は2戦目はスコビランを出されてしまったので、正直そこは読みまくっていたんですけど、うまく勝つことができて、で3本目一番やりたかったそうですね。雪目の子と、フライテの形にすることができて勝利することができました。
Yeah, Mega Frostlass is a really tough matchup when you're bringing Mega Dragonite and Garchomp. So, you know, the first match was a little rough, and then the second match, honestly, like I read that my opponent would bring Scovillain instead, and that match went well for me. And then in the third match, you know, they brought Mega Frostlass, but I had Floette that I used for the final 2 games, and that worked out, and I was able to win.
Well, congratulations on your win, Takuma. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who may be watching at home or anybody who supported you on your journey to the finals?
見てる皆さん、家族、友達、応援してる皆さんにメッセージありましたら。
そうですね、さっきの準々決勝の時も言ったんですけど、今回ここまで来れたのは、友人と一緒に、同じパーティーを練習して、いろんなこの試合に向かうためにもいろんなアドバイスをもらって、そういうことがあって自分はこの場に立つことができたと思うので、改めて、感謝の気持ちを伝えたいです。
Yeah, so I practiced with so many different people, and you know, it's really because of all the help that I've gotten, all the support from people around me and advice that I've received that I was able to get here. So I'm very thankful for it.
Well, thank you, Takuma, so much for your time. And let's hear it one more time for our second finalist, Takuma Yamazaki. So make sure to tune in tomorrow on Championship Sunday, where you'll see Hiroshi Onishi and Takuma Yamazaki face off in our grand finals in the Chase Arena. But of course, that's not everything that's been going on here at the World Championships and of course at Pokemon XP. There's been some incredible experiences at this event that you probably would not want to miss, but fortunately we have a lovely recap for you to see. So let's check it out.
To the 2026 Pokémon World Championships. I can feel the energy. I can sense the excitement to compete. More than 2,000 trainers have descended upon San Francisco to test their skills and fight with all their might to become the next Pokémon World Champion.
Every time I think it's going to be different, and every time it's exactly the same. We look back at the replay of all of the things that have been going on in this World Championships, and you think at the start of the event, Wow, all of that to look forward to at the end of it. It was like, how did we get here so quickly? It seems like only a moment ago, but what a World Championships it has been. We've now got our finalists here, both players from Japan making it all the way to Championship Sunday. In what commanding top 4 matches that we had them show off their skills.
Yeah, they both looked really great in their sets. Of course, Hiroshi had a quick 2-0 victory and made some incredible call-outs, while I think Aaron explained it best in this last matchup where Takuma and Zachary were going blow for blow like 2 champion prize fighters in the ring, back and forth and back and forth. And I can't wait to see what both those competitors have for us tomorrow.
You know, in some ways this feels appropriate to me too, that we're ending with 2 Japanese players in the finals. I feel like the players from Japan have done so much to innovate this metagame of Pokemon Champions so far. Kind of makes sense, hey, you know, a tournament where it's mostly teams that we're a little familiar with from the past, that the players from the region that most of those teams originate from were able to come out on top.
Yeah, 100%. And then, you know, it's how you execute those things in the moment. Like, especially Takuma was saying, like, in that matchup, maybe not something that he was necessarily prepared for, but not necessarily expecting to make it to this stage of the tournament, but still holding his head high and showing, like, even in those situations, you can still make a read, you can do something different, you can find a way through your opponent once you've gone blow for blow and figure out exactly how you're going to make it to an end game.
Yeah, and I think that's what's so beautiful about our game and watching this tournament especially is just seeing the level of play that everyone brings to every single round. I mean, we started round 1 yesterday with 2 incredible matches and we didn't stop. Like, it was all gas, no brakes from the jump at this tournament, and it's no surprise that we have 2 incredible players to duke it out for the title of champion, the first champion of champions here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the most stressful tournaments to compete in ever too, where you know, there's no easy matches in this format.
I wouldn't want to do it.
Yeah, every match is so close. Every match has so many situations. You just kind of have to get calls right. You know, you can't just play passively and kind of grind out matches the way you can in some other formats. You know, Rillaboom isn't here to help players just pivot into defensive situations all game. You got to make those reads. You kind of saw that with nearly every top cut match. So really impressed by all the players able to make it to this point. And I think the players who went deep should really be proud of themselves. Where what a crazy tournament this has been.
Absolutely, and I really want to shout out this team that Takuma is using here with the Dragonite over Charizard on the more traditional Big Six core. It dominated day one. This is a similar team that Yuya used to go undefeated in day one, and of course, Takuma only dropped the one match in day one. It has now made it all the way to the finals. That is an adaptation of one of those small changes, one Pokemon change, that has obviously completely changed how opponents play into that lineup. And it definitely paid off on day one for both Yuya and Takuma. And now Takuma is at the finals using this variation. And I think it's going to be really exciting to see how this new version of Big Six that drops the Charizard for Dragonite matches up against Big Six Classic.
Yeah, I don't think we could ask for something better, really. Like, it's not quite new school against old school, right? But it's like the adaptations to the formats and the changes and how that swings the matchup. And certainly Dragonite puts, I think, quite a few spanners in the works for a lot of teams that we've seen in the format. We've seen two of them make it all the way to pretty much this stage of the competition for a reason.
Yeah, Yuya made it to the top cut as well with the same team. So something's working here.
Feels like a very appropriate final boss, right? Hey, was this the right adaptation? Well, here you are, last round of a tournament. Let's beat the team that everyone thought was the strongest coming in to prove that your team is actually the strongest.
Yeah, 100%. I cannot wait to get to Championship Sunday in the Chase Arena as well. In the meantime, if you've been following us or if you're going to be following us tomorrow as well, we've got the Twitch drops that we've been going on. Needing a little bit of watch time, only 30 minutes if you haven't already done that. And that was a great opportunity on the restream, or of course put it in your diary for tomorrow to be able to make sure that you get those quick coupons, the teammate tickets and the training tickets.
Yeah, saving the best for last here with those training tickets for watching tomorrow. I definitely have made use. I go through my training tickets pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't have too many left either. And hey, a great thing if you see a team maybe that you thought was a lot of fun watching this, you want to try it out yourself, can pretty much just wipe out the VP cost if you pick those up. So definitely make sure to tune in. And don't forget to get the Incineroar as well. His conversion rate could have been a little bit better from day one to day two, but still a very powerful Pokemon. I'm sure you'll find some use for him.
100%, yeah, like, you know, and if you want to just have a little bit of extra street cred going into your online matches in Pokemon Championships, enjoy Worlds 26, getting that really great swag t-shirt and the cap as well. So when you go up on ladder, it's like, hey, you were watching the World Championships, you were watching the World... Hang on a second, why weren't you watching the World Championships this weekend?
Because they're wearing the white hat where they were competing in the World Championships,
that's what it is.
Also, don't forget, those O's are actually zeros. So, Inge 0Y were 0 Worlds 26.
Yeah,
Get those.
It rolls off the tongue, right? I mean, I'll have to try it out in game. Of course, Evan and I have some history with Red Worlds t-shirts, so I'm struggling here, but hopefully my player will look better in it than I did.
Yeah, they'll put a blazer in and then we'll be set.
But if you're not set after all of that, then we also have our drops for the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon GO and Pokemon UNITE. So much there that you can get a hold of. So do make sure you tune in to all of the broadcast tomorrow, because on Championship Sunday, we get to crown our finalists and our winners in each of our games. Pokemon UNITE, followed by Pokemon GO, followed by Pokemon trading card game, and of course, champions at the end. And if you don't know how to make sure you've got your account linked, here's a little bit of an instruction to make sure that you get that going. It's also in the Twitch chat as well. While you're watching, you can get some extra instructions as well. Just make sure you actually get all of our goodies.
Yeah, you did the work, you watched the stream, make sure you get your goodies.
Definitely. So we're going to be kicking things off tomorrow at 9 o'clock Pacific. And I said this yesterday, at the end of yesterday, I'm not to be trusted with any time conversions. You know what time you're in, but 9 o'clock Pacific, the same start time that we've had both yesterday and today. We'll be kicking things off with Pokemon UNITE on Championship Sunday. So make sure you tune in, you set your alarms, and make sure in the meantime that you are following all the channels, pokemon.com/broadcast. And of course, follow us on all the channels as well. YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, you name it. #PlayPokemon or Play Pokemon in most places as well. Thank you to everybody that's been watching along the stream today. We've had an absolute blast. We've got our Championship Sunday ready to go. So we're going to sign things off here and get ready for that. We cannot wait to see who will be our 2026 World Championship. So from us, thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow.